Chapter 1. Rebirth? Yang City. The young girl lying in bed suddenly awoke, bolting upright, her forehead drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized this was indeed her apartment from before the apocalypse. Fresh air, warm sunlight, a tidy bedroom. Gazing at her flawless hands, Yi Sumi wondered if the apocalypse had merely been a dream. No, the intense pain from the self-detonation of her crystal core had not yet entirely subsided. She had been reborn. With trembling hands, Yi Sumi picked up her once indispensable tool, the mobile phone, and opened the calendar, discovering it was precisely 3 months before the apocalypse. Thus, she had directly reincarnated 3 months prior to the outbreak, 5 years ago. Instantly throwing off the covers, she stumbled out of bed and hurried to the bathroom. Bang! Ouch! The pain was indeed excruciating. Her knee was bleeding, but in comparison to the suffering she endured during the apocalypse, this was hardly significant. And then there were those two treacherous individuals, Yi Shinran and Song Yu. Initially, she had contemplated ending it all, wishing never to relive the horrors of the apocalypse. It had been too agonizing. However, that recent fall seemed to have jolted her back to reality. The torment she had faced in her previous life had been entirely due to those two. Why should Yi Sumi be the one to end it all first? Living again was an opportunity for revenge. In this life, she would live well. Yi Sumi raised her hand, concentrating, and indeed, a lightning ball crackled in her palm. Wonderful! Her abilities had followed her into this life, although they felt less formidable than in her previous existence. In her last life, she had been an 8th level ability user. It appeared she needed to level up, as it felt like she had only just awakened. And she still possessed her spatial ability. Yi Sumi hurriedly removed the jade pendant from her neck. This was a vast space. She rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, and without hesitation, made a cut on her finger. Thank you for listening. As the blood dripped onto the jade pendant, it vanished in an instant, followed by the pendant soaring into the air, transforming into a beam of golden light that entered Yi Sumi's body. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of strength, and the cut on her finger healed instantly. The space was still intact. This was her greatest trump card. With a mere thought, the fruit knife on the table vanished, and in the next moment, Yi Sumi disappeared from her location. Indeed, the fruit knife was in her space. Wow! Was this space truly so vast? It felt as though it spanned over 10 football fields, though the height of the space was still indiscernible. The area was a lush green meadow, and most importantly, there was a small spring nearby. This was a spiritual spring. In her previous life, just one sip had banished her fatigue, and unexpectedly, during the bottleneck from level 7 to 8, her abilities had surged to a new tier. She had been so foolish in her last life. Upon discovering the space and the spring, she had hastily divulged its existence to Song Yu and Yi Shinran. Their intentions to harm her might have stemmed from a desire to seize this space. This time, she would guard this secret fiercely. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, inwardly berating herself for her foolishness. In her past life, Yi Sumi had been among the first to awaken her powers, possessing the rare lightning ability from the nature system. With such formidable powers, she had certainly made good use of them. She had evaded natural disasters, mutated beasts, and plants during the 3 years of the apocalypse. When a massive horde of zombies appeared, she could take down one with a single strike, finally gaining some achievement at the 3rd base. But that treacherous couple had betrayed her, sending her into a laboratory. Ultimately, Yi Sumi had awakened midway, discovering their conspiracy, and detonated her crystal core. The energy from her lightning ability's core was immense, obliterating them as she sought revenge. Just thinking of those two made her feel nauseous. She could hardly suppress her urge to retch. Now she realized that what she felt for Song Yu was not love. Witnessing their betrayal filled her more with disgust than disappointment or fury. What was the laboratory truly conducting? In conversations, she had overheard Yi Shinran and Song Yu mention her as one of the first ability users, indicating her high research value. Could it merely be for research on abilities? Suddenly, Yi Sumi's phone rang, interrupting her train of thought. Song Yu? How utterly revolting. How foolish she had been in her last life to be deceived by him. Even agreeing to an engagement, just thinking about it made her feel ill. Bah! Without a second thought, Yi Sumi hung up the call. Do not disturb my peace. Song Yu, hearing the disconnection tone, couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was up with Yi Sumi? She had never ignored his calls before. This was clearly a deliberate hang-up. Grumble. Her stomach growled, prompting her to rummage through the fridge and snack cabinet, gathering all the edible items for a feast. Her favorite cucumber-flavored chips, bread, sausages, yogurt. Yi Sumi collected everything she could find, pulled out her tablet, and after some effort, finally figured out how to use it. The hardships of the 5 years in the apocalypse had made her forget what life had been like before. Watching the latest popular variety shows while savoring the delicious snacks felt utterly blissful during the toughest times of the apocalypse. She had resorted to eating tree bark and insect powder. Right, in the future, she would need to ensure there were enjoyable shows and variety programs to accompany her meals during the apocalypse. Better download more in advance. Looking at the empty snack cabinet before her, she felt it was still insufficient. Ordering takeout seemed like the best option. Ability users indeed had a large appetite. After much effort in understanding the ordering app, Yi Sumi began her grand ordering spree. Little lobsters. She ordered various flavors, and a portion of guobao roe, foil-wrapped clams, rice noodles, assorted milk teas, and a large pizza. Oh, how blissful! While waiting for her takeout, Yi Sumi hastily opened her computer to compile a supply list. First, extreme heat, followed by torrential rain just days after the rain. A severe cold spell hit unexpectedly. The cold spell arrived suddenly and left just as abruptly. Once the frozen waters from the rain receded, the debris of cities, along with the corpses of animals and humans, emerged, leading to a catastrophic viral plague that obliterated small bases near the cities. Yet, a determined individual emerged, working through the night to develop an antidote, ensuring the survival of the remaining populace. The plague crisis was averted, but the dead from the apocalypse, along with those who succumbed to the virus, all transformed into zombies. Attacking anyone they encountered. Those bitten would also become infected in turn. Yi Sumi outlined a rough timeline of the apocalypse. Food is paramount. Stockpiling provisions is essential. As for firearms, Yi Sumi truly had no means to acquire them. She would leave it to fate. Transportation was crucial as well, and gasoline. She must not forget that. Yi Sumi glanced at her current accounts. She had 20 million in liquid assets and 500 million in fixed deposits. She resolved to swiftly convert everything into liquid assets at the bank tomorrow. Though it might be a hassle, she needed to act quickly once the apocalypse struck. These would merely be worthless scraps of paper, just a string of useless numbers. And this apartment housing was a rare commodity. Here, even if she had to take a loss, she needed to sell it quickly. Selling it for 50 million would not be an issue. Chapter 2. The Engagement Cancellation, Part 1. Yi Sumi certainly would not forget the 2 billion worth of shares left to her by her parents. After graduating, she felt that she was truly suited for a life of leisure. Believing that her parents' money was more than sufficient, and since her uncle's family treated her well, she decided to let her uncle manage the company. Now, their true colors had been revealed. Had it not been for the substantial shares she held, they would not have been so cordial towards her. This generous gift should undoubtedly be bestowed upon someone of true utility. Her uncle's family resided in the house left by Yi Sumi-on's parents, while she had moved out due to the distance from her university to that villa. Hence, the house remained for her uncle's family to inhabit. This property still officially belonged to Yi Sumi-on. All these assets needed to be swiftly liquidated. With a disdainful smile, Yi Sumi-on resolved to sell to them. How could she have forgotten such a matter? The engagement cancellation. She still had a betrothal with Song Yu. She was utterly fed up. Song Yu's father was also a longtime friend of her father's, having grown up together, which led to their childhood engagement. Later, after Song Yu studied abroad and returned with commendable achievements, he took great care of Yi Sumi-on, who had lost her parents, that he even confessed his feelings to her. Initially, Yi Sumi-on regarded Song Yu merely as an elder brother. However, with the Xian Ran acting as a matchmaker, over time, she eventually acquiesced. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed that their intentions were solely to obtain the 2 billion in shares that Yi Sumi-on possessed. The Yi family and the Song family both owed her. If Yi Sumi-on recalled correctly, Yi Xian Ran and Song Yu had likely been conspiring together for quite some time. She needed to first find evidence of their collusion before proceeding with the cancellation of the engagement. With her shares in hand, they would undoubtedly not acquiesce to the cancellation easily. During her search for evidence, she also needed to concoct a suitable reason to sell the shares to her uncle's family. Although selling to them at such a low price would incur a loss, it was the quickest way to divest, and it would serve as a chance to take advantage of them. At Yangshin Hotel, "Brother Yu, do you think this might be unfair to Sister Su Mian?" Yi Xan Ran said shyly in Song Yu's embrace. "Xan Ran, you know that my current relationship with her is merely for her shares. We haven't even held hands." The man replied gently that Yi Xan Ran thought to herself, "Humph, if it were for me keeping an eye on things, given Song Yu's character, he would have long since taken the next step with Yi Su Mian. Besides, Yi Su Mian is far more attractive than me, and we both share the surname Yi." Noticing Yi Xan Ran's silence, Song Yu said, "Xan Ran, we've been together since our time studying abroad. Once we acquire the shares, shall we marry?" With that, Song Yu leaned in to kiss Yi Xan Ran. She reciprocated. Little did they know, hidden cameras captured their every move from 3 different angles, leaving nothing to the imagination that in Yi Su Mian's apartment. Her phone received a video from the private investigator. Upon opening it, she gasped at the shocking content, fearing she might develop a sty from her reaction. Good heavens, they had already been entangled while studying abroad. Yi Su Mian promptly compensated the private investigator handsomely. This expenditure was well worth it. Just then, a message pinged on Yi Su Mian's phone. With a smile, she snapped her SIM card in half. This card required no real name registration, and even if they traced it back to her, it wouldn't matter. Soon, the world would be in chaos to the Yi family's villa. A loud crash echoed to Yi Xan Ran trembled with rage, smashing items around the room into smithereens. Who on earth? Which blind fool leaked the video of me and Song Yu? And it even had sound. High definition. Despite the video being swiftly taken down due to its inappropriate content, many netizens had saved it, and soon Yi Xan Ran was trending at number 1. Li Yunping heard the commotion and hurried to her daughter's room. "What happened? Why are you so furious?" Yi Xan Ran quickly recounted the events to Li Yunping. Hearing this, Li Yunping frowned. "Does Song Yu know about this? He should by now, but he hasn't contacted me yet." Yi Xan Ran replied. "What if Yi Su Mian finds out?" Li Yunping expressed her concern that Yi Su Mian definitely knows. It's already circulating online, and many must have saved the video. Just then, Yi Xan Ran's phone buzzed. Seeing it was Song Yu, she hastily answered. "Song Yu, what is going on?" "Xan Ran, how could you ask me that?" "How would I know? Do you think I would leak such a thing?" Yi Xan Ran shouted, completely losing her usual demure demeanor. "Xan Ran, I'm not just asking you. We need to discuss what to do about Yi Su Mian. We still need her shares." Yi Xan Ran laughed in anger. "Her shares, that's all you care about. That video is all over the internet. It's trending. Everyone is discussing it.at this moment." Song Yu softened his tone. "Never mind. Let's meet and talk that I'll head to the Yi family villa shortly." Seeing her daughter hang up, Li Yunping quickly inquired, "What happened?" "Song Yu is coming over. Alas, this situation is quite tricky. Perhaps we should wait for your father to return. This matter may affect him as well." Currently, while the Yi family company seemed to be under the influence of Yi Jianmin, Yi Su Mian's uncle, in reality, no one within the company supported Yi Jianmin. And many of the real powers did not rest in his hands. That it was merely because Yi Su Mian considered him her uncle that she allowed him to manage the company. Now, with this incident arising, if Yi Su Mian were to discover it, considering the lack of support for Yi Jianmin, a fallout with her at this juncture could lead to Yi Jianmin's complete exit from the company. At that moment, Yi Su Mian lay in bed, gazing at the trending topics. How swiftly things had developed. She perused the comments that Yi Xan Ran is so shameless, stealing her sister's fiancé. Now trying to swindle shares. Upstairs, it's clearly Yi Su Mian's fault. Didn't you hear that Yi Xan Ran and Song Yu had been together for a long time? To be precise, Yi Su Mian is the third wheel. Seriously, doesn't anyone go online? The Yi family company has already announced that Yi Su Mian and Song Yu were betrothed since childhood, which is common knowledge. Yi Xan Ran is the real third wheel. Honestly, Yi Su Mian is far more attractive than Yi Xan Ran. Song Yu must be blind. Yi Su Mian read through the comments, clicking her tongue. This marriage is definitely off. She decided to stop reading. It was too distressing. Shopping would be a better distraction. She mused to herself. Luckily, it's the 618 event on a certain shopping platform. Spending 300 to save 50 is quite a deal. The more she bought, the more she could directly contact the sellers for wholesale pricing. Suddenly, Yi Su-mian had a light bulb moment. With so many items, shipping them home was impractical. She would need to rent a warehouse. Without further ado, she donned her sunglasses, grabbed her car keys, and set out. Chapter 3. The Engagement Cancellation, Part 2. Yi Su-mian sped down the road in her red sports car, relishing the sensation she hadn't felt in a long time, the bright sunshine and the gentle breeze. However, this sports car would be utterly useless in the impending chaos. It must be sold soon. In the outskirts of Yang City, Yi Su-mian followed the real estate agent to a warehouse. Upon seeing the warehouse, she was thoroughly pleased and decided to rent it for 3 months with a 1-month deposit. She intended to keep it for only a little over 2 months. So she planned to forego the deposit, anticipating that the agent would likely be unable to locate her by then. Upon entering the warehouse, Yi Su-mian noticed numerous shelves. The agent explained, these belong to a former supermarket owner who is no longer in the business. I will call someone to have them removed shortly. That I'm truly sorry for the oversight. That I no need for that. I happen to be opening a supermarket myself. These shelves are practically new and will serve my purpose perfectly. Just name a price, and I will buy them outright. The agent, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept payment for these. They were already unwanted by the previous owner. Not having to move them saves on labor costs. I truly appreciate it." These shelves were just right for storing items in her space, though a few more would be necessary, so she planned to order additional ones later. But by the way, Mr. Wong, I have another property to sell soon. I'll send you the details to expedite the sale. Upon hearing about another listing, the agent was elated and quickly agreed, recognizing that Yi Su-mian's luxurious sports car and attire indicated she was financially comfortable. After securing the warehouse, the agent took his leave while Yi Su-mian explored the warehouse, making several rounds, and felt relieved upon confirming there were no cameras present. Once the shares were sold, she would begin stocking up. Joyously, Yi Su-mian returned to her car, preparing to leave. Upon checking her phone, she saw numerous missed calls from the Yi family and the Song family, though Yi Su-mian had already silenced her phone. It was still early. She decided to pay a visit to the Yi family. At the Yi family villa, Yi Su-mian parked her red sports car outside, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and instilled some eye drops. She looked in the mirror and thought she resembled someone who had just cried her heart out. That as she stepped out of the car, she noticed a sports car parked nearby. Wasn't he that Song US? Very well. He is also present. Yi Su-mian walked towards the Yi family villa. Yi Xian Ran's family, along with Song Yu, were also there. Xian Ran, just apologize directly and have Xiao Yu do the same. Yi Su-mian adores Xiao Yu. She will surely forgive you, whispered Yi Jianmin. I refuse to apologize to that little ingrate. Yi Xian Ran glared defiantly. Xian Ran, do not throw a tantrum. This is all for the shares. Once we obtain them, we will make her wish she were never born, Song Yu said as he embraced Yi Xian Ran. Little did they know, even before entering, they had uttered such revolting words. How blind had she been in her past life to have been deceived by them for so long? Suddenly, Yi Su-mian's bag fell to the floor, feigning a heartbroken expression upon seeing Song Yu holding Yi Xian Ran. The four stared at Yi Su-mian at the door, suddenly rendered speechless. Just how much had she overheard? Song Yu, you and Sister Xian Ran have been deceiving me all along, haven't you? Yi Su-mian's trembling voice shattered the silence. Spotting Yi Su-mian standing at the entrance, Song Yu quickly released Yi Xian Ran from his embrace. That Su-mian, it's not as you think. Upon noticing Song Yu's sudden withdrawal, Yi Xian Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Quickly suppressed, however, that fleeting moment did not escape Yi Su-mian's notice. That am I blind? You were embracing Yi Xian Ran. In that video, Yi Su-mian shuddered, as if deeply wounded. Why Yi Xian Ran immediately stood up. Sister Su-mian, the person in that video is not me. With technology being so advanced, it's clearly an AI face swap. Besides, how could I have anything to do with Song Yu? Do you think I'm blind? Yi Su-mian flung the documents from her hand. These were sent to me anonymously. That I have verified the video and possess other evidence. Would you like to see it? Yi Su-mian spoke in a low, authoritative tone. That I want to cancel the engagement. Before Song Yu could finish, Yi Su-mian coldly interjected. The expressions of the four dropped to their lowest point. The shares were indeed slipping away in this house, which was left to me by my parents. You are unworthy to remain here. Yi Su-mian, how dare you? I am your uncle. Are you truly going to drive me away? Yi Jianmin suddenly erupted in fury. Very well, then my dear uncle, You will find that at Yi Corporation, you will have nothing left. I have absolute authority in such matters. Upon hearing this, Li Yinping went mad. Yi Su Mian, you little ingrate. Your parents have been gone for so many years, yet we took care of you. Now you wish to chase us away? You refuse to leave, do you? I will sue you immediately. Haven't you profited enough from the company over the years? My parents provided you with so much money, and now you covet my shares. Yi Jianmin panicked. They had certainly engaged in many illegal activities over the years. Yi Xinran could no longer hold her composure. Yi Su Mian, that is enough. How can you speak to your elders like this? You were raised without a mother. Slap. Before Yi Xinran could finish her sentence, Yi Su Mian summoned all her strength and slapped her across the face. The four stood in stunned silence. Yi Xinran gazed at her in disbelief. Yi Su Mian, Li Yunping, witnessing her daughter being struck, was about to retaliate. As Li Yunping's hand was about to land on Yi Su Mian's face. Yi Su Mian caught her wrist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Yunping cried out, feeling as though her wrist would be crushed. Yi Su Mian held on to Li Yunping's wrist, empowered by her abilities, having been drinking spiritual spring water daily. It was a wonder she hadn't snapped it. Yunping. Yi Jianmin glanced at his wife. Su Mian. Let go. Let us discuss this calmly without resorting to violence. Then remember, whoever speaks ill of my parents. Await your reckoning. You desire the shares, do you? 2.5 billion. The moment the money arrives, it's yours. Yi Jianmin was taken aback at the mention of 2.5 billion. Su Mian. You must realize that those stocks are only worth 2 billion. Uncle, as you well know, those stocks are worth far more than 2 billion. Yi Su Mian stepped closer to Yi Jianmin. If sold, I believe many would pay a premium. I simply dislike trouble. Not that I lack understanding of the value of these assets. Yi Jianmin stared at the girl before him. Was this truly Yi Su Mian? She seemed transformed. Her aura was overwhelmingly strong. After years in the business world, he had never encountered anyone so formidable. Chapter 4. 2.5 billion received. This house is tainted. You may take 1 billion. Yi Su Mian stated coldly. Su Mian. How can you do this? Yi uncle is still your dear uncle. Song Yu protested weakly. Are you Yi Jianmin's lapdog? How low you've sunk. Su Mian. You were not like this before. What was I like then? A victim of your bullying and deceit? Song Yu fell silent, unable to retort. The stocks in the house amount to a total of 2.6 billion. The Yi Corporation is yours. I will relinquish the stocks and cancel the engagement. Yi Su Mian declared coldly. Yi Jianmin's brows furrowed into a comical frown. Very well, but we do not possess that much. It may take some time. Before Yi Jianmin could finish, Yi Su Mian interrupted. I am well aware of how much you possess. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stated that figure. After speaking, Yi Su Mian strode to the living room, confidently sitting on the sofa. I am giving you 1 hour. The payment must be settled, or if the time elapses, I shall liquidate everything, and you will receive nothing. Yi Su Mian. You little ingrate. As Li Yunping spoke, Yi Su Mian's icy glare silenced her. Yi Xinran watched the scene unfold with seething hatred, wishing to devour Yi Su Mian whole. Just you wait, Yi Su Mian. I will see you wallowing in despair before long. Yi Su Mian opened her phone, activating the timer. Countdown begins. Observing Yi Su Mian's formidable presence, Yi Jianmin had no choice but to comply. Without the shares, he would truly have no place in the Yi Corporation. Almost forgot, Song Yu, the cancellation of the engagement must also be completed within the hour. Su Mian, would you like me to remind you of the good deeds your father and I have done? Song Yu looked at the unfamiliar Yi Su Mian, who appeared completely transformed. She had once been the type to blush at the slightest provocation. What had changed? Moments later, all four presented the contracts. Yi Su Mian meticulously reviewed them multiple times to ensure there were no traps or loopholes before signing. 2.6 billion secured, with the card in hand. Yi Su Mian strutted out of the Yi residence in her high heels. The weather was splendid. Once in her car, she contacted the real estate agent to sell her former apartment, given its prime location. The apartment sold swiftly. Yi Su Mian then drove to the agreed-upon location with the agent. It was time to find her own little fortress for the impending apocalypse. In her memory, the official base began to emerge only after the torrential rain subsided. However, during the deluge, officials had come to rescue people, though travel was exceedingly difficult. In Yang City, Only a few areas remained relatively unscathed, likely a newly developed property, Zhu Yuan apartment. This apartment complex was situated at a higher elevation. During her previous life, while searching for supplies, she had observed that this area had only been submerged up to a dozen floors. This is it. After the torrential rains, she had fortuitously arrived at the third base, where she encountered her uncle's family and Song Yu. Initially, their interactions had been quite pleasant, perhaps due to her lightning abilities. However, the plague that followed the extreme cold posed a significant threat. While she had spiritual spring water, it was not a cure-all. Yi Su Mian recalled that the antidote for the plague had been developed by the First Base's Research Institute. She would head to the first base once the rain subsided. As for the third base, keeping Exan Ran and Song Yu around was the only way to uncover the hidden organization, so they would have to remain for now. Currently, Yi Su Mian had no leads on that organization. Zhu Yuan apartment. Yi Su Mian exited her vehicle and spotted the agent waiting for her. Hello, Miss Yi. Yi Su Mian nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Yi, this apartment complex is newly opened, in an excellent location, and ideal for living. I want a unit on the 30th floor or higher. Yi Su Mian replied nonchalantly that we have those, but the rent is a bit steep, the agent remarked. Let us view the apartment first. Yi Su Mian stepped into the building. The agent led her to the 36th floor, which currently had few residents. Look at this layout. It's magnificent, the agent enthusiastically described the apartment. This unit indeed matched Yi Su Mian's vision for a preliminary refuge in the apocalypse. Overjoyed, Yi Su Mian promptly paid 6 months' rent, as the apartments here required a minimum half-year lease. She even sent the agent a red envelope. Upon seeing such a generous client, the agent's grin stretched from ear to ear. Yi Su Mian briefly surveyed the apartment. It had everything she needed. However, next, she would need to reinforce her new home. Yi Su Mian began searching for a renovation team to fortify her apartment. She instructed the team to replace the windows with thick, bulletproof glass, install an additional layer of fencing outside, and insulate each wall with heat-resistant panels. Most importantly, the door had to be exceptionally sturdy. Once breached, there would be no peace. Yi Su Mian decisively purchased the most secure door, reputed to be impervious even to explosives, and further fortified her premises with an additional heavy iron gate, ensuring double-layered security. The renovation team, observing Yi Su Mian's meticulous precautions, merely assumed that the young lady was overly concerned about safety, opting for a door with a high safety coefficient. Once she had given her instructions, Yi Su Mian set out to procure supplies. Today was undoubtedly a day for serious stockpiling. After all, food is of paramount importance, so she prioritized gathering provisions. Yi Su Mian first sold her vibrant red sports car, replacing it with a robust SUV, as the latter was far more suitable for apocalyptic scenarios than the wholesale market. She found a store with an extensive selection of goods. Approaching a staff member, she inquired, "Is the owner available?" The employee, taken aback by her presence, hesitated but eventually went to fetch the proprietor. The owner approached, curiosity etched on his face, wondering what business this young lady might have with him. "What can I assist you with, young lady?" he asked, a smile gracing his features, his tone warm and inviting. "That I would like to order 5,000 bags of Northeast rice, each weighing 50 kilograms. Please provide 1,000 bags each of various types of flour, low gluten, medium gluten, high gluten, ordinary white flour, and glutinous rice flour, all in 50-kilogram bags. For beans such as yellow, green, and red, I need a total of 2,000 kilograms. Additionally, I require 2,000 kilograms each of millet and glutinous rice, and for millet, let us make it 3,000 kilograms. Actually, let us simplify. I'll need 2,000 kilograms of each type of grain," Yi Su Mian stated, feeling fatigued by the sheer volume of her order. The owner and staff exchanged astonished glances. "Young lady, you cannot be serious," the owner exclaimed, bewildered. Yi Su Mian chuckled. "Indeed, I am serious. I am venturing into entrepreneurship and opening a supermarket. Let us tally this up." Sensing the owner's skepticism, she promptly transferred 200,000 through a QR code. "This is a deposit. We can settle the remaining balance shortly." The owner, momentarily stunned, regained his composure upon hearing the cash register announce the transaction, and Yi Su Mian handed over her meticulously prepared list, which she had compiled at home, and additionally purchased several unexpected items she discovered in the store. After several calculations by the staff, they informed her, "Miss, with the discounts applied, the total comes to $8 million. Subtracting your deposit. The remaining balance is $2.6 million. Yi Su Mian glanced over the bill and replied, "Let us round it off. Please add another 300,000 for Northeast rice, and the remaining 100,000 should be for the finest quality millet." Her favorite comfort food was pumpkin millet porridge, warm and sweet, which brought her joy throughout the day. She settled the remaining balance and provided the warehouse address, confirming the delivery schedule before proceeding to the next store. Chapter 5. Stockpiling supplies. Having secured her grain, Yi Su Mian ventured into the seasoning section of the wholesale market. News of the young lady's extravagant spending had circulated rapidly among the vendors. In such a bustling environment, it was not unusual for shopkeepers to communicate through a group chat. Now, each vendor regarded Yi Su Mian as if she were a deity of wealth. Stepping into a store, the cheerful owner hurried to greet her. "Let us start with 5,000 kilograms of salt. It's inexpensive now, but it will be incredibly valuable in the apocalypse. Trading salt for resources is a wise choice." Yi Su Mian continued to rattle off her extensive list. Oyster sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, steamed fish soy sauce, debanjiang, garlic chili sauce, ketchup, 2,000 boxes of each variety. She also requested 3,000 boxes of rice vinegar, aged vinegar, and osmanthus vinegar, as she had a penchant for vinegar in her dishes. And let us not forget 10,000 kilograms of white sugar. Red sugar, rock sugar, granulated sugar, and powdered sugar should each be 2,000 kilograms. Various seasonings will be 1,000 boxes each. As for spices, such as cinnamon and star anise, and oils like soybean, rapeseed, and peanut oil, 500 boxes of each, she listed, her enthusiasm palpable. The owner and staff diligently recorded her extensive requests. After assessing her needs, Yi Su Mian realized there were still several items missing and decided to purchase an assortment of everything available in the seasoning store. The staff busily tapped calculations into their calculators, verifying the totals multiple times. Yi Su Mian promptly transferred the payment, providing her warehouse address and confirming the delivery time. As she continued to explore the market, she noticed numerous items that would be beneficial in the future and placed additional orders. After leaving the wholesale market, Yi Su Mian sought to order oil barrels, recognizing that securing oil would be crucial in the upcoming apocalypse, where its value would skyrocket, alongside the gasoline storage tanks. She ordered numerous large water barrels, each holding either 1 ton or 10 tons, ensuring she had ample supplies for both hot water and tap water. Despite having a magical spring in her space, she understood the necessity of preparing for unforeseen circumstances, as clean water would be a precious resource in the future. Additionally, she discovered that the owner's shop could custom-make shells. Yi Su Mian placed an order for several, as her purchases were plentiful, necessitating organization for easy access to her ready-made food items. Though her order was substantial, fortune smiled upon her as the previous customer had canceled their order, allowing her to avoid a lengthy wait. The delivery would arrive by that afternoon. After paying the deposit and arranging for the final payment upon delivery, Yi Su Mian exited the store. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Her stomach rumbled in protest. Following her senses, she located a quaint little restaurant. It was just past lunchtime. The establishment was relatively empty. The owner, upon noticing a customer, rushed over with a welcoming smile. "What can I get for you, beautiful?" she asked, presenting the menu. Yi Su Mian found herself in a delightful predicament, her hunger amplifying her desire for everything on the menu. Observing her indecision, the owner recommended, "My dear, our signature meat-filled pancake is a must-try. Would you like to order one?" Yi Su Mian nodded. "Yes, I'll have 1 pancake with meat, a serving of boiled pork slices, guabao roe, fish-flavored eggplant, and a tomato beef brisket soup and a portion of rice, please." After taking her order, the owner quickly returned to the kitchen to prepare. Due to the sparse clientele, the dishes arrived promptly among the offerings. Yi Su Mian was particularly intrigued by the meat-filled pancake. Taking a bite, she was pleasantly surprised by the crispy exterior and the delectable tender meat within, enhanced by the addition of scallions and cilantro. An absolute delight. Cilantro was among Yi Su Mian's favorite ingredients. Sampling the other dishes, she was thoroughly impressed. "I will definitely be ordering from this restaurant in the future," she mused. After tasting each dish, she approached the owner once more. "Your food is truly exceptional. Do you accept catering orders? I would like to arrange meals for my staff." "Of course. You are so kind-hearted, and your employees are truly fortunate." The owner responded enthusiastically. Wai Su Mian chuckled. It's not just about their happiness. It's about my own taste buds and stomach. Despite the busy lunch hour, she was determined to make a profit, stating, "Let us arrange for 100 lunch boxes daily. The dishes don't need to be identical. Each box will include a bowl of soup. Additionally, I would like 5 designated dishes, each packed in 20 portions." After finalizing her order, Yi Su Mian handed over a month's worth of deposits. The owner and Yi Su Mian exchanged WeChat information, agreeing on a pickup time of 10 o'clock each day. Furthermore, Yi Su Mian requested 20 portions of meat-filled pancakes and various other dishes, all to be packaged for her staff. Once she finished her meal, the owner and staff promptly packed her order. After loading the packaged food into her vehicle, an idea struck her, given the high demand for food during mealtimes. Perhaps she should inquire if the owner had reliable suppliers. "Excuse me, where do you source your meat and vegetables? The ingredients seem remarkably fresh, and I would like to order some," she inquired. "You've asked the right person. My husband operates a farm, ensuring our produce is always fresh," she replied. Since Yi Su Mian needed a place to store the packed meals to maintain their quality, she arranged to visit the farm the following morning before picking up her order. With plans set, Yi Su Mian drove away joyfully, seeking a secluded spot devoid of surveillance to store the packed meals in her space. While en route, she stumbled upon a street lined with food stalls. "Wow, is this paradise?" she exclaimed. After parking her vehicle, she eagerly dashed out to indulge in a shopping spree, envisioning the warmth of a cup of hot milk tea during the frigid days ahead. Truly a picture of bliss. Yi Su Mian first visited a highly rated milk tea shop, ordering 10 cups of each beverage, whether cold, at room temperature, or hot. For fruit teas, she requested 15 cups each of cold and room temperature varieties. For taro milk tea and lemon water, she ordered an additional 20 cups of each. On a scorching day, a glass of iced lemon water proved to be an excellent choice. She placed her orders under the pretense of catering for a company event. Yi Su Mian immediately opened a cup of iced taro milk tea, and it was absolutely delightful. She decided to place several orders from this establishment over the coming days, especially since she would be picking up her bento boxes daily. After discussing with the owner, they agreed to prepare her requested quantities each day, and Yi Su Mian embarked on her next shopping spree. Chapter 6. The Culinary Paradise of Snack Streets. Yi Su Mian did not limit herself to just one milk tea shop. She ordered bountiful quantities from several top-ranking establishments. Particularly, she was eager for the offerings from Shui Wang's shop. She thought to herself, sweet beverages were her source of vitality. How could she possibly manage without them in this apocalyptic world? Therefore, she approached the manager under the guise of opening a franchise, purchasing a complete set of beverage shop machinery. The manager merely regarded her as a wealthy heir embarking on a business venture. After all, why would one refuse to earn money? With some free time, she could tinker away in her own space without worrying about running out of supplies. Yi Su Mian made a grand gesture and ordered copious amounts of beverage ingredients. Having placed her orders, she spotted some small hamburgers, which were also essential. She could not neglect the fries and burgers. Again, using the same pretext, she procured a plethora of food items, effectively securing a significant stock from nearly every vendor on the bustling street. Satisfied on her way home, she sought out a secluded spot and made several stops at gas stations, planning to stockpile fuel for future needs. Upon arriving at the underground parking of Zhu Yuan apartment, Yi Su Mian exited her vehicle. Meow, she heard the call of a small kitten and soon spotted a little white creature in the corner. Not paying much heed, she assumed it was merely a neighborhood cat that had wandered out. She took the elevator to her apartment, 3616, just as the renovation team completed their work. The supervisor rushed over upon seeing Yi Su Mian's arrival. After inspecting the work, she was thoroughly impressed. The reputation of the renovation team was indeed well-deserved. Every detail was meticulously attended to. Yi Su Mian promptly transferred the final payment and distributed a 1,000 yuan red envelope to each worker. The team beamed with delight at the generosity of the young lady. Once the area was tidied up, she would be ready to move in. After sending the renovation crew off, Yi Su Mian conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings to ensure the absence of surveillance cameras or recording devices. This was not mere paranoia. There were indeed numerous methods employed to install such devices in the apartments of single women. Having seen plenty of such news reports, she was determined to keep her space a secret. Once she confirmed there were no abnormalities, she stepped into her space. Observing the vastness of her surroundings, she felt a profound sense of relief. The spiritual spring water was indeed a treasure, and she planned to indulge in it daily. She recalled reading numerous apocalyptic novels where the protagonist's spaces could upgrade that in her previous life. She had barely acclimated to her powers before her crystal core exploded, surrounded by a misty expanse. Yisu Mian reasoned that her space should also be capable of upgrading. After a brief exploration, she exited the space, mindful that she needed to retrieve goods from the warehouse. Soon as she made her way to the parking lot. She specifically looked for the little white cat, but found no trace of it. Perhaps it had returned home. That Yisu Mian proceeded directly to a car rental company, where she rented a large truck. Although her space negated the need for multiple trips, she felt it prudent to take precautions. Allowing anyone to notice a warehouse that only received supplies would inevitably lead to trouble. After securing the truck, she wasted no time putting it to use. The truck's large fuel tank allowed her to first collect the fuel tanks and water towers that had arrived at the warehouse earlier that afternoon. She stored the racks, water tanks, and fuel tanks in her space before driving off to refuel. After making a few stops, she found herself a considerable distance from home, and since the renovations of her apocalypse hideout were not yet complete, she decided to stay at a hotel for the night. In a discreet location, she switched the truck for her SUV and parked at the hotel. Upon exiting, she discovered that there was also a shopping mall and commercial street nearby. Eager to explore, she entered the mall first. There was a cake shop renowned for its delightful little cakes, and she intended to order a substantial quantity. The shop also offered a variety of half-baked cheesecakes, alongside an assortment of small cakes and breads. Utilizing the excuse of needing extra meals, she had everything packed for takeaway. As the evening had progressed, and the selection of small cakes had dwindled. Although she felt a twinge of regret, she placed an order for 100 of each variety to be collected the following day. Leaving the cake shop, she ventured deeper into the mall and was inexplicably drawn to a jewelry section. Sensing an unseen force pulling her toward it, curiosity piqued, she approached the counter, feeling her space stir with anticipation. It was as if her space were pleading, "Mama, I want to eat. I must have it." Yisu Mian was bewildered. Did her space have a fondness for gold? Perhaps it was a manifestation of her past life as a pauper. Gold was notoriously expensive. Unsure if this reaction stemmed from her space, she cautiously purchased a selection of jewelry, totaling around 100 grams. The sales associate, noticing the young beauty's substantial purchase, offered a discount and included a few additional trinkets. While she was there, she also spotted a digital product store. With so many delicious options available in the apocalypse, it was only fitting to have some entertaining series to accompany her meals. Thus, under the pretext of company benefits, she ordered 10 units of each smartphone model with the largest memory capacity. For tablets, she ordered 20 of each model, and especially for the larger tablets, she added another 10 to her order. With such items, she could replace them every year or two, ensuring a lifetime supply. While browsing, she stumbled upon digital cameras which she adored. Even in the apocalypse, one ought to live well, and she selected 20 of her favorite model. The shopkeeper, impressed with her purchases, arranged for delivery to her hotel. Ascending to her room, she continued her shopping spree, acquiring numerous outfits and shoes, predominantly casual and athletic wear, with a few fashionable pieces to indulge her sense of style. Even in a bleak world, a love for beauty persisted. Having completed her shopping, Yisu Mian returned to the hotel. The nearby snack street beckoned her, and she quickly dropped off her belongings before heading out to explore. Arriving at the snack street, she unabashedly indulged, ordering dozens of each delicacy. She relished stinky tofu, and for the square box pizza, she ordered 20 of each variety. The milk tea shops along the street were not spared either. She sampled a wide array of treats, including foil-wrapped clams, rice rolls, soup dumplings, grilled gluten, roasted pig trotters, grilled squid, odin, crayfish, and freshly fried chicken steaks. Having thoroughly explored the snack street, she finally returned to her hotel. Upon arrival, she collapsed onto the bed, utterly fatigued from the day's endeavors. Yet for the sake of a better life in the apocalypse, such exhaustion was a trivial matter. After resting for a while, Yisu Mian arose to check for any surveillance equipment or cameras in her room. Sitting on the bed, she retrieved the gold jewelry and prepared to enter her space. Chapter 7. Upgrading the space. Upon entering her space with the gold jewelry, the items floated into the air before dissipating into a mist. As the jewelry vanished, Yisu Mian visually perceived the dense fog in her space receding. How wonderful! Her space had expanded. The The spiritual spring water had also increased in size. Not only had her space grown, but she also sensed that her abilities had significantly recovered, that Yi Su Mian unleashed a lightning sphere. Had she upgraded? After her rebirth, although her powers returned, they were nowhere near as formidable as in her previous life. Now, she possessed only a level 3 lightning ability. Did her space's upgrade coincide with an enhancement of her powers? If so, would her abilities also elevate when she later acquired crystal cores? However, the thought of her impoverished space requiring gold to upgrade was truly exasperating. Yi Su Mian was astounded. It seemed both resources and space were in demand. Nevertheless, the effect of 100 grams of gold was impressive. It not only upgraded her space, but also elevated her abilities by a level, making it worthwhile that I in her space. Yi Su Mian organized the racks and various oil barrels and water tanks she had purchased. Before exiting, she brought a small bucket into the bathroom to collect water for her space. Having paid a premium for such a luxurious hotel, what harm was there in gathering a bit of water? Yi Su Mian retrieved her phone once more, determined not to squander a moment, and decided to order some takeout, intending to indulge shortly thereafter. Yes, she perused the plethora of delectable options on the delivery app. She began her selection with the highest-rated offerings. Barbecue was a must, along with fried chicken, burgers, french fries, snail noodles, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, crayfish, pepper salt shrimp, fried ribs, sushi, potato noodles, beef offal noodles, boneless chicken feet, assorted duck delicacies, and pizza. She opted for the premium versions of all, ordering 50 of each. Several restaurant owners, puzzled by the order, reached out to her for clarification, and Yi Su Mian patiently explained that she had indeed placed the correct order. While awaiting her delivery, she took out her newly purchased tablet and phone, diligently downloading a myriad of television series, anime, variety shows, music, various tutorials, recipes, encyclopedias, and an array of novels. Anything that came to her mind, by the time she had completed her downloading spree. Her takeout began to arrive in succession. The delivery personnel were left curious about this enigmatic customer, who had ordered an abundance of food. When Yi Su Mian opened the door, she was greeted by 5 or 6 delivery workers. This young lady certainly knew how to impress. After receiving her order, she set aside a few portions for herself and stored the remainder on the shelves in her space, taking a bite of the golden fried egg nestled in the snail noodles, which had absorbed the rich broth. She found it utterly delightful. Another bite of the boneless chicken feet accompanied by a chilled sweet drink was equally satisfying. Once finished, Yi Su Mian took to her phone for a shopping spree. She ordered 200 of the largest capacity power banks, which were convenient for charging her phone and tablet on the go, ensuring she was well prepared for any eventuality. Every flavor and brand of instant noodles, whether in cups or packets, were ordered by the 100 boxes. Compressed biscuits came in 2,000 boxes. She also procured 200 boxes of various self-heating hot pots and self-heating rice, particularly favoring cucumber and kimchi flavors, as well as 500 boxes of honey butter-flavored chips. Not only that, but she also stocked up on her favorite snacks, including spicy strips and soda, all in bulk. Yi Su Mian was relentless in her acquisition of dairy products, milk, goat's milk, yogurt. She hoarded them all. Dried beef jerky, her ultimate favorite for snacking while watching shows, was added to her cart, albeit with a note of caution for its chewiness. She also gathered dessert ingredients and various semi-finished foods to bring home. 500 mattresses of her preferred brand, along with 300 sets of various down quilts, air conditioning quilts, and latex pillows, were ordered. She ensured to stock up on bed linens, purchasing 50 sets of every style she could find. Daily necessities were not overlooked. She acquired 300 boxes each of assorted basins, clothing racks, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, conditioner, hair oil, laundry powder, laundry liquid, and soap. Most importantly, she made sure to stock up on sanitary pads, having endured immense discomfort during her menstrual cycle in her previous life. She vowed to treat herself better in this one, that she ordered 500 boxes of her usual brands and models, including sleep pants, and even 50 boxes of less frequently used types. Heating pads were ordered by the 500. Invaluable during frigid weather. Hand warmers and hot water bottles were also included in her purchase, each in 50s, as they were more practical than heating pads. Yi Su Mian ensured she had 200 boxes of her go-to skincare products. Determined to maintain her beauty even in a post-apocalyptic world, facial masks, serums, and eye creams were not neglected. She ordered 1,000 sets of her size and tactical jackets, ensuring she was well equipped with practical clothing, shoes, and any attire that caught her eye, amassing a considerable collection of beautiful garments simply for her own enjoyment. Hats, gloves, the thickest down jackets, cotton shoes, and ultra-thick cotton trousers were also on her list. Undergarments, including bras, panties, and socks, were purchased in abundance, covering both her regular and less frequently used preferences, with ample quantities of various brands. She even bought many unisex items for men, just in case the need arose. Given the volume of her purchases, she contacted the shop owners directly, managing to secure discounts. Alongside this, she cleared out the winter clothing from several stores, much to the delight of the shopkeepers, who offered her a substantial discount. With her clothing needs addressed, Yisu Mion planned to procure meat, vegetables, and fruits the following day. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating her delicate features. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over the pillow while her slightly fluttering eyelashes stirred as she rubbed her eyes and turned over. Stretching her limbs that Yisu Mion had no habit of lingering in bed, she promptly rose and drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Even without makeup, the girl standing by the window possessed exquisite and captivating features. Her long black hair cascading down to her waist that Yisu Mion cherished her long hair. In her previous life, she had endured hardships, even opting for a shortcut at one point that I end this life. She had acquired a unique ability, a trump card of sorts. Observing the bustling streets below, she couldn't help but sigh. Who could have predicted that 3 months later, the apocalypse would descend upon them? She pondered whether her reincarnation might inadvertently hasten that grim fate. However, she quickly reassured herself that she likely lacked the power to influence the world's course, just that it was best to prepare for whatever lay ahead. After completing her morning routine, Yisu Mion noted it was only 9 o'clock. After checking out of her accommodation, she ventured to a nearby morning market for breakfast. Her appetite had significantly increased. By 9 o'clock, the breakfast rush had subsided, allowing her to enter the restaurant with minimal crowding. She ordered 2 baskets of beef soup dumplings, 1 basket of soup-filled buns, 1 basket of steamed dumplings, and a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, along with a plate of pickled vegetables. The proprietor promptly delivered her order. Taking a bite, she found it lived up to its reputation as the top breakfast spot. After finishing her meal, she requested the owner's WeChat to arrange future orders for staff meals, promising to notify them a day in advance. She packaged the remaining breakfast to take away, delighted by the prospect of having ready-made meals during the apocalypse. Especially a warm bowl of pumpkin millet porridge on a freezing day. What a joy that would be. Chapter 8. Stocking up wherever she went, Yisu Mion not only stocked up at this establishment, but also gathered takeout from various other shops along the street. Adding several WeChat contacts for future convenience, as the clock approached 10, she made her way back to the restaurant from the previous day. With lunchtime approaching, the owner was preoccupied, so Yisu Mion took her pre-ordered packed meals and loaded them into her vehicle. Storing them in her space, she then indulged in some casual dining along the commercial street, packing additional snacks into her storage. After the lunch rush had passed, she returned to check on the owner. Upon seeing Yisu Mion, the owner approached her with a beaming smile. "I'm so sorry, Miss Yi, for keeping you waiting. I was simply unable to step away during the lunch hour," she apologized earnestly. "Not at all. I had some matters to attend to this morning," Yisu Mion replied, having developed an acute sense for discerning the goodness or malice in people's hearts through her experiences in the apocalypse. She found that even those who feigned kindness often had their vulnerabilities. The owner seemed genuinely kind, possibly due to a loving husband who handled the burdens of their business, and her son appeared to have a promising career, reportedly serving in the military. "Please, just call me Su Mion." She smiled warmly. "Of course, Su Mion. Follow me," the owner responded cheerfully. The proprietress cheerfully led Yisu Mion to her family's farm. How delightful it would be if her son were at home. However, she sighed, her own wayward child was hardly worthy of Yisu Mion. Upon arriving at the farm, Yisu Mion stepped out of the car. The expanse of the farm was indeed vast. Boasting an abundance of resources, she mused whether her own space could ever resemble this. Lacking trustworthy acquaintances, her own space had never welcomed anyone but herself. She was uncertain if live animals or other individuals could be brought inside. That was something she would need to test in due time, that if it were possible to house living creatures, she could engage in animal husbandry. Yisu Mion observed the myriad of goods within the farm and waved her hand. Ordering 10,000 jin of various meats, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and more, all freshly slaughtered and processed, sparing her the need for further preparation. That in addition to the meats, she ordered a selection of fish, such as grass carp, blackfish, carp, and crucian carp, though her fondness for fish was limited, hence her modest order. Moreover, she purchased 2 live carp, eager to experiment with bringing them into her space when time allowed. Having completed her meat orders, she proceeded to procure vegetables, requesting 1,000 gene of each variety available at the farm. Since her space had arable land, she refrained from over-purchasing, planning to cultivate her own when time permitted. That it must be said, the quality of the produce at this farm was exceptional. The vegetables appeared vibrant and fresh. Consequently, Yisu Mian inquired whether the proprietress sold seeds, mentioning her desire to cultivate a small garden. The proprietress hesitated, as their farm did not typically sell seeds, but charmed by the young lady and noting her substantial purchases, she generously gifted several pounds of seeds from each variety. The Yisu Mian was elated to receive the seeds. Although not an overwhelming amount, the gesture brought her great joy. In the future, she intended to acquire more from the seed store. Following this, Yisu Mian accompanied the proprietress to the orchard. The seasonal fruits were plentiful, complemented by an array of off-season varieties cultivated in the fruit sheds. She ordered 3,000 gene of each fruit, lamenting the absence of durians, jackfruits, and coconuts, aware that the farm also sold fruit trees. She ordered 100 of each type, including plum, pear, apple, cherry, blueberry trees, and numerous grape varieties. In addition, she ordered seedlings for various vegetables and fruits, as well as numerous boxes of chicken, duck, and goose eggs. She resolved to return in half a month to place another order. After concluding her shopping, she bid farewell to the proprietress and stumbled upon a nearby seed store, where she purchased a plethora of vegetable seeds and various grain seeds, even indulging in numerous flower seeds. Once her seed shopping was complete, Yisu Mian found a secluded spot to switch into her large truck, taking a drive to refuel and stockpile petrol. Using the truck as cover, she visited a warehouse to gather supplies. Having nearly completed her food acquisition, her next target was to secure several generators. She ordered 200 units of each type of generator and 100 gas canisters, despite her reservations about their usage. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 sets of portable outdoor stoves. After finalizing these purchases, Yisu Mian ventured to the appliance district, where she browsed and ordered 20 units each of various automatic washing machines, air conditioners, 500 fans, and 500 units of rice cookers, induction cookers, microwaves, assorted pots, kettles, soy milk makers, juicers, and air fryers. The sales staff, taken aback by the enormity of the order, hurried to summon the manager. Upon hearing the request, the manager initially presumed it to be a prank. "Young lady, this is not a place for jest," he said with a serious demeanor. Yet, Yisu Mian was unfazed, promptly requesting the bank account number to send a deposit. Once the manager confirmed the funds had been received, he instructed his staff to prepare the goods, offering Yisu Mian a discount along with some additional small appliances as a bonus. After providing her address, she returned home to check on the progress of her apartment renovation. In the underground parking of Zhu Yuan apartment, as she stepped out with her 2 carp, she spotted a familiar little white figure, the little white cat. Approaching it, she intended to crouch down and pet the creature, but it scampered away in fright. Yisu Mian sighed, pondering whether she was truly so intimidating to cats. The elevator swiftly brought her to her doorstep. After the renovation team had departed, she had hired a cleaning service, and her residence was impeccably arranged, fully equipped with all necessities. Upon entering, she immediately transported her 2 carp into her space, manifesting a small fish pond with her thoughts and releasing the carp into the water, where they swam joyfully. It seemed she could indeed bring living creatures into her space, allowing for animal husbandry. Tomorrow, she resolved to return to the farm to order more live animals. Having busied herself throughout the afternoon, Yisu Mian felt a pang of hunger. She casually retrieved a boxed meal from her apartment to satiate her appetite before heading out to purchase vehicles. She ordered 10 top-tier SUVs, 3 standard RVs, and 2 deluxe RVs. Fortune favored her, as she managed to acquire a luxury RV reputed to be an apocalyptic sanctuary. The vehicle was well equipped and its exterior reinforced. Had it not been for the prior owner's sudden cancellation, it would not have been available to Yisu Mian. Such a coveted item was truly a stroke of luck. In addition to the RV, she procured 5 yachts, 20 small boats, and even managed to secure a helicopter. The advantages of wealth were undeniable. Due to her extensive purchases, the owner offered her a location for bulk gasoline at a 10% markup compared to gas stations, yet it was still more efficient for her to stockpile. Yi Su Mian bought up all she could, including diesel, and with her supplies nearly complete, it was time to consider acquiring pharmaceuticals. Chapter 9. Tang Dao Pharmaceuticals proved to be a challenging endeavor. Purchasing in excess required registration, and some medications were scarcely available, to why Yi Su Mian had a considerable demand. Visiting a pharmacy seemed impractical. Suddenly, she recalled a friend of her father who was still alive. It was said that he had transitioned to the pharmaceutical industry, that Yi Su Mian managed to find Uncle Wang's contact information and arranged a meeting. During this time, Yi Su Mian kept herself occupied, driving around various locations to refuel. ATACAF, she found Uncle Wang waiting for her. Though she had last seen him when she was just a child, over a decade had passed since. Nevertheless, Uncle Wang instantly recognized her. The resemblance to her mother in her youth was striking, complemented by the spirited demeanor she inherited from her father. Yi Jianning as Yi Su Mian approached. She stood to greet Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, would you like something to drink?" She politely inquired. "That I'll pass. I've grown fond of avoiding bitter beverages," replied Wang Yicheng, his face beaming with warmth. He gazed fondly at the daughter of his late friend. Lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen the Yi family, as they settled at a table, Wang Yicheng inquired, "What brings you here today, dear niece?" "Uncle Wang, I've heard that you're involved in the pharmaceutical business. Now that the company is no longer under my management, I wish to start my own venture, a clinic-style pharmacy," Yi Su Mian replied earnestly. "This would also allow me to procure some basic medical equipment." Wang Yicheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why the sudden interest in this line of work, Su Mian?" "I've always wanted to have my own establishment in every industry. I'm preparing for other ventures as well," she explained. Without hesitation, Wang Yicheng agreed to assist her, viewing it as a way to look after the child of his deceased friend. "What a wonderful young lady," he mused, simultaneously lamenting the actions of Yi Jianhua and his wife, who had schemed against their own niece. After conversing for a while longer, they exchanged warehouse addresses and confirmed details regarding the medications before bidding farewell. As Yi Su Mian exited the CAF, she gazed up at the sky, reflecting on how much time had passed since her last meeting with Uncle Wang, when her parents were still alive. Years had flown by, and in her previous life, she had left in such a hurry that she hadn't even taken a single photo of her parents. In this life, she had ensured that everything related to them was stored in her space. With her pharmaceutical supplies prepared, it was time to consider weapons. Yi Su Mian began gathering materials from various locations, ultimately discovering a reputable old weapons store in Yang City. She drove to the establishment, and upon entering, she was greeted by a sense of antiquity. The owner, noticing a young girl had entered, paid her little mind, assuming that most youngsters merely browsed without making purchases. As Yi Su Mian ventured further into the store, she felt an increasing tremor from her space. Was there gold hidden here? Was her space yearning for sustenance? Soon, she found herself standing before a Tang Dao, and the vibrations intensified. The significant reaction of her space suggested that a continuous upgrade might be an excellent outcome. "Excuse me, how much for this Tang Dao?" Yi Su Mian inquired. The owner, lost in his own thoughts, failed to register her question. "Excuse me, how much for this Tang Dao?" She repeated it. Yi Su Mian, unperturbed, continued to inquire. At last, the proprietor took notice. 500,000. The proprietor merely cast a fleeting glance, quoted a price, and resumed his attention on his mobile device, dismissing Yi Su Mian, firmly convinced she would not make a purchase. Fortunately, it wasn't excessively expensive. Yi Su Mian mused that I would like to acquire 100 Nepali knives of the finest quality, and an additional 100 Tang swords. Furthermore, I would like 20 of each other type. Yi Su Mian articulated. The proprietor was taken aback, rising in astonishment. "Excuse me, young lady, did I hear you correctly? You wish to procure so many?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Su Mian raised her gaze. "Indeed. I have heard that you also sell other types of weaponry," she said leisurely. The proprietor's demeanor shifted, growing tense as he scrutinized the young woman's background. "You needn't be anxious. I am merely an ordinary buyer seeking items for self-defense," Yi Su Mian reassured him. The proprietor, now relieved, responded, "We do have such items, but I only possess a contact number. You will need to reach out yourself later." With that, he proceeded to pack the items. As she departed, the proprietor discreetly slipped a note into Yi-Su Mion's phone. After purchasing the weapons, Yi-Su Mion meandered through the nearby mall several times. She intended to buy some gold at the bank, and passed by an arcade where she purchased several gaming machines. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, one must not forfeit enjoyment. She also visited a home improvement store, acquiring a plethora of convenient flooring, wall decals, and various easy-to-use renovation supplies. These items would enhance her comfort in the impending apocalypse. Next, she sought a stove, along with an assortment of coal, charcoal, and both gold and silver carbon, purchasing 5 tons of each. If, after some time, her stockpile reached a satisfactory level, she would return for more. These resources might be non-renewable, and extraction could become increasingly difficult in the latter stages of the apocalypse. The extreme cold could last for over half a year, and one could not guarantee that after this bout of frigid weather, another would not follow. Why Yi-Su Mion also purchased numerous heating appliances, considering not only the extreme cold, but also the potential for extreme heat. She acquired 100 ice-making machines to ensure her freedom with ice. Additionally, she purchased insulation boards and thermal curtains. After a brief shopping spree, she visited her usual eateries and takeout stalls, packing dozens of meals to take home. Upon returning, Yi-Su Mion quickly freshened up before collapsing onto her bed. She unwrapped the Tang sword she had purchased that day. With the sword in gold, she entered her space, in an instant. The gold transformed into a mist, and Yi-Su Mion felt her space expand significantly. She needed to hasten the installation of the fence, as in a few days, she would be heading to the farm to acquire live animals. However, concerning this Tang sword, why was there no reaction? It neither vanished nor displayed any other changes to, oh well, it matters not. After all, it could still serve its purpose. Exiting her space, Yi-Su Mion engaged in a brief workout, taking a refreshing bath with the spring water before retiring for the night. She discovered that the spring water was remarkably effective. Whether consumed or applied, it banished her fatigue and enhanced her vitality. As she prepared for sleep, Yi-Su Mion contacted the number she had received from the weapon shop earlier that day. The first attempt failed to connect, and after 3 tries, someone finally answered. Following the call, Yi-Su Mion reflected, "What an expatriate! It appears that I am about to embark on a journey abroad, in order to safeguard my own life, it is prudent to stockpile as many supplies as possible. Furthermore, I shall take the opportunity to scavenge for resources from overseas." Consequently, before retiring for the night, Yi-Su Mion booked a round-trip flight for the following afternoon from Huagua to M Country. 3 days should suffice. Chapter 10. Yang City has long ceased to satisfy the craving for stockpiling supplies. Early in the morning, Yi-Su Mion set out to order some fencing, preparing to install it in her space. In addition to the fencing, she also commissioned a simple, portable villa. Should the apocalypse render the world uninhabitable, she could reside in her space for eternity. Through her repeated experiments over the past few days, Yi-Su Mion discovered that her space imposed no temporal limitations. Time within it was entirely suspended. Even when not dwelling in the space, she could still retrieve her villa from outside, by paying a little extra. The villa was set to be completed within a month, constructed from the finest materials. The decor would also adhere to her specifications, particularly regarding her bed. After enduring hardships in her past life, it seemed only fair to treat herself well in this one. Thus, Yi-Su Mion hurried to the mall to purchase the most luxurious bed and sofa available. Once these tasks were completed, she collected the goods she had ordered earlier that day and headed straight to the airport. M Country. Upon her arrival in M Country, Yi-Su Mion first secured a hotel room before proceeding to meet with the arms dealer to collect her order. She had already exchanged for M Country's currency, totaling 2 million RMB, and had disguised herself. Arriving at the designated location, she retrieved her goods from the storage locker and placed the money inside a box. After completing this series of transactions, Yi-Su Mion returned to her hotel. Upon opening the box, she was greeted by 5 distinct firearms and an ample supply of ammunition, according to the arms dealer. These were newly developed weapons, albeit at a higher cost. Nevertheless, Yi-Su Mion was unperturbed. Acquiring the item she desired was sufficient. Following this, Yi-Su Mion did not bother to remove her disguise and promptly ventured out to stockpile additional supplies. She first visited a large supermarket, where she feverishly purchased an array of items. Various types of milk, semi-prepared foods, jams, hams, and assorted alcoholic beverages. although she had sold a considerable amount of tobacco and alcohol back home. She herself never smoked, yet understood the value of these commodities in a post-apocalyptic world. While she abstained from alcohol for fear of its detrimental effects, possessing it would not be disadvantageous, that Yi Su Mian also ordered a shipment of meat from abroad, purchased several off-road vehicles, and noted that her savings remained quite sufficient. She had become rather addicted to stockpiling while overseas. With so many delectable items available and only 2 months remaining until the impending apocalypse, Yi Su Mian hastily rescheduled her flight to Chuan City. In Chuan City, it was essential to stock up on hot pot ingredients, including various types of broth, copper pots for hot pot, dual flavor pots, 9-grid hot pots, and an assortment of packaged hot pot ingredients. She aimed to gather as much as possible, purchasing in abundance. In addition to hot pot supplies, she also sought out barbecue ingredients, as her primary objective in this city was to stockpile delicious food. Yi Su Mian had a particular fondness for seafood, prompting her to fly to a coastal city to wholesale seafood. She procured an assortment of ocean shrimp, large lobsters, scallops, various fish, squid, octopus, crabs, abalones, sea urchins, oysters, and a variety of conchs and clams. In addition to fresh seafood, she also acquired dried seafood, as these delicacies were equally delightful. Yi Su Mian attempted to expand her space, creating a dedicated area for a pond to house her seafood. Note: aquatic and marine products would not be cultivated in the spiritual spring, but rather in her newly established pond. She was uncertain whether the creatures from the sea could survive in the spring water of her space. After placing some live shrimp into the pond, she was delighted to find that they thrived, swimming energetically. Thus, she resolved to stock up on more live seafood, recognizing that frozen supplies would eventually be depleted. Consequently, Yi Su Mian purchased a significant quantity of live seafood to place in her space. Everything she encountered was swiftly acquired for her storage. In the following days, the seafood market was nearly exhausted, having been largely reserved by Yi Su Mian. She traversed various regions across the country, amassing her favorite items. Additionally, she purchased a wealth of raw materials, ensuring that she could prepare her own meals, with tutorials already downloaded. Life in the space would not be overly dull, even if it lasted a lifetime. While traveling, she also bought numerous items that caught her eye, including various styles of tactical jackets and footwear. Upon returning to Yang City, Yi Su Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the chance to rest. Albeit anxious about the possibility of the apocalypse arriving prematurely, leaving her unable to return. After a day of rest at home, she proceeded to the warehouse to collect the fencing she had ordered. Once the fencing was retrieved, it was time to visit the farm to collect her animals. Upon locating the farm owner, Yi Su Mian purchased 4 cows, 10 pigs, 10 sheep, 20 chickens, and 5 or 6 rabbits, along with 10 ducks and a large goose. In addition, she acquired a variety of fish and freshwater shrimp and crabs, her favorites. Coincidentally, it was also the season for hairy crabs, so Yi Su Mian exuberantly ordered 5,000 pounds. She also placed several live specimens into the pond within her space. Upon transporting the animals to a concealed location, Yi Su Mian ushered them into her space. The fencing within her space had already been installed, thoughtfully partitioned into sections. The animals required no direct care from her, as they could graze on the grass within the space. Even if the grass were to be depleted, it would regrow rapidly due to the space's remarkable growth capabilities. The next day, the grass would flourish anew, bolstered by the animals' waste. Having arranged for the animals, Yi Su Mian returned to the warehouse to retrieve her fitness equipment in the face of the impending apocalypse. It was crucial to maintain her strength. She continued to scour the city for gasoline and diesel, packing various snacks. Observing her remaining balance, Yi Su Mian visited the bank to purchase a substantial quantity of gold to upgrade her space. She also sought a wholesale fruit market, ordering numerous varieties of fruit, including both fresh and frozen durians, coconuts, jackfruit, grapes, cherries, pomelos, strawberries, peaches, and an assortment of other fruits. She ensured to reserve some cash for emergencies. As she glanced at the countdown calendar, she realized that only a month and a half remained until the arrival of the apocalypse. It was imperative to prepare thoroughly for what lay ahead. Chapter 11. The Little White Cat in the underground parking garage of Zhu Yuan apartment. A man with a scarred face expressed his impatience. "This wretched woman. We've been lying in wait for several days, and not even a shadow has appeared." "Don't be so hasty. The price for her life is quite substantial," replied another accomplice. "Haha, indeed. Once we complete this job, our futures will be secure, chimed in several others, laughter echoing among them. The scarred man remarked, "This woman is truly a sight to behold. Let's not be too eager to end her life." Suddenly, a small white cat sprang from the shadows, its fur standing on end, striking an aggressive pose. "Humph! How dare you plot against my meal ticket? This cat will make you pay." The little white cat was remarkably agile. Before the scarred man and his accomplices could react, additional scars appeared on the man's face. Enraged, the scarred man bellowed, "You filthy cat! I will skin you alive today." The little white cat, having attacked, swiftly made its escape. With the scarred man hot on its heels, the agility of the little white cat rendered the scarred man unable to catch it. "This cat hasn't scratched you yet, has it? Someone, catch it for me!" he roared, his fury evident. It seemed the scarred man held some sway in this situation, for upon his command, the others followed suit in pursuit of the cat. It was indeed a comical scene to witness several burly men failing to catch a mere little white cat. The spectacle was nothing short of absurd. The little white cat leaped to a higher vantage point, gazing down at the men struggling to climb after it, its expression one of disdain. "You think you can lay a hand on my meal ticket? You should weigh your own worth first." At that moment, Yi Su-mian arrived at the apartment's underground parking garage. Upon stepping out of her vehicle, she was greeted by this amusing sight. The scarred man bore fresh cuts on his face, evidence of the little white cat's fierce defense. What in the world had provoked this small feline to take on such formidable foes? Moreover, these men were remarkably dim-witted. Unable to contain herself, Yi Su-mian burst into laughter. The scarred man and his companions soon turned their attention to her. "What are you laughing at?" he barked as the little white cat caught sight of Yi Su-mian. It immediately jumped down and ran to her side, positioning itself protectively with its back to her, its fur bristling and emitting low growls that Yi Su-mian sensed an odd feeling of being shielded by the little white cat. Was this feline defending her? "Is that person in the photo Yi Su-mian?" one of the burly men inquired. The scarred man glanced at the photo and exclaimed, "This is her. Haha, she has walked right into our trap." Yi Su-mian, hearing her name, felt a pang of confusion. Were they truly seeking her out? They certainly didn't appear to be benevolent. But Yi Su-mian, if you beg for mercy now, I might just make your death a little more dignified. The scarred man sneered, his companions joining in on the laughter. Yi Su-mian, undeterred, smiled back at them. "Just you lot." The scarred man and his crew exchanged incredulous glances at her laughter. "What's wrong? Are you stunned? Treat us well, and we might spare your life for this cat. Today I shall take care of you all." With that, a few individuals advanced to subdue Yi Su-mian. The scarred man was the first to approach her, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Yi Su-mian. The onlookers were astounded. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly frail young girl possessed such formidable strength? Yi Su-mian chuckled. "I thought you were something special. Have you not had your meal?" The scarred man, seething with rage from being sent sprawling, bellowed, "All of you, charge at her." With that, the group launched an attack on Yi Su-mian. Thanks to her recent training and the enhancement from the spiritual springs abilities, these individuals were no match for her. Before Yi Su-mian could make a move, the little white cat dashed forward, targeting the same scarred man. Yi Su-mian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she realized that this little white cat was there to protect her. Subsequently, Yi Su-mian joined the fray, delivering precise kicks, each infused with her essence. Although her strikes appeared gentle, why did her opponents feel as if they were being electrocuted? With the scarred men lying motionless on the ground, Yi Su-mian instructed the little white cat to keep watch, warning that anyone who dared to move would receive a slap. "Who sent you here?" Yi Su-mian inquired. The scarred man remained tight-lipped. Yi Su-mian swiftly delivered a kick to one of the nearby henchmen, a blow amplified by her abilities. This was far more painful than a mere kick. The henchman, lacking resolve, was ready to confess. He was silenced by a warning glare from the scarred man. Immediately, he fell silent. Thus, Yi Su-mian delivered a kick to both of them. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the henchman blurted out, "Her surname is Yi too, and she looks just like you," with the answer she sought. Yi Su-mian instructed the little white cat to keep watch as she fetched some ropes. After being beaten so severely, who would dare move? Using her off-road vehicle as cover, Yi Su-mian retrieved several ropes and bound them before calling the police. Who would have expected that instead of seeking revenge on the Yi family, They would come looking for me. At this moment, it was still necessary to call the authorities. We still live in a society governed by law. If it were the apocalypse, I would have eliminated them all today. When the police arrived, they were met with a scene of chaos, and the bound individuals wore expressions of confusion. Who was the true victim here? After a while, the police reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that these individuals had indeed plotted against her first. The Samayan also watched the footage, which even captured their voices. There was no doubt now. The little white cat was indeed her protector. How did you manage to subdue these burly men so easily? One officer asked, perplexed. Officer, my parents passed away early, and to ensure my own security, I trained in Sonda for many years. Not to mention, I have this little cat by my side. Samayan replied sincerely. This was indeed true. Samayan had trained in martial arts for years. The officer, after hearing her words, glanced at the little cat and shuddered. It was undeniably formidable. Just make sure not to employ such harsh methods next time, the officer advised Samayan. Understood, officer, she replied. After the police escorted the scarred men away, Samayan turned to the little white cat and said, So, you were a little stray all along. I thought you had a home. Her words unintentionally offended the little white cat. Meow. It protested. Then come home with me. We can keep each other company, Samayan suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little white cat purred contentedly, nuzzling her hand. At last, it had found a companion for meals. That Samayan picked up the little white cat, deciding not to head straight home. Her supplies were sufficient, but she needed to gather some for the little cat as well. First, they would stock up on supplies, get it dewormed, bathe it, and arrange for vaccinations. Chapter 12. Stocking up supplies for the little white cat, Samayan cradled the little white cat in her arms. The cat, with its striking heterochromatic eyes and snow-white fur, appeared to be a lion cat, likely a young male. Calling you little white cat seems a bit inadequate, Samayan mused, contemplating a name for her new companion. You are so white, perhaps I shall call you Xiao Bai. Though it sounded somewhat casual, the little white cat seemed delighted to receive a name, happily meowing and rubbing against Samayan's hand. She placed Xiao Bai in the passenger seat and set off to gather supplies for him. That Samayan first took Xiao Bai to a nearby pet hospital for vaccinations and deworming. She also purchased numerous medications, preparing for the impending apocalypse. Following that, she took Xiao Bai to a pet store, where he joyfully leaped down upon seeing the array of cat food and treats. Observing Xiao Bai's excitement, Samayan generously purchased all the cat food, snacks, and canned goods in the store. She also acquired various cat essentials, including shampoo, nutritional supplements, cat litter, a large bed, and even clothing in both current and larger sizes. Just in case Xiao Bai grew during the apocalypse, that Samayan did not limit her purchases to cat supplies alone. She also bought items for other small pets, anticipating that they might prove useful in the future. After all, dog food and cat food were edible by humans too. Though Samayan herself did not consume it, it was always wise to be prepared. She visited several more pet stores, stocking up on an abundance of supplies. The sheer volume of items could sustain multiple little whites for a lifetime. However, Samayan did not intend to restrict Xiao Bai to cat food. Whatever delicious food she had, he would share in as well. Upon returning to her apartment, Samayan set up a new home for Xiao Bai, determined to pamper her little companion. She also ordered a plethora of cat treats, canned food, litter, and clothing online. The cat litter was useful for both the cat and herself, and she envisioned how adorable her little cat would look in the new outfits. Lost in thought, Samayan scooped up Xiao Bai and showered him with affection. The impending apocalypse no longer felt particularly lonely. Overjoyed, Samayan opened a can of cat food for Xiao Bai, who immediately perked up, his tail held high. With less than a month remaining until the apocalypse, her supplies were abundantly stocked. When the time came to upgrade her space, she looked forward to the opportunity to venture out during the apocalypse to gather resources for free, while most people will be focused on scavenging for food. The next day, Samayan continued her previous routine, ordering an array of snacks, milk tea, boxed meals, and breakfast items. She even placed another order with a vendor for a batch of meat and various stir-fried dishes. After confirming her orders, Samayan eagerly took out a portion of the meat pie and eggplant she had ordered. Relishing the delectable meal, along with some rice, she also prepared a cat bowl, filling it with cat food, and cooked a pot of chicken breast as a special treat for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai gazed longingly at the delicious food in Samayan's bowl, as if pleading to share in the feast. With a sigh, she relented and offered him a small portion, that he should be able to discern what was safe to eat. Having never owned a cat before, Yi Samayan was unsure of what was harmful to them. Thus, she hastily consulted online resources to familiarize herself with cat care. She turned on a large tablet to play iApartment, a comedy she found utterly hilarious and had already watched several times. Yi Samayan's appetite had notably grown, yet there was still plenty of food left from the evening's meal. The portions were truly generous. After finishing these tasks, she prepared a small bath for Xiao Bai, intending to give him a soak in the spiritual spring water to help him adapt to life in the apocalypse. Animals typically acclimate to changes far more quickly than humans, and Yi Samayan was confident that Xiao Bai would thrive even in difficult times. As the two of them enjoyed their baths, each in their own tub, Yi Samayan felt satisfied with her stockpile of supplies that in the coming days, aside from ordering external meals, she intended to cook for herself as well. One morning, Yi Samayan awoke early, preparing a breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a bun for herself, while also making a meal for Xiao Bai. A simple breakfast would suffice. Today was the day to collect the mobile, simplified villa. After a quick application of sunscreen and a bit of tidying up, Yi Samayan, even without makeup, exuded a fresh and youthful aura, looking more like a high school student than a 23-year-old. Once ready, she set out with Xiao Bai to inspect the mobile villa. Upon arrival, Yi Samayan was struck by the sheer beauty of the structure. It was her dream home. The villa was equipped with all the necessary amenities. Though it was a simplified version, it was constructed from the sturdiest, highest quality materials, rivaling traditional houses, and it was mobile to boot. After all, she had her own space. The decor surpassed even her expectations. Yi Samayan promptly settled the final payment and generously bestowed a substantial red envelope upon everyone, instructing the person in charge to deliver it to a remote location. She casually concocted an excuse, claiming that she intended to vacation in that secluded spot. The individual in charge, not one to pry, merely accepted the payment and proceeded with the task. After all, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Eventually, Yi Samayan would return to retrieve the villa into her space. Once she had concluded her affairs with the villa, she visited the proprietress to collect the last batch of items she had ordered. Upon noticing the small white cat beside Yi Samayan, the proprietress exclaimed, "My dear Samayan, is this your cat? I haven't seen you bring it before." Yi Samayan glanced at the little white creature and replied, "Yes, Aunt Fong, I found it in our community. It's remarkably obedient." The small white cat seemed to cooperate, meowing a few times. The proprietress, quite taken with the feline, sought Yi Samayan's permission to pet it from head to tail. Enamored with the little white cat, she gifted Yi Samayan some ornamental fish from her pond, along with a generous supply of fish food as a treat for the cat. The ornamental fish silently protested, "You may like the cat, but must you use me as a gift?" As she prepared to leave, Yi Samayan genuinely felt that the proprietress and her family were wonderful people. She reminded Aunt Fong, "I sense that the weather is increasingly sweltering. We should prepare adequately, especially regarding food supplies." The proprietress chuckled. "Do not worry, dear. We have a rather large warehouse that no one knows about." Yi Samayan smiled wryly, pondering how easily the proprietress had divulged such information, perhaps indicating her trust. "Aunt Fong, please do not share the existence of the private warehouse with anyone. Rest assured, Samayan." There was much more Yi Samayan wished to say, yet despite the kindness of the proprietress's family, she could not gamble with her own safety. Should she inadvertently reveal too much, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. The proprietress cheerfully bid her farewell, growing more fond of her with each passing moment. Chapter 13. The apocalypse may arrive earlier than expected. In the early morning, Yi Samayan awoke, her drowsy eyes fluttering open as she stretched languidly. The small white cat lying at her feet lifted its head to glance at her before returning to slumber. Upon rising and looking out the window, she noticed that the temperature felt unusually high for 9 o'clock, already reaching 33 C, with approximately 20 days remaining until the anticipated onset of the apocalypse. She wondered, could it be arriving ahead of schedule? Fortunately, the last batch of goods she had ordered was expected to arrive at the warehouse within 3 days. Seizing the opportunity before the heat intensified, Yi Samayan hurriedly took the small white cat out to gather supplies by noon. She casually entered a nearby establishment for a meal. Thankfully, the restaurant was air-conditioned, alleviating the oppressive heat. She checked her phone. She was alarmed to discover that the temperature had soared to 38°C in northern city. Yangqing had previously only reached a maximum of 32°C. It appeared the apocalypse was indeed arriving early. Despite her ample preparations, a sense of unease lingered within her. Su Mian drove to stock up on gasoline, but the heat became unbearable, prompting her to return home with the small white cat. With no pressing need to venture outside, she relished the comfort of her air-conditioned room, deciding to whip up some delicious meals instead. Glancing at the remaining cash in her pocket, 10,000 yuan, she regarded it as a precautionary reserve. Arriving at her apartment, she noticed a tall man stepping out of the neighboring unit. The man wore a mask, obscuring his features her neighbor was a man. He exuded an air of complexity, and even with her enhanced abilities from the spiritual spring, she doubted her chances against him in a physical confrontation. However, she did possess lightning-based powers. She hoped not to cross paths with him directly. Currently, her lightning abilities had advanced to level 7 alongside the growth of her spatial powers. An impressive level indeed. In her previous life during the apocalypse, those above level 6 were formidable. Returning home, she began to stockpile water, knowing there was ample space within her storage in her past life. Su Mian had fared relatively well in the early days of the apocalypse. Her luck holding strong. Being a foodie, she often indulged in culinary experiments, amassing a considerable stock of food, including many items she had prepared and frozen. Even with these provisions, her skills had deterred most from troubling her, as many had been left severely injured after encounters with her. After enduring the extreme heat, individuals with abilities began to emerge, and some sought to seize her supplies in a moment of desperation. Su Mian had awakened her lightning powers, which deterred any further attempts at confrontation. If it weren't for the torrential rain that flooded her home, she might not have been compelled to seek a base so early. Su Mian retrieved 2 large rice cookers, one for steaming rice and the other for cooking porridge. After placing the rice in the cooker, she began to prepare an array of dishes. The aroma of braised pork with rice was simply irresistible. Today, she decided to prepare a pot of braised pork, a feast for the senses. Su Mian's culinary skills were truly commendable. In addition to the braised pork, she sought to add some vegetables to complement the dish and prevent it from becoming overly rich. Once everything was ready, she packed the food into containers, portioning them for easy access once the apocalypse began. Not only did she prepare meals for herself, but she also made ample water-boiled meat for the small white cat in her spare time. Su Mian planted vegetables in her space and mentally cultivated fruit trees. The growth rate in her space should be quite rapid. After exiting her space, she spent some time exercising before inviting the small white cat for a bath. Daily baths and spiritual spring water were essential. The moment she submerged felt like all her fatigue vanished. For the next 2 to 3 days, Su Mian maintained this routine, alternating between exercising and cooking delightful meals, while indulging in baths with the small white cat. Even the community chat group buzzed with jokes about someone continually preparing delicious food that wafted enticing aromas. Su Mian remained silent, choosing to observe the conversations from the shadows. In just 3 days, the daytime temperature soared to 42°C. Headlines and news reports were inundated with heat warnings, advising residents to avoid going outside unless necessary. Vulnerable elderly individuals were particularly affected, with many succumbing to heat-related illnesses. Some schools even announced an early summer break. It seemed the extreme heat had indeed arrived ahead of schedule. As evening approached, Su Mian planned to retrieve her final batch of goods before vowing to remain indoors. Shutting her phone, she took out half of a chilled watermelon, relishing the taste while watching a show. A bite of the refreshing fruit on a scorching day was simply divine. Observing the small white cat beside her with its large, expressive eyes, Su Mian felt her heart melt. What an adorable little creature, my precious. In a moment of affection, she sliced 2 pieces of watermelon for the small white cat and opened a packet of cat treats. The small white cat settled beside her, engrossed in the show. Whether it understood the plot was uncertain, but it was clearly captivated. Just as she was enjoying her watermelon, a phone call interrupted her reverie. Seeing that it was the proprietress from the restaurant, Su Mian wondered what could be the reason for her call at this time, especially since she had already collected her goods. Answering the phone, she said, "Hello, Aunt Fong. What can I do for you?" "Dear Su Mian, my son in the military just called to warn us that the high temperatures might become quite severe. Please avoid going out unless absolutely necessary." And be sure to stock up on supplies, the proprietress expressed with genuine concern. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt Fong. Yi Su Mian replied, that Yi Su Mian responded with a smile. After exchanging a few words with the landlady, she hung up the phone. To her surprise, the authorities had known about the impending apocalypse for quite some time. Yi Su Mian sighed, reflecting on how the landlady, whom she had known for less than 3 months, treated her with such kindness. Even when news emerged, she was the first to inform Yi Su Mian. In contrast, she glanced at her uncle's family. Yi Su Mian also sent a WeChat message to Uncle Wang, advising him to stock up on supplies due to the inclement weather. Uncle Wang had always been quite good to Yi Su Mian as well. The sky darkened swiftly. Yi Su Mian tidied up briefly before taking Xiao Bai to pick up goods. After retrieving the last batch of items, she remained indoors without any unusual occurrences. Once she finished, Yi Su Mian took advantage of the moment to gather some gasoline to AT the Zhuyuan apartment. Upon reaching her own apartment door, she exchanged a brief glance with her neighbor next door, and without uttering a word, they each returned to their respective homes. Yi Su Mian changed her clothes and settled onto the sofa, bringing Xiao Bai into her space. As soon as Xiao Bai entered the space, he scurried off to find his 2 pet fish, which Yi Su Mian had placed in the fish pond. Xiao Bai was thoroughly enjoying himself. Observing the vegetables in her space, Yi Su Mian marveled at the prowess of her domain. She estimated that by the day after tomorrow, she would be able to harvest and consume them directly. Taking another stroll around her space, she noted that the mist surrounding her was still thick, indicating potential for further upgrades. Chapter 14. The apocalypse approaches the following morning. Yi Su Mian was awakened by the heat. Typically, Xiao Bai would sleep at her feet, but today he sprawled out on the floor, belly down. Yi Su Mian hurriedly located the air conditioning remote and lowered the temperature. Checking her phone, she was shocked to find it was only 8 o'clock. Yet a high-temperature warning of 38°C had already been issued. The elderly neighbors who usually took morning strolls were also feeling lightheaded from the heat, with many suffering from heat stroke, leading to overcrowded hospitals. Yi Su Mian, not one to mingle in chaos, remained indoors, listening to the sound of ambulances outside. The streets were filled with those succumbing to heat stroke being transported away. In the homeowners group chat, several elderly residents had passed away due to weather-related ailments. Indeed, the apocalypse seemed to have arrived early, and Yi Su Mian wondered if there would be any further developments. She quickly went to her bedroom to apply heat insulation boards on her windows. Knowing the midday temperature would only rise, after completing her tasks, she found herself drenched in sweat, even with the air conditioning running. She rushed to take a shower and changed into a fresh outfit. Feeling the stickiness dissipate, Yi Su Mian only installed heat insulation boards in her bedroom and kitchen, as those were the areas she frequented the most. The kitchen was primarily for preparing food while there was still running water and electricity to stockpile some supplies. With the apocalypse truly upon them, cooking delicious meals had become quite a hassle. For those suffering from extreme hunger, even the slightest flavor could be magnified many times over, and to avoid unnecessary troubles, it was best to mitigate such situations. Of course, should the worst come to pass, Yi Su Mian was unafraid. During her days of staying at home, she had followed a video tutorial to prepare many homemade cat meals, which were far more appetizing than commercial cat food. After allowing Xiao Bai to sample a bite, he had barely touched his cat food since. She filled a large bowl for Xiao Bai and topped off his water bowl before beginning to prepare her own breakfast. Setting up a small table on her bed, she took out a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee along with a steamer of soup dumplings, turning on a variety show to enjoy while she ate. Once she finished her meal, Yi Su Mian retrieved the utensils she had used over the past few days from her space and placed them in the dishwasher. She didn't discard the disposable containers after using them, as they could be reused. After completing these chores, Yi Su Mian scrolled through her phone for a while. Outside, the temperature had already reached 48°C. The news constantly advised against going outdoors and encouraged people to stock up on food, warning that temperatures might continue to rise. Many companies had shifted to remote work, and delivery services had transitioned to nighttime operations. There were hardly any food delivery options available. Numerous shops were only open for brief periods at night. Yi Su Mian perused the comments on the website. The temperature in the south had soared to 55°C, with people exclaiming for help, stating that their community had been without water for several days and they were parched. With temperatures this high, was it truly the end of days? A resident inquired if everyone should stock up on food just in case. Scanning through the comments, Yi Su-mian noted that most echoed similar sentiments, confirming the impending apocalypse. However, there were still a few skeptics who dismissed the notion. Soon, the news issued notices about water outages in several regions, citing the extreme daytime temperatures making repairs impossible. Alongside the water outages, there were also power cuts. With the electricity down, air conditioners, fans, and refrigerators could not function properly, leading to an increasing number of people unable to endure the heat. Fortunately, the community where Yi Su-mian resided had not yet experienced water outages, which was one advantage of living in a newer building. Since the idea of an apocalypse had been proposed, many had begun stockpiling supplies. Some even shared their stockpiles online. The Yi Su-mian chuckled at the notion of keeping wealth hidden. This principle had been universal throughout history. When the order of the apocalypse collapsed, those who flaunted their supplies would be the first to face misfortune. Closing her phone, Yi Su-mian headed to the kitchen. Today, she decided to make shrimp dumplings and crab soup buns, ensuring her filling was ample, with succulent shrimp in each one, bringing her great satisfaction. Additionally, Yi Su-mian prepared a large pot of black rice and purple sweet potato porridge. After completing her own meal, she began cooking some cat food for Xiaobai. With her cooking finished and nothing else to do, she opted to stay indoors to avoid the sweltering heat. The unusual high temperatures had left people anxious, with more individuals recognizing the severity of the apocalypse and beginning to stockpile supplies. Although some stubborn individuals remained, supermarkets and markets were crowded with people. As the days passed, temperatures continued to climb. The news frequently reported injuries and fatalities due to the heat, with hospitals overwhelmed and urging individuals to take precautions for their safety. Many had started looting, and reporting incidents to the police proved futile. With the heat, some areas had long since lost power, making it impossible to catch the culprits. Experts offered various suggestions, but as temperatures soared, the homeowners group chat saw numerous members organizing trips to the supermarket that evening to gather supplies. Due to recent incidents of individuals being robbed while out alone, many preferred to go in groups for safety. The Yi Su-mian glanced at the chat, but chose not to engage. Noticing that apart from her, everyone else had signed up, she felt compelled to participate. At just past 6 o'clock, the sun remained unforgiving. The Yi Su-mian quickly grabbed a bite to eat, changed her clothes, and prepared to head out at 9 o'clock to buy supplies. Even at 9, the temperature was still over 30 C. After dressing, she decided against taking Xiaobai with her, as the weather was still quite warm, opting to let her pet remain home in the comfort of the air conditioning. Before leaving, Yi Su-mian hugged Xiaobai one last time. Arriving at the elevator, she stepped inside, and just as the doors were about to close, a man dressed entirely in black entered. Their eyes met, and, judging by his build, he likely lived in apartment 3615 next door. Was he also going to stock up on supplies? Descending to the underground parking lot, Yi Su-mian recalled that during her last visit, she had siphoned all the fuel from her car, which she had just refueled and was ready to drive. Suddenly, she heard an elderly lady's voice from behind. Young lady, wait a moment. May we ride together?" The elderly woman was breathless, having just come down to join her son in driving to buy groceries, only to discover that their car's fuel had been stolen. Upon spotting Yi Su-mian, her eyes lit up with hope, believing that young people were always eager to lend a helping hand. Following the elderly lady was a middle-aged man, approximately 170 centimeters tall. The elderly woman rushed to Yi Su-mian's side, anxious that she might leave. Chapter 15. Power outage. Seeing the two approaching, Yi Su-mian glanced at them. "Are you here to mooch a ride?" The elderly woman's expression darkened immediately. "That we're neighbors. We should help each other out. That I see you're all alone. Which neighbor are you referring to? Who gave you such a sense of entitlement?" Yi Su-mian replied bluntly. "That don't you know about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young?" Spoke the man behind the elderly woman. "Oh, I'm unaware," Yi Su-mian retorted, not waiting for their reaction before getting into her car and driving off. The two left behind were momentarily stunned, and as they processed what had just occurred, the elderly woman erupted in a stream of curses. The weather, which should have been crisp and refreshing in September, was still oppressively hot even though it was past 9 in the evening. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Yi Su-mian was taken aback by the soaring prices. Eggs that used to cost 5 or 6 yuan per jean were now being sold for 25 yuan per jean. Instant noodles and convenience foods were in high demand, and even with prices skyrocketing, people were still unable to secure any. Mineral water and other beverages have become virtually non-existent in supermarkets. With the sweltering heat, and numerous areas experiencing water shortages. Yi Sumiang took a stroll and ended up purchasing merely some chips and spicy snacks. These items hardly satiate hunger, yet they are exorbitantly priced and occupy considerable space, making them seldom sought after by shoppers. While other food options were available, Yi Sumiang had ample storage space and felt no need to compete with others. After all, she was not an antisocial individual monopolizing food resources. As she walked ahead, Yi Sumiang suddenly overheard someone speaking behind her. These young people today only think of snacking, preoccupied with such trivialities, completely oblivious to the need to stock up on essentials. Yi Sumiang paid no heed to the remark, treating it as if it were mere air. After completing her purchases, she proceeded to the checkout counter, only to have a middle-aged woman abruptly cut in front of her. "Are you cutting in line, madam?" Yi Sumiang said expressionlessly to her surprise. This was the same woman who had been making disparaging comments moments ago. "It's just a matter of cutting in line. I'm in a hurry. My son is waiting for me at home." "Why are you being so petty, young lady?" the middle-aged woman retorted. Yi Sumiang, undeterred, called out, "Do the people behind me agree with her cutting in line? We all have urgent matters at home." Her voice echoed, and the crowd behind her began to express their discontent. The heat had already made everyone irritable, and those who had not faced power or water outages were eager to leave the supermarket. Return home, take a shower, and enjoy some air conditioning. With children and elderly at home, everyone had their own pressing concerns. It only you who has urgent matters. Please go to the back of the line. Have you no sense of decorum? The middle-aged woman shot Yi Sumiang a venomous glare before hastily slinking to the end of the queue. Yi Sumiang ignored her, even in a world on the brink of collapse. There were still those who sought to impose moral constraints. After placing her items on the counter, the cashier began to tally the prices. "That will be 800. Would you like a bag?" the cashier inquired. "Just one, please." It seemed that money was becoming increasingly worthless. At least now it could still buy something, but soon, even the act of burning it for warmth would feel excessive. Once Yi Sumiang had her items packed, she exited the supermarket. However, after driving a short distance, she noticed a small van following closely behind her. Given that trouble seemed to be brewing, she felt no need to intervene. In these apocalyptic times, those with intentions of robbery were unlikely to be virtuous. She would consider it a service to the community. Yi Sumiang altered her route, recalling that this area had experienced a power outage. After driving for a while, she stopped her vehicle and got out first. The van also halted, and two burly men exited. "Hey there, beautiful. Aren't you a bit forward?" "I like that," one of the men jeered. "Be smart, and I might just let you walk away," the other chimed in, their laughter echoing as if they had already succeeded in their malicious intent. As they approached Yi Sumiang, one of them demanded, "Hand over your supplies." Before he could finish, Yi Sumiang, a woman of few words but fierce action, kicked him squarely in the chest. The force of her kick sent him sprawling far back. "Ugh!" One of them spat out blood along with a tooth. They exchanged a glance and charged at her together. Yet, Yi Sumiang possessed extraordinary abilities as well as access to spiritual spring water. Moments later, both men lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. Problem solved. Initially, she considered hiding their bodies in her storage space but found it utterly revolting to keep the remains of such vile individuals. Who would want to harbor two nefarious corpses in their sanctuary? With no surveillance around and societal order crumbling, what would it matter if someone discovered her actions? Who would bother to investigate? So, she decided to leave the bodies where they lay. Yi Sumiang then approached the van they had driven, opening the door to reveal a treasure trove of stolen goods. A small box of gold, instant noodles, bottled water, and even some fine alcohol and cigarettes. She harbored no disdain and collected everything into her space. Even taking the van itself, it might prove useful for trading points at a base later on. Having concluded her business, she drove home, finding a spot to store the vehicle within her space, anticipating that the chaos would only escalate. Once inside her home, she was greeted by her little white cat, who leapt into her embrace. Before she could properly pet her furry companion, all the lights suddenly went out, and the air conditioning ceased to function. The power had gone out. Thankfully, Yi Sumiang had previously installed numerous solar panels during renovations. With a mere switch, the air conditioning resumed operation, although she opted not to turn on the overhead lights, only illuminating a small desk lamp. Now, her entire neighborhood was plunged into darkness while her home remained lit, making her an easy target. After the blackout, the group chat erupted with complaints. The oppressive heat intensified without air conditioning, rendering the situation unbearable. That I end this apocalyptic era, Yi Sumiang resolved to bolster her physical strength. Despite residing in a high-end community with a backup power supply, it was only a matter of time before the electricity would fail completely. In a world where physical fitness could mean the difference between life and death, she knew she had to train diligently. The following morning, the heat continued to rise while Yi Sumiang lounged in her apocalyptic sanctuary. Enjoying the air conditioning, sipping soy milk, and savoring steamed buns, she checked her phone and found a notification in the group chat. Limited water supply from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. every night. Beneath this announcement, many lamented their plight. With power already cut off, the suspension of water supply made life even more arduous. Yi Sumiang noticed that several regulars in the chat had gone silent. Perhaps their phones had run out of battery. In any case, it wouldn't be long before phones ceased to be of any use, even if they still had some charge. Chapter 16. The collapse of order. Yi Sumiang sighed, foreseeing that soon the bathroom would become unusable. Presently, there was still some water available, allowing her to flush the toilet with used water. But once the supply ceased entirely, she would have no choice but to rely on the mobile villa in her space. Unless absolutely necessary, she intended to reserve the cat litter for her little white companion. For the past 6 days, Yi Sumiang had hardly left her bedroom, managing her meals and sleep within its confines. She utilized the bathroom and shower in her space and occasionally ventured to run within her sanctuary to enhance her fitness. About a week later, her phone had completely lost signal. Water and electricity were entirely cut off. Inside their homes, people were becoming increasingly restless, prompting some to seek refuge in the underground parking lot to escape the heat. Although it was devoid of light, it was still preferable to sweltering in their houses. Eventually, the residents elected a building leader, Wu Bin, a former real estate manager known for his eloquence and familiarity with the neighbors. Naturally, they chose him for this role. However, many residents chose not to retreat to the parking lot, including Yi Sumiang. With minimal food supplies, the collapse of social order could unleash a darker side in people when they found themselves on the brink of starvation. The residents knew that a food vlogger lived in their building. Initially, Wu Bin, representing the collective, approached the vlogger to borrow some supplies. While they called it borrowing, it bore little difference from theft. The food vlogger, reluctant to part with her provisions, but feeling pressure from the crowd and possessing a significant stockpile of promotional items, ultimately relented and provided them with some. A couple of days later, discontent with what they had received, the residents banded together and stormed the food vlogger's home, seizing her belongings. Tragically, some men in the building forcibly took advantage of her. Ultimately, the food vlogger succumbed to despair and took her own life. Yi Sumiang remained oblivious to these events, having no friends to inform her. Yet, someone soon set their sights on her one evening, as Yi Sumiang indulged in a barbecue and sipped on cold cola while engrossed in a variety show. She suddenly heard a ruckus outside her door. The little white cat had already dashed to the entrance, poised for action. Clearly, the visitors bore ill intentions. Yi Sumiang hurried to the door, the sounds growing increasingly pronounced. Someone was attempting to pry her door open. "Are you looking for death?" One man, Wang Yong, remarked. "Are you sure there's just a young lady inside?" "Of course. I see her coming and going alone all the time." The other replied, "This girl is quite a looker. Once you get in, you'll see what I mean. Today, we're in for a treat." "Damn it, this door lock is sturdy." Before they could manage to unlock it, the door swung open with a click. "Wow, Wang Yong, it opened." It opened, sweating profusely. The pair finally gained entry, though not by their own efforts. As they stood up, they were met with the piercing gaze of Yi Sumiang, which radiated a deadly intent. Initially startled at being caught, they had all been law-abiding citizens before the apocalypse. However, the sight of Yi Sumiang only magnified their malicious intentions. In their eyes, she appeared as nothing more than prey. "Are you looking for me?" Yi Sumiang inquired. Yi Sumiang scoffed dismissively. Before Wang Yong and the other could react, she unleashed her lightning abilities, delivering a fatal jolt to both men. Such was the proficiency she had acquired in her previous life. She could wield her lightning powers with precision, capable of striking with certainty and leaving no room for escape. Today marked yet another occasion of ridding the world of harm. The scene at the entrance was not ideal. The sweltering heat would soon lead to an unpleasant stench. Thus, Yi Sumiang secured the door, grasped one man in each hand, and made her way to the corridor window. She flung the window open and unceremoniously discarded the two bodies below. After disposing of them, Yi Suin returned to her abode to indulge in a refreshing bath. Merely stepping outside had left her drenched in sweat, nearly obscuring her vision. Upon finishing her bath and preparing to resume her delightful barbecue, there came a knock at the door. Truly, how vexing. Would she not be allowed a peaceful meal? Listening intently, she discerned that there were multiple visitors, thanks to the enhancement from the spiritual spring water. Her senses, sight, hearing, and smell, had become remarkably acute. Peering through the peephole, she was taken aback to discover that the entire building's occupants had gathered. Their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious, and Yi Suin was no pushover to be trifled with. Listening further, she realized they were also knocking on her neighbor's door. Moments later, the door next door creaked open, and Yi Suin, wielding her Tang Dao, followed suit. "Greetings, I am Wu Bin, a resident of the 31st floor and the elected building manager." He beamed at the two men. The man next door remained silent, that Yi Suin regarded Wu Bin with indifference. Observing her, Wu Bin noted the disheveled state of the others, all weary and gaunt from days of hunger. Clearly, Yi Suin was well equipped with supplies. They had come to the right place. Surely such a small girl could not intimidate them. Sensing their silence, Wu Bin pressed on. "Someone in our vicinity has fallen ill with a fever. Do you happen to have any medicine?" His demeanor reflected that of a seasoned sales manager. Maintaining his composure, "That I do not," Yi Suin replied curtly, preparing to shut the door. The group, realizing her intention, braced themselves to storm in. Yi Suin was ready. With a swift motion of her Tang Dao, she inflicted deep gashes on the frontmost assailants. Had one of them not been quick to retract their hand, they would have surely lost it on the 36th floor today. Recognizing the formidable opponent before him, Wu Bin decided to retreat gracefully, a man capable of yielding. Infuriated, one of the injured men exclaimed, "You have harmed us. You must compensate us. Surrender all your supplies, or you shall not escape unscathed today." "Oh, then by all means call the authorities," Yi Suin retorted disdainfully. "What good would that do us now?" The man whose hand had nearly been severed growled menacingly, "Do you believe I cannot have your head here today?" Yi Suin suddenly smiled, her demeanor chilling. The man next door, seemingly losing his patience, brandished a firearm. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd as they registered the weapon. Yi Suin cast a sidelong glance. A gun? This was indeed serious. "Fear not, everyone. Where did this firearm come from? Surely, it is merely a toy." Before he could finish his taunt, the man next door fired a shot, the bullet striking the floor with a resounding thud, creating a gaping hole. "Speak another word, and that bullet shall find its way into your skull. Leave," he commanded coldly. The onlookers felt as though they were confronting two formidable demons on the 36th floor. Their polished appearances suggested an abundance of resources, and leaving without a confrontation was unsatisfactory. However, the weapons in their hands deterred anyone from taking the initiative to act. Reluctantly, the crowd retreated, their spirits dampened. Chapter 17. Neighbor Jiang Chen at last. Yi Suin could savor her barbecue in peace. She slept soundly until past 10 in the morning, likely due to the ruckus caused by the previous day's disturbances. It was only when her beloved cat, Xiao Bai, curled up beside her, radiating warmth, that she was stirred from her slumber. While her feline companion was a joy, the oppressive heat made it quite challenging to have Xiao Bai nestled against her. Yi Suin retrieved a small basin from her storage space for a quick wash before diving into her lunch. She prepared a modest meal, taking out a double burger meal that included a spicy chicken wing burger, a double cheese beef burger, a large serving of fries, black pepper chicken nuggets for spicy chicken wings, and 2 cups of ice cola. That a single meal would not suffice. She poured a homemade cat meal for Xiao Bai, opting not to share the spicy wings, fearing they might be too fiery. Instead, she offered a roasted chicken leg to her cherished pet. Together, they relished their meal, the joyous atmosphere filling the room. After finishing her lunch, with nothing pressing to attend to, Yi Suin decided to tend to her garden, collecting vegetables and checking on the small animals she had nurtured in the adjacent enclosure. The chickens, ducks, and geese had laid numerous eggs, and she took some duck eggs to pickle into salted duck eggs. One of the cows appeared notably rotund, perhaps pregnant. Soon, there might be a little calf. Next, she visited the fish pond, where the little fish swam energetically, and she found herself reluctant to think about eating them in the future. The crabs looked particularly tempting, Tonight would be a feast of spicy crab, perhaps some shrimp tossed with noodles as well. While immersed in her thoughts, Yi Suyin was suddenly alerted by a few knocks on the door. Even within her space, she could hear the sounds from outside, though the view remained obscured. Puzzled, she wondered why they had returned so soon after the previous day's incident. Peering through the peephole, she recognized her neighbor. What could he want? Xiaobai darted to the door, surprisingly remaining calm, devoid of the usual aggressive demeanor. Her feline instincts were sharper than Yi Suyin's that it appeared there was no danger. Yi Suyin called out from within. What is it? I would like to come over to exchange some water, Jiangchen replied, attempting to sound amicable. None available. Please return. Yi Suyin retorted, preparing to turn away, that I found a barrier iron gate on another floor. We can install it out front to prevent unwelcome visitors. Jiangchen continued to do not worry. I have no ill intentions towards you that if I truly desired something, you would not stand a chance against me. How brazen! Little did he know of her newfound abilities. Nonetheless, she did not perceive Jiangchen as a threat. Relenting, she opened the door a crack. This was the first time Yi Suyin had seen her neighbor face to face. And he was indeed striking. With a prominent nose, amber eyes, and sharp features, he exuded an air of composure. Yet, Yi Suyin, ever the pragmatic observer, could only describe him in one word. Handsome. Noticing Yi Suyin had opened the door, Jiangchen gestured towards the side gate. We can install it a short distance away. I have assessed that only our two households occupy this area beyond 3613, that IT would serve as an added layer of security. What do you seek in exchange? Yi Suyin inquired. For your benefit, I propose an added measure of assurance. This gun, along with 10 rounds of ammunition that I in return, I would like to exchange for a case of water. Jiangchen replied matter-of-factly, I do not possess a full case of water. However, I can part with half a case, Yi Suyin countered. While the exchange was clearly in her favor, she refrained from openly revealing her capacity to procure water with ease. The gun was of utmost importance, as her own weaponry was limited, and she had already utilized some of the ammunition purchased last time for practice. Even the smallest gains were worthwhile. After a moment of hesitation, Jiangchen agreed deal. He promptly handed her the gun and ammunition. My name is Jiangchen. I am Suyin, she replied, omitting her full name. Turning back towards her bedroom, Yi Suyin left the door slightly ajar. As she retreated, Xiaobai settled at the threshold, lifting its gaze to meet Jiangchen's that it seemed to be keeping watch for Yi Suyin. Jiangchen merely cast a glance at Xiaobai before retreating a respectful distance of 2 meters. In her room, Yi Suyin inspected the gun and box of ammunition Jiangchen had given her, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This transaction had proven exceedingly beneficial. After a short while, she retrieved a slightly worn toolbox and approached Jiangchen's door. She knocked twice and stepped back a couple of paces. In no time, Jiangchen answered the door. He accepted the toolbox. Do you need assistance with the installation? Yi Suyin inquired. No, I can manage it myself. He assured her. Jiangchen, having finished speaking, took his toolbox to install the door. The heat outside was unbearable, prompting Yi Suyin to hastily return home after delivering the toolbox. After a brief exchange at the entrance, she was drenched in sweat. Yi Suyin had no desire to linger in her bedroom while drenched, so she quickly retreated to her space for a refreshing shower. Emerging, she retrieved a small bowl of chilled bayberries. Lying on her bed, she savored the icy fruits and offered a piece of freeze-dried chicken breast to Xiaobai. She counted the days. She anticipated the end of the sweltering heat, which was not expected to last long. The next phase promised heavy rainfall. In a few days, temperatures would drop, allowing her to venture out and stock up on supplies. Not long after, Jiangchen completed the door installation. He knocked twice and hung the key on the doorknob before departing. Yi Suyin opened the door, finding no one in sight, only the key on the doorknob. This was her preferred method of social interaction. Soon, evening arrived. Yi Suyin, as promised, prepared a spicy crab dish, alongside a bowl of noodles with crayfish, and poured herself a glass of freshly squeezed juice she had previously stashed away. Savoring her meal, she could not forget about Xiaobai, so she fetched a fish for him. Earlier, Xiaobai had been meowing around her eagerly when she presented the fish, but today, having just emerged from the space, he lay listlessly in his cat bed, no longer seeking her affection, even neglecting to finish the freeze-dried chicken breast she had offered. Chapter 18. Xiaobai's mutation. Yi Suyin noticed something amiss with Xiaobai and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Although Xiao Bai had only been with her for a few months, she had already come to regard him as a companion and dining partner. Now, with the current circumstances, where could she possibly find a pet doctor? Even though she had stockpiled numerous pet medications, she was uncertain of Xiao Bai's condition and did not dare administer any medication indiscriminately. Observing the furrowed brow of Yi Su Mian, Xiao Bai weakly rose from his bed and approached her, nudging his head against her hand while purring softly. She understood that this was Xiao Bai's way of reassuring her. Suddenly, Yi Su Mian wondered if Xiao Bai was undergoing a mutation. She grasped the concept of survival of the fittest. Perhaps this was a trial bestowed by the heavens upon every species. Those who survived would gain extraordinary abilities, and even animals could mutate, just as plants could. Subsequently, Yi Su Mian refilled Xiao Bai's water bowl with some spiritual spring water. Xiao Bai drank eagerly before returning to his cat nest to rest, while Yi Su Mian diligently counted the days. Keeping a close watch on Xiao Bai, he had been in a deep slumber for 3 days. And without his company, her meals had lost their flavor. She rarely ventured into her space during this time. The following morning, Yi Su Mian dreamt once more of the incident in the laboratory when she detonated the crystal core. However, in her dream, after the explosion, debris fell from the ceiling and trapped her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Overwhelmed, she finally opened her eyes, her face contorted in confusion. Was that weight on her body Xiao Bai? Had he grown larger, or was he merely heavier? Sensing her awakening, Xiao Bai quickly hopped off her, scampering to her side to nuzzle against her face and purr softly. Yi Su Mian sat up, cradling Xiao Bai, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. His heterochromatic eyes were striking. Suddenly, she seemed to comprehend his message. Master, did you miss me during our meals these past 2 days? Yi Su Mian wore a puzzled expression. Xiao Bai, reading her confusion, continued, Master, I have mutated. I am now a variant cat, endowed with psychic abilities. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he added, I possess even greater powers. Would you like to try them? Yi Su Mian felt a chill run down her spine. She had no desire to experiment. Psychic abilities were exceedingly rare and could be perilous, that a single moment could lead to devastating consequences. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was only 7 o'clock. With Xiao Bai awake and successfully mutated, gaining such impressive abilities, Yi Su Mian was filled with joy. She decided to prepare a lavish breakfast. After all, Xiao Bai had not eaten for 3 days. From her space, she retrieved a platter of shrimp, a plate of salmon, opened 2 cans, and filled a bowl with cat food and freeze-dried treats. Eat to your heart's content. There's plenty more. Xiao Bai, enticed by the abundance of food, rushed over to indulge. With her spirits lifted, Yi Su Mian's appetite flourished as well. That morning, she prepared seafood congee accompanied by a selection of dim sum, steamed ribs, crispy red rice sausages, money bags, sticky rice chicken, taro cake, crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed chicken feet, and rice rolls. The endless array of delicacies was shared generously with Xiao Bai. After their meal, Xiao Bai frolicked around the room, pouncing from one spot to another. Observing this, Yi Su Mian decided to place him in her space. The vastness of the space allowed him to play freely, while she took the opportunity to tend to her plants and harvest some fruits. The freshly ripened strawberries were irresistibly tempting, and upon tasting one, she found it to be both large and sweet. As she considered the time, she noted that the extreme heat was nearing its end. With each passing day, the temperatures indeed began to decline. Nighttime temperatures had already dropped to 38 C. The residents in the apartment complex began to speculate whether the apocalypse was coming to an end. However, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Heavy rains were on the horizon, and conditions would only become more challenging. As the temperatures cooled slightly, official vehicles would come around to distribute supplies in the evenings. Residents were summoned to come downstairs and collect their rations. Upon hearing the announcement, the inhabitants hurried downstairs, each eager to secure their share. Although Yi Su Mian had ample resources, she did not wish to stand out as overly different. So she joined the queue at 9 o'clock to collect her supplies. The line was extensive, but she was not in a rush and patiently followed behind. Suddenly, she heard a commotion ahead. An elderly woman was shouting, demanding 4 portions of supplies while the official distributing them insisted on giving only one. There are 3 others in my household. You can only give me 1 portion, the elderly woman bellowed. I apologize, but resources are limited. Supplies are distributed according to the number of people. Once allocated, please leave promptly, the distributor replied calmly. To prevent excess claims, distribution was strictly by headcount, as it was common to encounter those who would exaggerate their numbers. The elderly woman, upon hearing this, planted herself in front of the distributor, refusing to budge. The other residents grew impatient, having yet to receive their own supplies, and were hungry. Why should we indulge her? A few individuals conspired to lift her away. As they approached, the elderly woman erupted in a torrent of insults, hurling every expletive imaginable. Once this minor incident passed, it was soon Yi Su Mion's turn. Each person was allotted 1 kilogram of rice, 2 packets of compressed biscuits, and 5 bottles of mineral water. Observing the generous distribution of supplies, Yi Su Mion noted that the current official assistance was indeed quite sufficient. After collecting her rations, she prepared to return home. Upon reaching the entrance of her building, a woman blocked her path. Why, Yi Su Mion? The woman inquired. Who are you? Yi Su Mion asked warily. The woman before her, though possessing a delicate and refined appearance, radiated an air of superficiality. I am your former classmate from university, Li Jia, she replied with a smile. Why, Yi Su Mion frowned, struggling to recall this individual. Li Jia chuckled lightly and attempted to link arms with her. But Yi Su Mion swiftly stepped back. Unperturbed, Li Jia remarked, It's normal that you don't remember me. We hardly saw each other outside of class. Why Yi Su Mion chose not to engage, deeming it unnecessary to converse with someone she barely knew. Noticing Yi Su Mion's silence, Li Jia continued, I live on the 12th floor. Li Jia trailed behind her all the way to the 12th floor, finally stopping there without further following her. Chapter 19. The frantic zero-cost shopping. Li Jia watched Yi Su Mion ascend the stairs, a shadow of resentment flickering in her eyes. While she struggled to find food in this oppressive heat, relying on others to survive, Yi Su Mion appeared healthier than ever, her attire immaculate, showing no signs of deterioration from the apocalypse. Why should this be? Even during their university days, Yi Su Mion had exuded an air of superiority, ignoring everyone around her. Yet countless men were drawn to her beauty. Perhaps it was time for her to ruin Yi Su Mion. Living in the depths of despair, one still seeks to drag Yi Su Mion into the mire. The temperature has dropped somewhat. Seizing the cover of night, Yi Su Mion hurriedly ventures out for a zero-cost procurement. Presently, the populace believes the apocalypse has concluded, and the supplies distributed by the authorities are ample. Few individuals are venturing out to gather resources, making this an opportune moment for a swift gathering. Yi Su Mion is resolute. She retrieves the map she had prepared prior to the cataclysm. Today, she intends to head to the eastern part of Yang City, where a large shopping mall and several office buildings and hotels await. After changing into a suitable outfit, she sets out with her companion. Xiaobai.as Yi Su Mion descends the stairs. She takes care to remain inconspicuous. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she stealthily climbs out of the window, cloaked by the shadows of the night. Arriving at a secluded spot, she conjures forth her off-road vehicle from her spatial storage. Starting the engine, her first act is to turn on the air conditioning. Ah, the comfort! Soon, she drives to the eastern side of Yang City. After parking, she stows the vehicle back into her space. The mall's entrance has been pried open, revealing a treasure trove of electronic devices and jewelry. These items, however, do not suffice to satiate one's hunger, and those who enter show little interest in them, save for a few missing gold ornaments at the front counter. Yi Su Mion collects various electronic products. As her space can accommodate them with ease, gold is, of course, a given. Wherever Yi Su Mion goes, the shelves are left bare. She even gathers up some cabinets, which could provide warmth in the frigid cold. Yi Su Mion first enters the mall, where the ground floor houses several beverage shops. The freezers within have lost power, yet the equipment remains intact. She promptly stores it away in her space. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she finds it filled with summer clothing. Without hesitation, she collects everything, including the contents of the stockrooms from each store. On the 3rd floor, she encounters more garments, and she is undeterred, taking them all. The 4th floor boasts a variety of culinary delights. The stores, however, have rendered their ingredients unusable. Why Yi Su Mion refrains from inspecting each refrigerator, not wishing to subject her senses to the unpleasantness. Instead, she gathers all the tables and chairs, which could prove useful later for bartering at the base. She also takes away various cookware from establishments like hot pot and barbecue restaurants. The 5th floor features a cinema and a gym. Yi Su Mion proceeds to the gym and collects all the fitness equipment. Exiting the mall, she heads straight to the largest hotel nearby. This is the most luxurious establishment in Yang City. This time, Yisu Mian plans to start from the topmost floor and work her way down. The hotel stands 12 stories high. She ascends to the 12th floor with Xiao Bai in tow. Just a few months into the apocalypse, people have been confined to their homes by the oppressive heat. Many items outside remain untouched by others, to Yisu Mian's fortune. She reaches the 12th floor, where opulent suites abound. Surely, one of these must belong to the hotel's owner. Observing a lock that appears distinct from the others, she surmises this is the one. Without hesitation, she employs her lightning abilities to break the lock. The scene that unfolds before her leaves Yisu Mian astounded. The owner's suite is indeed magnificent. A grand aquarium sits in the living room, though it is now filled with desiccated fish. A sumptuous leather sofa adorns the space, and the carpet, seemingly made of tiger skin, strikes her as rather gaudy. She sinks into the sofa, relishing the comfort before deciding to store it away for her own use. The suite also contains a private wine cabinet, filled with exquisite bottles. The Yisu Mian swiftly stows the cabinet, along with a nearby tobacco cupboard, into her space. Venturing into the study, she feels the vibrations of her space intensifying as she approaches. The room appears to be filled with books, yet in the corner, a safe catches her eye. Could it be the source of the intrigue? As she approaches, she uses her abilities to unlock it. The safe reveals itself to be nearly half filled with cash, several gold ingots, and various contracts. Yet, as she opens the safe, the vibrations of her space grow stronger, suggesting that her space is expressing its disdain for her apparent ignorance. Surely, there must be another secret chamber within this room. Yisu Mian circles the room, searching for any hidden mechanisms. Xiaobai leaps about the room, fascinated by everything. Suddenly, it jumps onto the bookshelf, knocking a vase to the ground. In that moment, the bookshelf swings open. Xiaobai leaps down, nuzzling against Yisu Mian's legs, seeking praise. Yisu Mian crouches down to pet Xiaobai's head, promising, "I'll get you something good when we return." "Meow," responds Xiaobai in a playful tone. Indeed, a secret chamber lies beyond. Stepping into the hidden room, Yisu Mian is greeted by a veritable treasure trove of rare animal specimens, precious herbs, and ginseng displayed like flowers. Antique paintings and calligraphy adorn the space, and at the center stands a safe, even larger than the previous one. As she approaches, the vibrations of her space intensify further. It seems the source of excitement lies within this safe. Yet, after several attempts, she finds it impervious to her efforts. Such formidable defenses. Perhaps it is best to store the safe in her space for now and deal with it later. Her priority remains the zero-cost procurement. Placing the safe into her space calms the vibrations. With dawn approaching in just 4 hours, she moves on to the owner's bedroom. This presidential suite is splendid. The bed is the stuff of dreams, and Yisu Mian promptly claims it for herself. The mattress is several times more comfortable than her own. Curiosity piqued, she opens a wardrobe in the bedroom and is taken aback by the contents. Ropes, handcuffs, and other indecipherable items abound. The owner's tastes are rather unorthodox. Hastily, she shuts the wardrobe door. With everything collected, she exits the owner's suite and checks the other 2 rooms on this floor. These suites pale in comparison to the owner's. Offering little more than some complimentary beverages and bottled water, the Yisu Mian leaves no movable item behind. Even as the temperature has dropped slightly, the night remains sweltering. In no time, she pulls out a pre-filled bottle of spiritual spring water and drinks deeply, feeling her energy surge and the heat dissipate. While drinking, she also pours a bowl for Xiaobai, ensuring her companion is well cared for. After quenching their thirst, Yisu Mian and Xiaobai explore the lower floors, gathering any items of value, leaving nothing behind in their wake. Beds, tables, chairs, and toiletries are all collected with ease. The space is vast, and when the frigid cold comes, she plans to feign resource gathering, returning with her bounty to exchange for contribution points. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she discovers a self-service restaurant, though most of the food is no longer viable. However, she collects all the dining ware in the kitchen. She takes away all the cooking utensils. As she approaches the cold storage, she hears a humming sound. It's the generator. This cold storage still has power. It seems the contents may still be edible. Opening the cold storage, she is relieved to find no foul odors. Instead, it is filled with frozen meats. Being a high-end hotel, the quality of ingredients is exceptional, featuring various premium steaks, seafood, and an abundance of semi-finished products that Wai Isu Mian wastes no time, collecting everything into her space. Soon, she shall treat herself to a feast. Meow. Xiaobai interjects with a familiar tone that I know. I'll prepare a special meal for you too. Yisu Mian gently caressed Xiaobai, her loyal companion. After tidying up the restaurant, she set out to locate the hotel as storage room, swiftly collecting various supplies contained within. She reserved the items from the upscale suites for her own use, while the belongings from the ordinary rooms below were exchanged for much-needed resources. The impending extreme cold would render these items invaluable. Upon exiting the hotel, Yisu Mian strolled nearby, hoping to discover a jewelry store. She refused to leave empty-handed. It was imperative to gather some gold to nourish her space. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit as she stumbled upon several jewelry shops. However, most of the displayed treasures had already been claimed. Undeterred, she sought out a vault. With ease, Yisu Mian amassed a substantial collection of jewelry, gold, and silver trinkets. Taking advantage of her visit at the corner of the street, she entered an adult store in this desolate world. Such items had been overlooked, but they could prove valuable for barter within their base. A scarcity indeed in these apocalyptic times. With ample room remaining in her space, Yisu Mian did not hesitate. She pried open the door, collecting every item within. Some peculiar goods were left behind for those in genuine need. After completing her haul, she glanced at her watch. It was nearly 2 a.m. The return journey would take over 40 minutes, and dawn would likely break around 4 a.m. She needed to hurry back. Today, as she wandered into a secluded alley, she retrieved her vehicle from her space. Opening the door, Xiaobai leapt into the passenger seat. Yisu Mian started the engine, eager to return before daybreak. "Are you sure you saw a car pass by tonight?" One thug inquired. "Boss, I swear on my life. I'm certain it will return soon." Another replied, eager to please. "Bah, what is your life worth?" The boss scoffed, glancing at him. Yes, you're right, boss. Just keep an eye out. If it comes back, great. If not, you know the punishment," he warned ominously. "Boss, that person is in a condition to drive. And there must be supplies in the car." A lackey chimed in, attempting to ingratiate himself. "That goes without saying. Hurry up and keep watch." These men were nothing more than idle drifters, scoundrels before the apocalypse. And now they thrived in this lawless world. Excitement surged among them as one exclaimed, "Boss, I see someone. Quick, stop them." The boss urged, giving a subordinate a shove. With that, the boss and his lackeys concealed themselves by some obstacles, lying in wait. Meanwhile, Yisu Mian sped back, only to spot some barricades blocking the road ahead. It appeared that she had drawn the attention of some unwelcome individuals. Upon reaching the obstacles, she halted her vehicle. The thugs, seeing her stop, emerged from their hiding places. Yisu Mian exited her car, and Xiaobai, agile as ever, jumped into the driver's seat beside her. As the thugs laid eyes on the girl who had emerged from the vehicle, their hearts raced with the thrill of an easy target. That a young girl would surely be simple to intimidate, they thought, sharing smirks. The boss chuckled at the sight that Yisu Mian, pressed for time, had no desire to engage in their idle chatter. "You wasting my time. Perish," she declared. Before she could act, Xiaobai leapt onto the car's hood. In an instant, the thugs turned on each other, and within moments, they all lay lifeless. Yisu Mian glanced at the lightning-type ability orb in her hand and then at Xiaobai, who wore an air of pride, his big, watery eyes shining. "Master, praise me." Xiaobai conveyed telepathically, "Such impressive psychic abilities. My Xiaobai truly is my lucky star." Yisu Mian replied affectionately. "Let us celebrate with a feast." "You deserve it." Surveying the bodies, Yisu Mian noted it had been yet another day of heroism alongside Xiaobai. This area likely housed a gang. She was certain there would be a stash nearby. Checking her watch, she realized there was still time, so she quickly concealed her car and ventured into the nearby buildings in search of their hideout. Though their stash was meager, merely some instant noodles, canned fish, and other assorted supplies, Yisu Mian discovered a large chest filled with gold and jewelry. She struck it rich. These ruffians had unwittingly paved the way for her fortune. How might her space upgrade with such treasures? Yisu Mian was eager to return home and find out. Exiting the building, she maneuvered around the obstacles set by the gang, retrieved her vehicle, and continued her journey home. Throughout the drive, Yisu Mian felt elated. It had truly been a bountiful day. As she drove swiftly, nearing her destination, she found a secluded spot to stow her car in her space and proceeded to walk back to the apartment. Around 3:30 a.m., she stealthily entered the bamboo garden apartment, climbing to the 11th floor corner. Hearing footsteps, she quickly concealed herself. That Elijah has certainly had her fun. I'm curious about that girl on the 36th floor. Chow Wei remarked with a mischievous grin. Old Chow, have you forgotten our last encounter on the 36th floor? If we had gone a step further, those people would have met their end there. Ding Quan cautioned. What is there to fear? She is just a girl. She won to be a challenge. Chow Wei retorted coldly. That delicate flower on the 36th floor must have supplies. We'll feast without worry. They exchanged glances and laughed heartily. As if their victory was already secured, Wai Su Mian felt a chill run down her spine at their words. The oppressive heat of the day only heightened her discomfort. The thought of their intentions made her stomach turn. When you arrive, I'll send you straight to hell, she vowed silently. Her memory served her well. She recognized the voices of Chow Wei and Ding Quan. One was a fitness instructor, the other a greasy little boss of a small company from the pre-apocalyptic world. The Wai Su Mian waited until they had moved further away before cautiously ascending the stairs. Finally, she returned home. The temperature had dropped slightly over the past few days, but it was still unbearably warm. Wai Su Mian quickly changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes. From her space, she retrieved a large bathing tub and a smaller basin, filling them with preheated spring water. She and Xiao Bai eagerly jumped into their respective tubs. The moment they submerged in the spring water, Yi Su Mian felt all her fatigue dissipate. That it was pure bliss. After her bath, daylight had fully arrived. Grr, Xiao Bai's stomach growled. Had it not been for that sound, Yi Su Mian might have forgotten to eat. That it was just past 6 in the morning. Perfect timing for breakfast. With thoughts of last night's bounty, she decided to indulge. She first prepared a meal for Xiao Bai, serving the cat food she had made earlier along with some fish as soon as it was set out. Xiao Bai dashed over and began devouring it. Once Xiao Bai's meal was complete, Yi Su Mian turned her attention to her own breakfast. She prepared a serving of shrimp wontons, a few braised pork buns, and a cup of red bean soy milk. These pork buns were especially delicious. Yi Su Mian had stockpiled them before the world changed, and this particular shop was the best in town. With her meal ready, she opened her tablet to find a TV series to watch. What is a feast without a good show? While enjoying her food, she watched Apartment, savoring every bite. After finishing her meal, Yi Su Mian took out her recent spoils. She examined the safe, noting its impressive level of security. Time to test it in her space. Using her powers, she gradually increased her strength, attempting to break the safe's lock without damaging its valuable contents. Whatever had excited her space, so much surely held great worth. At last, she succeeded in opening the safe. Inside, she found some gold, a gun, a small box of ammunition, and some confidential documents. Down on the top shelf lay a small box. Yi Su Mian tossed the contracts aside for later review and picked up the small box, opening it. Inside was a blue ornament. Though she wasn't too well-versed in jewelry, it certainly appeared expensive. Just as she opened it, the blue gem levitated, transforming into a swirl of blue mist before vanishing in a thin air. Why Yi Su Mian was left bewildered. What just happened? Was this how her space upgraded? Suddenly, the space trembled, ejecting Yi Su Mian forcefully. Her confusion only deepened. During the previous spatial upgrade, such circumstances had never arisen. Could it be that this time there are numerous upgrades? Given the current situation, there seems to be no alternative but to wait and observe. That Wai Su Mian reclined on her bed, indulging in the company of her cat while enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. Although she had initially planned to sleep, her anticipation for the changes in the space now kept her awake. What if, on the off chance, the space were to close permanently? What would happen to her supplies? Yet, Yi Su Mian sensed that her lightning-based abilities were also undergoing an upgrade, indicating that the space itself was evolving. Suddenly, the space began to tremble, and Yi Su Mian felt a pull, compelling her to enter. With her cat Xiao Bai in tow, she stepped into the space. The moment she entered, a wave of comfort enveloped her. The thick mist that once shrouded the area had dissipated significantly, revealing a small patch of mountains. The spiritual spring had expanded, prompting Yi Su Mian to rush over for a sip. The effects of the spring water seemed to have enhanced as well. Testing her abilities, she confirmed that her level 10 lightning powers were indeed formidable. In her previous life, upgrading beyond level 6 was an arduous task for most ability users, with level 7 individuals being exceedingly rare. The space truly acted as a golden finger, effortlessly assisting Yi Samayan in her enhancement. She continued to explore the transformations within the space. Venturing to the newly developed mountain, she was pleasantly surprised to discover wild vegetables she recognized, having stockpiled a considerable amount. Overall, the spatial upgrade was splendid, and her abilities had progressed concurrently. After a thorough exploration, Yi Samayan decided it was time to exit the space for some much-needed rest. She emerged, cradling Xiaobai, when suddenly a jolt of recognition surged through her mind. As if she had unlocked a new psychic ability. Was this a manifestation of mental powers? With the space's upgrade, could she now replicate others' abilities? Yi Samayan found it hard to believe. After all, such a sudden awakening was not entirely impossible. She resolved to wait until abilities became more commonplace before testing this new development. Exhausted from a long day, she quickly laid down to sleep. Chapter 22. The Mutated Rats when Yi Samayan awoke. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She had to admit, that nap was incredibly refreshing. Ever since the space absorbed an unknown entity, resulting in a monumental upgrade, she noticed it no longer absorbed gold. This left her uncertain about what materials could be used for further upgrades. Rising from her slumber, hunger struck, prompting her to prepare a meal for Xiaobai before turning her attention to her own dinner. She decided on spicy stir-fried meat and braised pork, both delightful accompaniments to rice. Not wishing to indulge solely in meat, she added oyster sauce, sauteed lettuce, and a glass of chilled orange juice, which she had juiced during her leisure time before the apocalypse. The braised pork over rice was simply divine. Once she finished her modest meal, she retrieved the 2 safes she had collected the previous day. Realizing there were contracts inside that warranted closer examination. Perhaps they contained valuable items. Most were real estate contracts and company shares, but the last few seemed somewhat useful. Contracts for a car manufacturing plant and a food processing facility. The dates on these contracts appeared quite recent, suggesting they might involve new factories. Unfortunately, they were not located in Yangcheng, which was a considerable distance away. Nevertheless, she decided to hold on to them. They might prove useful in the future. Next, Yi Samayan pulled out a map, seizing the opportunity as the temperature began to drop, and prepared to venture out for her zero-cost shopping spree. Her eyes fell upon a warehouse in the suburbs, conveniently situated near the city's edge, not too far from her location. Today, she intended to collect everything available. After all, free goods should never be overlooked. With a click, Yi Samayan heard the iron gate outside creak open. Perhaps Jiang Chun had gone out. He certainly did not seem like an ordinary individual and might also be stockpiling supplies. After a quick tidy-up, she set out with Xiaobai. Descending the stairs, she found a discreet spot to retrieve her off-road vehicle and began her journey to the destination. The journey proceeded smoothly, with only the occasional sighting of a rat scurrying across the street. Upon reaching her destination, she parked the vehicle in a concealed area nearby, opting not to store it within the space. Today, she aimed for swift action. Arriving at the warehouse entrance, she discovered the large doors were unlocked. Had someone already entered? Since she was already there, she decided to investigate. Perhaps the interior would be vacant. Exercising caution, she reassured herself that, barring unforeseen circumstances, no one could best her in a confrontation. Without hesitation, she entered the warehouse with Xiaobai. Inside, remnants of human habitation were evident. However, the ground was stained with blood and littered with food wrappers. Meow! Xiaobai emitted a sharp, alert cry. Pressing further into the warehouse, Yi Samayan was taken aback to discover a human skeleton. She furrowed her brow, pondering what had transpired here to result in such a grim fate. The warehouse was eerily quiet. This appeared to be a food storage facility, and she noticed a substantial quantity of grain within. Continuing her exploration, she opened the inner security door. Most of the items remained intact. While she was gathering supplies, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached her ears. Someone was approaching. Yi Samayan quickly extinguished her flashlight and, with Xiaobai, concealed herself in the shadows. Even without the flashlight, her vision in the dark was relatively good. Thanks to the spiritual spring, the newcomer was a man, seemingly robust, though his silhouette struck her as vaguely familiar. Where had she seen him before? As the man advanced, she finally discerned his face. That it was Jiang Chun. Had he come to gather supplies as well? Even though she recognized him, Yi Samayan chose to remain hidden. Upon entering the warehouse, Jiang Chun had heard signs of life moments earlier, yet now there was an unsettling silence. Uncertain whether someone was hiding or if he had misheard, he decided to disregard the possibility of others and hurriedly began to collect supplies. Meow. Xiaobai's piercing cry shattered the stillness. Just as Jiang Chen intended to commence his gathering, a circle of red eyes appeared around them. Many more red eyes manifested behind Yi Suman. That in this unexpected turn of events, Xiaobai had no choice but to reveal itself. Even if they remained concealed, they could not silently exit the warehouse. Yi Suman stepped out with Xiaobai in tow. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, but neither spoke. They needed to address the immediate threat first. The creatures surrounding them were mutated rats, each the size of a toilet. It appeared there were quite a few of them. Xiaobai took the initiative, unleashing its abilities, causing a small cluster of mutated rats to turn on one another. Jiang Chen observed the unfolding chaos, glancing at Yi Suman and Xiaobai. Impressive. Without hesitation, he conjured an ice blade and charged into the fray. A wave of mutated rats fell before him. Yi Suman noted Jiang Chen's level of control over his ice abilities, awakened at such an early stage, indicating a commendable proficiency. However, she kept her own powers concealed, drawing her tang knife to confront the oncoming mutated rats, dispatching them with precision. Xiaobai, too, struck down a mutated rat with a swift paw. As the battle raged on, they initially found the mutated rats easy to handle. However, it soon felt as though the rats were coordinated, skillfully evading their attacks and forming strategic formations. Before long, the trio found themselves encircled. Although these mutated rats were manageable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Surely, there was a creature commanding them. Jiang Chen seemed to grasp this as well, and the trio charged deeper into the warehouse. Indeed, they discovered an enormous mutated rat, roughly the size of a small electric scooter. Yi Suman surmised this creature had likely developed a crystal core. Without hesitation, she concentrated her lightning abilities into her tang knife and leapt forward, aiming to strike the mutated Rat King. The mutated Rat King reacted swiftly, evading her attack. Since her rebirth, Yi Suman had not engaged in much real combat. This was the perfect opportunity to hone her skills. Both she and Jiang Chen pressed forward to confront the mutated Rat King, while Xiaobai handled the other mutated rats. The natural fear cats instill in rats proved advantageous. As the surrounding mutated rats hesitated to approach, occasionally, a few fearless ones met their end at Xiaobai's claws. After several exchanges, the mutated Rat King bore numerous wounds, having gained intelligence through its mutation. It realized it could not triumph over the duo and the feline companion. In desperation, it attempted to flee. Jiang Chen and Yi Suman relentlessly pursued, leaving no room for escape. With a piercing shriek, the mutated Rat King called out, and the surrounding mutated rats surged forward in a frenzied charge. Seeing the mutated Rat King panicking, Yi Suman channeled her lightning powers into her tang knife. Leaping forward before the creature could react, in a swift motion, the mutated Rat King was cleaved in two. As it fell, the remaining mutated rats scattered in every direction, fleeing the scene. Chapter 23. Cooperation. The mutated rat swarm fled in disarray, leaving behind the solitary corpse of the mutated Rat King. Yi Suman approached, and with a swift stroke of her tang knife, the crystal core of the mutated Rat King fell free. Remarkably, this mutated Rat King had already reached level 3, and this was merely the onset of the apocalypse. To possess a level 3 crystal core at this stage was unprecedented in her previous life. Such cores only manifested after torrential rains, when humanity began to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Observing Jiang Chen's powers, it was evident that others had likely awakened as well. Yi Suman stowed away the crystal core and cast a glance at Jiang Chen. You need not share this with me. After all, it is you who vanquished the mutated Rat King, Jiang Chen remarked. However, Yi Suman had no desire to divide it with him, yet she noted that Jiang Chen harbored no ill will towards her. Furthermore, their joint effort in defeating the creature made it rather challenging to divide a single crystal core. Jiang Chen's favorability rating in Yi Suman's heart silently increased by 0.01, but was Jiang Chen's presence here merely a coincidence? Or did he have ulterior motives? Regardless of his intentions, it was highly unlikely he could overpower the current Yi Suman. Yi Suman regarded Jiang Chen, noting his tall, sturdy physique and his cool demeanor. The oppressive heat of the day had caused him to sweat profusely, and his light clothing revealed the contours of his muscles. One word came to her mind. Handsome. Simultaneously, Jiangchen scrutinized Yisu Mian. This was the first time he had observed her with such earnestness. Their previous encounter in the apartment had been a hasty affair. Back then, Jiangchen simply thought Yisu Mian was beautiful. But now she radiated vitality and composure. Yisu Mian had simply tied her hair in a high ponytail, donning ordinary attire that was suitable for the sweltering heat of the evening. During the confrontation with the mutated Rat King, she had perspired significantly, yet now her beauty appeared more vibrant than ever, a sight he had never witnessed before. Yisu Mian, shall we consider a partnership? Jiangchen proposed calmly. That a partnership? Yisu Mian responded, slightly taken aback. Lately, the temperature seems to have moderated, but I believe the apocalypse will not conclude so swiftly. The future environment will only become increasingly inhospitable. Jiangchen candidly expressed his thoughts, to Yisu Mian smiled. How can you be certain that the apocalypse will never end? She countered that it appeared that Jiangchen possessed considerable insight. Indeed, the apocalypse was unlikely to cease and would likely intensify. Jiangchen's expression turned serious. It's instinct that Yisu Mian raised an eyebrow. Jiangchen elaborated, I have awakened an ice-type ability, and considering the size of these mutated rats, it is evident that animals adapt to their environment far more swiftly than humans. If the apocalypse were to end, these mutations would not have occurred so rapidly. Then how can I trust your intentions regarding this partnership? How do I know you do not have ulterior motives? Yisu Mian inquired. To establish trust, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jiangchen, a weapons dealer, hence my possession of firearms. Our meeting point for transactions is Yang City. Since my arrival, the temperatures have begun to rise. I must first secure a place to stay. Jiangchen succinctly explained that if you require further details, I can elaborate when time permits. He added with an air of composure. Jiangchen was indeed speaking the truth. His weapons organization was situated in a region experiencing extreme heat. As the temperature began to rise in Yang City, all transportation had come to a standstill. Having engaged in perilous work for years, he had developed a certain wariness towards danger. With no means to return, Jiangchen was compelled to find shelter in Yang City and stockpile supplies. His food reserves were nearly sufficient, yet he had not gathered enough water. Rest assured, barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall make excellent partners, Yisu Mian replied with a smile. Barring unforeseen circumstances? Jiangchen queried. Indeed, under such conditions, should you harbor any intentions to bring me harm, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, Yisu Mian stated, her tone seemingly light-hearted. Yet Jiangchen understood that she was wholly serious, and her words were not mere jest. Jiangchen chuckled softly and extended his hand. Fear not, I have no interest in unforeseen circumstances. Yisu Mian reciprocated, briefly shaking his hand. In that instant of contact, she felt a chill coursing through her body. It was not the opportune moment to decipher the sensation, and she could only ponder it later in the apartment. Yisu Mian, prior to the apocalypse, I was an ordinary university graduate who chose to lay low. She introduced herself. Jiangchen paused momentarily. Yisu Mian. Given their partnership, it seemed fitting to share her full name, leaving only the surname unspoken. The partnership was thus established. Having an additional formidable ally was undoubtedly preferable to possessing another formidable adversary. Now that we are partners, I place my absolute trust in you, Jiangchen stated earnestly. Consequently, Jiangchen produced a jade pendant. The moment he revealed it, Yisu Mian's spatial awareness began to resonate. Understanding dawned upon her. This was yet another space. Jiangchen truly had faith in her, showing no fear of being outmatched. This is a space I inadvertently acquired while gathering supplies a few days ago. It can hold any objects, but living beings, whether human or animal, cannot enter. Time within this space flows in sync with the outside world. Jiangchen explained that Yisu Mian regarded Jiangchen. This is quite a valuable item. You trust me enough to share this without fear of theft. I have no fear for having established a partnership. I must extend sufficient trust to you. Otherwise, what is the basis for collaboration? Jiangchen paused briefly. Moreover, I am confident that you would not resort to such actions. Yisu Mian smiled. Indeed. Why would I covet such a trinket when I possess an expansive space of my own? I could take everything, but I shall only claim 60%. Jiangchen interjected. The space is provided by me. Yi Su Mian glanced at him, noting his unwavering resolve to avoid loss. However, if Jiang Chun had not mentioned his space, Yi Su Mian would not have been able to reclaim even 40% in that case. Should she desire those items, she would have to return for them, having already acquired 2/3 of the resources. She decided to let it be. After a moment's contemplation, she consented to the arrangement. Chapter 24. The extreme heat is nearing its end. Once the division of resources was settled, the two began organizing the supplies. Jiang Chun, utilizing the space pendant, commenced collecting the items. The ground was littered with the carcasses of numerous mutated rats, and a faint odor lingered in the IT seemed that the skeletal remains glimpsed upon entry had indeed been the work of these mutated rats. Fortunately, the supplies had been well preserved. Otherwise, they would have been rendered useless. Suddenly, Yi Su Mian recalled that Xiao Bai was a cat, and she had not seen its presence for quite some time. That it wouldn't dare consume any of those mutated rats. Would it? She pondered anxiously. She hurried to search for Xiao Bai. The cat promptly leapt down from above and sat before Yi Su Mian. You must not eat those mutated rats, even though you are a cat. Yi Su Mian admonished seriously. These mutated rats harbor bacteria and carry a plethora of viruses. That it is said that in a previous life, someone, driven by hunger, consumed a mutated rat and met their demise the following day. While it is uncertain if animals suffer the same fate, it is best to avoid them altogether. That we have ample food at home, and I can afford to care for you. Meow, Xiao Bai replied. With a stockpile of the Master S provisions, this cat had no need to consume those repugnant mutated rats. Yi Su Mian affectionately patted Xiao Bai's head. Jiang Chun efficiently gathered all the supplies in no time. Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun exited the warehouse. Are you heading back to the apartment? Jiang Chun inquired. Yes, I'll drive, Yi Su Mian replied nonchalantly. Then you may return first. I have another destination to visit. All right, Yi Su Mian said, just as she turned. Jiang Chun suddenly asked, Aren't you worried I might abscond with the supplies? Yi Su Mian turned back to face him. I trust my partner. Continuing onward, Yi Su Mian led Xiao Bai to the car. Without a backward glance, she drove away, indifferent to Jiang Chun's intentions. Upon reaching the vicinity of her apartment, Yi Su Mian found a secluded spot and concealed the vehicle within her space. That a glance at her watch revealed it was already past 2 a.m. Treading lightly with Xiao Bai in tow, she returned to the apartment and immediately changed out of her damp clothing. Feeling the sweat clinging to her skin, she retrieved a bath bucket and, together with Xiao Bai, they each settled into their respective tubs for a soak. Yet, even during this moment of relaxation, Yi Su Mian remained industrious. Pulling out her tablet to watch a television series, she poured herself a bottle of iced red tea and savored the fruit platter she had prepared earlier. Recently, she had become captivated by Journey to the West, often daydreaming of soaring through the clouds. That as the water began to cool, she took Xiao Bai in her space to dry off. Today had drained her of much energy. Once outside the space, she set out some fish jerky and canned food for Xiao Bai, while she treated herself to pumpkin millet porridge and a large steamed bun filled with braised pork. This bun was truly a delight that never grew tiresome. She resumed watching her series, indulging in her meal. Just as she was finishing, she heard the sound of the iron gate creaking. Jiang Chun had returned. Exhausted, she decided against gathering supplies for the night, opting instead to rest until she awoke. Jiang Chun shared the same sentiment, though he thought that since he had been busy the previous night, Yi Su Mian might have already gone to sleep upon her return. Thus, he intended to head home first instead of seeking her out immediately. However, he nearly forgot about the matter entirely until he unlocked his door. When they had confirmed their partnership with a handshake, he had felt a brief chill within him, perhaps a consequence of Jiang Chun's ice-related abilities, suggesting he might have inadvertently copied that power at that moment. Yi Su Mian, deep in concentration, concentrated her energy into forming a small ice orb in her palm. Suddenly invigorated, she pondered the potential of her space's upgrade. Could it truly replicate abilities? What had once been mere speculation now had a tangible example. And her affection for her precious space grew exponentially. What a remarkable treasure her space was. Familiarizing herself with her abilities, she absorbed the 3rd-level crystal core she had acquired that day, primarily to enhance her psychic powers. Upon completion, her psychic abilities advanced to level 2. Indeed, psychic powers were rare, and their progression was slow, yet they proved to be immensely useful. Having finished her tasks, fatigue washed over her, and she lay down on her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Not only had she gathered a plethora of supplies, but she had also acquired a new ability, ensuring her sleep was peaceful and rejuvenating. Xiaobai curled up beside her, snoring softly. When Yi Sumin finally awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After tidying up briefly, she prepared to visit Jiang Chun next door. Before stepping out, she affectionately patted Xiaobai once more, saying, "Good boy, keep the house safe." With a smile brimming with fondness, she thought how adorable little animals could indeed heal the human spirit. "Meow," Xiaobai replied, acknowledging, "I understand, master. I will guard the home diligently," leaving a few cat treats for Xiaobai. She ventured outside. Upon reaching Jiang Chen's doorstep, before she could knock, he swung the door open. Having heard her approached, "I was waiting for you to close the door," he explained, offering a rationale for his timely response. Jiang Chun regarded Yi Sumin and said, "Let's place the supplies in your living room, though I doubt there will be enough space." They decided to start by setting some items aside, planning to assess needs later. Yi Sumin led Jiang Chun to her front door. Upon opening it, she noticed Jiang Chun standing a bit further back, which she appreciated as it indicated a respectful social distance. Her living room was sparse, so she invited him in without hesitation. Jiang Chen's gaze did not wander. He directly produced a substantial amount of supplies in the open space. After arranging everything, he frowned and remarked, "The daytime temperatures have already stabilized around 40 C. It won't be long before this extreme heat subsides that it would be prudent to prepare accordingly." "Understood," Yi Sumin replied with a smile. Having completed their task, Jiang Chen did not linger and returned home. Yi Sumin stored some of the supplies back into her space, leaving a few items in the living room before retreating to her bed. Indeed, the extreme heat was about to end, paving the way for torrential rain. Currently, the authorities still delivered supplies periodically, but once the rains came and official aid ceased, survival would become even more challenging, and societal order would further deteriorate. Chapter 25. Shut up, you dead green tea. In recent days, she had been on a zero-cost shopping spree, and today she intended to replenish her strength and treat herself well. She decided on grilled fish for dinner, freshly packaged blackfish from a nearby shop, with all her favorite accompaniments: crispy lotus root slices, oil wheat greens, cilantro, juicy fish balls, and fish tofu. The aroma wafted enticingly as she lifted the lid. Accompanied by a bowl of rice, she thought a refreshing wheat juice would be ideal. However, in this apocalyptic world, she steered clear of alcohol. Drinking leads to trouble, she reminded herself, opting instead for a chilled bottle of bayberry juice. As she unveiled the grilled fish, Xiaobai began meowing eagerly nearby. It smelled divine. Yet, knowing that cats should consume less oily and salty food, she fetched some previously cooked beef for Xiaobai. To satisfy him further, she offered a generous piece of her grilled fish. Both the human and the feline relished their feast. After dinner, Yi Sumin watched another episode in her bedroom before taking Xiaobai into her space for some exercise and to check on her other little creatures. The space was quite spacious, allowing her to find some workout equipment and engage in a brief workout, followed by a couple of laps to build endurance. Regardless of how powerful her abilities became, her physical fitness was paramount. Xiaobai frolicked around in the space, playfully teasing the fish and shrimp in the pond. After a few days of hoarding supplies, her routine had been disrupted. She planned to rest early tonight to readjust her schedule. After exercising, Yi Sumin took a refreshing shower with Xiaobai before heading to bed. The temperature dropped rapidly, with daytime highs now hovering around 35 C, comparable to a typical summer. People began yearning to restore their normal lives. Mistakenly believing the apocalypse had passed, Yi Sumin enjoyed 2 peaceful days at home. But trouble soon knocked on her door. Yi Sumin lay sprawled on her bed, deeply asleep, with Xiaobai beside her mirroring her pose. Indeed, one bed could not accommodate 2 distinct personalities. Suddenly, loud knocking reverberated from the iron door. The noise jolted Yi Sumin awake. To be honest, she was not typically irritable upon waking, but few would remain unperturbed by such a ruckus. Her pupils darkened slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. A glance at the clock revealed it was barely past 7. In a hurried manner, she changed clothes, grabbed her tang knife, and proceeded to the door. 3615, 3616. Hurry up and come out. If you don't show yourself soon, I'll break down the door, a voice outside bellowed. The persistent banging escalated to attempts at forcibly breaking the lock, Jiang Chun had emerged slightly ahead of Yi Sumin. Upon seeing both of them, the crowd's murmurs intensified. With the extreme heat coming to an end, society will soon return to order. Surely, you don't wish to end up in prison for causing deliberate harm? Wu Bin, the elected leader of the group, chuckled menacingly as the extreme heat apocalypse waned. Temperatures normalized, and everyone longed to return to their previous lives. The first order of business, however, appeared to be threatening those who had previously caused harm to surrender their supplies. After some scheming, the group united to confront 3615 and 3616. That you don't want to go to jail, do you? Hand over all your supplies, and we might consider your circumstances. Ding Quan sneered that Yi Sumin recognized him from a previous encounter. His greasy demeanor was enough to turn her stomach. Look at you, so soft and tender, clearly a treasure trove. And I recall you have a cat. Why not kill it and feed it to my grandson? Who has been starving? An acerbic old lady chimed in. Beside her, a little boy piped up, Grandma, I want to eat meat. Another voice chimed in, exactly. It's hard enough for us to find food, and you're keeping a cat? Better to sacrifice it so we can all have a meal. Feeding a cat is just wasting resources. The speaker shot Yi Sumin a disdainful glance as Yi Sumin opened the door, Xiaobai, hearing threats against his life. Furiously charged out, only to be thwarted by an iron gate that prevented him from attacking. Yi Sumin was already irate from being woken up, but now an old woman was threatening her cat. One could tolerate many things, but not this. In a fit of rage, she flung her tang knife, silencing the crowd. Though she felt a desire to eliminate them all, she was not a sociopath nor a murderous fiend. Very well, Yi Sumin glared at the crowd. Then unlocked the door immediately. The elderly lady spoke with a sense of triumph. Yi Sumin stepped forward, opened the iron gate, and walked out. Upon witnessing Yi Sumin's actions, the crowd's faces lit up with palpable excitement. They had managed to frighten the young girl with just a few words, a testament to her tender age, before the others could revel in their moment of joy. Xiaobai darted out first, clawing the faces of those who had threatened to consume her. Xiaobai was remarkably swift. Before the individuals could comprehend the situation, she had already made her mark and swiftly returned to Yi Sumin's side. The frontmost individual, clutching his face, barked, "You will pay for this, you wretched cat. I'll ensure it ends up in a stew today." Several others began to echo his sentiments. Yi Sumin merely chuckled coldly. "Once you descend into hell, you will possess everything you desire. Would you like me to escort you there?" Her tone, though gentle, sent shivers down the spines of those present. She advanced, delivering a swift kick that sent the foremost man flying, causing a domino effect that knocked several others down, including the previously boastful elderly lady. "Sumin, we are all part of the same community. It is only right that we assist one another. Once order is restored, we will compensate you," Li Jia hastily interjected, offering a hand to help the elderly lady, exuding an air reminiscent of a scheming green tea. "Moreover, your cat has injured everyone, so compensation is a must," added the building supervisor, Wu Bin. "Silence, you insipid green tea." Yi Sumin shot a glare at Li Jia, ignoring Wu Bin entirely. It was evident to her that Li Jia was no good. Li Jia, with a delicate pout and her innocent, wide eyes blinking innocently, appeared even more harmless. Wu Lu Zhang, it's fine. After all, Sumin has cared for this cat for a long time. She surely wouldn't part with it easily. Ding Quan and his companions, witnessing Li Jia's demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward to placate her. "What manner of speech is this? You may appear refined, yet your temperament is so volatile. Li Jia hasn't even mentioned you. Your cat was the one who caused the injuries." "Sumin, we merely wish to borrow some supplies," Li Jia began again. Chapter 26. No free lunch. Yi Sumin was truly tired of their incessant chatter and interrupted. "Borrowing supplies, is it? You wish to feast upon my cat as well? What more do you desire? Would you like some excrement to consume? The apocalypse has arrived, and your faculties seem to have withered away. Your lack of supplies and food is of no concern to me. I possess provisions and resources. Have your brains turned to mush?" Jiang Chen observed Yi Sumin's fervent retort that it was indeed a wise decision to partner with her. That moment, Jiang Chen drew his gun, aiming it at the individuals before him. "I will count to 3. If you do not disperse." 3. The crowd began to panic, realizing the gravity of the threat. 2.1. The individuals hesitated, gambling on Jiang Chen's reluctance to fire. Upon reaching the count of 3, he shot the shoulder of the one who had spoken earlier without hesitation. "If you do not leave now, Next time it will be aimed a little higher. Jiang Chen's gun remained unwaveringly aimed. Suddenly, an indescribable stench filled the air, and a conspicuous puddle formed on the ground. The man, terrified, lost control of his bladder. The oppressive heat, coupled with the scarcity of water resources, made the odor unbearable. "Murderer!" he screamed, finally comprehending the situation, and he stumbled away, clutching his shoulder. The onlookers, witnessing the seriousness of Jiang Chen's threat, fled in haste. That Elijah, as she departed, cast a lingering glance back at Yi Samayan. Meanwhile, a small boy remained rooted to the spot, tugging at his grandmother's arm. "I want to eat meat. I want cat meat." The elderly lady attempted to drag her grandson away, but he stubbornly plopped down, throwing a tantrum. "I want to eat meat, Grandma. I want to eat meat." In response, Yi Samayan's Tang Dao was drawn toward the pair, and Jiang Chen's gun was similarly trained on them. The elderly lady, disregarding her grandson's cries, swiftly scooped him up and dragged him away. Even after they had retreated a considerable distance, Yi Samayan could still faintly hear the boy's wails. Once everyone had fled in disarray, Jiang Chen and Yi Samayan sheathed their weapons. Yi Samayan turned to Jiang Chen. "This iron gate cannot deter those with ill intentions. That I possess a small generator. I will retrieve it shortly to electrify the gate. This commotion is quite bothersome." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied. "The generator will be provided by me. You shall handle the installation. By the way, do you have any wastewater?" "Use will suffice," Jiang Chen inquired. Yi Samayan raised her gaze to Jiang Chen. He gestured toward the pungent puddle on the ground. "Clean this up. Otherwise, the heat will make it even more unbearable. You are aware that my water resources are quite limited and that I have little wastewater to spare." Jiang Chen elaborated. "Very well," Yi Samayan replied before turning to retrieve the necessary items. Fortunately, she had previously utilized water that could be recycled, so she had a fair amount of wastewater on hand. Yi Samayan fetched a bucket of the most used and filthy wastewater and also located a small generator. After all, excessive wastewater would raise suspicions. She did not take too much. Upon exiting, she found Jiang Chen still waiting outside, now accompanied by a small water bucket, which contained a pitiably small amount of water, evidently used many times. Jiang Chen noted, "Your water is more abundant, and you have the generator. I shall handle the remaining tasks. I cannot let you bear the burden alone." Yi Samayan raised an eyebrow. "Agreed. Once the cleaning is done, I shall return the bucket to you." "All right." Yi Samayan, not wishing to be impolite, set down her items and retreated to her room. The unexpected commotion of the morning had concluded, and it was now past 9 o'clock. Glancing at the time, she realized she was quite famished. Eating was one of Yi Samayan's greatest pleasures. After preparing a meal for Xiaobai, she began contemplating her own meal. Today, she craved tofu pudding, relishing both savory and sweet varieties. She opted for the savory today, adding extra coriander and chili, along with some aged vinegar. It was indeed a perfect bowl of tofu pudding. Next, she retrieved a fried dough stick and a basket of beef-filled soup dumplings, which burst with juice upon the first bite. Opening her electronic food app, Yi Samayan savored her meal with great delight. She and her cat feasted heartily, after which Yi Samayan prepared to indulge in her tablet for a while. That moment, Xiaobai approached, nuzzling Yi Samayan's face and licking her affectionately. "Ugh," Yi Samayan grimaced. "Xiaobai, your breath is dreadful." Xiaobai looked wounded, eager to escape Yi Samayan's presence. Reacting quickly, Yi Samayan scooped up Xiaobai and retrieved a pet toothbrush to clean her teeth. With all the recent happenings, she had indeed neglected Xiaobai's dental hygiene. Since cats are carnivorous, it was essential to maintain their oral health. After giving Xiaobai a quick dental care session, she headed to the living room for her daily exercise. Daily exercise was a must. The oppressive heat would soon pass, and daytime temperatures would return to previous levels. Calculating the time, it appeared that rain would arrive within a week. First, when the rain commenced, people rushed out to revel in it. Reveling in 3 consecutive days of showers, it was only after a week that the rain began to engulf certain buildings, and people belatedly realized that the apocalypse had not concluded. Rather, it had merely transitioned into a new phase. Due to the torrential downpour, the government's supply of resources dwindled initially, but as time passed, the frequency and quantity of aid diminished significantly. Eventually, transportation became exceedingly difficult, and no rescue efforts reached their location. Yi Samayan practiced her combat skills by following pre-downloaded instructional videos. With a basic foundation from before the apocalypse and ample practical experience from her previous life, Mastering these skills was not particularly challenging, that if only she had a partner for sparring, that as the intense heat subsided. Yi Samayan removed all blackout curtains from her bedroom and other areas, replacing them with frosted privacy film. During the day, she could draw the curtains to let in some sunlight, while at night, the curtains sealed tightly, preventing any light from escaping. Once she completed her tasks, she took a quick shower in her simplistic villa within her space. After tossing her recently changed clothes into the washing machine, she exited the space that IT was once again her favorite lunchtime. Having prepared for Xiaobai, she began crafting her own meal. Today, she intended to watch a story about the village of sheep and the fortress of wolves on her electronic food app. Thus, she decided on cumin-laden lamb skewers. Additionally, she planned a small barbecue and a plate of sweet and sour fried instant noodles. What barbecue would be complete without garlic scallops and garlic oysters? And of course, spicy stir-fried clams. The sizzling meat skewers, dripping with juices, were promptly packed away into her space. The barbecue shop even provided a portable heating stove with her order. However, Yi Samayan refrained from using the small stove, fearing it would emit too strong an odor when heating the barbecue. Chapter 27. Rainfall accompanied by a glass of iced freshly squeezed orange juice. Yi Samayan savored her meal while watching her electronic food app. Joyful moments always seemed to pass too quickly. After finishing her meal, she spent some time on her tablet, petting her cat, before taking a short nap in her cozy bedroom. Ding Quan lay in bed with Li Jia. I never anticipated that our plan would fail. Indeed, observing the demeanor of those on the 36th floor, it is apparent that they are well supplied. That Yi Sumiyang, during her university days, always carried an air of superiority. I long to bury her in the dirt, Li Jia remarked with a fierce glare. Especially when Li Jia reflects on the fact that she must endure life relying on the corpulent and exceedingly greasy Ding Quan and Chao Wei, bearing the humiliation day after day. Witnessing Yi Sumiyang thrive on the 36th floor fills her with such rage that she wishes to eliminate Yi Sumiyang on the spot. That it was a struggle to coordinate their efforts to procure supplies from the 36th floor. Yet they face staunch resistance. Who knows how long they would have to wait for another opportunity? Li Jia spat venomously. Ding Quan, with a lewd grin plastered across his face, felt invigorated at the mere thought of Yi Sumiyang's visage. He was determined to seize the 36th floor eventually. Rest assured, one day, the 36th floor will be ours. Ding Quan's countenance grew even more lascivious. As Yi Sumiyang slumbered peacefully, she was abruptly awakened by a thunderous clap. In her dream, she seemed to revisit the day she self-destructed her crystal core. The explosion's roar was deafening. Yi Sumiyang turned off the air conditioning, descended from her bed, and opened the window to observe the scene outside. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the layers hanging low, and the wind howled fiercely, causing the air to grow increasingly humid. A blinding flash of lightning streaked across the horizon, and as it faded, torrential rain cascaded down, resembling a colossal waterfall that blurred the vision of all who beheld it. Thunder rumbled ominously within the darkened clouds. The deluge swept across the entirety of Yang City. Indeed, it could be said to engulf the entire planet. Yi Sumiyang recognized that a tempest was upon them. She could faintly hear the jubilant voices of people outside, exclaiming that the oppressive heat had finally come to an end. Despite the downpour, some individuals began shedding their clothing to bathe in the rain, while many others rushed home to gather containers for collecting rainwater. Yi Sumiyang cast a cursory glance downstairs, but the height of the building rendered her unable to see anything clearly. It was prudent to close the window, lest the wind grow stronger and rainwater invade her sanctuary. With the rain now falling, Yi Sumiyang planned to ascend to the rooftop later that evening to position 2 water tanks. Ensuring a reserve of water resources. Stockpiling fresh water was a wise precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Having awakened with little to occupy her time, she entered her storage space to place the previously used dishes into the dishwasher. She refrained from discarding the disposable containers and takeout boxes, for they might prove useful in the future. Dinner was a simple affair, consisting of curry chicken and rice. As night fell, Yi Sumiyang resolved to ascend to the rooftop to place the water tanks. Upon opening her door, she discovered a water bucket left at her doorstep, intended for Jiang Chun, along with some exquisite candies. Jiang Chun was quite resourceful, she mused. Retrieving the water bucket, Yi Sumiyang made her way to the top floor. There were no residents above the 36th floor, so she could discreetly place the water tanks in a somewhat concealed location. For the first 3 days of rainfall, the populace remained cheerful, diligently venturing out to collect water. Each day brought torrential downpours, obscuring distant objects and rendering nearby sites hazy. Then on the fourth day, with no one overseeing the city's drainage system, puddles began to accumulate on the ground. Despite the prime location of Yi Sumyang's community, water still gathered on the pavement. That in light of the recent heavy rains, the authorities had failed to distribute supplies. Many believed the scorching apocalypse had ended and that official resources would soon arrive. Leaving them with scant provisions, disorder began to unfold within Yi Sumyang's community once more. There had been instances of desperate individuals attempting to pilfer items from the 36th floor, only to be repelled by the electrified iron gate. With both the iron gate and the threat of firearms, few dared to venture up. Observing the rainfall, Yi Sumyang surmised that it would not be long before the lower levels would be submerged. With the ongoing downpours, she felt no inclination to venture outside. Days passed in her cozy refuge, where she indulged in dramas, exercised, and feasted. That was until Jiang Chen knocked on her door. Initially perplexed, Yi Sumyang opened the door to find Jiang Chen with a grave expression. Inquiring, "Have you noticed anything unusual in your apartment recently?" Yi Sumyang, bewildered, responded, "No, why?" "Follow me," Jiang Chen instructed as he turned and left. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow him. Jiang Chen gestured towards a corner just outside the iron gate. With her keen eyesight, Yi Sumyang immediately spotted a severed hand at the corner, accompanied by a small pool of blood. Frowning, she wondered how such a thing could appear here. After a brief discussion, they resolved to open the iron gate and investigate. As they approached, it became evident that it was indeed a hand, marred by various other wounds that did not appear to have been inflicted by a sharp instrument. Moreover, the bloodstain suggested that the severed hand had recently fallen. Danger is not inherently terrifying. Rather, it is the uncertainty of the unknown that breeds true fear. Jiang Chen and Yi Sumyang exchanged glances. This does not seem to be the work of a human. Jiang Chen opined that Yi Sumyang was all too aware that in this post-apocalyptic world, not only humans possessed extraordinary abilities, animals had also undergone mutations. It appeared that the creatures in this vicinity wielded significant lethality. Consequently, they decided to examine the nearby floors. Yi Sumyang left her pet Xiaobai at home to guard the premises. After all, to live here peacefully until the storm subsided. It was imperative to eliminate any potential threats. Who could sleep soundly at night under such circumstances? They secured the door and proceeded to search a few floors above, entering unoccupied apartments, but finding nothing amiss. They then descended to the lower levels. Upon reaching the 20th floor, they noticed a partially ajar door with bloodstains nearby. The two exchanged a glance, retrieved their weapons, and cautiously approached the door, stepping lightly as they slowly opened it. Inside, the floor was awash with a myriad of bloodstains, not only on the ground but also splattered across the walls. In addition to these gruesome marks, Yi Sumyang discerned a trail of human footprints, indicating that others had discovered this place as well. However, aside from the blood-soaked living room, there was nothing else of interest. They continued to tread softly, inspecting the other rooms until they reached the bedroom. The sight within was enough to draw a sharp intake of breath. Even Yi Sumyang, who had witnessed countless gruesome scenes in her previous life, found this spectacle deeply unsettling both psychologically and physically. Chapter 28. Unknown creatures. Yi Sumyang felt on the verge of retching her lunch. Seasoned from countless battles, Jiang Chen was equally taken aback. The room was strewn with dismembered limbs and mangled flesh, blood covering every surface, and the body was so unrecognizable that its former identity was lost. Yet, photographs adorning the walls revealed that the deceased was none other than Qiao Wei, whom she had encountered earlier while ascending. Even amidst the downpour, the weather was not excessively warm, yet the dismembered body and shredded flesh were teeming with maggots. The white, writhing creatures squirmed across the floor. The air was thick with the scent of blood and decay. Were it not for Jiang Chen's presence, she would have hastily retrieved a gas mask from her storage space. As they surveyed the horrific scene, it became clear that this was not the result of human action, but rather the work of some perilous creature. Yi Sumyang released her psychic abilities, yet found no anomalies. Perhaps her powers were still too weak. However, in her previous life, she had never encountered such a creature. The only time she had witnessed such carnage was during the insect plague, when those caught in the tide were typically reduced to mere skeletons. Yet in this building, there was no sign of a widespread infestation. Overwhelmed by discomfort at the sight of so many maggots, Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chun longed to escape this place. They hastily exited the room, only to spot a figure lurking suspiciously in the corridor. Jiang Chun dashed forward and swiftly subdued the sneaky individual. Yi Sumiang squinted and recognized the greasy Ding Quan. Upon seeing the two formidable figures, Ding Quan trembled in fear but attempted to maintain bravado, stammering, "Are you here to kill me? What are you doing sneaking around here?" Yi Sumiang demanded sternly. Dealing with such individuals required no gentle words. Ding Quan averted his gaze, muttering, "In nothing." Without hesitation, Yi Sumiang brandished her dagger, pressing it against Ding Quan's neck, seeing the blade mere centimeters from his throat. Ding Quan collapsed to his knees in terror, entirely forgetting his earlier bravado about seizing the 36th floor. That a coward by nature, he had no desire to provoke these two to "I truly don't know." "Please let me go," Ding Quan stammered. Yi Sumiang pressed the blade closer, drawing blood. "That ILL talk," Ding Quan exclaimed, fully convinced that the two could easily end his life. "Chao Wei's corpse was discovered this morning." Ding Quan continued, glancing up, "That I came to see him about something, and the door was ajar, with bloodstains outside, that I didn't dare enter directly, so I called out a few times, but no one responded. However, I too am filled with trepidation that I called upon that individual named Wu Bin, along with a few others, to enter together. Upon seeing Chao Wei in such a state, we were immediately struck with fear. For there was nothing else within, that we fled in terror." As Ding Quan candidly recounted, that I often walked closely with Chao Wei and was privy to the location of some of his supplies. I thought to seize the opportunity to take them. "Dear madam, I have disclosed everything I know. Could you please lower the knife?" Ding Quan said cautiously, "That I assure you, I have spoken the truth." Observing Ding Quan's honesty, Yi Su-mian deigned to lower the tang, Daowi. Upon hearing Yi Su-mian's words, Ding Quan appeared as if he had been granted a pardon, hastily escaping in a flurry. Both Jiang Chun and Yi Su-mian, having listened to Ding Quan, found themselves utterly bewildered. They could only descend a few more floors, yet still encountered no anomalies. Reluctantly, the two decided to return home. That evening, when it was time for dinner, Yi Su-mian found herself devoid of appetite. Yet, she understood the necessity of sustenance to maintain her strength. The delectable dishes before her tasted akin to wax. She took multiple showers, fearful of any lingering odors. Over the past 2 days, the 36th floor remained uneventful. Yet below, 4 more individuals had perished, their demise mirroring that of Chao Wei. The more timid families had taken to clustering together, terrified of meeting a similar fate. Chao Wei's corpse had begun to emit a putrid stench by the following day, prompting Wu Bin to promptly incinerate him. The unknown mutated creatures had instilled a profound sense of dread within the populace. With the onset of heavy rains, no officials arrived to deliver supplies, leaving the people not only hungry, but also in a state of constant fear. This trepidation was not confined to those on the lower floors. Yi Su-mian remained vigilant each day. Fortunately, there was Xiao Bai, whose alertness was commendable, coupled with psychic abilities, allowing Yi Su-mian to maintain a sufficient level of awareness that on the 4th day, the individual chosen by the unknown mutated creature was none other than Ding Quan, who was sharing a room with Li Jia. They were in the midst of a tender moment when a sudden rustling sound broke the silence. Ding Quan and Li Jia, distracted by the torrential rain outside, paid it no mind. Just as they were about to proceed, a shadow swiftly crawled across the wall to Li Jia. Upon spotting the shadow, let out a shriek. Ding Quan jumped in fright. "What are you shouting about?" Ding Quan retorted angrily. "Ding Quan, look at the wall. What is that?" Li Jia huddled in fear on the bed. At the sight, Ding Quan fell silent, paralyzed with fear, unable to move, without electricity in the apartment. They could not discern what it was, only seeing a shadow over a meter long clinging to the wall. Both Ding Quan and Li Jia were terrified, frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat, and covered in goosebumps. People are inherently fearful of the unknown. Li Jia was too frightened to scream, afraid that the creature might suddenly appear before her. As time passed, more and more shadows emerged, some as large as a small electric scooter. Ding Quan looked up and noticed several black figures on the ceiling as well. Their fear intensified. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Aside from their breathing and the sound of rain outside, the only noise was the rustling of the creature. Suddenly, The shadow on the wall began to move as Elijah, gripped by fear, attempted to flee. Ding Quan, rooted to the spot, dared not budge. The movement startled the creatures, causing them to rush towards the bed. In an instant, Li Jia was knocked down by one of the creatures. Some were also heading in Ding Quan's direction. Li Jia felt a sharp pain and screamed. Ding Quan was bitten several times as well. The creature lunged towards Ding Quan's face. Instinctively, he swung his hand to fend it off. Unexpectedly, a fireball shot forth, striking the creature. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, the fireball ignited the furniture in Li Jia's home. Ding Quan, feeling the light, quickly opened his eyes. Chapter 29. The mutated money worm. Ding Quan awoke to find the room crawling with enormous bugs. He struggled to rise, his eyes widening at the sight of the monstrous mutated centipedes. This creature, already unsettling in appearance, was now grotesquely large. Who could remain unafraid of a centipede the size of a small scooter? Some even referred to it as a money worm. Ding Quan quickly attempted to conjure another fireball. Another fireball shot out, and he directed it toward the bugs. It seemed that the mutated money worms feared fire. Scattering in every direction at the sight of flames. Elijah, witnessing Ding Quan's barrage of fireballs, was utterly astonished. Moreover, Ding Quan had successfully repelled the money worms. Yet what shocked her even more was the large mutated money worm encircling her, with one clinging to her. How could she not be terrified? Ding Quan, save me! Ding Quan, please! Li Jia cried out in terror, desperately hoping for his assistance. That moment, Ding Quan, hearing her cries, remembered that she was still in peril. Seeing the mutated money worm on her, he felt a wave of goosebumps. He hastily employed his abilities to free her. Ding Quan's fire abilities struck the mutated money worm, causing sparks to rain down upon Li Jia, prompting her to yelp in pain. Elijah had no time to check her wounds, quickly scrambling to Ding Quan's side. The mutated money worms retreated in terror from the flames that engulfed the room. Although Ding Quan had successfully driven them away, none were killed. Fortunately, they had both preserved their lives. Ding Quan and Li Jia cautiously surveyed their surroundings, only daring to move once the mutated money worms had departed. After the creatures left, they hurriedly dressed and extinguished the burning furniture using rainwater. Once the fire was extinguished, Li Jia examined her wounds, relieved that her face remained unscathed. Ding Quan, however, was not much better off, bearing numerous wounds, the origins of which were uncertain, whether from bites or scratches. That same night, in addition to Ding Quan and Li Jia, 3 other households were also attacked by the mutated money worms. However, 2 of those households were far less fortunate than Ding Quan and Li Jia, as he had suddenly awakened his fire abilities. Elijah felt an immense sense of gratitude for having Ding Quan by her side. Despite his unappealing appearance, at least she would not go hungry or fall victim to the mutated money worms. Ding Quan continued to experiment with his fire abilities, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. His malevolence only grew. Aside from the unfortunate 2, Jiangchen also found himself among the ill-fated. Dawei Su Mian, residing next door, had invested a considerable sum to renovate and fortify her apartment, sealing all gaps, which spared her from the harassment of the mutated money worms. Jiang Chun, however, was not so lucky. Due to the nature of his profession prior to the apocalypse, he was perpetually in peril, recently, with the unknown creatures posing a constant threat. Jiang Chen's sleep had become increasingly shallow. His instincts for danger remained sharp. Even the slightest noise or hint of danger would rouse him immediately. Upon hearing a faint rustling sound, Jiang Chen awoke at once. Aware that the enemy was hidden, he refrained from turning on the lights, catching only glimpses of dark forms clinging to the wall. Years of combat experience, bolstered by his abilities, came to his aid as he unleashed an ice attack, pinning the large shadow to the wall. The nearby mutated money worms, startled, began to crawl toward Jiang Chen to attack. He swiftly activated the generator that powered the lights. The room illuminated, revealing a multitude of mutated money worms, each the size of a small scooter, causing Jiang Chen to shudder. It was not fear, but rather an unsettling feeling at the sight of such grotesque creatures. Despite their size, dealing with the mutated money worms proved relatively easy for Jiang Chen. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched several, and upon witnessing their kind fall, the remaining worms hastily retreated. Not wishing to leave the dead creatures in his bedroom, he decided to relocate them to the living room. Jiang Chen contemplated knocking on Yi Su Mian's door to inquire about her situation, but thought better of it. Knowing her abilities were formidable, that he resolved to visit her the following morning instead. After tidying up his bedroom, Jiang Chen took a brief rest. When Yi Su Mian awoke, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock. She casually ate some broth noodles and a boiled egg, followed by a cup of soybean milk. After her meal, she quickly freshened up. Given the rainy weather, the indoor temperature remained around 20 C, prompting Yi Su Mian to don long sleeves early on. Just as she finished getting ready, she heard several knocks at the door. Presuming it to be Jiang Chen, she opened the door to find a serious, handsome face before her. Who could resist a good-looking man? So, did anything unusual happen last night? Jiang Chen inquired earnestly, that why Yi Su Mian. Puzzled, responded, "What do you mean by unusual?" Noticing the perplexed expression on her face, Jiang Chen realized that the mutated money worms had not intruded into Yi Su Mian's residence. "Come with me." Jiang Chen finished speaking and turned to head home. Yi Su Mian, though puzzled, followed closely behind. Upon opening the door, Jiang Chen invited her in. "Come take a look." At why Yi Su Mian entered and was taken aback to see several mutated centipedes sprawled across the living room floor. "So large," she exclaimed, her shock palpable. In her previous life, she had never encountered such mutated creatures that a shiver ran down her spine and goosebumps erupted on her skin. Apart from spiders, these centipedes were among the insects she despised the most. This aversion stemmed from a night before the apocalypse when, in a daze, she had carelessly drunk from a mug without noticing the contents. The following morning, she discovered a centipede the size of her pinky nestled within. She had no idea whether it had been there while she drank. Since then, the sight of centipedes haunted her. Now, seeing these mutated centipedes, she realized they were likely the culprits behind recent events. Noticing Yi Su Mian frozen in place, Jiang Chen assumed her shock was mere astonishment. "You should dispose of them quickly," Yi Su Mian urged before hastily exiting. Eager to leave the room, to the doorway. She added, "Come find me later." Without looking back, she hurried home, her heart fragile from the encounter. After Yi Su Mian departed, Jiang Chen swiftly dealt with the remains of the mutated centipedes that he tidied up the house and changed into fresh clothes before setting off to find her. Chapter 30. The army of centipedes. Having cleaned up and disposed of the mutated centipedes, Jiang Chen sought out Yi Su Mian. When she opened the door and saw him, they acknowledged their collaborative relationship, especially since there was nothing scandalous in the living room. Aside from Yi Su Mian's workouts, she spent most of her time in the bedroom. The living room contained only a small sofa and some supply boxes Jiang Chen had brought during his last visit. Most of the items had been stowed away in her personal space. As Jiang Chen entered, Yi Su Mian gestured for him to sit on the sofa. Xiao Bai greeted Jiang Chen with a token meow before leaping onto the couch to lounge. Jiang Chen had earned a bit of Xiao Bai's affection. Observing that Jiang Chen had changed his outfit, Yi Su Mian felt a slight increase in her regard for him. Just the thought of the mutated centipedes made her skin crawl. Killing one will attract many more. If any of the ones killed last night were female, they'll draw in male centipedes, she stated seriously. The prospect of swarms of centipedes appearing on the 36th floor filled her with dread. "I know that, which is why I came to discuss it with you," Jiang Chen replied. They continued to converse about various topics before Jiang Chen took his leave. Once he was gone, Yi Su Mian hurriedly fetched insecticide from her space and sprayed it into the crevices of the room. Although it was unlikely to be effective, it offered her a modicum of psychological comfort. Mutated creatures had only begun to emerge about a year after the apocalypse, and now she had witnessed both mutated rats and centipedes. Alarmingly, these mutated centipedes were as large as the rats. In her previous life, she had encountered cockroaches the size of size 45 shoes and mosquitoes large enough to drain a person dry. She had seen a man covered in dozens of mosquitoes, and within moments he had ceased to breathe. Ultimately, people discovered that cockroaches could be consumed, becoming a primary source of protein. Various mutated animals had surfaced, including spiders as large as small cars, during lunch and dinner. Yi Su Mian ate sparingly, relying on a boxed meal she had prepared earlier. Fearing the sudden appearance of mutated centipedes, she avoided entering her space that day. Occasionally, she would use her mental abilities to sense if any living creatures were nearby. With Xiao Bai present, whose mental acuity and sense of smell far surpassed her own, she felt a bit more secure. In the dead of night, Xiao Bai suddenly erupted into a frenzy, alerting Yi Su Mian to the arrival of mutated centipedes. Using her mental powers, she confirmed that only 2 were in the house, Upon stepping out of her bedroom, she indeed spotted two large black shadows on the living room wall. Without hesitation, she unleashed her lightning abilities, swiftly dispatching the mutated centipedes. Just as she finished, Jiangchen knocked at the door. When Yisu Mian opened it, he caught sight of the centipede corpses in her bedroom. "That I have many more in my place." "Far more than what you have," Jiangchen remarked. While they conversed at the door, the corridor became inundated with mutated centipedes. Both had no choice but to face the onslaught. Why, Yisu Mian's lightning abilities were discharged relentlessly. While Xiao Bai joined the fray, in no time, the corridor was littered with the bodies of the mutated centipedes, yet they continued to surge forward without fear. Thankfully, Yisu Mian had maintained her physical training, enabling her to handle the relentless tide of mutated centipedes with ease. A glance at Jiangchen revealed that he too was managing well. "Jiangchen, step back a bit," she instructed. That he promptly complied, retreating a safe distance. With Jiangchen positioned further away, Yisu Mian unleashed her full force of lightning powers. The entire corridor fell silent, the air thick with an unpleasant odor, and no more mutated centipedes dared to advance. Yisu Mian, now winded, began to catch her breath. Jiangchen, astonished by her powers, felt a newfound admiration for her. He realized how much she truly despised centipedes, and with his space ability, he found it easy to transport the centipede corpses. "I'll handle the cleanup. My space will make it simple," he offered, taking on the task. "That no need. Let us do it together." Yisu Mian declined, unwilling to let him shoulder the burden alone. "It's fine. You delivered that final blow, which is why we were able to finish so quickly," he insisted. "Well, if that's the case," Yisu Mian conceded. Jiangchen accompanied her back to her home. Upon arriving, Yisu Mian opened the door, and Jiangchen, suppressing a smile, suggested, "Let me help you remove the centipede corpses from your room." "Then thank you," Yisu Mian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Initially, she had contemplated refusing his assistance, but ultimately decided against it, knowing that the presence of mutated centipedes would unsettle her. Jiangchen effortlessly transported the corpses using his space ability. Although she had a similar power, she had yet to reveal it to him. After Jiangchen removed the mutated centipede bodies, Yisu Mian cleaned the entire area. Finally, the army of mutated centipedes had been dealt with. Why Yisu Mian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Jiangchen's significant help. Perhaps she should invite him to dinner that evening? After all, he was her collaborator, and it would be nice to treat the handsome man. "All right, it's settled," she thought, quickly considering what to prepare for dinner. Beyond the 36th floor, other levels were also under siege by mutated centipedes, and many had lost their lives to these creatures. Only Ding Quan possessed abilities that allowed him to protect himself. Numerous people had fled to his floor. Watching Ding Quan casually hurl fireballs, they were left in awe. While his abilities may not have been particularly powerful, mutated centipedes were fearful of fire and avoided approaching Ding Quan and the frightened Li Jia behind him. Wu Bin was the first to spot Ding Quan, shouting, "Ding Quan, please help me." Ding Quan glanced at Wu Bin, devising a plan. "You must give me all your supplies." He grinned mischievously. "That I have no supplies." Wu Bin protested. Moments later, a mutated centipede pounced on him. "Please help me. I'm begging you, Dingo." Wu Bin cried, terrified, realizing that supplies were far less important than his own life. The enduring wisdom of "as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood" resonates profoundly in the tale of Chapter 31 to Ding Quan. Observing Wu Bin's earnest plea, nonchalantly conjured a fireball that struck the mutated money string, causing it to flee in fear of the flames. Wu Bin, trembling with urgency, stumbled to follow Ding Quan closely behind. But as Ding Quan noticed the diminishing size of his fireball, he hastily encircled himself with flammable furniture, igniting them to create a protective barrier against the mutated creatures. As time passed, more individuals began surrendering their supplies, while those less fortunate, yet possessing a modicum of charm, caught Ding Quan's attention and were forcibly appropriated. A faction of defiant individuals opted to ignite their own furniture in a bid to repel the mutated money string. After an hour or two, inexplicably, the mutated creatures retreated, marking a turning point for Ding Quan, who had ascended in status and amassed resources. However, Ding Quan became increasingly tyrannical. Any dissent was met with his wrath. The populace feared his abilities, and he not only pillaged supplies but also abducted women, leading many to align with him, including Wu Bin, a prime example. Even Li Jia began to wield her newfound influence to intimidate ordinary folk. In the midst of turmoil, Yisu Mian contemplated indulging in hot pot, believing such a feast is best enjoyed in the company of another. Resolute in her decision, she ventured out to find Jiang Chun. At that moment, he was busily engaged outside, but upon seeing Yisu Mian, he set his tasks aside. "Jiang Chun, would you care for hot pot?" she inquired. "Yes, what's the matter?" He replied that as a token of gratitude for your assistance in dealing with the mutated money string. "I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. What do you think about hot pot?" Yisu Mian proposed. Jiang Chun smiled lightly. "Sounds good. I'll join you once I finish up." This was the first time Yisu Mian had witnessed Jiang Chun smile, and she found his charm utterly captivating. After returning home, Yisu Mian quickly changed out of her battle attire. She had just emerged victorious and felt the need to rejuvenate with a bath. As she soaked, she savored some fruit while watching a drama, feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss, an indulgence she never experienced before the apocalypse. Once refreshed, she began to prepare the ingredients for hot pot. Knowing Jiang Chun would be joining her, she refrained from showcasing her spatial abilities and opted for supplies that were more accessible in the apocalypse. That it was a rare treat to enjoy such a meal during these dire times. She prepared a yin-yang hot pot. Although she preferred spicy broth, she opted for a mild flavor for the noodles, and she retrieved some dipping sauces as well. Yisu Mian also soaked a small packet of kelp, which preserved well in the apocalypse, along with some cured sausage, tofu skin, vacuum-packed meatballs, luncheon meat, hot pot noodles, and even a can of beef. She gathered a variety of vacuum-sealed meats to create a makeshift braised meat hot pot. Among the supplies Jiang Chun had previously delivered was a can of yellow peaches, which she decided to open as well. Struggling to think of any further long-lasting food options, she prepared a meal for her cat. Before Jiang Chun arrived, she began heating the pot. Jiang Chun knocked at the door, just as the water reached a boil. When she opened it, she found Jiang Chun holding a plate of freshly harvested vegetables, oil wheat, lettuce, and cilantro, none of which were particularly large, but nonetheless a delightful find. "I grew these in the kitchen. I happened upon some seeds while scavenging." Jiang Chun explained. "Do you like cilantro?" he asked. Yisu Mian's eyes lit up. Cilantro was her favorite herb, and she had even cultivated a patch for it in her space. As Jiang Chun entered, he placed the vegetables down and revealed his other offerings: 3 vacuum-packed portions of cooked beef, 3 sizable chicken drumsticks, 3 eggs, and 2 bottles of soda. "These are for Bai," Jiang Chun said with a grin, further endearing himself to Yisu Mian. Bai responded with a cheerful meow and began to feast. Yisu Mian marveled at how much her feline companion could eat, but she understood that Bai would stop when full. "Shall we start eating?" she suggested. "Absolutely," Jiang Chun agreed, and they began to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Both immersed in the scrumptious meal, they shared little conversation, completely oblivious to the happenings on other floors. It seemed the mutated money string had vanished without a trace. Yisu Mian noted Jiang Chun's fondness for spicy food, as he didn't touch the clear broth at all. They concluded their feast with hot pot noodles, leaving no remnants behind. After Jiang Chun helped clean up, he returned to his residence, while Yisu Mian patted her satisfied stomach. Although the meal lacked premium ingredients like beef or lamb, it was delightful nonetheless. After a brief rest, she took Bai to her space, eager to collect the rapidly growing vegetables she had planted. The fruit trees were also thriving, yielding plentiful and sweet fruits. Spotting glistening strawberries, she promptly harvested a basket, relishing in her bounty. In Chapter 32, the narrative shifts to a tense confrontation involving Lin Zhou and Ji Yutong. "I warn you, do not approach," Lin Zhou exclaimed, standing protectively in front of Ji Yutong. Despite being cornered by Ding Quan, he refused to abandon her. They had not succumbed to Ding Quan's influence. Even as he cast his greedy gaze upon Ji Yutong. During the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Zhou had shielded Ji Yutong with unwavering devotion, but now he found himself outmatched. As Ji Yutong wept, Ding Quan leered, "Oh, lovely girl, don't be so temperamental. I merely wish to cherish you." With righteous fury, Lin Zhou charged at Ding Quan, only to be struck down by his fire-based abilities. "Lin Zhou," Ji Yutong cried, rushing to his side as he struggled to rise, scorched and bloodied, but determined. Ding Quan's minions encircled them, mercilessly beating Lin Zhou to the brink of death while Ji Yutong was restrained, helplessly watching her beloved suffer. "You will pay for this, Ding Quan," she screamed, her voice filled with anguish. "Such an ungrateful wench. It's your fortune that I desire you." Ding Quan sneered, his greed palpable as he lunged for Ji Yutong. His clammy lips poised to breach her defenses. Lin Zhou, despite his injuries, fought to rise, but his strength was waning. Consumed by despair, he cursed his impotence as Ji Yutong fiercely resisted, seizing the moment to bite Ding Quan's arm. In pain, Ding Quan attempted to shake her off, but she held fast at "You vile wench!" He roared as his minions rushed to separate them. When they finally pried Ji Yutong away, Ding Quan's arm was left bloodied, a testament to her defiance. "How dare you bite me?" he seethed, regaining his composure only to slap Ji Yutong across the face at She cried out in shock that Ji Yutong was suddenly knocked to the ground, her face swelling instantly. Lin Zhou, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at the fallen Ji Yutong, unable to muster the strength to assist her. Ding Quan seemed to have exerted all his might, while Ji Yutong lay on the ground, half conscious. What a stroke of misfortune, utterly oblivious to her circumstances. Ding Quan approached the motionless Ji Yutong, gripping her chin. "That I swear I will not let you off, even in death." Ji Yutong spat in Ding Quan's face. He wiped his face and delivered another slap to Ji Yutong. "Since you are so eager to be with this worthless fool, I shall grant your wish that I end such a state. You shall witness his demise." Ding Quan gritted his teeth that he released Ji Yutong and, glancing at his injured arm, lost interest, turning to leave, locking Lin Zhou and Ji Yutong inside the room. After everyone departed, Ji Yutong finally regained her composure. She struggled to her feet and moved beside Lin Zhou. Seeing the severity of Lin Zhou's injuries, she wept uncontrollably. Lin Zhou managed to lift his hand to wipe away Ji Yutong's tears, soothingly saying, "Do not cry. It will not look good." Perhaps neither of them held any hope for survival now. Outside, a torrential downpour engulfed the second floor, and the rescue team had not arrived with supplies for quite some time. With Lin Zhou gravely injured, escape was impossible. Li Jia was aware that Ding Quan had just faced a setback with Ji Yutong. Observing Ding Quan's wounded arm brought her a sense of secret satisfaction. That fat pig, that greasy man. Yet, this was merely Li Jia's imagination. She still needed to rely on him for survival, so she dutifully fetched supplies to tend to Ding Quan's wounds. Ding Quan regarded the gentle and meticulous Li Jia, and compared to Ji Yutong, found her more agreeable. "You know your place." Ding Quan pulled Li Jia close. "Brother Ding, I will rely on you in the future," Li Jia said, sounding like a white lotus. Now that Ding Quan possessed such formidable powers, Li Jia seized the opportunity to casually mention the 36th floor. "Brother Ding, what do you think is happening on the 36th floor? Perhaps it's been devoured by mutated creatures." Upon hearing Li Jia's words, Ding Quan recalled the situation on the 36th floor, that if they were dead, they would collect supplies. If they were alive, well, that little beauty on the 36th floor would be his. The humiliation he had suffered a few days prior ignited a desire to reclaim his dignity there. Today, his frustrations had no outlet, and he yearned to trample that pretty boy on the 36th floor. "My dear, I almost forgot. Once I'm healed, we shall go to the 36th floor." Recently, Ding Quan had little time to concern himself with Lin Zhou and Ji Yutong, allowing them to fend for themselves. He was certain that Lin Zhou would perish, that Ji Yutong could not bear to see Lin Zhou so gravely injured, especially as he developed a high fever. Fortunately, they were confined in her own home, and no one was watching the door. The Ji Yutong had prepared a small first aid kit. For food, she would stealthily venture out to scavenge, as well as utilize her previous stockpiles. The relentless downpour showed no signs of abating and only grew heavier. Within a couple of days, the flood submerged 3 floors. During this time, Ding Quan occasionally visited Yi Sumian's floor to see if the two were still there. On one such occasion, he chanced upon them conversing in the corridor. The sight of Yi Sumian's face stirred a sense of criminal impulse within him. The thought of soon claiming the 36th floor filled him with delight. That moment, Ding Quan resolved to head to the 36th floor. Accompanied by a group of his lackeys, Li Jia followed eagerly, her anticipation mounting at the prospect of Yi Sumian's misfortune. In the days that followed, Li Jia had redoubled her efforts to serve Ding Quan. "Come out, 36th floor residents," one of the lackeys shouted. "Come out." They were aware that the iron door was electrified and dared not knock, but continued to shout. Observing the lack of response, the lackey persisted in his calls. It was midday, and Yi Sumian was relishing her crispy roasted duck wrap and spicy shredded meat when the commotion outside caught her attention. These fools never learn and always come seeking their doom. Similarly, Jiang Chun was at home enjoying a fragrant lunch when he heard the ruckus outside, frowning as he got up to see who dared to disturb them. Seeing that no one had responded after shouting for a while, Ding Quan hurled a large fireball at the iron door in an attempt to breach it. Chapter 33. Ding Quan's Demise, Part 2. As Yisumian opened the door, she saw a fireball hurtling towards her, smashing into the sturdy iron door of the corridor. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, enabling her to dodge it. Otherwise, the sparks would have surely scorched her. Xiaobai followed closely behind Yisumian. She surveyed the fallen door and the gathered crowd in the corridor, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes, causing Ding Quan and his gang to shudder. Ding Quan took a step back, feeling an eerie chill from Yisumian's gaze. Yet, recalling his powers, he shook his head to dispel that notion. Now that he possessed abilities, why should he fear a mere woman like Yisumian? What a joke! Yisumian's only thought was to eliminate this fool at once. Jiang Chun felt the same, that why Yisumian drew her tang knife. That I advise you not to struggle. Come here and admit your wrongs, and I will treat you well. Yes, Yisumian, you won't regret following Brother Ding. Li Jia chimed in, eager to see Yisumian plead for mercy. Ditto, like you, whimpering like a dog. How disgusting, Yisumian retorted coldly. She found Li Jia utterly detestable. Li Jia felt the sting of Yisumian's words. Are you scared, Yisumian? Li Jia feigned calmness, though her hands trembled with anger. The why Yisumian surmised that Ding Quan had been manipulated into this situation. Ding Quan flaunted his low-level fireball again. The why Yisumian and Jiang Chun regarded him as though he were a source of amusement. Having gained a modicum of power, he thought to challenge the world that in her previous life, those who first acquired abilities either sought to protect themselves, join the authorities, or, most despicably, oppressed those without powers and committed heinous acts. Yisumian recalled that in her past life, abilities began to manifest gradually after the storm had passed. The timeline had shifted this time, which was detrimental to her. Why Yisumian and Jiang Chun had no intention of engaging with Ding Quan. They were unaware of how Jiang Chun had leveled up, but now he possessed a level 4 ability, more than sufficient to deal with a level 1 fire user like Ding Quan. Ding Quan, seeing their indifference, grew increasingly furious. You little pretty boy, just wait until I make you pay. Ding Quan shouted angrily. You lot charge at them, Ding Quan commanded his lackeys. You lot go, with Brother Ding here, what is there to fear? Seize that little R. Li Jia shouted from behind, her face contorted with malice. Initially, the group hesitated, intimidated by the occupants of the 36th floor, but with Ding Quan's fire abilities backing them, their courage swelled. They rushed forward. Before they could reach Jiang Chun and Yisumian, Xiaobai let out a piercing screech. Instantly, the advancing crowd froze, their eyes vacant. Ding Quan, witnessing this, mistakenly believed they were still fearful of Jiang Chun and Yisumian. Why are you all just standing there? What are you waiting for? Ding Quan bellowed in anger. He shouted several more times, but the group remained unresponsive. Infuriated, Ding Quan took matters into his own hands. He hurled a fireball at Jiang Chun. That a level 1 ability was utterly insignificant against a level 4. Jiang Chun effortlessly neutralized Ding Quan's attack. That all you've got? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and smirked mockingly. Since acquiring his powers, Ding Quan had never met anyone who could withstand his fire attacks. He couldn't fathom that someone could easily deflect them. That I thought you were impressive, but you can't even compare to an oven. Yisumian taunted at that moment, casting a disdainful glance at Ding Quan. Even Xiaobai shot a derisive look at him. You filthy woman, are you getting cocky? Ding Quan seethed, his rage intensifying at Yisumian's mockery. He charged at her, but even with all his might, his attack was effortlessly neutralized. Yisumian didn't even need to move from her spot. Not only was his strike easily thwarted, but he was also sent sprawling to the ground by Yisumian's counterattack, coughing up black smoke. Ding Quan now understood that both of them possessed abilities, and theirs were significantly superior to his. Realizing he might not survive this encounter, he scrambled to his knees, crawling towards Jiang Chun and Yisumian. Please spare me. I promise to serve you both faithfully. While speaking, he bowed repeatedly, not forgetting to steal a glance at Yisumian and Jiang Chun. Ding Quan realized that this time he might be doomed. Seizing the moment when Jiang Chun and Yisumian were distracted, Ding Quan summoned all his strength and unleashed his fire-based ability in an attack against the two. However, Jiang Chun and Yisumian were already on guard against Ding Quan. and his meager ability barely tickled them. Thus it posed no real threat to either of them. Sensing the impending danger, Jiang Chen quickly positioned himself in front of Yi Sumin to neutralize the ability and launch Ding Quan far away. Ding Quan was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Yi Sumin stepped forward and inadvertently brushed against Ding Quan. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had acquired a fire-based ability. Although Yi Sumin was adept at wielding her lightning-based powers, capable of inflicting a fate worse than death, she still chose to spare him a swift demise. The loathsome creature, she thought, did not deserve such a quick end. As the ability struck Ding Quan, he could only convulse on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Elijah, hiding nearby, had imagined a scene of Yi Sumin begging for mercy, but instead, she witnessed Ding Quan being easily subdued by Yi Sumin. Clenching her fists tightly, even to the point of nearly embedding her nails into her flesh, Li Jia's heart seethed with anger. Why did Yi Sumin have a normal man by her side while she was stuck with this greasy oaf? Yet, no matter how unwilling she felt, Li Jia could only sneak away, for she too faced a grim fate if caught. As Ding Quan clung to the last remnants of his life, Yi Sumin brandished a tang knife, poised to end him. Wait! A woman's voice interrupted. The blade hovered just shy of Ding Quan's throat. Intrigued by the voice, Yi Sumin turned to see a girl, gaunt and battered, her face marred by bruises and eyes aflame with rage. The newcomer was Ji Yutong. She had stealthily emerged from hiding to scavenge for supplies and had witnessed the unfolding events from the shadows. She had initially thought that the two on the 36th floor would meet the same fate as she and Lin Zhou had once endured, only to be astounded by their effortless handling of the villain Ding Quan. Can I finish him myself? I have a grudge against him, Ji Yutong declared through gritted teeth. In that moment, she longed to avenge herself and Lin Zhou by delivering Ding Quan's fate. Chapter 34. Reckoning. Yi Sumin discerned the depth of Ji Yutong's hatred and acquiesced. It mattered not who delivered the blow, for death was the ultimate equalizer, with Yi Sumin and Jiang Chen overseeing the situation. Even if Ji Yutong had intended to rescue Ding Quan, they would only accompany him on the path to the underworld. Trembling, Ji Yutong drew a dagger from her pocket and approached Ding Quan. Upon seeing the weapon, Ding Quan's heart surged with fear. No, I don't want to die yet. Ji Yutong, however, paid no heed to his pleas and plunged the dagger into him repeatedly. She did not cease her assault until Ding Quan fell silent. Blood drenched Ji Yutong's hands and face. After what felt like an eternity, she finally registered what she had done, her body shaking uncontrollably. She composed herself, having forced through the chaos, but as soon as Ding Quan breathed his last, her spirit plummeted. Nevertheless, she wiped her face and stood tall, mustering a weak smile for Yi Sumin. Thank you. Without you, I could never have taken this step, Ji Yutong continued, reflecting on how she had ventured out today to scavenge and had been drawn by the tremendous noise from above. She had thought she would have to cower in the shadows while Ding Quan tormented those on the 36th floor, only to be taken aback by Yi Sumin's calm demeanor in the face of danger and her evident strength. Ji Yutong was moved. Perhaps she too could strive to become like that. Yi Sumin, hearing Ji Yutong's words, found little to say, for in truth, whether one more life was taken or spared was inconsequential. What mattered was that they all met their end. Ji Yutong understood that this event was trivial to Yi Sumin, but in a way, she had saved both her and Lin Zhou. Ji Yutong vowed to remember this day, as long as she drew breath. Much later, when she encountered Ji Yutong and Lin Zhou again, Yi Sumin would be surprised by the extent of their assistance. However, that was a tale for another time. Ji Yutong, having expressed her thoughts, departed to return to Lin Zhou, hoping to share the good news that might hasten his recovery. After Ji Yutong left, Xiaobai called out once more, dispelling the mental abilities that had been imposed upon everyone. They felt as if they had just awoken from a nightmare, one that had left them drenched in cold sweat. As they stirred from their slumber, they were confronted by the sight of Ding Quan's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. A shiver coursed through them. How had he perished so swiftly? Before they could grasp the situation, Jiang Chen's cold voice rang out. You all, fix our door. Otherwise, your fate will mirror Ding Quan's. A chill ran down their spines. The urgency of survival eclipsed all other concerns. The door was unusable. They would have to dismantle parts from other floors to secure it. Even if they chose not to replace it, they would be too terrified to return to the 36th floor. Primarily, they were simply frightened. Yi Sumin, however, paid no mind to the door. She had her own score to settle with Li Jia. With this nuisance around, trouble was inevitable. I am going to find that girl who was with Ding Quan earlier. Yi Sumin informed Jiang Chun. Would you like me to accompany you? Jiang Chun asked, and no need. I can handle this minor matter on my own. Yi Sumin firmly declined, setting off downstairs accompanied by Xiao Bai in search of Li Jia. Yi Sumin suspected that Li Jia was likely hiding out of fear, uncertain of which room she might be in. With Xiao Bai's keen senses aiding her, they ventured forth, confident in the animal's ability to track. Simultaneously, Yi Sumin used her mental abilities to scan the area, though her power was still too nascent, quickly draining her stamina. She had to replenish herself with spirit water as she went. Fortunately, she soon decided to rely solely on Xiao Bai's capabilities. By the time they reached the 8th floor, they still had not located Li Jia. Meow upon reaching the end of the corridor on the 8th floor, Xiao Bai let out a cry. And Yi Sumin realized that Li Jia was inside. The door was locked, compelling her to resort to force to break it open. Inside, Li Jia heard the resounding bang of the door being flung open and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She knew Yi Sumin would not let her off easily. Following Xiao Bai, Yi Sumin headed straight for the bedroom where Li Jia was hiding. Cornered, Li Jia, in a fit of desperation, grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed out of the room, encountering Yi Sumin head-on. Without hesitation, Li Jia swung the knife at Yi Sumin. Why? Why? Li Jia screamed as she charged forward. Why? Yi Sumin, irked by the sight of someone brandishing a knife at her, swiftly disarmed Li Jia with a single blow. Watching the knife clatter to the ground, Li Jia's despair deepened. Why is it that you, Yi Sumin, have always lived a charmed life? Why are you always so high and mighty? Before the apocalypse, you were like this. After the apocalypse, you remain the same. Li Jia ranted incessantly. I will ensure you never find peace. This bunch is worthless. After finally getting a Ding Quan, he ends up dead. That I was the one who incited them to come here. Ha ha ha! Li Jia shrieked wildly, resembling a madwoman. Yi Sumin, observing the deranged Li Jia, felt little desire to engage further. What did her own well-being have to do with Li Jia? While she had relied on her parents' legacy before the apocalypse, she would have preferred to have family over wealth. After the apocalypse, it was her own strength that mattered. Yi Sumin could not fathom Li Jia's warped reasoning. She simply wanted to eliminate this troublemaker before she became a persistent nuisance. Thankfully, murder was not a crime in this chaotic world. Without uttering a single word, Yi Sumin advanced towards Li Jia, her tang knife firmly in hand at Li Jia, seeing Yi Sumin approach with the blade. Erupted into manic laughter. It doesn't matter anymore. I'd rather not die at your hands. Without hesitation, Li Jia dashed to the window and leaped out. Yi Sumin, witnessing Li Jia's leap, moved to the window to gaze below. She had never intended to take a life. She was no thrill seeker. Had Li Jia not interfered, her life would have been far more peaceful. Seeing Li Jia jump, Yi Sumin chose to let it be. This was the 8th floor. The torrential rain had already inundated the 4th floor. It was unlikely that Li Jia would survive. The waters were perilous, filled with unknown mutated creatures. Yi Sumin gazed at the submerged 4th floor, knowing the deluge would soon engulf more than 10 stories. Life in the apocalypse would only grow more arduous with each passing day. With that thought, Yi Sumin sheathed her tang knife and prepared to return. Chapter 35, Godzilla. When Yi Sumin returned to the 36th floor, apart from Jiang Chun, there was no one else in sight. Only Jiang Chun remained, diligently installing an electric grid on the iron railing. Have you sorted it out? Jiang Chun inquired of Yi Sumin. Well, sort of. She jumped out the window and fled, but as long as she is no longer here to bother me, that suffices. Yi Sumin replied to you need my assistance? No, I'll have it done shortly, Jiang Chun declined. Upon her return, Yi Sumin also encountered Ding Quan's lifeless body in the corridor. Seeing Yi Sumin back, Jiang Chun approached Ding Quan's corpse and extracted the crystal core from within. How did he know that there were crystal cores among the ability users? Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that mutated animals possess crystal cores. And those with abilities certainly do as well, though we should split this between us, Jiang Chun suggested. You take it. They primarily came to trouble me, Yi Sumin responded. Jiang Chun accepted the crystal core without further protest. Once their conversation concluded, Yi Sumin returned to her home. It was all this bunch's fault. She hadn't even finished her lunch. Now, Yi Sumin felt a bit hungry. She poured some cat food and meat for Xiao Bai, adding a splash of spiritual spring water. Then, she retrieved her leftover lunch from her space. In addition to that, she took out a platter of sashimi, which was too much for her alone, primarily meant to share with Xiao Bai. Today, she had no intention of indulging in seafood, so she found a portion of spicy shrimp, pepper-salted mantis shrimp, and hairy crab. The hairy crab was brimming with roe, its meat exceptionally firm, providing immense satisfaction with every bite. The spicy shrimp paired with a mouthful of rice was simply exquisite. This time, undisturbed, Yisu Mian savored her meal delightfully. After feasting, she brought out some strawberries she had picked from her space as a post-meal dessert. Gazing at the electronic pickled vegetables, secretly wishing for such tranquility in the future. After allowing a moment for digestion, Yisu Mian took Xiao Bai into her space. The moment Xiao Bai entered the space, he dashed to the fish pond, while Yisu Mian tended to her cultivated vegetables, planting more and harvesting ripe fruits. Thankfully, Yisu Mian had previously purchased agricultural tools like plowing machines. She even designated a small plot of land for cultivating rice. Once everything was tidied up, Yisu Mian took a refreshing shower in the simple villa within her space. She made an effort to use unscented laundry detergent and shampoo, for she did not wish to broadcast her abundance of resources to others. Even in the apocalypse, Yisu Mian believed in treating herself well, taking the opportunity to care for her skin. Upon exiting the space, she brought out a massage chair, which was incredibly comfortable after such a tiring day. A massage would be a delightful reprieve. Once finished, Yisu Mian tidied up and prepared for sleep. This time, her slumber was deep and undisturbed. When she awoke the next day, it was nearly 11 o'clock. This was the first time Yisu Mian had slept so long. Xiao Bai lay beside her, still fast asleep. Xiao Bai sensed Yisu Mian stirring. He mewed softly. "Good morning, Xiao Bai." "Oh dear. It is already noon," Yisu Mian realized, stretching lazily before getting up to wash up. Despite it being midday, she craved something light. From her space, she retrieved a serving of shrimp dumplings, seafood congee, and some pickled vegetables, and began to eat while watching a show. Xiao Bai's meal was ready before Yisu Mian began her own washing routine. Yisu Mian adored the shrimp dumplings from this place. Their wrappers were thin and translucent, each bursting with a generous piece of shrimp, which was particularly tender, oily without being greasy, and perfectly seasoned. Yisu Mian could never tire of them, although she had stocked up considerably. Her appetite was insatiable. Perhaps she should take the time to learn how to make them herself. Xiao Bai also received 2 shrimp dumplings. A little indulgence in noodles now and then was not a problem. Suddenly, Yisu Mian recalled the several water towers on the rooftop. They had been there for several days and should be full by now. After finishing her meal, she resolved to retrieve them. Initially, Yisu Mian intended to make a quick trip, but Xiao Bai insisted on accompanying her. Reluctantly, she decided to take him along. She donned a raincoat for herself and found a small raincoat and booties for Xiao Bai, primarily to avoid the hassle of drying him off upon their return. Upon reaching the rooftop, as they approached the water tower, Xiao Bai began to hiss, arching his back and puffing up his tail. Observing Xiao Bai's behavior, Yisu Mian too grew alert. Soon, she spotted a small creature resembling Godzilla lurking behind the water tower. To know, it was actually a mutated lizard or gecko. Its bizarre appearance suggested it was either a runaway pet or one that had been released. If it had climbed up there on its own, Yisu Mian's caution heightened. The strength of this mutated creature should not be underestimated. Unfamiliar with such animals to begin with, she felt even more out of her depth with this one, especially given its considerable size. About the length of a small car, with a notably long tail. Another mutated creature. Yisu Mian's heart raced. She lamented her unfortunate fate, when no one else troubled her. She ended up poking the nest of a mutated animal. Yisu Mian and Xiao Bai dared not act hastily, opting instead to adopt a defensive posture, striving to minimize their presence at that moment. She refrained from using her lightning abilities. The rooftop was already waterlogged, and with the torrential rain, she did not wish to inadvertently harm herself with her own powers. Yisu Mian's pupils constricted as she observed the mutated giant lizard advancing toward her. It moved with surprising speed. Both Xiao Bai and Yisu Mian prepared to confront the mutated giant lizard with their abilities, yet it seemed ineffective against it. The creature could even turn invisible. It was impossible to determine where to unleash their powers. Even psychic abilities required a target, Suddenly, Yisu Mian recalled her psychic abilities. She employed them to scan the surroundings and indeed located the mutated giant lizard's position. It was lurking not far from Xiaobai. Watching them intently, Yisu Mian unleashed a powerful ice ability, severely injuring the mutated giant lizard. It froze in place, remaining at a distance from Yisu Mian. She drew out her tang knife, remaining vigilant. Even if she ultimately could not defeat it, she could retreat with Xiaobai into her space as a last resort. With the enemy motionless, she chose to remain still. It seemed the mutated giant lizard had its sights set on Xiaobai. Intent on devouring him, in a sudden flurry, the mutated giant lizard lunged at Xiaobai, who swiftly evaded the attack. Sensing the imminent battle, Yisu Mian charged forward with her tang knife, aiming to sever the creature's head. However, the blade merely grazed the lizard's hide, leaving it unscathed, even producing sparks upon contact. It was evident that blades were no match for abilities. Yisu Mian pondered whether the lizard's skin had hardened post-mutation or if it had developed abilities of its own. Chapter 36. The frustrated Xiaobai, the mutated giant lizard swung its tail, sending Xiaobai flying. Witnessing Xiaobai being flung aside, Yisu Mian unleashed her ice abilities fervently. Xiaobai's claws, having mutated, were now quite sharp. Combined with Yisu Mian's ice powers, he inflicted several wounds on the giant lizard. Realizing the futility of the battle, the mutated giant lizard decided to flee, displaying a degree of intelligence that all mutated animals seem to possess. It recognized that continuing the fight would only result in injury. The mutated giant lizard scurried away from the rooftop, its speed remarkable, as if it feared Yisu Mian would pursue it. Only when it disappeared from view did Yisu Mian exhale in relief. However, she remained apprehensive about the possibility of a counterattack from the mutated giant lizard. What if its retreat was merely a ruse to lower her guard? Yisu Mian swiftly stored the two water towers into her space and ascended to the next floor, to her astonishment. The mutated creatures had evolved at an alarming rate upon encountering the gigantic mutated lizard. She surmised that the recent disappearance of the mutated money strings might have been due to this very creature. Having devoured so many mutated money strings, it was hardly surprising that the lizard had undergone such rapid evolution. Many had likely perished in the cavernous jaws of the beast, while others may have hidden in fear. In any case, Yisu Mian was resolute in her desire never to encounter the mutated money strings again in her lifetime. Suddenly, it dawned on her that despite her formidable powers, they were of little use under the current deluge. Utilizing them outdoors posed a significant risk of self-harm. Earlier, during the skirmish, Xiaobai had lost its raincoat, leaving only 2 shoes behind. Sighing, she noted that as soon as Xiaobai emerged, it began meowing incessantly, clearly perturbed. Perhaps it was best to give Xiaobai a wash first. After cleaning Xiaobai, who had also been soaked in the rain, she decided to take a shower herself to rid her body of the chill. Upon exiting her space, she noticed that Xiaobai seemed lethargic, lying down in a way that was unusual for the typically affectionate feline. Since accompanying Yisu Mian to the rooftop that day, Xiaobai had become aware of the presence of even more formidable mutated creatures outside. How could this not weigh heavily on its spirits? Xiaobai, well aware of its ability to enhance its powers at will, recognized its recent lethargy. Yes, starting today, Xiaobai resolved to strive diligently. After all, how could it ensure a pleasant post-apocalyptic life for its master, or protect her, without exerting itself? With the promise of delicious food from Yisu Mian, Xiaobai vowed to guard her for life. Unbeknownst to Yisu Mian, Xiaobai was silently setting this ambitious goal in its heart. From that day forth, Xiaobai would often sneak out whenever Yisu Mian opened the door. Despite her calls, Xiaobai would not look back, merely using its psychic powers to convey to her that it would return shortly and that she needn't worry. Without fail, Xiaobai would always come back before mealtime. Recently, Yisu Mian felt as though Xiaobai was akin to a worker returning home for dinner. Home, aside from eating and sleeping, it seemed to be quite idle, resembling a salted fish. Regardless, Yisu Mian, having little to do, recalled that Jiang Chun had mentioned being part of a weapons organization, which surely indicated his prowess. Having observed his skills in recent encounters, she thought it would be beneficial to seek him out for practice. Perhaps even gleaning some techniques. With determination, she gathered some supplies and food from her space and set off to find Jiang Chun. Upon opening the door, Jiang Chun welcomed her in with haste. Eager for her company, that Wai Su Mian wasted no time, stating plainly, "I wish to practice with you. I find myself utterly bored at home." "Very well," Jiang Chen readily agreed, sensing her boredom mirrored his own. Yi Su Mian was taken aback by his swift acquiescence that in the days that followed, outside of mealtimes for Xiaobai, she would visit Jiang Chen for practice. During their training sessions, it was evident that Jiang Chen was more proficient, imparting numerous techniques upon her. Though Yi Su Mian had some practical experience from her past life, including self-defense skills prior to the apocalypse, compared to Jiang Chen, she felt like a novice as she glanced at the clock. She realized it was nearly noon, and Xiaobai would soon return for lunch. Noticing her glances at her watch, Jiang Chen, perceptive as always, suggested, "It's getting late. Let us call it a day." "All right," she replied, having brought little with her. And she made her way back home. Just as she stepped out, she spotted Xiaobai returning. Observing the feline, Yi Su Mian had the distinct impression that Xiaobai had grown heftier. Upon entering, she immediately scooped Xiaobai into her arms. "That you're quite heavy," she exclaimed. "Xiaobai, it seems you need to shed a few pounds." Meow came Xiaobai's protest. Yi Su Mian chuckled, resigned to the fact that Xiaobai was indeed a glutton. Lately, Xiaobai had been coming and going at odd hours, and she wondered what it was up to. Aware of her cat's capabilities, she chose not to pry. She poured some cat food for Xiaobai, and offered a bowl of goat milk as well. With Xiaobai's appetite increasing, she found herself pouring generous portions. Once Xiaobai was settled, Yi Su Mian, feeling fatigued from the morning's exertions, decided to treat herself to something special. Today, she prepared a sumptuous gold soup with tender beef, a dish that was particularly delightful. Additionally, she brought out some sticky red bean cake and a steaming cup of taro pearl milk tea, her favorite. Sipping the warm milk tea on a rainy day was truly comforting. After finishing her meal, Xiaobai darted outside again, presumably to tend to her affairs in the space. She only needed to practice with Jiang Chen in the morning. The afternoon was free. That evening, after a brief wash, Yi Su Mian retired for the night. Xiaobai nestled beside her, soon drifting into a gentle slumber, purring softly. Yi Su Mian enjoyed a particularly restful sleep and, as usual, opened the window to gaze downwards. The torrential rain had submerged the 8th floor. The storm showed no signs of abating, and a nearby low-rise community had vanished from sight. In the morning, she casually pulled out a bowl of fresh meat wontons. The steaming broth was warming to the stomach. That day, Xiaobai ventured out again, and Yi Su Mian returned to practice with Jiang Chen. Despite the temperature hovering around 20 C after rigorous training, she found herself perspiring. Jiang Chen seemed unusually flustered as he observed Yi Su Mian's flushed cheeks, even feeling his forehead, confirming he was not feverish. As noon approached, he noted Xiaobai should be back soon. Just then, as Yi Su Mian stepped outside, she spotted Xiaobai returning. "Meow, I'm back," it announced, proudly presenting something from its mouth, its tail held high in a posture that begged for praise. Yi Su Mian was taken aback. A crystal core. Xiaobai had brought her a crystal core, likely from a level 3 or 4 mutated creature. It seemed that Xiaobai had been out hunting and had even thought to bring something home. This gesture touched Yi Su Mian deeply. Crouching down, she affectionately stroked her feline companion, showering praises upon it. Xiaobai truly was an extraordinary cat, though she reminded it to remain safe. "Meow," Xiaobai responded, nuzzling its head against Yi Su Mian's hand. Chapter 37. Survivors. As Yi Su Mian was about to open the door, a group of individuals came rushing up, panting heavily. She quickly stored the crystal core in her space. "Where did that white cat go?" "I distinctly saw that plump white cat running upstairs," one of them exclaimed. "We're nearly at the top floor, yet there is no sign of it. That cat is quite fat. If we find it, we'll have some meat to eat," another added. "Hey Malu, slow down. There is a seemingly delicate woman trailing behind you," one of the men said. Yi Su Mian glanced at Xiaobai and overheard their conversation. Deducing that they had likely spotted her cat, she had little patience for others fixating on her feline companion. Initially inclined to ignore them, she decided it was time to confront them. "Hey, Lao Ma, look behind that iron door," Lu Bo called out, gesturing towards Yi Su Mian. The man named Ma Tong turned to where Lu had pointed, and upon seeing Yi Su Mian and Xiaobai, he exclaimed, "Isn't that the fat cat?" Approaching the iron door, Ma Tong called out, "Hello, beautiful. Is that cat yours?" His politeness was noted. "Of course, if the cat is beside me, it cannot possibly belong to you," Yi Su Mian retorted without hesitation. Jiang Chen, hearing the commotion, stepped outside to investigate. The three men froze at the sight of Jiang Chen's stern expression, realizing he was not one to be trifled with. Ma Tong introduced himself. I'm Ma Tong, that we used to live in the nearby lower-level complex. This morning, as the floodwaters began to rise, we fashioned a makeshift raft to float over. Upon entering, we spotted this large white cat and assumed no one was caring for it. Ma Tong cast a furtive glance at Yi Su Mian, continuing, we thought today was our lucky day and that we might finally have some meat. Seeing Yi Su Mian remain silent, Ma Tong pressed on. We have other supplies. We could trade with you. Why Yi Su Mian had no interest in his words. You say your name is Ma Tong. Why not call yourself Ma Toilet? Have you submerged your head in water? Can't you see the cat has an owner? You're clearly well stocked with supplies that M. A. Tong, irritated by the name-calling, stepped forward, attempting to grasp the iron door handle, only to be met with an unexpected jolt of electricity, causing him to stumble back. Jiang Chun, having rigged the door with a minor current, found it amusing that anyone would dare to create trouble in such dire times. What is the matter? Lost your words? Still yearning for my cat. The last person who sought to take my cat has grass on their grave taller than you. As Ma Tong was about to retort, the woman among the three tugged at his arm. I sincerely apologize. We have just arrived, and were momentarily disoriented. We shall take our leave immediately, and will not trouble you any further. Ma Tong hesitated, acutely aware of his own shortcomings. After all, he had been the one to chase after their cat and shamelessly inquire about a trade. Even though he felt aggrieved by their dismissal, he could only swallow his ire in silence. Lu Bo cast a glance at Jiang Chun, who stood beside Yi Su Mian, despite the clothing that concealed his physique. It was evident that Jiang Chun possessed a well-defined musculature, coupled with a countenance that appeared formidable and intimidating to outsiders. They left with Hu Si, who was pulling Ma Tong along. After a brief encounter, the trio concluded that the two individuals on the 36th floor were not to be trifled with. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, the fact that they could electrify the Iron Gate, along with their well-tailored attire and rosy complexions, indicated they were not lacking in resources. Moreover, the majestic white lion cat added to their aura. Such a large feline would undoubtedly require substantial sustenance, implying that they were well provided for, perhaps even better than themselves. The three unanimously decided that it would be wise to avoid provoking them. Rumors suggested that a rescue team would soon arrive, and a base was already being established, and as long as they could endure this phase, it was unnecessary to engage with those individuals. Seeing the three depart hastily, Yi Su Mian chose not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Chun, deeming there was nothing more to address, intended to return to his own quarters, though Yi Su Mian quickly called out to him. Would you care to join me for a meal? She reasoned that having frequently troubled him for practice and even discreetly learning from him, treating Jiang Chun to a meal would be a small gesture of gratitude. That all right, Yi Su Mian observed Jiang Chen's now composed visage, which was a stark contrast to the intimidating demeanor he had displayed earlier. Even his tone seemed to soften. It was as if he were a different person entirely. Upon entering her home, Xiaobai darted inside, with Jiang Chun following closely behind. Once inside, he casually selected a seat that he promptly went to the bedroom to fill Xiaobai's food bowl and replenish its supply of goat's milk and water. Given the crystalline core Xiaobai had brought back that day, Yi Su Mian felt it was only fitting to reward him with an extra meal, opening a can of cat food. Struggling to decide what to offer Jiang Chun, Yi Su Mian could not resort to the previously stored food from her spatial inventory. Thus, she rummaged through a box in the living room and unearthed 4 large packets of braised beef instant noodles, along with 2 cans of beef stew and 2 sausages. This would suffice for their meal. They typically enjoyed good food, and an occasional simple dish could be quite delightful. For beverages, she produced 2 cans of cola. Such a meal would undoubtedly evoke envy among many in the apocalypse, and Jiang Chun had no grounds to express discontent. Yi Su Mian encouraged Jiang Chun to play with Xiaobai in the living room while she prepared the noodles. Jiang Chun gazed into Xiaobai's 2-colored eyes and silently remarked, "Truly beautiful." "Hello, Xiaobai," he greeted the cat. "Meow," Xiaobai responded, but instead of engaging with Jiang Chun, it turned and returned to the bedroom. Eager to enjoy its treat, Yi Su Mian, hearing the exchange from the kitchen, couldn't help but glance over. Was it common for such attractive men to be so endearing? She chuckled at the sight of him conversing with the cat, which had even replied, "What a courteous individual, alongside such a polite feline." Shaking her head, Yisu Mian reflected that life was quite pleasant now, barring the occasional nuisance of fools that a short while later. Yisu Mian emerged with a steaming bowl of beef-laden instant noodles. The aroma wafting from the dish was enticing. She had even added 2 ready-to-eat marinated eggs, although they often indulged in a variety of meals. A simple bowl of instant noodles could be surprisingly satisfying. Throughout the meal, the two shared little conversation, simply savoring the noodles in silence. Before long, they had polished off the noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After the meal, Jiang Chun did not linger, returning to his own residence. Chapter 38. The official rescue team. Once Jiang Chun departed, Yisu Mian retrieved the crystalline core Xiao Bai had provided. Upon examining Xiao Bai, she discovered that its psychic abilities had reached level 5, an impressive feat, as even a level 1 was commendable. Yisu Mian eagerly absorbed the energy to bolster her own psychic abilities. However, despite the core being of level 3 or 4, it was insufficient to elevate her psychic prowess to level 3, indicating that the journey to progression would be long. It was evident that Xiao Bai's ascension to level 5 was remarkable. Nevertheless, Yisu Mian remained undeterred. Possessing an ability was already a significant boon. Days passed in a semblance of normalcy for Yisu Mian, until the torrential rains led to the flooding of the 12th floor. Fortunately, the deluge had begun to subside. As the rain lightened, an official rescue team arrived by boat that afternoon. Initially, people assumed the rescue team had come to evacuate survivors. However, it turned out that only 5 individuals were aboard a small vessel. Equipped with a loudspeaker to announce repeated messages urging survivors to come collect supplies and informing them that the 3rd base would soon be completed, encouraging patience among the survivors. The proximity of Yang City to the 3rd base was advantageous. Yisu Mian, hearing the rescue team's voice, promptly descended the stairs. Upon exiting, she coincidentally encountered Jiang Chun. "Good afternoon." Jiang Chun greeted her, while Yisu Mian, taken aback, noted that this was quite a departure from his usual taciturn demeanor. "Good afternoon to you as well," she replied. "I heard the rescue team's announcement about the 3rd base nearing completion. Do you have any thoughts on it?" Jiang Chun inquired. "I do not plan to go to the 3rd base," Yisu Mian responded, and Jiang Chun chose not to press the matter further. Their conversation meandered as they reached the 12th floor, where they spotted the elderly woman who frequently came to Yisu Mian's place to cause a scene, now berating the rescue team in a fit. The woman, dissatisfied with the meager supplies provided, merely 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a pound of coarse grain per person, was indignant. "You soldiers are supposed to serve the people. My grandson is still growing. We need more food," she whined. The rescue team members paid her no mind, having limited supplies themselves and having already distributed much of their stock after a day of work. Having not seen the rescue team for quite some time, it was only natural that everyone was eager to procure as much as they could. One man, clutching a treasured pack of cigarettes with only 2 or 3 left, attempted to discreetly offer his stash to the rescue team in exchange for more food or useful information. However, the rescue team members remained unresponsive to his overtures. Frustrated, he tried to engage each team member in turn, but ultimately, none acknowledged him, forcing him to leave in disappointment. Seeing that the rescue team was ignoring her, the elderly woman attempted to clamber onto the boat, tugging at one team member's sleeve. Finally, the team member managed to shake her off and quickly activated the lifeboat. Departing hastily, Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun received their supplies, glancing at what they had been given. This time, the residents of the building had clearly remembered Yisu Mian's formidable reputation, as no one dared to approach them for trouble. As they made their way back, they encountered Ji Yutong, who had come down to collect supplies alongside Lin Zhou. As his injuries had nearly healed, Ji Yutong spotted Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun from afar and hurriedly approached with Lin Zhou in tow. However, Ji Yutong was unaware of Yisu Mian's full name, having only heard it mentioned in passing conversations with Ding Quan and Li Jia for Jiang Chun. Ji Yutong was even less informed about his identity. "Miss Yi, we have nothing with which to thank you. Please accept the supplies we received," Ji Yutong insisted, pressing their provisions into Yisu Mian's arms. Yisu Mian was taken aback, feeling she had done nothing to merit such gratitude, and hastily attempted to return the items. "Miss Yi, I am Lin Zhou, Ji Yutong's boyfriend. You can call me Lin or Xiao Lin. She has shared the events of that day with me. And I understand that you may feel you haven't assisted us directly, but your actions indirectly aided us." If Ding Quan had not perished, we might very well have lost our lives, Lin Zhou explained earnestly. Indeed, Miss Yi, this is merely a token of our appreciation that we have no other means of expressing our gratitude, so please accept these supplies, Ji Yutong added. However, Yi Su-mian genuinely felt she had no need for their offerings and was reluctant to engage further with strangers. We truly do not require these provisions. You should keep them, she insisted to Yi Su-mian, then stuffed the supplies into Ji Yutong's arms, casually brushing against Ji Yutong's arm before departing. Upon witnessing Yi Su-mian's departure, Jiang Chun did not linger and hurriedly followed suit. Just moments earlier, Yi Su-mian had utilized her psychic abilities to discover that Ji Yutong possessed wood-type powers, while Lin Zhou was revealed to have ice-type abilities. Such opportunities for acquiring abilities should not be squandered, hence the brief touch while handing over the supplies. Observing Yi Su-mian's resolute demeanor, Ji Yutong ceased her insistence on delivering the supplies and promptly followed suit as the two departed. Lin Zhou and Ji Yutong quickly became familiar, engaging Jiang Chun and Yi Su-mian in one-sided banter during their brief return journey. They recounted their grievances with Ding Quan and how Li Jia had often bullied Ji Yutong in the past. Although Yi Su-mian remained silent, she found herself appreciating Lin Zhou as a genuine man. Unlike Song Yu from her previous life, how unfortunate it was to recall such a dismal character. Yi Su-mian felt a twinge of envy for Ji Yutong, who had someone truly devoted to her protection. Upon reaching their floor, Ji Yutong waved goodbye to Jiang Chun and Yi Su-mian. Once the two had distanced themselves, Jiang Chun remarked with a smile, "Having someone by your side in this apocalyptic world feels rather pleasant." "Perhaps," Yi Su-mian replied. Having been betrayed in her previous life, she was reluctant to trust anyone easily in this one, that their recent frequent training sessions, coupled with the occasional shared meals, led Jiang Chun to perceive Yi Su-mian as a rather serious, particularly cold and highly vigilant individual. Although he too maintained a similar demeanor in the presence of strangers, having known Yi Su-mian for some time, Jiang Chun began to appreciate the notion of having such a partner. Thus, they continued their conversation, returning to the 36th floor. Yet, Yi Su-mian found herself puzzled. When she first met Jiang Chun, he was quite the stoic, yet lately he seemed to laugh with increasing frequency. Chapter 39. The First Base Xiao Bai. Initially lounging in the bedroom, promptly rushed to the door to greet Yi Su-mian upon hearing her return. As Yi Su-mian opened the door, she was met with Xiao Bai's large, watery eyes gazing up at her, an adorably plump white cat that she grew more fond of with each passing moment. Knowing how to welcome her back, Yi Su-mian scooped Xiao Bai into her arms, effortlessly lifting the hefty feline despite its size, inhaling deeply of its scent. Being a Maine Coon, Xiao Bai's long fur contributed to its appearance of bulkiness. However, it was indeed quite solid to the touch. After returning home, Yi Su-mian retrieved the radio, as she made it a point to stay updated on the news from the first base. The motive behind her desire to visit the first base stemmed from the previous life, when the torrential rain ceased only briefly before temperatures soared back to around 35 C. Yet, the deluge had left behind an abundance of stagnant water that vanished in a matter of days. Even with the rising temperatures, it was implausible for such a volume of water to evaporate so swiftly. After the rain subsided, the brief heat wave was short-lived, leaving behind a multitude of refuse and waste, including both animal and human corpses. Before long, a sudden drop in temperature heralded the arrival of extreme cold. Once the bitter chill passed, the melting snow raised temperatures yet again, coinciding with the outbreak of an unknown virus that claimed many lives that in her previous life, Yi Su-mian had contracted the virus herself, narrowly escaping death after receiving the antidote from the medical team at the first base. This team had developed an effective vaccine and remedy, further fueling her desire to reach the first base, where she could access the medication promptly. Although she had never visited the first base in her previous life, she had a general idea of its location, uncertain of any potential changes in this one. Yi Su-mian was determined to arrive at the first base before the extreme cold set in. Adjusting the radio, she began to prepare dinner for the evening. Xiao Bai's meals remained hearty, as usual. Tonight's fare consisted of honey mustard and sweet spicy fried chicken paired with cheese rice cakes, complemented by a glass of orange juice. She also selected some electronic pickled vegetables, specifically the Pinru closet flavor, a classic she had indulged in many times. After finishing her meal, Yi Su-mian enjoyed a serving of fruit salad, made with thick yogurt she had prepared herself, proving once again that homemade was simply better. Following her meal, she retreated to her space for some work. Upon exiting, she performed a quick wash-up before cuddling up with Xiao Bai for the night. After a restful early night, Yisu Mian awoke around 7 the next morning. Noting that Xiao Bai had not ventured outside in recent days, for breakfast, she casually consumed some pumpkin millet porridge along with a basket of beef soup dumplings before heading next door to practice with Jiang Chun. When Jiang Chun opened the door, Yisu Mian was greeted by the sight of his damp hair, droplets still dripping down as he hastily donned his shirt, remnants of his recent shower evident on his clothes, which clung to his form, revealing hints of his toned physique. Should I perhaps return later? Yisu Mian felt a tinge of embarrassment, or rather shyness. Internally, she chastised herself for being so easily swayed by appearances. Despite her age and experiences across 2 lives, after speaking, she hastily retreated to her own home. Jiang Qin watched her fleeing figure with a subtle smile, surprised to discover this softer side of the otherwise aloof Yisu Mian. At that moment, a strange emotion stirred within him. Yisu Mian took a few deep breaths upon returning home, realizing that beauty could indeed be distracting, particularly as Jiang Chun was undeniably attractive. After drying himself off and changing into a fresh outfit, Jiang Chun sought out Yisu Mian. Let's south practice at your place today. It's rather troublesome to go back and forth. Sure, that works, she replied. The two resumed their training for the day. Yisu Mian gradually acclimated to the intensity of their sessions while Jiang Chun began to incrementally increase the difficulty. It was undeniable that Jiang Chun possessed superior combat experience compared to Yisu Mian. Without any enhancements, she found herself unable to surpass him even when exerting her utmost effort. Silently, she reminded herself, "Thank goodness, I have my own enhancements." After roughly 3 hours of practice, Yisu Mian, breathless, acknowledged the toll it had taken on her. Her ability to endure such intensity was largely thanks to her routine of running in her space. Grabbing her thermos filled with spring water she had prepared earlier, she took several large gulps. Although she relished chilled beverages, her preference leaned toward warm, plain water or cooled boiled water. Now that conditions permitted, she aimed to treat herself better. In her previous life, she had even resorted to drinking muddy water. Suffering the consequences, Jiang Chun had brought along a large plastic water bottle, which he too had taken a few swigs from. You've made significant progress. You have quite the talent. Had I met you before the apocalypse, I would have definitely recruited you into our line of work, Jiang Chun stated earnestly. Yisu Mian chuckled in response. I studied a bit before the apocalypse, but I would prefer not to live in constant fear. I would likely lose my mind working in your field. This marked the first time Jiang Chun had heard Yisu Mian speak so freely with him that he chuckled lightly. It's not quite that dire. By the way, if you're not heading to the third base, where are you going? The first base, Yisu Mian replied candidly. The first base? Jiang Chun questioned, intrigued. May I accompany you? The words slipped out before he could fully process them. Now it was Yisu Mian's turn to be perplexed. Accompany me? Why? Well, I don't have any acquaintances in Huagua. Although I hold citizenship, I only lived here until I was 5, and I've long forgotten those days. Besides, you're the first person I've met here, and I think working with you would be great, Jiang Chun replied earnestly. Perhaps we don't need to form any temporary partnership. I completely trust you. And we could continue collaborating long-term, as a leader in the arms trade. I believe in trusting those I work with, and I would never betray my partners. Jiang Chun had indeed arrived in Huagua all alone. As a leader in the arms trade, he had trustworthy subordinates and partners. However, the distance to M country was vast, making a return under current conditions nearly impossible. His former subordinates and collaborators were unaccounted for, making it wiser to remain in Huagua. Yisu Mian fell silent. Noticing her lack of response, Jiang Chun patiently awaited her reply. Chapter 40. Departure to the base. It seemed that Yisu Mian had never truly contemplated the notion of long-term partnerships. Having lived through 2 lives, she was wary of trusting anyone, relying solely on herself. The hearts of those in the apocalypse were unfathomable. Presently, she found herself cautious around Jiang Chun, unwilling to gamble her life on misplaced trust. Yet, there was something in Jiang Chun's words that resonated with her, convincing her that he was indeed worthy of her trust. Perhaps having a partner in collaboration wasn't such a bad idea. The first base isn't owned by me. If you wish to go, then go, she concluded. This can be considered as Yi Su Mian's tacit acceptance. Jiang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. However, even blood brothers keep accounts clear. In order to prevent any conflicts of interest between us, we must also maintain clarity that why Yi Su Mian believed it prudent to clarify matters before their collaboration. Alright, I used to be a weapons dealer, so I understand these things well. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Chen took his water cup and departed. Once Jiang Chen left, Yi Su Mian began preparing lunch. Recently, she had been giving Xiao by goat's milk. As she had sheep in her space, to her surprise, when she entered the space that day, she decided to try milking the sheep, and to her astonishment, she was successful. The products from the space were undeniably delicious. Additionally, one of the ewes had given birth to a lamb, which was particularly affectionate towards Yi Su Mian. Indeed, young animals are always delightful at noon. Yi Su Mian craved some snacks and ordered crispy pork belly, iron plate shrimp paste, and jianbing guizi, accompanied by freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Days passed, and it seemed the rain outside had ceased. However, the torrential downpour had already inundated the 16th floor. After the rain stopped, Yi Su Mian learned that many residents in the building had developed abilities that it appeared that the timeline of this life had advanced somewhat. She realized that she needed to prepare to leave soon. As soon as the flood receded, she would set off for the first base. The end of the world had begun in September, and it was now February of the following year, Yang City. This month should have been cloaked in silver, yet was now nearly submerged by the relentless rain. With the rain cessation, the temperature rose again, hovering around 35°, Jiang Chen's home. The two had just finished their training. Recently, the water had receded rapidly. After only 3 days, the floodwaters had fallen to the 6th floor. Yi Su Mian approached the window to glance down. Once the floodwater has completely receded, I will leave. If you wish to accompany me, you should be prepared, she said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's mind began to race. Yi Su Mian had just informed him of the departure time, which indicated that she indeed valued him as a collaborator. All right, I have nothing much to pack. During this time, officials from the third base had come to evacuate people. Individuals rushed to board boats to leave. The primary objective of these evacuations was still the incomplete construction of the base, seeking laborers to help with the building. However, participation was voluntary, and there were promises of certain benefits for early contributors. Even though the government had begun evacuating people, and a portion had departed, many remained in the apartments. As the boats were not particularly large and could only accommodate a few individuals, Yi Su Mian did not pay much attention to this matter, as she had no intention of leaving. Before long, the floodwaters receded entirely. While listening to the radio broadcast, Yi Su Mian learned that the country had established a total of 5 official bases, in addition to 10 smaller ones. The smaller bases were not particularly well equipped, and in the wake of mutated animals and infectious diseases, many of them had fallen into ruin. Yi Su Mian marked the approximate location of the first base on a map. A rough estimate placed it over 500 kilometers away. Considering the current state of the roads, littered with debris and lacking maintenance, it would undoubtedly be difficult to traverse, requiring at least a day's journey to reach the first base. Early the next morning, after the water had receded, Yi Su Mian began to pack her belongings. She took all the furniture, appliances, and the bed with her, dismantling the solar panels that had been placed outside. Had it not been for the windows and doors, which she could not remove herself, she would have even taken the expensive doors and windows that she had installed. Yet, taking everything left her worried that someone might come in and pry open the door, discovering the empty space. Thus, she could only retrieve some of the most worn and broken furniture she had previously collected during her zero-cost shopping trips. This was originally reserved for use during extreme cold or for trading purposes. Yi Su Mian packed a large bag symbolically, carrying a few items in her hands. She needed Xiao Bai to remain alert to their surroundings, so she did not place him in the space. Upon opening the door, she found Jiang Chen waiting in the corridor. He also carried a large bag and held a water bottle in his hand. The iron door and electrical box had long since been placed into his space. The two set off under the cover of night. After the flooding, the roads were strewn with debris, including corpses and mutated fish with bizarre shapes. There were also large items, such as cars that had been washed ashore. Exiting the city by car was quite challenging, so the two chose to walk, as it was not far to the outskirts. Jiang Chen had secretly retrieved his car from the underground parking lot at the very onset of the downpour, while Yi Su Mian had never left her car outside. Shall we place our belongings in my space? Jiangchen suggested, noticing the area was quite secluded, that he stored their various bags and, with a cheerful demeanor, asked Yisu Mian that why Yisu Mian was puzzled. When they first met, she had perceived Jiangchen as a cold individual, yet now he seemed so cheerful that no need. I have my own space, she replied. And soon all her belongings vanished, why Yisu Mian continued forward, leaving Jiangchen momentarily bewildered in the breeze. She felt that since they were now collaborators, they would surely have more opportunities to meet. It was too cumbersome to hide everything, so she opted to be straightforward with Jiangchen. You have a space too? He asked. Yes, of course, should it only be you who possesses one. Yisu Mian turned back and smiled at Jiangchen. He found her relaxed demeanor quite pleasant. The city, post-flood, exuded an odd and unpleasant odor. Yisu Mian quickly donned a mask and shared one with Jiangchen. The two spoke little, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Aware that many lurked in the shadows, ready to strike, they longed to escape the stench of the city, and the night was a bit cooler than the day, providing some relief that Yisu Mian aimed to reach the outskirts before dawn. The area was littered with debris, making it impossible to ride bicycles or scooters. Aside from the trash, there was also mud. Occasionally, a few mutated rats scurried across their path, which Yisu Mian swiftly dispatched, collecting 2 level 1 crystal cores in the process. Chapter 41. The orphan trust Yisu Mian and Jiangchen had been walking for over 2 hours. Fortunately, their regular exercise left them not particularly fatigued. In the city, Yisu Mian dared not casually pull out her scooter from the space, uncertain where survivors might be hiding, that if someone with ill intentions caught sight of it, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary trouble. After another half-hour of walking, they heard a sorrowful wailing in the distance. The sound was reminiscent of a tiger. Are there tigers in the city? Yisu Mian thought, but she had no time to investigate. Her mind set solely on reaching the first base. Miao Xiaobai, run quickly. Yisu Mian called as she sat down in front of him. Xiaobai used his mental abilities to communicate. Master, please save it. I'm begging you. Yisu Mian shook her head and walked past Xiaobai, who persisted. Miao, please, master. I promise I won't eat snacks anymore. Xiaobai trotted eagerly after Yisu Mian. With a sense of helplessness, she halted her steps and said, Jiangchen, why don't you wait here for a moment while I take a look? I'll be right back. Let's go together. Come on. Upon witnessing Yisu Mian's acquiescence, Xiaobai exuberantly took the lead at Yisu Mian, somewhat resigned, followed closely behind. After walking for a while, she stumbled upon an enormous golden tabby tiger, or rather, a mutated tiger. It appeared significantly larger than any she had encountered previously at the zoo. In Yangcheng, there were no traces of tigers, suggesting this one had escaped from the confines of the zoo. However, this mutated tiger seemed gravely injured, its body drenched in blood. The severity of its wounds indicated that whatever had inflicted them was formidable. As the mutated tiger noticed the 2 humans and 1 cat, it was uncertain whether they were foes or allies that it struggled to rise, emitting low growls as a warning. Yet, despite its efforts, the tiger could not stand. Meow. At that moment, Xiaobai called out a few times, "Oh." The 2 animals appeared to be communicating in some manner, though Yisu Mian and Jiangchen could not decipher their exchange. After a brief interaction with Xiaobai, the mutated tiger ceased its warning growls. Xiaobai gently nudged the tiger's head, prompting a soft response from the tiger. Suddenly, a smaller tiger emerged from the nearby ruins, slightly smaller than Xiaobai. Yisu Mian understood at once why the mutated tiger had been so wary. The little tiger approached its mother, nuzzling her as though seeking comfort. Ultimately, the mother tiger, expending her last ounce of strength, nudged the little tiger toward Yisu Mian before closing her eyes forever, tears streaming down her face and falling to the ground. The little tiger's eyes glistened with moisture, as if it too comprehended that its mother had departed for good. Yisu Mian, being a person of delicate sensibilities, felt a pang of sorrow at this poignant scene. The little tiger remained beside its mother. Observing this, Xiaobai approached and gently nudged the little tiger, seemingly attempting to convey something. The little tiger appeared receptive to the encouragement. After casting a final glance at its mother, it padded over to Yisu Mian, affectionately rubbing against her leg in a display of obedience. Yisu Mian inexplicably felt a surge of compassion. Meow, let us adopt the little tiger. Xiaobai communicated telepathically. I can manage with fewer cat treats. What choice did Yisu Mian have? She found herself entrusted with the care of this little creature. Moreover, the little tiger was undeniably adorable. She had never raised a tiger before. With a deep sigh, she shook her head as she gazed into Xiao Bai's sparkling, two-toned eyes. Not only was Xiao Bai looking at her, but the little tiger too approached with its own large, luminous eyes, as if it recognized Yi Su Mian as its future guardian. Very well. In that instant, Yi Su Mian lifted the little tiger into her arms. Jiang Chun observed the interaction between the human and the cat with amusement, casting a sidelong glance and stifling a chuckle. Just then, Yi Su Mian caught the sound of Jiang Chen's laughter. "Are you planning to keep it?" she inquired, cradling the little tiger. "Not just yet." Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand. That it was clear that the mother tiger intended for Yi Su Mian to be its caretaker. Noting Jiang Chen's reaction, Yi Su Mian couldn't help but chuckle softly in return. Having resolved this matter, Yi Su Mian prepared to set off immediately. She decided not to leave the mother tiger behind and stored her in her space. Jiang Chun, aware of Yi Su Mian's spatial abilities, said nothing. The little tiger, noticing its mother had vanished, grew anxious, searching for her. That moment, Xiao Bai dashed over, engaging in a brief exchange with the little one. The little tiger gradually calmed down, sticking closely to Yi Su Mian as they continued on their way. The area was no place to linger, prompting the trio, a human, a cat, and a tiger, to depart without delay. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the city, far removed from the towering skyscrapers. However, litter still cluttered the road, though thankfully, no massive debris was present. The sky was beginning to brighten. "Are there any vehicles?" Jiang Chen inquired of Yi Su Mian. "Yes," she replied. "Shall we take a car for efficiency?" Jiang Chen suggested. After some contemplation, Yi Su Mian agreed, seizing the opportunity to feed the little tiger. Consequently, Jiang Chen retrieved a vehicle from his space. A rugged SUV. Yi Su Mian, not wishing to take advantage, contributed some fuel. She occupied the passenger seat while placing Xiao Bai and the little tiger in the back. "Let us drive a bit further before we take a break for food," she proposed, agreed. After driving intermittently for over an hour, Jiang Chen parked the car in a relatively secluded area. He produced a box of self-heating rice and a can of beef from his space. "Would you like a box?" he asked Yi Su Mian. "No, I have my own," she replied, stepping out to prepare food for Xiao Bai and the little tiger in the back seat. "Here, Xiao Bai," she said, pouring some freeze-dried cat food for her. Jiang Chen felt it prudent not to let Xiao Bai indulge too lavishly, mindful of not appearing ostentatious. Yi Su Mian then glanced at the little tiger, which was gazing up at her with eager, glistening eyes, nearly melting her heart. "Come here, little tiger, it's time for dinner," she said, retrieving 2 cans of meat to satiate its hunger, planning for a more substantial meal once they reached the base. Jiang Chun could not openly bring out the meat, aware that while revealing his space was one matter, the array of functions it possessed, and the ability to produce raw meat, would imply that Yi Su Mian had been stockpiling supplies even before the apocalypse. The little tiger called out and eagerly devoured the food, clearly famished after a long period without sustenance. Chapter 42. Little Orange. After ensuring the 2 little ones were settled, Yi Su Mian retrieved a bag of purple rice bread paired with a carton of pure milk. Intending to have a light snack, she also remembered to provide them with a bowl of water. Following her revelation of possessing a space, Jiang Chen contributed some supplies he had previously stored in his own space. As Yi Su Mian considered the little tiger in the back seat, she pondered, "I can't keep calling it little tiger, can I? That would be rather awkward." Jiang Chen, having swallowed his bite of food, glanced back at the little tiger. "What name do you think I should give it?" "You're the owner of the tiger. You should decide." Yi Su Mian took another bite, contemplating as she chewed. She had no innate talent for naming, evident from Xiao Bai's name. Given its orange hue, how about calling it Little Orange? She suggested suddenly, inspiration striking her. The little tiger, still voraciously eating, paused to respond with an awoo upon hearing Yi Su Mian's suggestion. It seemed delighted by its new name, and if the confines of the vehicle had not been so limited, one might have thought Little Orange would leap into Yi Su Mian's embrace. Xiao Bai, with a disdainful glance, remarked, "How unremarkable. Look at you, grinning over that silly name." The meal concluded swiftly, and soon Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun resumed their journey, with Yi Su Mian taking the wheel this time. Their conversation flowed intermittently throughout the drive. Suddenly, they encountered a large, foolish deer, mutated and larger than before. Without hesitation, Yisu Mian and Zhangchen halted the vehicle and pursued the mutated deer, capturing it and storing it in Zhangchen's space. "I'll take care of it once we return," he stated to Yisu Mian, without a moment's hesitation, agreed, believing that saving a task was indeed a blessing. The two glanced at the map and noted that they were approximately 50 kilometers away from their destination. The first base was located in Shucheng, in the central region of Huaguo. It was rumored that the first base was a vast summer resort that had been repurposed, finding a secluded spot. Yisu Mian also retrieved her vehicle from her spatial storage, mindful that entering the base together with Jiang Chun might raise suspicions if they both drove out simultaneously. They placed a few items symbolically on the car. Yisu Mian primarily laid out 2 large bags filled with pre-packed blankets and winter clothing. In addition, there were easily preserved foods, rice, instant noodles, self-heating rice, and hot pot ingredients. The passenger seat sat Xiao Bai, while she had tucked Xiao Ju into her spatial storage, reasoning that the sight of a cat might not be particularly remarkable to the base personnel. At worst, they might think she had enough supplies to care for a cat. However, owning a tiger would certainly be a different matter altogether. The two then proceeded towards the first base, one following the other. Along the way, Yisu Mian encountered several other vehicles, indicating that a considerable number of people had received the news. In addition to cars, many individuals were also walking towards the first base. Numerous people waved, hoping to persuade Jiang Chun and Yisu Mian to stop, but the two were not inclined to do so. This was not an era for benevolence. In fact, a reckless man stood defiantly in the middle of the road. Yisu Mian, showing no leniency, accelerated past him, relieved that the man had the sense to step aside. Otherwise, he would have surely been flattened. They caught sight of the base from a distance. Yisu Mian finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived at the first base. However, they were met with an exceedingly long queue, with designated lanes for vehicles and a few lines of people waiting. The processing windows were numerous, ensuring a swift pace. From the outside, a wall surrounded the base. Though it was still under construction, with workers busily tending to the site, it appeared that the base was not yet fully operational. After about an hour, it was finally Yisu Mian and Jiang Chen's turn, with Jiang Chen already having completed his processing. "Hello, please present your identification." Approached a young man in military attire. Yisu Mian handed over her identification card, which she had conveniently stored in her pocket. The man glanced at her ID and remarked, "Yangcheng, is it?" "Yes, that's correct." "Is there a problem?" Yisu Mian inquired. "No, not at all. I am also from Yangcheng," the military man replied with a smile, as if delighted to encounter a fellow townsfolk. At that moment, a young woman clad in civilian work attire, appearing to be in her 20s, approached and took the identification from the military man. She scanned it on a device resembling a tablet and returned it to Yisu Mian. "Hello, could you please open the car door? We need to conduct a brief inspection to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering," the staff member said with a smile. Yisu Mian complied, stepping out of the vehicle to open the doors and trunk, while also lowering the passenger window. The staff member glanced inside, recorded the license plate number, and noticed Xiao Bai in the passenger seat. Yisu Mian observed the staff member's eyes light up momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and registered the pet. The entrance to the base was stringent, enforcing registration even for chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Everything seems in order. Upon entering, there will be a window where you need to pay 5 pounds of food. If you lack food, you may substitute it with other supplies, the staff member informed Yisu Mian. "What if one has neither food nor other supplies?" Yisu Mian inquired casually. "In that case, you would need to sign a contract to work for the base for 2 months, the staff member replied. Just as Yisu Mian had surmised, every base likely had such regulations. While it could be considered a provision for food and lodging, the conditions were still quite harsh, and she had heard of many individuals who met untimely fates before their contracts expired. Yisu Mian was not at all surprised by this, recalling her previous visit to the third base, where the requirement was far more than 5 pounds of food. Closing the car door, she drove a short distance inside the base, where she encountered the supply collection point. Yisu Mian retrieved a bag of flour from the back seat and handed it to the staff member. This particular bag had been pre-packed, as Yisu Mian was unsure of the amount required upon entering the base. Thus, she had prepared bags of 2, 5, and 10 pounds. The staff member accepted the flour, weighed it on a scale, and handed Yisu Mian a card and a handbook. She accepted them and drove further into the base. Upon entering, it was difficult to discern that this had once been a summer resort. The exterior had been transformed with completed buildings, albeit simply constructed and mostly in rough condition, where having a window was considered a luxury. Upon entering, one could see the location of the office building, which was notably well constructed. After driving a short distance, Yisu Mian spotted Jiang Chun waiting by the roadside. Chapter 43. Renting a house in the base. Seeing Yisu Mian approach, Jiang Chun exited his vehicle. "Shall we first address our accommodation?" "Yes, let's find a place to stay," she replied. "While waiting for you, I glanced through this handbook. It lists contribution points, which are essentially akin to currency," Jiang Chun said, flipping to a page in the handbook to show Yisu Mian. She took a quick look, noting it was similar to the third base from her last life, where contribution points were used. The booklet also contained a map of the base and various internal regulations. Yisu Mian checked her watch. It was already afternoon, and nightfall would soon be upon them, that we should hurry. "It will be difficult to find accommodation once it gets dark," she advised, parking the car in a designated space. The base was relatively well organized, with clearly marked parking areas. Just as Xiaobai was about to disembark, Yisu Mian turned back with a smile, saying, "Xiaobai, keep an eye on the car." "Meow." Xiaobai, with a forlorn expression, settled back into the passenger seat. That Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun gathered a considerable amount of supplies to exchange for contribution points. "Come on, Jiang Chun," she urged. The office building was easy to locate. Visible upon entry, with most service areas situated on the ground floor. Originally a service hall of the summer resort, the equipment appeared to be in good condition. The terrain was elevated, showing no signs of flooding, perhaps having undergone some repairs. Next to the contribution point exchange counter was the housing rental service. The place was bustling, but fortunately, there were many counters for exchanging contribution points, alongside a row of machines where one could swipe their card to display personal information and contribution point balance. Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun queued at a counter with fewer patrons. Before long, it was Yisu Mian's turn. The woman at the counter wore a blank expression, resembling a non-playable character, NPC. Yisu Mian retrieved some supplies from her backpack, items they had previously found in the warehouse, along with some low-quality goods received as gifts during bulk grain purchases, as well as a small portion of near-expiry stock. She intended to exchange these slowly, prioritizing the lesser-quality supplies first. However, as it was her first exchange, she didn't bring a large quantity, simply laying out what she had on the counter. The staff member quickly verified the items and began calculating the contribution points. "Please present your identity card," the staff member instructed monotonously. Yisu Mian handed over her identity card. "This amounts to a total of 285 contribution points." The staff member stated that Yisu Mian accepted her card back, feeling that despite the modest amount of supplies, receiving 285 contribution points was satisfactory. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chun also completed his exchange, and the two proceeded to the housing rental section. This area also required waiting in line, but it seemed that the majority of people were seeking communal dormitories. These accommodations resembled a large collective warehouse, with individuals packed closely together, though they were exceedingly affordable, reportedly only requiring 3 contribution points for a month's stay. Soon, it was Yisu Mian and Jiang Chen's turn. The staff member, a woman appearing to be around 30, wore the base's standard uniform, complete with a name tag. Noticing the two standing close together, she addressed them simultaneously. "Which area are you looking to rent?" The staff member wore a similarly impassive expression. Jiang Chun, seizing the opportunity, discreetly handed her a pack of compressed biscuits and a lollipop. "Could you provide more details? We've just arrived at the first base and are not very familiar with the layout." Upon seeing the treats, the staff member's demeanor brightened instantly. She produced a map approximately the size of a sheet of paper, which was particularly detailed. Each area was clearly delineated, unlike the succinct version in the handbook. The staff member began to introduce the sections. "This area is Zone D, which consists of communal dormitories, where hundreds or even thousands of people may reside in shared accommodations, including small compartments made from shipping containers. That it seems that neither of you would opt for the dormitories in District D. District C, as it stands, is merely a bare shell, constructed later, yet it does come equipped with windows and doors, along with plumbing and electrical systems. The interiors, however, lack any decoration, consisting solely of concrete walls. The pricing is relatively reasonable. With an area of approximately 35 square meters and a one-bedroom, one living room unit costing 50 contribution points per month. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from the two concerning District C, the staff continued to point to the map, explaining, "This is District B. Here, you will find both the original buildings from the villa and those constructed later, predominantly 6 stories high. Compared to District C, the environment here is far superior, with the rooms featuring simple decorations. The original units are furnished quite comprehensively, which makes the rent significantly higher. The original houses are about 40 square meters at 100 contribution points per month, while the newer, simply decorated ones are 80 contribution points per month. District A consists of villas from the villa estate, with the smallest units starting at 500 contribution points monthly. Kawai Sumiang pondered the staff's words. Having stockpiled over 2 billion in resources was not meant to be a burden. Yet residing in a villa felt like a waste. Despite her abundant resources, she had yet to reach a point where she could afford such extravagance. The concrete dwellings in District C did not appeal to her either. Renting an original house in District B seemed unnecessary, as she would need to rearrange her previously used furniture, rendering the additional 20 contribution points a sheer waste. After much contemplation, she deemed the option of 80 contribution points the most economical. Although the space was a bit cramped, posing potential issues if Xiaoju grew quickly and required fresh air indoors. Are there any larger one-bedroom, one-living room units in the newly built District B? Yi Sumiang inquired, handing over a packet of compressed biscuits. The staff's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuits. Yes, indeed. The largest is a 60-square-meter one-bedroom, one-living room unit, but it requires a rent of 120 contribution points, which is not very suitable. The staff glanced at the two with a smile. However, it would be perfect for both of you. Yi Sumiang hastily clarified. No, we are renting 2 separate rooms. The staff appeared somewhat astonished at this revelation. Having been among the first to arrive when the first base was established, she had secured a stable position, albeit with a modest salary of 80 contribution points per month, just enough for basic sustenance. Primarily due to staff housing, it should be noted that the laborers at the base earned merely 2 contribution points per day. There was no shortage of manpower, regardless of prior professions. Alas, even in the apocalypse, the end of life still seemed to circle back to stable employment. Thus, the staff's surprise at their request for 2 rooms was quite understandable. Earning contribution points within the base was relatively easy, as one could venture out to gather resources, and the base also recruited those with abilities, with useful powers being quite lucrative. Conversely, if one struggled to earn them, they would merely ensure they would not starve. Yes, we will rent 2 units, Jiangshan remarked, secretly pleased, under the impression that the staff thought he and Yi Sumiang were a couple. Which area will you choose? He asked. Like you, I want the 60-square-meter unit in District B. He replied, indifferent to the location, following Yi Sumiang's lead. The staff chuckled. My apologies. I initially thought you two were siblings, given your striking appearances. Jiangshan, who had been reveling in the earlier misunderstanding, felt himself turning to stone at this comment. Yi Sumiang was blissfully unaware of Jiangshan's inner turmoil. Did I ask there a possibility of finding 2 units on the same floor? If you would be so kind as to check, she requested of the staff. Given the 2 packets of compressed biscuits, the staff seemed eager to assist Yi Sumiang and Jiangshan. This brand of biscuits was worth at least 2 contribution points each. The staff handed over a tablet. How about this? Both units are on the top floor, with 2 units on each level. Yi Sumiang inspected the options and found them to be in line with her expectations, particularly as they were on the top floor. May we go see them? She asked. Certainly, the staff replied, promptly summoning someone to assist. The person who arrived was a middle-aged man. Lao Wang, please take these 2 to view the units, the staff instructed, showing him the tablet with the locations of the houses. All right, follow me, please. Lao Wang beckoned to Yi Sumiang and Jiangshan. He led them to a viewing vehicle. Please hop in. It's a bit of a distance to the building, and the ride will be quicker. Thank you, Jiangshan said, handing another packet of compressed biscuits to Lao Wang, who gratefully accepted. This vehicle had originally belonged to the villa resort that as they traveled. Lao Wang remarked, you two make quite the attractive siblings. Although you don't really resemble each other. Jiangshan was left in shock once more, while Yi Sumiang chuckled quietly that we are not siblings. They both explained in unison, "Oh, so you're a couple then? You young folks are so lucky. You both are quite the catch," he continued, oblivious to their discomfort. As the banter continued, they soon reached their destination. The location was not too secluded and was relatively close to the center, with designated parking spots below. You two are quite fortunate. The prices for these units are still reasonable, but I've heard they might increase soon. upon reaching the 6th floor, the highest level in such residential buildings. Lao Wang produced a set of keys, checked the numbers, and unlocked the 2 units. Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chen each entered a room. Yi Sumiang surveyed the layout, finding it satisfactory. Both the living room and bedroom were spacious, with a basic squat toilet in the bathroom, likely a cost-saving measure. The interiors had indeed been minimally decorated, furnished with a bed and some basic furniture. This was actually expanded by the villa before the apocalypse. And it was nearly complete then, needing only some furniture and equipment, Lao Wang explained. After inspecting the premises, Yi Sumiang nodded in approval. Exiting, she glanced at Jiang Chen's room. "How is it?" she inquired. "Quite good," he affirmed. "Then this will be the one," she decided. "What do you think of the 2 units?" Lao Wang inquired cheerfully. "We'll take these," Yi Sumiang confirmed. "Excellent. I'll take you back to the service hall to settle the contribution points." Throughout their return, Lao Wang chattered away, undeterred by whether Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chen responded, exhibiting a friendly familiarity. Upon arrival, Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chen disembarked, and Lao Wang called after Jiang Chen, "Young man, you need to step up your game." They entered the service hall without needing to queue, heading straight to the service desk. "How did you find the units?" the staff asked, just as they were posed with the question. A commotion erupted at the nearby contribution point exchange area. "That I earned this money through hard work. Why can't I convert it into contribution points?" A staff member replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot use pre-apocalypse money for exchanges now. I want to speak to your supervisor." The man continued to make a scene despite the staff's repeated attempts to calm him. Soon, a security officer arrived to escort the man away. Such incidents have become commonplace. It's almost comical how worthless pre-apocalypse earnings have become in this new world, the staff remarked with a resigned smile. "By the way, how did you find the 2 units?" they inquired again. "We'll take these 2, Yi Sumiang responded, recalling that she had exchanged over 200 contribution points. "Let us pay for 2 months." She handed over her identity card, asking, "Can we also settle the water and electricity bills here?" While typically such payments required a separate window, they could be processed alongside their rental transaction. "All right, let us handle the utility fees then." It was essential to use some of the base's resources to avoid arousing suspicion. However, this meant that Yi Sumiang's identity card was now entirely depleted. "Just so you know, if you plan to renew your lease, you should do so promptly. Prices will rise soon, and this unit will require at least 150 contribution points." Jiang Chen's identity card also held just enough for 2 months' payment. "Understood. Thank you," he replied gratefully. After settling the contribution points, the staff handed the keys to Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chen. "Let us go." As the 2 individuals exited the administrative hall, they made their way to their vehicle. Yi Sumiang opened the car door, and Xiaobai, lazily lifting its head, recognized Yi Sumiang before promptly lowering it again to continue its slumber. With a gentle stroke, Yi Sumiang started the car, preparing to return home. The route was familiar to her, and soon they arrived at the foot of their building. After parking, Xiaobai followed suit and alighted from the vehicle. With dusk rapidly approaching, it was prudent to expedite the moving process. Chapter 45. The new home. The items readily visible were relatively light, yet neglecting to transport them could raise suspicions. Although Yi Sumiang intended to reside at the first base for only a year, she wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. She and Jiang Chen made several trips back and forth, finally managing to move everything up to the 6th floor. In the end, Yi Sumiang even siphoned the remaining gasoline from the car. A rare commodity in this apocalyptic world. At last, they had finished moving. Both individuals, possessing considerable stamina, were not out of breath. Yi Sumiang retrieved a pre-filled cup of spirit water from her bag and took a few hearty gulps. Upon arriving at her new abode, she meticulously inspected the surroundings multiple times to ensure there were no recording devices or surveillance equipment. Xiaobai promptly sought a cozy spot in the new home and resumed its nap. Yi Sumiang felt a mix of affection and exasperation for the lazy creature. Vigilance was essential. She could not allow others to discover her spatial abilities, lest they attempt to capture her for their own nefarious purposes. Having completed her inspections, Yi Sumiang procured a new door lock from her space. It was possible that the base had spare keys, so it was more reassuring to use her own lock cylinder. The apartment was satisfactorily decorated, albeit slightly lacking in furniture, which suited Yi Sumiang's preferences perfectly. She first located a ladder to install the curtains, but the solar panels would have to wait, as they were rather conspicuous. The curtains provided excellent blackout capabilities, ensuring that no light would escape during the night. She also applied frosted glass film to the windows, while Lee Sumian diligently cleaned every corner of the apartment. She replaced the bedroom's bed with her previous one and swapped out various pieces of furniture, storing the original items in her space for a more comfortable living experience. The living room remained largely unchanged, as the possibility of visitors meant that differing furniture could pose a risk. After all, aside from exercising, Lee Sumian rarely frequented the living room. The weather remained quite warm, prompting Lee Sumian to set up a portable air conditioner in the bedroom, which quickly cooled the room once plugged in. She also arranged a cozy nook for Xiaobai, complete with a food bowl and a water dish. Just as she finished tidying up, Jiangchen knocked at the door. "Having just moved in today, shall I treat you to a meal? I've prepared something at home," he said, his face beaming with delight. "Sounds good. Just wait a moment. I'll bring some food along too." Lee Sumian retrieved 2 sizable seaweed meat floss rice balls she had made earlier from her space. It would be impolite to visit empty-handed. After gathering her things, she sought out Jiangchen. His apartment was quite minimalist, with little more than a dining table in the living room. However, the meal he prepared was quite sumptuous. "Are you planning to exchange for more contribution points tomorrow?" Jiangchen inquired. "Yes, I intend to gather some supplies for exchange, that if all goes well, I should reside in this apartment for at least a year, that I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. So I may not be able to accompany you." He replied that that's perfectly fine. "The place I'm headed isn't too far." Lee Sumian assured him, "By the way, feel free to come find me if you wish to practice together. My living room is little in the way of furnishings." "Thank you." They continued their light-hearted conversation. Before long, they finished their meal, and Lee Sumian returned to her room. Upon hearing the sound of the door lock turning, Xiaobai rushed out to greet her. Seeing Xiaobai reminded Lee Sumian of the little orange creature still in her space, which had likely been hungry all day. She hurriedly released the small orange tiger. Initially cautious in the unfamiliar environment, the little creature soon relaxed upon spotting Lee Sumian and Xiaobai, circling around them excitedly. Who knew how shocking it had been for the little orange to suddenly appear in her space? Having spent quite some time playing with the fish, Lee Sumian gently patted the little orange. She had never raised a tiger before, but it certainly required a meat diet. Thus, she swiftly prepared a large food bowl filled with an ample amount of meat. Thankfully, her reserves were plentiful. Even with the addition of the little orange, it would be a challenge for her to consume it all. Being a feline, the little orange could likely manage some cat food as well. Lee Sumian then retrieved some of Xiaobai's food to see if the little orange would take to it. Observing that the little orange appeared rather slender and understanding the challenges of survival without a caretaker in this apocalyptic realm, she sighed, "I must ensure the little orange receives proper nourishment." The little orange was unreserved, devouring everything she had set before it with abandon. Next, she prepared some freeze-dried cat food and boiled chicken breast for Xiaobai, along with opening a canned treat. Both pets feasted joyfully. Tonight, they would need baths, especially the little orange. Setting her pets aside for the moment, Lee Sumian decided to take a bath herself. She retrieved her bathing tub from the bathroom and filled it with preheated spirit water. Ah, bliss! As she relaxed, watching a light-hearted drama and enjoying chilled fruits, she felt utterly content. This was the life Lee Sumian had always envisioned amidst the apocalypse. Once everything settled, she considered retrieving her makeshift villa. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. She planned to purchase property within the base, alternating between living in the villa and returning to the base when loneliness struck. After her bath, she saved the water for flushing the toilet. She found 2 small bathing basins and placed the 2 little ones inside. Lee Sumian had expected the little orange to resist, yet it surprisingly complied. The little orange recognized Lee Sumian as its provider. It was a tiger, but not a foolish one, that given that they would be living together, it was vital to ensure the little orange was thoroughly cleaned. After bathing the 2 little ones, she placed them in the pet dryer within her space. Lee Sumian felt a thrill at the thought of raising a tiger for the first time. She wished she could share her excitement on social media, in the bedroom. She set up a spacious cat bed for the little orange, grateful that the room was ample enough. Xiaobai rarely occupied the cat bed, preferring to snuggle up on Lee Sumian's bed instead. The night was quiet, and Lee Sumian soon drifted into a deep sleep. She awoke after 9 hours to find it was already past 9 in the morning. Rushing to prepare herself, she planned to venture out and exchange some contribution points today, ensuring the housing payment was settled to avoid complications later. After tidying herself up, she quickly consumed some crab roast soup dumplings and seafood porridge, washing it down with spirit water. With everything in order, Yi Sumian stored her two little companions in her space. Even if Xiao Bai accompanied her into the base, it would be unwise for them to be seen too frequently. It would be too conspicuous, grabbing the oil barrel she had siphoned yesterday. She descended the stairs. Chapter 46. The grass on the grave is taller than Yi Sumian examined the paper map she had stored, locating her approximate position. Indeed, it was quite far from the city center. She could only venture towards the more secluded areas, intending to retrieve the dilapidated van she had previously collected for a contribution point exchange, along with some other unnecessary supplies. These items were of little use to her. Keeping them would serve no purpose. Everything that was of no value to her would be exchanged. The van still contained a hodgepodge of collected items. Suddenly, she noticed movement over 100 meters away. The leaves rustled ominously Yi Sumian became alert, retrieving her Tang Dao from her space. Out of nowhere, a wild boar charged towards her. Fortunately, it was merely a wild boar. Her lightning abilities were more than sufficient to handle such a foe. Today, she would treat Xiao Bai and the little orange to a feast. This wild boar is a mutated version, significantly larger than those before the apocalypse. Typically, they weighed around 300 gene, but it seems the mutated boars now weigh at least 500 gene, with their teeth having grown considerably longer. The meat of mutated wild boars was highly sought after in my previous life at the base. However, this particular mutated boar, despite its transformation, did not produce any crystal cores, which is somewhat regrettable that I hastily stored the mutated boar in my space, as it was already nearing noon, and the journey had taken me an hour. With so many people visiting the base, I needed to be cautious. Any close encounters could lead to trouble. That I quickly released Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju, then retrieved a portion of the pre-packaged meal I had prepared earlier. Today's meal consisted of stir-fried meat, twice-cooked pork, and fish-flavored eggplant, all of which are my favorites, accompanied by a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, which I also prepared for Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju. After the two little ones finished their meal, Xiao Bai, being a lazy creature, curled up on the car seat to rest, while Xiao Ju, lively and energetic, darted around, bouncing here and there. Taking advantage of this moment, I decided to observe the surroundings a bit longer. The environment would only deteriorate further with time. After allowing Xiao Ju to frolic for about an hour, I returned the two little ones to my space and headed toward the first base. I was approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away when I spotted a road strewn with nails from a distance. With a sense of resignation, I thought to myself that the methods of robbery remained unchanged. I drove closer and stopped the car. Upon seeing me exit the vehicle, the group hiding nearby, comprised of 5 burly men, felt emboldened by my solitary presence. Utilizing my mental abilities, I quickly assessed their capabilities and confirmed they were all supernatural beings. One of the men with a greasy laugh said, "Hey there, pretty lady, hand over your belongings." Another chimed in, "Haha, brothers, we hit the jackpot. This girl is stunning." "You have no idea," I replied coldly. "What do you mean?" They laughed, and I know that pretty lady will soon be mine. The last person who tried to rob me in the same manner is now buried 6 feet under. Before he could finish, I swiftly dealt with 4 of them. They had no chance to use their abilities against me. And the remaining man, witnessing his companions utterly powerless before me, trembled in fear that I believed there was no need for further conversation with such individuals. Delivering justice swiftly was the best course of action, as they had undoubtedly robbed others more than once. Upon realizing the fate of his comrades, the last man knelt before me, desperation written on his face. "That my lady, this is our first time doing this. Please show mercy and spare my life." That he not only knelt, but also repeatedly bowed his head. Seeing my silence, he continued, "We have supplies. I beg you, let me go, and I will lead you to them." "Supplies? How could I refuse?" I replied. "Very well, lead the way." Then I remembered something and added, "But first, you need to clear away these nails." The robber hurriedly complied, collecting the nails scattered across the road. Once finished, he eagerly led me to where the supplies were stored. As I walked a short distance inside, I discovered several bodies hidden in a concealed area, despite the robbers' attempts to avoid them. My mental abilities allowed me to uncover their grim fate. It seemed this group was no stranger to violence. Continuing deeper, I found a few vehicles and a tent. The robber opened the trunks and doors of the cars. Goodness, they have robbed quite a lot, I thought. This man deserved to be punished, and I approached each vehicle to inspect the contents briefly. Meanwhile, the robber stealthily crept closer to me. Suddenly, he lunged forward with a knife. Snarling, "Die, you filthy wench." Having anticipated his move, I swiftly countered with my tang knife, ending his life in an instant. That I counted the vehicles, 5 in total, each brimming with supplies. That I stored the less valuable items in a box and transferred the more suitable ones into my space, which now contained not only food and clothing, but also a considerable amount of gold. However, since the last major upgrade, my space had ceased to accept gold, as if it were on a hunger strike. I decided not to dwell on it and collected everything I could. I would exchange the lesser items for contribution points later. Returning to my car, I drove swiftly back to the base. This time, re-entering would not require the cumbersome registration process, as there was a designated entrance for those with identity cards. Only 2 guards were stationed there. That a quick swipe of my identity card was all that was necessary. Upon scanning my card, my name appeared on the display, and the barrier opened automatically. Having gained experience previously, I navigated to the administrative hall with ease. Approaching the contribution point exchange area, I said, "Excuse me. Could you assist me? The items I wish to exchange are quite large." The staff member, somewhat reluctant and unsure if I was joking, initially refused, saying, "I'm sorry, but there are so many people behind you. Please wait a moment." Seeing their attitude, I remained calm. As I was familiar with the base's operations from my previous life, I discreetly offered the staff member a lollipop. Upon seeing the treat, their demeanor shifted dramatically. "All right, please wait a moment," they said, rising to follow me. Although their salary was decent and benefits good, such luxuries as a lollipop were rare, especially in these times when one could barely afford basic necessities. Chapter 47. An old acquaintance. "Is that you, Yi Su Mian?" A woman's voice called from a distance. Hearing my name, I turned to see who it was. To my surprise, it was her. Remarkably resilient, she had survived. I had no intention of engaging with her and turned to leave. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to speak to me now that I'm doing well?" Li Jia quickly caught up and blocked my path. Li Jia was dressed in the standard uniform of the base staff, her face adorned with a heavy layer of makeup, which only exaggerated her flaws. Last time, I had cornered her, prompting her to jump off a building in desperation. Fortunately, the water was deep enough to save her life, but she had barely managed to stay afloat until a group of uniformed personnel rescued her. By a twist of fate, she ended up in the first base. "Shaolin, I advise you not to associate with this person. You wouldn't even know how you met your demise. She has a dark heart," Li Jia scoffed. "Got it, Jia." Shaolin, a junior staff member, said, clearly intimidated by Li Jia. As a mere employee, she felt it best to avoid confrontation, prioritizing her job and stable livelihood over any previous encounter. It seemed the old saying rang true, and I shook my head in resignation. "What saying?" Li Jia, now brimming with arrogance, continued. "You should know how many people envy your position, Dada. Truly, good people often meet untimely ends while evildoers live on." I retorted, eyeing her. "You resemble that evildoer," she shot back, her eyes blazing with fury. "I see you're just jealous of my survival and this wonderful job," Li Jia stammered, her words tumbling out in a frenzy. "Jealous? How absurd! Am I supposed to be envious of your inability to afford rent or the flaky makeup on your face? Or perhaps your greasy hair?" "Yi Su Mian," Li Jia fumed, knowing her makeup was a sore spot, yet she couldn't let anyone speak of it in this apocalyptic world. Only substandard products were available, and without proper skincare. It was no wonder her makeup looked so poor. As long as I'm here today, you won't exchange a single contribution point," Li Jia declared, fists clenched. "How impressive," I responded sarcastically, giving her a thumbs up. In a fit of rage, Li Jia lunged to slap me. I, however, was not defenseless and swiftly seized her wrist. "Upset, are we? I haven't done anything to provoke you," I taunted, pushing her back with significant force. Li Jia stumbled, falling to the ground in a heap, her face now covered in dirt. "How did you end up on the floor?" "I haven't done anything," I continued my teasing tone, climbing to her feet. Dirt smudged across her face, she exclaimed, "Yi Su Mian, what? Why do you keep calling me my lady?" A crowd of onlookers had gathered in a circle, while some timid souls had already retreated to a safe distance. "What is going on here?" At that moment, a man's voice echoed through the AI. Li Jia glanced over and saw Guo Wenlong approaching, and she hurriedly ran over to cling to his arm. "Brother Long, this woman has been bullying me. Look, she pushed me down." Yi Su Mian felt a wave of nausea. How could this person's voice have changed so quickly? Guo Wenlong cast a sidelong glance at Yisu Mian and thought to himself that she was 1,000 times more beautiful than Li Jia. How about this? You apologize to Jia Jia, and we can let this matter go. How could Li Jia allow Yisu Mian to escape so easily? What if I refuse? Refuse? Don't you want to know who Guo Wenlong is? Guo Wenlong was one of the top supernatural beings within the base. With only a few awakened abilities, most people had been recruited upon entry. Now, Guo Wenlong was a formidable level 5 power user. He unleashed his supernatural pressure, but Yisu Mian remained unfazed. She was, after all, a level 10 supernatural being. Guo Wenlong observed Yisu Mian, who stood unyielding, feeling a twinge of surprise. The white Yisu Mian conjured a lightning sphere and sent it crashing down in front of Guo Wenlong. You a supernatural being too? Are you blind? Can't you see who just struck? Yisu Mian shot back without mercy. Guo Wenlong inwardly cursed. This was a lightning-type supernatural user, and it seemed her powers were higher rather than lower. Guo Wenlong's team swiftly encircled Yisu Mian. She truly felt a headache coming on. Life at the base was riddled with troubles at that moment. Yisu Mian sensed a trace of mental supernatural probing. She deftly rebounded the force and tracked its source. The individual was clad in the base's military uniform, appearing to be part of the base's team, and looked quite young, around 25 years old. Simultaneously, this woman gazed at Yisu Mian, having just felt a powerful rebound. Everyone, stand down, a stern voice rang out. Guo Wenlong's subordinates noticed that Tian Shuang had arrived and quickly looked to their captain for guidance. With a nod from Guo Wenlong, they parted ways. Guo Wenlong regarded Tian Shuang, his sworn rival. What brings our esteemed Captain Tian here? I wonder what Captain Guo intends to do with a defenseless girl. Tian Shuang advanced toward Yisu Mian. Hello, I am Tian Shuang, the captain of the first base. She extended her hand to Yisu Mian, but why Yisu Mian ignored her. If it weren't for Li Jia seeking trouble today, she wouldn't want to associate with the base at all. Not taking offense at Yisu Mian's lack of response, Tian Shuang retracted her hand. Shaolin, accompany this lady to inventory the supplies. The staff member named Shaolin promptly followed Yisu Mian to inventory the goods. That it was better to stay clear of trouble. What does this mean, Captain Tian? Guo Wenlong was somewhat irked. It seemed today was truly not in his favor. The surface meaning. Tian Shuang, don't forget, the old commander is gravely ill. You never know when you'll no longer have the final say. Guo Wenlong's gaze turned vicious. Tian Shuang's tone remained icy. Then Vice Captain Guo, don't forget, is this how you speak to your superior? She revealed her fire-type supernatural abilities, which appeared to be around level 6. Withdraw. Guo Wenlong had no choice but to order a retreat, as his powers were inferior to hers. Clenching his fists, he vowed that one day he would trample Tian Shuang underfoot to Li Jia, equally dissatisfied. Followed suit, leaving in a huff after seeing Guo Wenlong's command. Chapter 48. The wild boar hero Tian Shuang did not linger. She had many matters to attend to and took her team away. But she decided it would be prudent to seek out Yisu Mian in due time. Although Yisu Mian had not disclosed her name as the captain of the first base, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find out who she was. The staff member named Shaolin followed Yisu Mian to inventory the supplies. Upon reaching the van, she initially thought only the items inside needed to be counted. To her surprise, Yisu Mian indicated that the van itself was also part of the exchange. When the staff member opened the doors and the trunk, they found it brimming with supplies. To save time, Shaolin called over 2 more people to assist with the counting. While the van's contents were not exceptionally abundant, the variety was impressive. The trio worked efficiently, and the base staff displayed remarkable productivity. Hello, this totals 4,384 contribution points. The Yisu Mian accepted her identity card, surprised that the items were worth more contribution points than she had anticipated. The staff member marveled, noting that since the first base had officially opened, few had amassed such a large number of contribution points. Most were refugees, with only a few hundred points being quite substantial. Other staff members whispered nearby. Today, a man came in exchange for several thousand contribution points. What did he exchange for so much? He seems to have gone hunting. Took down a wild boar. We call him the wild boar hero. That wild boar hero is rather handsome. Yisu Mian thought to herself that she too had a wild boar. But it was meant for her own consumption. However, hearing that wild boar meat was so valuable made sense, considering it was a meat product. After receiving her contribution points, Yi Su-mian went to the rental office next door to pay the remaining rent for the next 10 months. The staff there recognized her. "Oh, the young lady is back again. Yes, I'd like to pay rent for another 10 months. Very well." After paying the rent, Yi Su-mian still had 3,184 contribution points left, which she decided to save for future use, just in case. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Before heading home, she decided to stop by the base supermarket. Yi Su-mian drove towards the supermarket, following the small map in the base manual. Upon arrival, she parked nearby. The supermarket was quite crowded, with a large display screen updating the available items daily. The setup resembled a bank, where one would state their needs and the staff would fetch the items. Several uniformed patrol officers stood at the entrance, making the atmosphere feel akin to a bank. The selection of items was not particularly extensive, but the prices were exorbitant. For instance, a pound of rice cost 10 contribution points, though it could last for several meals. Potatoes, a staple, were a newly developed variety post-apocalypse, yielding well and easy to cultivate. They were priced at 4 contribution points per pound. The cheapest item was a grain cake, costing 1 contribution point for 2. Self-heating hot pots were also available, reminiscent of the ordinary ones from her past life. But here they cost 15 contribution points for a single box, while canned meats were priced exorbitantly. Yi Su-mian initially had no intention of buying anything. But as she was in line, she decided to purchase 2 pounds of the new potatoes. She realized she hadn't thoroughly explored the base yet, and thought it wise to schedule some time to familiarize herself. Especially since she wouldn't want to move much during the extreme cold. Yi Su-mian hurriedly drove home, parked, and extracted her belongings. Finally home, she released her 2 little companions, Xiaobai and Xiaoju, who circled around her excitedly. Yi Su-mian noted that Xiaoju, being a tiger, acted more like a dog with its affectionate nature. After giving both cats a good petting, she quickly retreated to her space for a shower and to change clothes. After a day out, she felt sticky and didn't want to dine while still sweaty. Yi Su-mian washed up swiftly and, upon emerging, remembered that she needed to prepare an extra meal for her 2 little ones. She patted their heads. "You 2 must be tired today. I'll prepare a little extra for you tomorrow." Just as she was about to prepare their food, someone knocked on the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Jiang Chun attempting to let himself in. So she opened the door. "Do you want some meat?" Jiang Chun greeted her with a cheerful smile. Yi Su-mian was baffled. At this moment, Jiang Chun lifted 2 black plastic bags he was carrying. "This is for the little tiger and Xiaobai. I prepared both raw and cooked meat that I made your portion too. It's at my place. Will you come?" Yi Su-mian's face lit up with a smile. "Sure." The sunlight streaming through the corridor illuminated Yi Su-mian's face, and Jiang Chun found her smile indescribably charming, stirring a delightful feeling within him. "Here you go." Jiang Chun handed the bags to Yi Su-mian. She opened them to find not only a generous amount of meat, but also cut into small portions for convenience. "Xiaobai, Xiaoju, it's time for your extra meal. Remember to thank your older brother Jiang Chun." With that, Yi Su-mian headed in her bedroom to fill their bowls with meat, along with a large bowl of spring water. Xiaobai remained aloof towards Jiang Chun, while Xiaoju was quite the opposite, eagerly rubbing against him before darting off to the bedroom to eat. "Let us go." Yi Su-mian emerged and followed Jiang Chun to his home for dinner. She hadn't expected that the person mentioned at the service hall earlier was indeed him, the wild boar hero. What a wild boar hero! Today, I simply took a stroll and fortuitously encountered 2 wild boars. I kept one for myself and exchanged the other for contribution points. Yi Su-mian settled down and said, "Let's have hot pot." "Indeed, this time we have pork. I shall treat you to a proper hot pot meal." I also went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, which were indeed exorbitantly priced. Yi Su-mian glanced at the ingredients. There were 2 types of leafy greens, pork slices, spicy pork slices, and an assortment of pork cuts that Jiang Chun had skillfully prepared, all of which were quite appetizing. There were also luncheon meat, kelp knots, konjac noodles, and tofu skin. The hot pot was a yin-yang style at that moment. Yi Su-mian noticed a black device on the table that resembled an air conditioner or fan. "What is this?" she inquired of Jiang Chun. "This is my modified small-range hood. It's perfect for enjoying hot pot or any strongly flavored dish that I've tried it several times, and it works wonderfully. Give it a spin and see if the smell is only around the table." Yi Su-mian indeed turned around, confirming Jiang Chun's assertion. "Could you make one for me? I can exchange contribution points or other items." Sure, but I haven't decided what I want yet. That I'll let you know once I think of something. That all right. That Yi Samayan couldn't quite fathom why she felt increasingly relaxed in Jiang Chen's company. Chapter 49. Invitation to join the official team. Seeing Jiang Chen lay out such a delightful spread, Yi Samayan was not one to hold back. She produced a large watermelon that she had hoarded from before the apocalypse. Yi Samayan, you still have watermelon? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he attempted to maintain his composure for the sake of his persona, which made Yi Samayan secretly amused that I stumbled upon it. Consider it dessert. After cutting it in half and then having one half again, she shared a quarter with him, saying, "You can keep that half. That won't do. Fruit is quite precious these days, that I no worries. I have plenty. You've already treated me to pork." That Yi Samayan smiled gently. "Hurry and eat. I'm on the verge of starving." Jiang Chen quickly sat down and took a bite of the watermelon. Yi Samayan began to cook the meat. This marked the first time since the apocalypse that Yi Samayan truly enjoyed a hot pot meal. That it must be said, the mutant wild boar meat was indeed delectable. Yi Samayan longed to resolve all her matters swiftly, and then find a place she adored to linger, as it was quite distressing to have to sneak around just to enjoy a meal at the base. They both ate their fill. Yi Samayan observed Jiang Chen's modified small odor-removing device. It was truly a remarkable invention that if she had such a device in the future, she could eat whatever she desired. "Jiang Chen, if you have time, let us practice together again. I mustn't allow myself to grow too complacent." "All right, by the way, Jiang Chen, you should prepare some winter clothing and supplies. After enduring extreme heat and heavy rain, who knows what frigid weather lies ahead? It's better to be prepared." "Sure, thanks for the reminder. That I'll take my leave now." Returning to her room, Yi Samayan found Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju already asleep. Noticing it was still early, she went to her storage space to gather fruits and vegetables, planting some more while also processing the wild boar. Handling the wild boar in her storage space was quite straightforward. She could control it with her thoughts, though it was somewhat mentally taxing. Recently, her crops had yielded enough to last for quite some time, and the output was exceptionally high, thanks to her ample seed reserves. After spending over 2 hours in the space, Yi Samayan emerged refreshed from a shower. Lately, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju had consumed plenty of meat, so she took the time to brush their teeth. Lest their breath turn foul, that if they didn't lick Yi Samayan, it might be tolerable, but they insisted on licking her face. As for their bathroom habits, Xiao Bai had learned to use the toilet. And now he was teaching Xiao Ju that Yi Samayan lay in bed, about to drift into slumber, when the events of the day suddenly resurfaced in her mind. But a frown creased her brow as she thought of Li Jia, that troublemaker. She feared that trouble would surely seek her out in the future. The captain beside her was certainly no pushover either. Then there was that woman who had appeared later, whose name seemed to be Tion something. Yi Samayan decided not to dwell on it any longer. When she had used her mental abilities to bounce back, she discovered that this person possessed dual abilities. One was fire, and the other was psychic. Both were formidable powers that Yi Samayan found it perplexing. In her new life, she had encountered only 2 individuals with psychic abilities, Xiao Bai and that official that in her past life. She had never encountered even one. Merely hearing about them, she couldn't shake the feeling that this woman would return to find her. Had it not been for her obligations at the first base and the rent she had paid, Yi Samayan would have wanted to move out under the cover of night. Enough of that. No need to overthink it. One step at a time. Time for bed. She resolved that Yi Samayan slept soundly until dawn. After preparing breakfast for Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju, she set about her own morning routine. She took out a basket of beef soup dumplings and a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee. Glancing at the electronic pickled vegetables before starting her meal, Xiao Ju, curious about the dumplings Yi Samayan was enjoying, stared at her with wide, sparkling eyes. Yi Samayan tossed one towards him, and Xiao Ju leapt to catch it. Recently, it seemed Xiao Ju had grown significantly. When he had first arrived, he was similar in size to Xiao Bai, but now Xiao Ju was quite capable of outgrowing him. With the rent settled, Yi Samayan planned to refrain from venturing out for a while. As she savored strawberries and plump grapes from her storage, she indulged in watching a television drama. Recently, Yi Samayan had developed a fondness for youthful campus dramas, lamenting the fact that she had never experienced a passionate university romance. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Assuming it was Jiang Chen, she hurried to open it, peering through the peephole. Indeed, her guess was correct. It was that Tion person seeking her out. Yi Samayan glanced back at Xiao Ju, who was playing in the living room, Upon catching her eye, he seemed to understand her unspoken message and scurried back to the bedroom. Yi Samayan opened the door, asking, "What brings you here? Are you not curious how I managed to find you?" Tian Shuang inquired with a slight smile that you're the captain of the first base. It is hardly surprising you could locate me. If you couldn't, perhaps you should consider relinquishing your position, Yi Samayan replied, leaning casually against the doorframe. That could be arranged, but only if you wish to take my place as the captain of the first base, which offers quite a generous salary to no need. I have little interest in such matters. Yi Samayan genuinely wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements, having hoarded over 2 billion worth of supplies solely to lead a life of leisure amidst the apocalypse. Don't be too hasty in your refusal, Yi Samayan. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Safe travels. I want to see you out. Yi Samayan began to close the door. By the way, do prepare some warm supplies. The weather may worsen ahead, Tian Shuang remarked. Yi Samayan shut the door, realizing that the officials could indeed predict the onset of extreme cold. It seemed that a bitter chill was imminent, and there was little time left to enjoy the warmth. As Tian Shuang descended the stairs and entered the vehicle parked below, the captain in the driver's seat asked, "How did it go?" Team leader Tian? What else? She undoubtedly declined. This visit was merely a test. Her abilities are certainly on par with mine. Even if she agreed, managing her would be quite the challenge. In truth, if Yi Samayan genuinely wished to join the officials, Tian Shuang would gladly promote her. However, the old commander had. Tian Shuang shot a glance at the captain, who immediately fell silent. Speak of this outside, and be wary. Walls have ears, Tian Shuang warned in a frigid tone. Understood, Team Leader Tian. The team leader in the driver's seat hurriedly started the car and drove away. Yi Sumi pondered for a moment, although she was reluctant to involve herself in some matters concerning the base. It was essential to maintain a cordial relationship with the official establishment. The minor incident with Tian Shuang did not detract from Yi Sumi's appetite. She continued to relish her meal with great enthusiasm. She even brought out a cup of Snow King lemon water, as she often found herself craving snacks while watching television. Consequently, Yi Sumi took out a portion of grilled sweet potato skin and a whole grilled squid. In the end, she indulged herself to such an extent that she produced a serving of black sugar pearl sundae. Yi Sumi contemplated visiting the base in the afternoon to familiarize herself with the terrain and routes. For it is always wise to be prepared. Chapter 50. The pink deodorizer. After finishing her lunch, Yi Sumi still intended to explore the base. The residential area where she resided, Area B, offered little in the way of amusement. Hence, she decided to stroll towards the nearby Areas C and D. Area C proved to be more lively compared to Areas D and B. In Area D, the residents faced difficulties even in finding food, leaving little room for leisurely pursuits. Conversely, since Area C housed individual residences, the conditions there were evidently better. It must be said that capable individuals are never lacking, regardless of their location. In Area C, there existed a designated spot for street vendors. Numerous merchants peddled their wares here, where one could barter goods or exchange them for contribution points, along with several vendors of luxury items. The most amusing sight was a vendor who had piled up a heap of pre-apocalypse currency, shouting that it could be exchanged for merely 2 contribution points. This currency was now utterly worthless. There were also many selling treasures of gold and silver, most of which consisted of items that were no longer of use. Yi Sumi had little interest in the others, but was quite intrigued by the gold. Although gold held little value at present, it might prove useful once the apocalypse reached a certain level of recovery. How much for this gold? 5 contribution points per gram. I have a total of 50 grams here. Other food items can also be used for exchange. Yi Sumi considered this and found it reasonably priced, especially since her contribution points were of no use, just sitting idle. I'll take it all. Great. Only merchants with shops had machines to convert contribution points. Those operating stalls could only exchange them at the service hall. Thus, Yi Sumi followed the gold seller to the service hall. Upon arrival, the staff member who rented the house to Yi Sumi remembered her. "Little girl, it's good you paid the rent yesterday. Now your house is 150 contribution points per month." Yi Sumi smiled at the staff member and then departed. Besides wandering around the base, Yi Sumi's main objective was to gather information. Along her way, she overheard quite a bit, primarily concerning the head and deputy head of the base, as well as the conflict between 2 factions, with Captain Tian and Captain Guo at odds. The most crucial piece of information she learned was that the head of the base, an elderly commander of the official base, was rumored to be nearing the end of his days, and the deputy head was seizing the opportunity to usurp power. This revelation made sense of Tian Shuang's visit to her. With the old commander being vulnerable and Captain Gua as her enemy, it was only natural for them to seek her allegiance, especially given her noteworthy combat prowess. Aside from these matters, Yi Sumi had little interest in the trivial gossip circulating within the base. As she headed back, a vehicle approached from behind and slowly pulled up alongside her. The passenger window gradually lowered. "Get in. I'll give you a ride," Guo Wenlong said with a cheerful grin, completely shedding the tension of the previous day. Having matured through experience, Guo Wenlong had learned the importance of adaptability. He had just discovered that Tian Shuang sought out Yi Sumi, and the fact that Tian went personally indicated that Yi Sumi possessed substantial strength. Most importantly, his encounter with her yesterday had convinced him of her formidable abilities. Perhaps he could recruit her, not only to irritate Tian Shuang, but also to bolster the deputy head's forces. Without needing to see the driver, Yi Sumi knew it was Captain Gua. "Captain Gua, are we on familiar terms? We may not be now, but who knows what the future holds?" Yi Sumi continued walking, and Captain Gua's vehicle trailed her, maintaining pace. "Once you agree to join us, you may choose any position within the base, and the resources will be plentiful." "Not at all. Your positions are all subordinate." This remark stung Guo Wenlong, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Yi Sumi, disinclined to prolong the conversation, swiftly changed her course and took a narrow path where vehicles couldn't enter, leaving Guo Wenlong in the car, gasping in frustration, refusing a toast and inviting punishment. "Captain Gua, what shall we do?" asked the soldier driving beside him. "Find for people. Use any means necessary to deal with Yi Sumi." "Understood, Captain." That it must be said that the recent weather had indeed turned cooler. Just a while ago, temperatures soared above 30 C, but it had dropped to around 25 C, necessitating long sleeves in the mornings and evenings. Upon returning home, Yi Sumi first took Little White and Little Orange to the space, where she often picked fruits and tended to her crops. She also washed her recently changed clothes. After a busy afternoon around 6 o'clock, Yi Sumi took a shower and prepared to go out for dinner, making sure to set aside meals for her two little companions as well. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Jiang Chun. Upon opening the door, Jiang Chun handed her a pink item. "What is this?" "It's the deodorizer you requested." "It's quite simple. I modified it and brought it to you." "But why is it pink? I thought you girls might prefer this color." Jiang Chun scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Sumi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you like it? I could exchange it for another color." Jiang Chun appeared a bit anxious. "No need. I actually quite like it." "That's good to hear. I should get going as I have some matters to attend to." "All right." Once Jiang Chun left, Yi Sumi examined the pink deodorizer and found herself increasingly fond of it. Was it a sign that she was getting older and developing a fondness for pink? Now that she possessed a deodorizer, Yi Sumi decided to indulge in barbecue for dinner. The barbecue was already prepackaged, ready to eat. However, to prevent it from cooling down, she placed a warming rack beneath it, a bonus gift from the barbecue restaurant for her frequent purchases. Yi Sumi laid out beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled fish, grilled vegetables, heart tubes, beef tendons, sausages, gluten, squid, raw beef, dried meat, and soy sauce gluten. Fried noodles and spicy clams were a must, along with some small seafood and dipping sauce that if she needed more, she could always fetch additional items. Setting the pink deodorizer on the table ensured no odors would escape. However, Little White and Little Orange had exceptionally keen senses that as soon as the food was laid out, they rushed over to sit by the bed, eagerly awaiting their share. Yi Sumi, of course, was generous, as there was plenty in the space. She pulled out the wooden skewers and shared the meat with them. If only she had some wheat juice to complete the experience. Yet, Yi Sumi reminded herself that alcohol was strictly off limits in the apocalypse. Just a sip was forbidden. Thus, she settled for a refreshing drink instead, pouring herself a full glass, utterly satisfying. Chapter 51. The assassination turns deadly. Yi Sumi had been holed up at home for a week. Thanks to the deodorizer, she had been enjoying delightful meals, and even Little Orange and Little White had gained significant weight. Little Orange, in particular, was growing rapidly, now nearly the size of a small golden retriever. Yi Sumi kept her curtains drawn most of the time and employed frosted glass. But occasionally when she opened the window, she noticed a few individuals observing her floor, along with a car that constantly lingered nearby. Yi Sumi furrowed her brow. It was evident that it was Captain Gua's doing that in the afternoon, Jiang Chen visited Yisumi again. You girls have such an accurate sixth sense. Just a few days ago, you mentioned preparing for the cold, and today the base announced the need to brace for it early. I was merely guessing. Has the base released any official word? Not yet. It should be out in a day or two. I've been conducting business with the base. As you know, I'm a weapons dealer, that I occasionally produce some items, but I lack materials. The base has a comprehensive supply, and I heard their discussions while working. By the way, I'm here to ask about installing the fence we talked about earlier, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Sure, I was just about to discuss that with you. I've been a bit lazy and nearly forgot. After Jiang Chen departed, Yisu Mian continued to languish in idleness. However, she was mindful of those who had her in their thoughts. It was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. The following day, Yisu Mian rose early. Today marked a significant confrontation, so she ensured a hearty breakfast, indulging in a serving of succulent shrimp dumplings, a beef bao, and a cup of soy milk before donning her attire and stepping out. The weather had turned notably colder recently, necessitating long sleeves throughout the day. Around 6 o'clock, after sending Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju back into the space, she set off as she descended the stairs. Yisu Mian could distinctly observe several individuals surveilling her nearby. Their presence was glaringly evident. It was clear that the ineptitude of the team mirrored that of their captain. They were a foolish lot. Unable to deal with them at the base, she resolved to confront them outside. The fuel wasted today would surely be recouped from Guo Wenlong. Upon exiting the base, the vehicle trailing her maintained a distance of approximately 300 to 400 meters. Not closely pursuing Yisu Mian refrained from quickening her pace, fearing they might lose track. After traveling for over 10 kilometers and confirming the area was devoid of any onlookers, she utilized her mental powers for reconnaissance. Yisu Mian then halted her vehicle, choosing to wait for them. Soon, the four individuals noticed Yisu Mian had come to a stop and deemed it the perfect moment to confront her. Without unnecessary chatter, they unleashed their powers, launching an attack. Yet, these four were far from a match for Yisu Mian in a matter of moments. 3 of them were swiftly dispatched, leaving only one trembling in fear. "Don't come any closer," he stammered. "Why should I listen to you? What a lot of nonsense. I could reveal who seeks to kill you," he offered. "And whom would you tell?" With that, he ceased to breathe. Yisu Mian ensured her outing was not in vain. All 4 of their crystal cores now belonged to her. She approached the vehicle they had used and discovered it was well-fueled. And to her delight, she found a wealth of food inside. Guo Wenlong had indeed invested heavily. As long as his backing remained intact, Yisu Mian would find no respite. After circling around a couple more times, she released Xiao Ju and Xiao Bai to frolic before returning by the time she arrived at the base. It was well past 3 in the afternoon. Guo Wenlong had awaited the return of the 4 individuals he had dispatched to follow Yisu Mian at the base entrance all day. To his astonishment, it was Yisu Mian who returned. Yisu Mian drove through the base at a leisurely pace. Just as she scanned her identification card, she failed to roll up her window in time and noticed Captain Gua standing at the roadside. "Vice Captain Gua, are you waiting for someone?" she queried. "Is it not within my duties as captain to conduct inspections?" "Remember, you are merely the vice captain," she retorted before driving off with a flourish. Had Captain Gua not been at the entrance of the base, surrounded by so many people, he would have relished the opportunity to smash everything in sight. Yisu Mian certainly possessed a knack for inciting ire that moment. Li Jiao approached, saying, "Long ago, I have a plan." Captain Guo regarded her, aware that had it not been for her, he would not have initially crossed paths with Yisu Mian. Nevertheless, he followed Li Jia. Her residence was a flat that Captain Guo had rented for her in Area C. Upon entering, Li Jia informed him, "Those 4 have likely met their demise, that if we can locate their bodies and pin the murder on Yisu Mian, she will be unable to escape her fate." Captain Guo considered this an excellent strategy and immediately dispatched personnel to search for the corpses of the 4, that after returning home, Yisu Mian decided to take a shower before preparing dinner. First ensuring that Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju had their meals ready. Having resolved a minor nuisance today, she treated herself to a delightful feast, laying out sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, crispy fried pork, and tomato beef brisket soup on her small bedside table. Opening a pack of electronic pickled vegetables, she savored her meal. Yisu Mian's electronic pickled vegetables were notoriously unstable. Today, she was treated to the sight of a delicate orchid. And Chang appeared quite handsome. After finishing her meal, Yisu Mian calculated the time and noted the significant drop in temperature recently. It was prudent to prepare ahead. The extreme cold was surely approaching. She set up a rapid heater in her bedroom and lit the stove, ensuring she would not be caught unprepared when the bitter chill arrived. Fortunately, her one-bedroom rental was spacious enough to accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, 2 cat beds, a stove, an air conditioner, and an electric heating pad without feeling cramped. This stove needed to be vented outdoors to prevent gas poisoning, but with her spatial tools, creating an opening posed little difficulty. Once everything was ready, Yisu Mian laid down an extra thick, plush carpet, switched her bedding for a thicker down comforter, and prepared fluffy pajamas and cotton slippers for herself. Given the recent drop in temperature, she found it ideal to forego the air conditioning in favor of cozy blankets. Yesterday, she had intended to purchase charcoal from the base, but upon inspection, the base's charcoal was inferior to her own. Even if she burned it continuously during the extreme cold, she would have plenty left over. This stove would also serve to roast sweet potatoes and potatoes, producing a delightfully sweet aroma. Yisu Mian could hardly contain her eagerness for roasted sweet potatoes. Chapter 52. The extreme cold today. Upon returning home, Yisu Mian heard discussions at the base regarding the impending extreme cold. There were those within the base who were utterly convinced, purchasing supplies despite the inflated prices as a precaution. Conversely, a segment of the populace regarded it as mere marketing ploys of the base, stubbornly refusing to buy anything. Regardless, the base had issued a warning. Whether to heed it was up to the individual. As Yisu Mian drifted into a deep slumber, she dreamt of her great-grandmother. Suddenly, she felt a sticky sensation on her face, followed by a heavy thud to her abdomen. Startled, she awoke with a sneeze. "Achio!" she exclaimed, feeling the chill in the air. Quickly, she turned on the light, only to discover Xiao Bai perched on her stomach, while Xiao Ju lay beside her, providing warmth and licking her face. Both were shivering from the cold, that moment. Yisu Mian glanced at the electronic thermometer on her bedside table, which indicated the indoor temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees Celsius. The outdoor temperature could only be lower. She hurriedly got out of bed, cranked the air conditioning to its maximum setting, plugged in the electric heater, and lit the stove. Thankfully, her prior preparations had been thorough. Once everything was in order, Yisu Mian looked in the mirror and noticed her pale complexion, with her lips tinged blue from the cold. She quickly gathered Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju into her arms. Grateful for their timely wake-up call, she reaffirmed that adopting Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju had been the wisest decision in this post-apocalyptic world. She planted a kiss on each of them. "Good babies, I'll make sure to treat you both tomorrow." The stove proved to be incredibly effective, and soon the room began to warm up. Once she regained her composure, Yisu Mian replaced her blankets with a thicker down comforter, adding a plush throw and an electric blanket for extra warmth. She donned fluffy pajamas and cozy cotton slippers that moment. Jiangchen arrived, urgently knocking on the door. Only when Yisu Mian opened it did his anxious heart finally settle. Yisu Mian noted that Jiangchen was dressed in ordinary long sleeves and pants, with only a long down jacket added for warmth. "That I'm glad you're awake. I came to check on you. I feared you might be sleeping too soundly." Jiangchen had been jolted awake by the cold and had rushed over, neglecting to heat his own home, arriving at Yisu Mian's door in a frenzy. His lips were also tinged with frost. "That I'm fine. You should return and dress warmly, that it's freezing out," she urged. "All right," he replied. After Jiangchen departed, Yisu Mian felt a small warmth in her heart upon returning to her bedroom. She found Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju huddled around the stove, particularly Xiao Bai, who was ready to burrow into the warmth. That why Yisu Mian swiftly pulled him back, saying, "Xiao Bai, if you don't want to become a bald cat, stay away from the stove." Meowed out at this moment. Yisu Mian glanced at the clock. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. That it was too cold. She ought to have some ginger soup. That why Yisu Mian took out a kettle suitable for the stove and placed it on the burner. Inside, she poured some spiritual spring water. Just as she added a few slices of ginger, she heard the wailing of police sirens outside. The sirens persisted for quite a while this hour, when people are in the deepest slumber. It was likely that many would freeze to death in the base by morning. Had it not been for Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju, Yisu Mian might have succumbed as well. The temperature in her room had stabilized at approximately 24 degrees Celsius. She decided to dismantle the bulky air conditioning unit, as it took up too much space, opting instead for an electric heater. With so many heating appliances in the room, it was becoming rather dry. Yi Su-mian wished to avoid any discomfort, such as chapped lips or a nosebleed. Thus, she placed a humidifier on her bedside table and filled 2 large bowls with the spiritual spring water for her little companions. Having always felt that her feet were particularly cold during winter, she put a large hot water bag at the foot of her bed. Coincidentally, after dealing with those 4 individuals yesterday, today brought extreme cold. When the bodies of those 4 were buried deep, the already challenging search would become even more arduous in this frigid environment. Truly, it seemed that heaven favored Yi Su-mian. After a flurry of activity, she felt somewhat fatigued, drank a large bowl of ginger soup, and promptly fell asleep in her warm little bed. That day, the team dispatched by Captain Guo to search for the 4 individuals did not return. They had set out without any warm clothing or supplies and were now in the wilderness, significantly diminishing their chances of survival. The next day, Captain Guo was furious, having lost over 10 individuals in just a few days, many of whom possessed abilities, which severely weakened the deputy base leader's combat strength. With no time to trouble Yi Su-mian, Captain Guo busied himself with recruiting new members. Meanwhile, Yi Su-mian slept until 9 in the morning. The charcoal in the stove had burned out, causing the room temperature to drop slightly. Yi Su-mian quickly got up to replenish the charcoal. She drew the curtains slightly and beheld the outside world blanketed in white. A heavy snow falling like goose feathers. Yi Su-mian had wished to stay cozy indoors during such extreme snowfall, yet it was prudent to venture out and feign stocking up on supplies. Otherwise, staying in for too long might raise suspicions. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered that the pipes had frozen and were no longer supplying water. It seemed she would have to rely on her space to relieve herself in the future. In such bitterly cold weather, a warm bowl of millet porridge and a basket of shrimp dumplings were in order. After breakfast, Yi Su-mian layered herself in multiple garments, wishing she could wear even more. Before the apocalypse, she had purchased high-tech thermal clothing, claiming it was warm enough for the Antarctic. She had stockpiled plenty, and indeed, it proved to be quite effective, confirming she had not been misled. As she stepped outside, she carried an electronic thermometer. The temperature had plummeted to minus 40 degrees Celsius. While it was bearable for the moment, it would likely drop to minus 70 degrees in the days to come. Although the current temperature was not excessively low, the heavy snowfall made travel increasingly difficult. Yi Su-mian filled her car with fuel, and after some effort, managed to start it. Morning, the base had cleared the main roads, making travel somewhat manageable. Yi Su-mian headed to the supermarket, waiting in line for an extended period, observing many people dressed too lightly for the weather. Fortunately, her layers kept her relatively warm. While waiting, she overheard others in line discussing how the temperature had suddenly dropped last night. Indeed, she had heard reports of numerous fatalities. When she had risen early, she saw a row of bodies displayed downstairs. Quite a fright. The D district was even worse. Densely populated and lacking proper insulation compared to their own situation. One could only wonder when this ordeal would end. Yi Su-mian listened quietly. Even if some managed to awaken later, survival without adequate supplies would remain a formidable challenge. Before long, it was Yi Su-mian's turn. She checked the inventory list and was pleased to find wild boar meat available. She purchased a small amount of charcoal, rice, flour, and some instant food, filling a large bag. With this, she hoped to avoid any undue suspicion and return home to enjoy her cozy solitude. Upon returning home, she encountered Jiang Chun just as he was stepping out. "Good morning." Jiang Chun greeted her first. "Good morning to you as well. I'm off to work now." Jiang Chun waved and departed. Yi Su-mian felt fortunate to have such a neighbor. Chapter 53. Stockpiling wild boar once home. Yi Su-mian began to prepare for her cozy life indoors. She peeled a multitude of shrimp, readying herself to make shrimp dumplings, allowing herself to use as much filling as she desired. Fortunately, she had purchased fresh live shrimp earlier, and upon discovering she could cultivate fish in her space, she stocked it with many aquatic creatures, alleviating her concerns about running out of food one day. However, with Xiao Bai's hearty appetite, it would be a challenge to consume all of it. Yi Su-mian remained at home for 2 months, the only person she encountered being Jiang Chun. During this time, she had stockpiled plenty of food, making numerous shrimp dumplings, yet she had completely consumed all the wild boar meat. Little Ju had grown to nearly the size of an adult tiger, and now sprawled in the bedroom, making the space feel even more cramped. Additionally, she had absorbed all the crystal cores she had previously saved. With her lightning abilities reaching level 10, further upgrades were challenging, so she focused on enhancing her other minor powers. Now, Yisu Mian possessed abilities in lightning, mental, ice, fire, strength, and plant manipulation that it was time to venture out for some hunting, as little Ju's appetite had truly increased. Just as Yisu Mian contemplated hunting, Jiangchen came to seek her out. While I was working, I overheard that there is a place teeming with wild boar, but there are wolves nearby, and no one in the base dares to go. Are you willing to? Absolutely, I must go. Little Ju is eating far too much. Yisu Mian replied. Upon hearing her mention him, little Ju immediately emerged from the bedroom, playfully rubbing against Yisu Mian's legs. With his belly upturned toward the ceiling, his shiny white underbelly reflected the light. Little Ju had been well fed by Yisu Mian. Jiangchen also reached down to pet him, and little Ju was quite fond of Jiangchen, often seeking him out for affection as he frequently brought treats. When shall we set off? Yisu Mian inquired. Tomorrow. We should prepare today, Jiangchen replied. All right, she agreed, and with that Jiangchen returned to work. With the impending hunt, preparation was essential. Yisu Mian soon discovered that wearing 2 layers of high-tech thermal clothing beneath a thick down jacket kept her warm. This thermal gear was truly a blessing in such extreme cold. The following morning, Yisu Mian rose early. She slung a large hiking backpack over her shoulder. Though it contained little, she had affixed heat packs to her clothing and placed heated insoles in her shoes. Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju were also stored in her space, allowing little Ju to contribute some effort today. Yisu Mian stepped outside. She encountered Jiangchen just leaving as well. Why not take my car? I've modified it with base materials. Sure, she replied. Descending the stairs, Yisu Mian took her seat in the passenger side, while Jiangchen entered and activated the air conditioning. Yisu Mian ran her hand over the car, remarking, "This modified one is quite impressive. That I could modify yours too if you'd like," Jiangchen offered. That would be great provided it's not too much trouble. The two exchanged casual conversation as they arrived at the base entrance. Now, few people moved about the base. Those leaving were predominantly in small teams collecting tasks. Although snow continued to fall, it was not excessively heavy. And thankfully, visibility remained clear. Yisu Mian produced 2 pairs of sunglasses, offering one to Jiangchen. Put these on to prevent snow blindness. Inside the base, operations continued as snowplows worked diligently, while outside, the snow was over a meter deep. Fortunately, the modified vehicle traversed the snow with relative ease, albeit slowly. Given the heavy snowfall, the thick accumulation rendered it difficult to discern the road, yet they pressed forward. Jiangchen, having prepared for the hunt, brought along maps and compasses. Yisu Mian took a look at the detailed route Jiangchen had marked on his map. She had traversed this area 2 months prior when it was still lush with greenery. But now the trees stood bare, their trunks brown against the stark white landscape. In her childhood, she had relished snowball fights. When her parents were still around, winters were filled with building snowmen and skiing together. Yet now, the sight of snow only brought her annoyance. After approximately 2 hours of driving, Jiangchen finally spotted a herd of wild boars. He immediately brought the car to a halt, and both Yisu Mian and Jiangchen stealthily exited the vehicle. The herd appeared to consist of over 10 wild boars. Yisu Mian also released Xiao Ju and Xiao Bai. Xiao Ju seemed to possess an innate hunting instinct, swiftly concealing itself as it prepared to pounce. The size of the wild boars was comparable to the one Yisu Mian had caught previously, leaving her puzzled about what they fed on to grow so robust. They had struck gold. However, for some unknown reason, the herd suddenly became agitated. When Yisu Mian glanced towards the rear of the wild boars, she realized a pack of wolves was approaching from behind. That moment, both of them dared not make any rash movements, wishing to avoid attracting the attention of the wolves, conserving their strength for the hunt ahead. Eventually, the wolves engaged the wild boars in a fierce struggle, resulting in an elderly boar falling victim to the pack, while many of the wolves also sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the wild boars fled, prompting Jiangchen and Yisu Mian to quietly follow suit. At this juncture, the wild boars paused, seemingly searching for something to eat in the snow. Seizing the moment, Yisu Mian and Jiangchen launched a surprise attack, with Xiao Ju and Xiao Bai joining the fray. Having supernatural abilities was advantageous, allowing them to avoid close combat. Yet, Yisu Mian chose not to utilize her powers this time, as the chance to employ a firearm in real combat was too precious to overlook. Xiao Zhu's inherent skills shone brightly, easily capturing 2 wild boars. Upon counting their spoils, Yi Su Mian was pleased to find they had secured 9 boars in total, with 5 or 6 having escaped. However, this was sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. They decided against using the boars for contribution points, opting instead to keep them for personal consumption. You take 6, and I'll take 3. Considering Xiao Bai and Xiao Zhu have also contributed significantly, Yi Su Mian conceded. Sure, Jiangchen replied, "My space lacks preservation functions. Could you store 2 of them in yours for now?" Of course, he affirmed. With a wave of her hand, Yi Su Mian stored 8 wild boars that moment. The wolf pack encircled the duo, Yi Su Mian felt a pang of dread. The number of wolves was indeed considerable, and their cunning far surpassed that of the wild boars. Just as the wolves prepared to pounce, a thunderous roar echoed from several hundred meters away. Oh! Xiao Zhu charged forward, swatting a wolf aside with a single paw, positioning itself protectively in front of Yi Su Mian while emitting low growls. Truly, it embodied the essence of the forest king. Its regal demeanor was undeniable. Similarly, Xiao Bai took a defensive stance beside Yi Su Mian, though it was difficult to discern its presence against the snow, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. The only visible features were its striking 2-colored eyes and its pink nose Yi Su Mian mused. My little darling has grown up and can now protect me. Time for extra treats when we return. The wolf pack leader, recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, chose to retreat, leading the pack away. Once the wolves had departed, Yi Su Mian embraced Xiao Zhu tightly. Meow, I came to protect you too. Xiao Bai, feeling somewhat neglected, let out a few plaintive cries that, oh dear Xiao Bai, you blended in so well that I didn't even notice you were there. Meow to ensure she wouldn't lose sight of Xiao Bai again. Yi Su Mian placed it inside the vehicle. Xiao Zhu, being considerably larger and a striking golden-black gradient, was much harder to miss. However, it was Xiao Zhu's first encounter with snow, and it frolicked joyously in the white expanse Yi Su Mian, somewhat exasperated, asked Jiang Chun, "Are you in a hurry?" Jiang Chun, still smiling at Yi Su Mian, replied, "Let it play for a while. How about we eat first?" Returning to the car, they were relieved to find that Jiang Chun had left the engine running, keeping the heater on, seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Chun produced a cup of instant noodles. "Are you having instant noodles?" Yi Su Mian inquired. "Yes, I'm not particularly finicky about food." "You can have this," she offered, pulling out a box meal from before the apocalypse containing braised pork, fried eggplant, and mapo tofu, along with a container of tomato and egg soup for Jiang Chun. He appeared momentarily stunned. "What are you waiting for? Take it. If it's not enough, I have more," she urged. "Thank you," Jiang Chun said as he accepted the meal. Yi Su Mian prepared a similar spread for herself, even setting aside some food for Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu, still engrossed in play, refused to return. As they began to eat heartily, Yi Su Mian couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Chun, remarking, "You claim to have no particular taste, yet you seem to be missing out on good food." After Xiao Zhu finished playing, it returned, proudly carrying an unidentified object in its mouth. The item resembled the color of a yellow apple, but was roughly the size of an egg, having lived a relatively long life in her previous existence. Yi Su Mian had never encountered such a thing before. If not for the careful inspection in the snow, it would have easily gone unnoticed. She handed the object to Jiang Chun, asking, "What is this?" "I've never seen this before either," he replied, equally perplexed. "Xiao Zhu, take me to where you found this." Yi Su Mian followed Xiao Zhu to the spot. Upon arrival, Xiao Zhu promptly unearthed 2 more and consumed them right before Yi Su Mian's eyes. "Hey, Xiao Zhu, don't eat everything indiscriminately," she admonished. However, a thought crossed her mind. Animals are typically more adept at adapting to the post-apocalyptic environment than humans, that if the fruit were toxic, Xiao Zhu would instinctively avoid it. Yi Su Mian began to rummage through the snow, uncovering a large vine. Though brown in color, it was difficult to detect beneath the snow, easily mistaken for a dead branch from a distance. It bore a long cluster of fruit, yielding an impressive quantity. Yi Su Mian suddenly realized that this might be the very sustenance that wild animals consumed, contributing to the wild boar's robust growth. To investigate whether this fruit was edible, she asked Jiang Chun to bring back several samples for analysis at the base. After all, if such a resource were available during the extreme cold. It could significantly enhance survival rates. Why Isu Mian instructed Xiao Ju to locate more of these unidentified fruits, collecting everything she could before saying, "Let us head back to the base." "All right, let us get in the car," Jiang Chen responded. She stored Xiao Ju and Xiao Bai in her space, and by the time they returned to the base, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Chen parked the vehicle downstairs and accompanied Yisu Mian upstairs. As they reached the 3rd floor, they encountered a young girl descending the stairs. "Hello, I'm Chen Xian, the new resident on the 4th floor that I guess will be neighbors." Yisu Mian ignored her, while Jiang Chen simply replied, "Hello." After returning home and changing clothes, Yisu Mian sought out 2 individuals in her space, planting the unidentified fruit she had discovered in the living room. Clearly, there was a reason for its presence. After tidying up a bit, Jiang Chen took the unidentified fruit to the base. By evening, the results of the analysis were in, and Jiang Chen hurried back to share the news with Yisu Mian. The fruit was indeed edible, suitable for both raw consumption and cooking, and the base had even given it a name, Han Tiangua, or cold day fruit. Furthermore, the base rewarded them with 3,000 contribution points, which Jiang Chen promised to transfer to her later, acknowledging Xiao Ju's role in the discovery. "Just give me half. After all, it was your car and fuel that got us here." She replied, "Sure, that works." However, the base planned to venture out the next day in search of more cold day fruit to cultivate, as they needed the vines for propagation. Captain Tian would personally lead the expedition, and Jiang Chen had sketched a rough map for them. Armed with this information, Yisu Mian planted 2 more pots in her living room. It was now time for her favorite evening meal. As usual, she prepared dinner for Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju first, celebrating their significant contributions with extra portions. With a bountiful harvest today, Yisu Mian decided to indulge. She brought out a delightful combination of sweet and spicy fried chicken with rice cakes, along with a side of French fries. Having not enjoyed bubble tea in a while, she retrieved her beloved taro milk tea, loaded with toppings. 1 sip was sheer bliss, especially on such a chilly day. A warm cup of milk tea was a delightful treat. That evening's electronic entertainment was Empresses in the Palace, a series she had binge-watched countless times, yet she always skipped the nuns' convent scenes. Dinner time also meant tackling the enormous task of bathing Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju. In the freezing cold, they all took a soak in her space, and afterward, she had to dry Xiao Ju carefully, as she lacked a proper drying machine and could only do it gradually by hand. With the wild boar meat stored away, Yisu Mian resolved to remain indoors for the time being, hoping to stay sheltered until the harsh winter subsided. Chapter 55. Tian Shuang encounters danger at the break of dawn the following day. Tian Shuang set out with a group of individuals in search of the elusive Han Tian fruit. This task was originally assigned to Captain Gua, yet he stubbornly delegated the responsibility to Captain Tian, resulting in Tian taking the lead. Following the route sketched by Jiang Chen, they were nearing their destination when a sudden surge of wild boars charged toward their convoy. Despite the vehicle being modified by the base, it could not withstand the ferocious impact of the several hundred-pound boars. 2 vehicles sustained severe damage. "Quickly evade the herd of wild boars," Tian Shuang commanded. "Captain Tian, our vehicle is critically damaged," one of the team members exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Tian Shuang furrowed his brow, and before he could devise a solution, a pack of wolves encircled them. "This is dire. Prepare for battle." Tian Shuang realized the gravity of the situation, and the entire team immediately assumed a state of readiness. The group that followed Tian Shuang predominantly possessed extraordinary abilities, and they relentlessly hurled their powers outward until exhaustion set in. Yet the wolves showed no signs of retreating. The wolves' onslaught came in relentless waves, outnumbering those encountered by Yisu Mian. After a harrowing struggle, they managed to escape the jaws of the wolves and found refuge in a relatively secure location. "Captain, we have no vehicles left. How do we return to the base?" The faces of the team members were etched with anxiety. Even Tian Shuang found himself at a loss for a better plan. Remaining in the frigid conditions, where temperatures hovered around -70 degrees Celsius, could lead to severe frostbite or worse. The distance to the first base was roughly 10 kilometers. Though the journey would be slow, it was the only viable option. That we shall return to the base immediately. We'll take turns driving the one remaining functional vehicle. We will forego the search for now. Survival takes precedence. Tian Shuang issued the order, and the group began their preparations to head back to the base. At that moment, to ensure no one was left behind, Tian Shuang conducted a head count. Having already faced peril on this outing, the realization that one member was missing struck him with alarm. Who is unaccounted for? Captain Tian, it seems Xiao Wang is missing. That I saw him just a moment ago, a team member replied. Let us search for him. The group was about to take action. A distant rumbling sound echoed ominously. Avalanche, run, Tian Shuang shouted. Just then, Xiao Wang emerged from a corner, driving the last remaining vehicle back to the base. That he returned just before dusk. That I in the office of the old commander of the first base. Xiao Wang rushed in eagerly. Commander, Captain Tan. What happened to her? Speak quickly. The old commander coughed anxiously. Captain Tian and her team are in danger. Xiao Wang sobbed, tears streaming down his face, struggling to catch his breath. How is that possible? The old commander slumped back into his chair in shock. That we had barely arrived when we were ambushed by a startled herd of wild boars. Only one vehicle remains intact. The others were damaged. That we barely escaped, only to be surrounded by a pack of wolves. Just as Captain Tian ordered us to make our way back to the base, an avalanche struck. That I had gone a bit farther to use the restroom. So I managed to evade the avalanche, Xiao Wang recounted, his voice trembling with emotion. Upon hearing this, the old commander fainted in his chair. Xiao Wang rushed to assist him, exclaiming, Commander! Commander! Someone quickly! After leaving the old commander's office, Xiao Wang made his way to Guo Wenlong's office. Well done, Captain Guo, your methods are truly effective, Xiao Wang flattered. Excellent. You go procure the supplies. Guo Wenlong gestured casually to one of his subordinates. Yes, gratefully, Xiao Wang expressed his thanks. Thank you, Captain Guo. Thank you. When the old commander finally regained consciousness, he attempted to suppress the news of Captain Tian's peril. However, by the time he awoke, the information had spread throughout the base, even reaching Yi Su Mian, who typically stayed indoors. This, of course, was due to Jiang Chen's return and his conversation with Yi Su Mian. It was evident that the entire base was aware of the orchestrator behind the turmoil. The old commander ordered that everyone be dispatched to search for Tian Shuang's team, adopting a posture of alive or dead. We must find them. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Wang had barely settled in before he was suddenly attacked. His throat slashed, stunned, he looked at his assailant, who was none other than the subordinate who had previously assisted him in obtaining supplies. Why are you Only the dead keep secrets. That I in Captain Guo's office. The atmosphere was tense. Captain, it's resolved. Good. Next, we must deal with Yi Su Mian. That I will lead the operation myself. Guo Wenlong remained uncertain whether Yi Su Mian had agreed to Tian Shuang's request. Regardless, she could not be allowed to remain, as she would inevitably become a hindrance. That it was better to eliminate her sooner rather than later. Around 9 o'clock that evening, a vehicle stopped outside Yi Su Mian's building but left shortly thereafter. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yi Su Mian, sound asleep, was abruptly awakened by Xiao by stepping on her. She heard the unmistakable sound of someone attempting to pick the lock. Quickly dressing, she concealed herself behind the door. The intruders finally managed to pry the door open, only to find Yi Su Mian waiting just behind it. Upon seeing the three masked individuals, she felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. That a fierce struggle ensued, with the three adversaries clearly at a disadvantage against her. However, no matter how skilled one is, bullets are a great equalizer point. One of the assailants hastily drew a handgun and, taking advantage of Yi Su Mian's momentary lapse in awareness, fired several shots in quick succession. The gunfire echoed, and Yi Su Mian collapsed to the ground. One of the assailants approached to confirm her lifelessness before they all retreated. Let us go. The trio hastily exited, locking the door behind them. Returning to their slumber, the powers of the mind proved useful, effortlessly ensnaring the intruders in a realm of illusion. Unbeknownst to them, they would forever remember Yi Su Mian as deceased. In reality, it was Yi Su Mian who had unlocked the door, having waited for the fools to fumble with the lock. Otherwise, Guo Wenlong and his crew would have been unable to enter. Coming in at such an hour was truly commendable, as it was obvious they were sent by Guo Wenlong. Yet, they would soon find themselves in a predicament. The following morning, rumors spread throughout the base, claiming that the base leader, the old commander, was gravely ill and that Tian Shuang's team had perished, leading to speculation that the deputy commander would ascend as the new leader of the base. As is often the case, rumors proliferated, each retelling morphing the narrative, diverging further from the original tale. Chapter 56. Usurpation in the office of the Deputy Commander of the First Base. Guo Wenlong beamed with satisfaction. Excellent work. Deputy Commander Yu Jie, a consummate politician, had maintained a low profile before the apocalypse, but had revealed his true nature after gaining power at the First Base, amassing untold resources since its inception. The old commander had repeatedly attempted to thwart Yu Jie's embezzlement, prompting Yu Jie to plot the removal of the old commander and seize control of the First Base. Once the deed was accomplished. Would you accept the position of Deputy Commander? No. I prefer to remain a mere team leader. My life is of little value, and certainly not fit for a base leader. Guo Wenlong feigned humility. Commander, the old commander has dispatched everyone to search for Tian Shuang's team, leaving only a small contingent at the base. When shall we approach the old commander? Guo Wenlong's tone dripped with sycophancy. We act tonight. Understood, Commander. Guo Wenlong exited the Deputy Commander's office. Around 8 o'clock that evening, the Deputy Commander made his way to the old commander's residence. Good evening, Commander Tang. Deputy Commander Yu Jie settled into a chair beside the old commander. What do you want, Yu Jie? The old commander attempted to rise, but his strength failed him. Yu Jie approached the table, poured a glass of water, and surreptitiously added a packet of powder, stirring it before presenting it to the old commander. Drink this. Call for help. Save your breath. They're already here. Guo Wenlong and his team burst into the room. Upon closer inspection, one familiar face stood out. Jiang Chen. Commander, we've dealt with the remaining threats outside. The old commander coughed violently upon hearing Guo Wenlong's words, spitting blood. Now that you're all alone in the base, just drink up and leave it to me. Naturally, the old commander refused to drink. As Yu Jie approached to force the liquid upon him, a figure emerged from the nearby cabinet, knocking the cup from Yu Jie's hand. Not at all charming. Though Yi Su Mian didn't care. She certainly couldn't hide beneath the bed. Jiang Chen was taken aback, but couldn't help but chuckle silently at the sight of Yi Su Mian emerging from the cabinet. Yi Su Mian? Guo Wenlong's astonishment was palpable. Are you not dead? Guo Wenlong wore an expression akin to that of encountering a ghost at Yi Su Mian. Upon noticing Guo Wenlong behind her, quipped, Indeed, I am a ghost. Return to seek you out. That a chill ran through Guo Wenlong's heart. Had he not personally taken Yi Su Mian's life just yesterday? How could she be standing there, alive and well, upon seeing Guo Wenlong? Yi Su Mian also caught sight of Jiang Chen behind him, her heart filled with bewilderment at how Jiang Chen could associate with such a fool as Guo Wenlong, the deputy base chief. Infuriated as he observed the woman knocking over the cup in his hand, seethed internally, realizing he had failed to detect Yi Su Mian's presence in the room for so long. This individual must not be allowed to live. Kill her, he commanded through gritted teeth to Yi Su Mian. Quick to react, pressed the Tang Dao against the deputy base chief's neck. The onlookers, witnessing her decisive action, hesitated to make any sudden moves. Feel free to act. One false step today, and you shall witness the separation of your deputy base chief's head from his body. Guo Wenlong's men all aimed their weapons at Yi Su Mian, while Jiang Chen remained still. Not budging an inch at that moment, it seemed a flare was shot outside. The old commander, upon seeing the signal, discarded his pretense, sitting upright and wiping the blood from his mouth. Yu Jie, can't you sit still for long? He scoffed. I truly underestimated you. The deputy base chief, taken aback by the old commander's sudden composure, took a few seconds to regain his wits, realizing he had fallen into a trap, though he silently cursed his misfortune. He steeled himself to confront the situation. Inwardly, he reassured himself, what can a single woman do to me? Is that so? Yi Su Mian replied, her disdain for being underestimated evident. She pressed the blade closer to the deputy base chief's neck, drawing blood. The deputy base chief, a mere politician, was driven by self-preservation and greed that in these end times. Few were left who cared for the people like the old commander. Do you think your hostage situation holds any weight? The base is devoid of your men. That's so? Came a familiar voice from outside. Tian Shuang? Guo Wenlong turned, astonished. Didn't you die as well? I've returned unscathed to disappoint you, Captain Guo, Tian Shuang declared, leading a squad that surrounded the deputy base chief and his group. Just as Guo Wenlong intended to make a move, Jiang Chen pressed his gun against Guo Wenlong's head. The tide had turned. The deputy base chief, realizing his defeat, was taken away by Tian Shuang's men. Guo Wenlong fell to his knees before the old commander, exclaiming, "Commander, I am innocent. It was the deputy base chief who compelled me. I beg for your mercy. I shall make amends." Tian Shuang, uninterested in Guo Wenlong's lamentations, ordered him to be removed in a short span. Only Yi Sumiang, Jiang Chun, the old commander, and Tian Shuang remained in the room. "You must be Yi Sumiang, and you are Jiang Chun?" The old commander smiled warmly, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous solemnity. "Indeed, commander, that I am Yi Sumiang, that I am Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun added that why Yi Sumiang felt a pang of surprise upon meeting the old commander. They had crossed paths in a previous life, and he had once saved her life. During a mission, she had sustained grave injuries and was fortuitously found by the old commander, who intended to take her along. However, as Song Yu was still at the third base, and his true nature had yet to be revealed, upon Yi Sumiang's insistence to return, the old commander had ordered the medic to tend to her wounds and provided her with food and medicine. Yi Sumiang had always remembered this kindness. Had her injuries gone untreated in the wild, she might not have survived. Tian Shuang has mentioned you both, one exceptionally skilled, the other adept at weapon crafting. Would you be interested in a position? No, thank you, commander, that I prefer to avoid trouble. Yi Sumiang declined graciously, wishing merely to stay home. The old commander addressed them kindly. "No need to call me commander. You are not my soldiers. You are both of an age similar to my grandchildren, so call me Grandpa Tang." "All right, Grandpa Tang," Yi Sumiang replied, feeling a fondness for him. "Why, Yi Sumiang, I did not expect you to truly arrive." Tian Shuang expressed his delight at her presence, appreciating the formidable ally they had gained. The vehicle parked downstairs the previous night belonged to Tian Shuang. He was a psychic ability user, albeit not as powerful as Yi Sumiang, yet capable of transmitting signals within a certain range. Tian Shuang came seeking Yi Sumiang's aid to protect the old commander. Although his plan was nearly foolproof, caution was still warranted, that why Yi Sumiang seized this opportunity to eliminate Guo Wenlong and his ilk. For he had repeatedly attempted to kill her, or perhaps Yi Sumiang simply sought a chance to deal with Guo Wenlong herself. However, on the very night Tian Shuang sought her out, Guo Wenlong had appeared, reinforcing her resolve to expedite his demise. When she received the news to protect the old commander, she learned he was someone she recognized, and she genuinely wished to assist Tian Shuang. Guo Wenlong had attempted to kill her several times. To allow him to remain alive would only invite further trouble at that moment. Jiang Chun interjected. "Tian team leader, do not forget our agreement." The Yi Sumiang, though puzzled, refrained from questioning further. Tian Shuang then produced a small red booklet from his pocket. "Yi Sumiang, this is the deed to the house you currently reside in. For me, you need not worry about a position. Your contributions are ample. Consider this a gift of a house," the old commander stated. Yi Sumiang accepted it, suddenly regretting not having rented a larger place. "The remaining rent will be refunded to you. Rest assured," Tian Shuang added. "Yi girl, do not think this gift is too meager. Should you desire property elsewhere, your Grandpa Tang will gladly facilitate it," the old commander remarked, observing Yi Sumiang's genuine fondness for the gesture and pondering whether his grandson was deserving of such fortune. Both the old commander and Tian Shuang understood that Yi Sumiang had aided them in regaining control of the base, meriting 2 houses as reward. Quite reasonable for such a contribution. As for Jiang Chun, the old commander said nothing. In truth, the old commander was in robust health. It was a mystery how rumors of his ill health had spread. With matters settled, Yi Sumiang and Jiang Chun prepared to leave. The distance to Yi Sumiang's home was considerable, as she had arrived discreetly without a vehicle, despite the abundance of cars at the base. Fuel was scarce and expensive. "I can drive you back," Jiang Chun offered. "Thank you." Yi Sumiang accepted without hesitation. Returning by car was certainly preferable to walking. "Who would have thought you were the real spy?" Yi Sumiang teased. "I did not expect you to come to aid team leader Tian," Jiang Chun admitted, having assumed Yi Sumiang was averse to official matters. "That foolish Guo Wenlong keeps bothering me. So I decided to help Tian Shuang eliminate him," she replied candidly, which was indeed part of her motivation. "At the very least, I must tell you that I collaborated with the base to create weapons. Team leader Tian approached me first, and later Guo Wenlong sought my partnership as well. Naturally, I chose the official military." She explained that in truth, she had maintained close ties with Guo Wenlong, and the subsequent deaths outside the base had been discussed with him. Jiang Chun was likely already aware of this. Team leader Tion's terms were simple. Any new weapon I developed, I would receive a share, and I was even given a vehicle for research. Upon hearing this, Yi Sumiang felt a twinge of regret. Jiang Chen's offer was clearly more enticing than her 2 houses. Internally, she let out a silent lament, yet her exterior remained unruffled. The two continued their conversation until they reached the entrance of their building. Arriving just before midnight, Yi Sumiang felt genuinely fatigued. As she opened the door, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ju greeted her at the threshold. The duo now possessed sufficient capability to guard the home. Henceforth, Yi Sumiang need not always return them to her space when going out. Upon returning home, she took a shower in her space, replenished the stove with coal, and then laid down to sleep. Having resolved her most pressing concerns, Yi Sumiang fell into a deep slumber. However, she was awakened the next morning by hunger pangs. The discomfort of an empty stomach was unbearable, recalling her past attempts to skip dinner for weight loss. Prompted by Song Yu's remarks about her recent weight gain, she wished she could traverse back in time to slap herself. The hunger was so intense that it felt as though she could devour a person. Yi Su-mian rinsed her mouth and retrieved the pre-prepared red bean soy milk and a large deep-fried dough stick from her space, dipping the sweet soy milk into the crispy dough stick. Especially in such frigid weather, was simply divine, more satisfying than sipping milk tea. On this occasion, Yi Su-mian had risen early. Xiao Bai and Daju had yet to awaken, so she refrained from preparing food for the 2 plump ones. However, such a large golden gradient cat could hardly still be referred to as Xiao Ju. It would be more fitting to rename it Daju. After a while, Xiao Bai and Daju finally got up, and Yi Su-mian prepared breakfast for the 2 hefty companions. Following the events of the previous day, rumors had begun circulating in the base that the deputy base leader was plotting a rebellion, and that Captain Guo was in cahoots with him, not only conspiring against the base, but also embezzling supplies. It was reported that this group had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources from their homes. Even the subordinates of an ordinary Captain Guo possessed a fair amount of supplies. The populace, upon hearing this news, deepened their loathing for the deputy base leader and his faction. In response, Tian Shuang calculated the resources and announced that these supplies would be distributed per capita, ensuring that everyone would receive a share, especially now that the cold weather fruit provided some relief, alleviating the urgency for supplies. Not only had a significant cancerous entity been eradicated, but public sentiment had also been won over. This arrangement was indeed a lucrative deal. Upon receiving this news, the people erupted in cheers. Numerous policies were revised. Commander Tang made several adjustments, including increasing the contribution points for physical labor. Furthermore, the base would allocate time for individuals to sign up to accompany the base on hunting expeditions, allowing them to choose between sharing the spoils or earning contribution points upon return. Of course, those with sufficient capability could venture out to hunt independently and even form small teams. It was hard not to marvel at the expediency of Commander Tang. Outwardly, it was Tian Shuang making the announcements, while Commander Tang was discreetly issuing directives from behind the scenes. Suddenly, Yi Su-mian considered the possibility of hitching a ride with the base's vehicle for the hunt, allowing her to break away from the group and hunt on her own, thus saving fuel. However, she promptly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Such a plan would make it easier for others to discover her space abilities. After all, she was not lacking in fuel. It would be safer to venture out alone or alongside Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously thought of Jiang Chen. Chapter 58. The newly appointed deputy base leader, the cold weather fruit, had officially been introduced into the base's food supply, with large-scale cultivation underway. The discovery of the cold weather fruit earned Jiang Chen a remarkable 10,000 contribution points, solving a significant dilemma for the base. Such a reward was entirely justified. Since it was discovered by Yi Su-mian's Daju, Jiang Chen intended to transfer all the points to her, but she only requested an even split. Without Jiang Chen's intervention, Yi Su-mian would have been at a loss as to how to contribute to the base. And it was he who had pinpointed the location of the cold weather fruit. The cold weather fruit was particularly easy to overlook, and people could purchase vines to cultivate it themselves. The harvested fruit could also be exchanged for contribution points. However, due to the abundant supply, the price of purchasing cold weather fruit was not high, and the exchange rate for cultivated fruit was similarly modest. In the ensuing days, Yi Su-mian remained at home, indulging in dramas, snacking, and practicing with Jiang Chen whenever he returned in the evening. As she calculated the days, she noted that the extreme cold would soon come to an end. just over 2 months remained. This signified the impending arrival of the dreaded plague, which would drastically reduce the number of survivors nationwide. This was precisely why Yisu Mian had chosen the first base, as it was the first to develop effective medicines and vaccines. Being nearby meant they would be the first to benefit. Since the deputy base leader's downfall, Li Jia had also vanished, to the point that Yisu Mian had nearly forgotten of her existence. Recently, there were rumors within the base of a new deputy base leader being dispatched from the official headquarters. Each base maintained a balance of power with both a base leader and a deputy base leader. And it was said that the new appointee was on their way to the first base, that Yisu Mian was not particularly concerned with these developments. She simply wished to enjoy her time at home. Relishing delicious food, lunchtime, her favorite moment, had arrived once again, and today she opted for a simple yet sumptuous meal, bringing forth an entire roasted leg of lamb and a full platter of roasted lamb chops. The leg of lamb was intended for sharing with Xiao, Bai, and Deju, and she also divided some roasted lamb chops and wild boar meat between them, pouring a bit of cat food for Xiao Bai. The space held an abundance of goat milk, which Yisu Mian rarely consumed, so she poured a bowl for both her large and small companions, while she preferred the roasted lamb chops. With their delightful marbling of fat and lean meat, the leg of lamb was somewhat thick, lacking flavor in the center. Besides the lamb chops, Yisu Mian also prepared a bowl of spicy and sour noodles, which provided a refreshing tang to counterbalance the richness. Since receiving the pink deodorizer from Jiangchun, she had become fearless in consuming even the most pungent of foods. It truly was an apocalyptic miracle. After finishing her meal, she took a brief rest before heading to her space to tend to the vegetables and harvest some fruits. After her meal, she felt slightly uncomfortable and decided to engage in some light exercise to aid digestion. Exiting her space, she added a bit of charcoal to the stove in her room before settling in for a nap. Typically, Yisu Mian did not sleep for more than an hour. Lest she find it difficult to sleep at night, in the afternoon, she immersed herself in campus dramas, laying out an array of snacks and freshly cut fruits. All her favorites were present: cucumber-flavored potato chips, honey butter-flavored chips, shikima, chocolate cookies, clean strawberries and grapes, and sliced cantaloupe, accompanied by freshly squeezed orange juice. At this rate, it seemed Yisu Mian had little intention of eating dinner, that Deju and Xiao Bai had fully inherited Yisu Mian's hearty appetite, both eating voraciously, especially Deju, who was still growing. Not yet fully grown, its voraciousness was remarkable, consuming over 10 jin of meat daily without engaging in any exercise. Yisu Mian pondered that it would be prudent to stock up on supplies before the extreme cold ended, and to let Deju practice its hunting skills. After all, a tiger that cannot hunt would be the subject of ridicule. Without further ado, Yisu Mian planned to set off the next day, uncertain if Jiangchun would join her. She contemplated. Jiangchun has invited me to hunt before. Should I extend an invitation this time? After reaching a decision, she donned her clothes and headed next door to knock on Jiangchun's door. Jiangchun quickly answered that so. Are you going hunting tomorrow? Sure, I'll go, he agreed without hesitation. I asked your work at the base all right. Of course, whether I go or not is inconsequential. My work hours are flexible, and I can choose when to work. Yisu Mian's eyes twinkled with a smile. All right then, let us set off early tomorrow. She found herself increasingly fond of Jiangchun's job. The benefits were excellent, and the schedule was flexible. As a weapons expert, the base provided him with ample resources, and he could freely take the weapons they produced. Unfortunately, Yisu Mian knew nothing about such matters. Let us depart at 7. By the way, there are no wild boars left near the base. Recently, the base leadership and various teams have largely cleared the area of them, so we'll have to venture farther. That is fine with me. Yisu Mian understood that since the deputy base leaders fall from grace, more people have been going out to hunt, making it harder to find game further afield. Most chose to hunt near the base. If they ventured too far, they might not return the next day. Jiangchun reminded her. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The next morning, Yisu Mian woke at 6. She quickly fed her large and small companions, prepared herself a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge along with a tea egg, and stowed most of her belongings in her space to prevent theft while she was away. Apart from the original furniture and a small stove, there was little else left in the house. After preparing in advance, she went next door to find Jiangchun. Upon exiting, she noticed that Jiangchun was already waiting at the door. Good morning, Jiangchun greeted her. Good morning. Let us go. Let us take my car this time. It was sent by the base that Yi Su Mian held a canister of gasoline that will refuel my car with this later. Jiang Chun accepted the oil can without protest. This time, they would travel farther than usual. The roads near the base had become more passable, as Captain Tian had dispatched people to clear the snow on the paths frequently traveled by hunters. The extreme cold period of the apocalypse was nearing its mid to late stages, with snow falling only occasionally. After passing through the snow-cleared roads, Jiang Chun drove a considerable distance. They set off at 7 in the morning, and by now, it was already past 10 that despite their long drive, neither Yi Su Mian nor Jiang Chun had spotted any signs of wild boars. They had both prepared themselves for the possibility of not returning to the base that day. Well-equipped and confident they would not succumb to the cold. With the tranquility surrounding them, Jiang Chun suggested, "Let us have lunch first." Sure. Jiang Chun found a suitable spot and parked the car. Before he could even retrieve his lunch, Yi Su Mian had already handed him a lunchbox along with a sizable chicken leg. Yi Su Mian had also prepared a lunchbox of the same kind for herself. As for Xiao Bai and Diju, they had been provided with their meals in advance within the space, so there was no need to concern themselves with them now. Jiang Chun was utterly taken aback, thinking to himself, Yi Su Mian actually went out of her way to get me a lunchbox. Noticing Jiang Chun lost in thought, Yi Su Mian quickly urged, "Eat. Why are you just standing there?" As Jiang Chun remained in a state of self-satisfaction, Yi Su Mian was entirely oblivious to his inner musings. Should I let Diju out to search for something? After all, Diju's sense of smell and hearing are likely far more acute than ours. Diju? Yi Su Mian had yet to mention to Jiang Chun that Xiao Ju had been renamed Diju. Look at how big he is now. Do you think it's appropriate to call him Xiao Ju? Upon hearing Yi Su Mian's words, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle that I think that's just fine. Let Diju out, after all, he's the professional. Once they finished their meal, Yi Su Mian released Diju, while Xiao Bai, having been rather lethargic lately, remained in the space. The two of them wandered around nearby. The moment Diju spotted the snow, he dashed out gleefully. While frolicking in the snow, he overheard a group of people conversing. Curiosity piqued, Diju hid behind to observe them, thinking, why are they all two-legged creatures like the master? Brother, look over there. What is that? Chen Xian pointed in Diju's direction. When Diju realized that the group had spotted him, he hurried back to find Yi Su Mian. Although Diju had hidden well, his color made it difficult to remain unnoticed against the snowy backdrop. Chinze, we've been out all day and haven't seen a single living thing. Let's go after it, suggested another boy in their group, Lu Jingguang. Indeed, Brother Zhe, Suruo chimed in sweetly. Chen Xian, hearing Suruo speak, couldn't help but roll her eyes, while Chinze, not particularly fond of Suruo, felt helpless as his childhood friend Lu Jingguang insisted on bringing her along. Out of respect for Lu Jingguang, Chinze and Chen Xian reluctantly agreed. Chinze was the leader of this quartet. Let's go. Follow the trail that if it were a dangerous animal, it would have attacked us already, Chinze said, unwilling to return empty-handed. The four followed the footprints. Observing the large prints, Chen Xian exclaimed, Brother, look at how big this footprint is. It can't be a tiger, can it? We shouldn't go. Sister Xian, how could there be a tiger here? We've been out for so long without seeing a single creature. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip by? Suruo interjected with her typical green tea demeanor, that if there's danger, can you take responsibility for it? Chen Xian retorted, disliking Suruo's attitude. Lu Jingguang, however, seemed to appreciate Suruo's perspective. Xian, Roro doesn't want to return empty-handed either. Let's just go take a look that if there's danger, we can always run. Ultimately, the four decided to venture forth and see what kind of creature it was. Meanwhile, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun were still meandering nearby when they spotted Diju rushing back in a panic. Yi Su Mian felt a twinge of confusion and used her psychic abilities to sense that four individuals were approaching. It turned out that Diju had inadvertently revealed their location. Yi Su Mian quickly retrieved Diju into the space that a few minutes later, the four individuals arrived, following the footprints. We just saw the tracks. They disappear here, Chen Xian noted, puzzled that the trail had suddenly vanished. Upon looking up, she noticed two figures standing not far away. Hello. Are you here to hunt as well? Chen Xian called out cheerfully. When the two did not respond, she decided to pull Chinze away. Sister Xian, we've finally encountered some people. Let's stick together for safety in numbers. You go if you want. Don't keep dragging me along. Xian, don't treat Ruo like that, Lu Jingguang said, stepping in to defend Su Ruoro. I'm fine, Brother Jingguang, Su Ruoro replied, leaning slightly towards him. Chen Xian rolled her eyes at the scene, utterly exasperated at that moment. Chen Zhe could no longer hold his tongue. Lu Jingguang, you always speak for my sister. I tolerated it previously out of our long-standing friendship, but now you're at it again. Brother Zhe, Brother Jingguang, please stop arguing. It's my fault. I can leave, right? Su Ruoro said, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. Though no tears fell. Ruoro, don't go. We won't argue anymore. Fine, go ahead. Chen Xian muttered under her breath. Brother Jingguang, let me go ask those two, Su Ruoro said sweetly, approaching them as if seeking favor. Dawai Su Mian had no interest in their banter and chose to leave during their quarrel. But Su Ruoro caught up with them. Wait, you two, please wait. Su Ruoro called out, her big eyes blinking innocently as she gazed at them. She appeared somewhat pitiful, clutching her chest and panting heavily, which might have elicited sympathy from an ordinary person. However, Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun were far from ordinary. They were utterly immune to such theatrics at this moment. Su Ruoro unexpectedly closed her eyes and began to lean towards Jiang Chun. What are you doing? Why are you falling towards me? Jiang Chun exclaimed, startled, and took a large step back that Su Ruoro's imagined warm embrace never materialized, and instead, she fell flat on the ground. Just then, Chen Zhe and the others arrived. What are you doing, pushing her? Lu Jingguang hurried forward to help Su Ruoro. Are you all right? I'm fine, Brother Jingguang. I just tripped accidentally. That IT has nothing to do with these two brothers, Su Ruoro said, somewhat bewildered, as she typically found men unwilling to reject her. Stop right there. I'm not your good brother. Do I even know you? Jiang Chun stated bluntly that I'm not your good brother either. I think you should be able to tell by sound. Yisu Mian retorted to Su Ruoro, felt as if her heart had turned to ice while in Lu Jingguang's embrace. Just moments earlier, she had hoped to escape Chen Zhe and Lu Jingguang. Recognizing that only Chen Zhe was particularly capable, Lu Jingguang was merely following Chen Zhe. From a distance, Jiang Chun, towering at 188 cm, exuded a masculine aura, while Yisu Mian, standing at 170 cm, also appeared formidable, dressed in layers that enhanced her presence. Together, they radiated wealth and power. Su Ruoro had initially thought to rely on these two individuals, but now she was shocked to discover that one of them was a woman. Chen Xian, growing increasingly irritated by Su Ruoro's incessant calling of brother, finally snapped, Su Ruoro, are you a hen? Do you have to call out brother all day long? Sister, I'm not, Su Ruoro replied, feeling anger rise within her. But she couldn't express it openly, as she was still dependent on Chen Zhe. Shut up. It's annoying, Chen Xian said, turning her back on Su Ruoro, no longer wishing to hear her voice. The more Chen Xian looked at the two, the more familiar they seemed, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, it hit her. Aren't those the two from the 6th floor? You don't remember me? We've met before. We're residents of the 4th floor. My name is Chen Xian. She introduced herself with a casual familiarity that I remember, Jiang Chun replied. This is Chen Zhe, my brother. That boy is Lu Jingguang, my rather blind friend. Xian, don't speak like that, Chen Zhe admonished. Though he too found Lu Jingguang's behavior towards Su Ruoro unpalatable. While Yisu Mian wasn't particularly acquainted with them, she couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Xian's introduction, grateful for the scarf that concealed her smile. Yisu Mian had covered her face with layers, revealing only her eyes that Su Ruoro, noticing that Chen Xian hadn't introduced her, took it upon herself to speak up that my name is Su Ruoro. You can just call me Ruoro. Why don't we walk together? It's safer in numbers that know. Yisu Mian replied succinctly that we're leaving first, Jiang Chun said, hastily taking Yisu Mian away from the scene. Who wants to walk with them? It would only hold us back, Lu Jingguang muttered after Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun had departed. Perhaps they disdain us for being a burden, Chen Xian remarked as she pulled Chen Zhe away. Ruoro, don't mind Xian. She can be a bit brash, but she's not a bad person. Lu Jingguang comforted softly that it's all right, Brother Jingguang. I know Sister Xian is a good person. Well, let's go after them. Lu Jingguang suggested, though Su Ruoro was seething with frustration. Her teeth clenched, yet she had to keep up the pretense that Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun encountered some individuals here and decided to drive a bit further away. After traveling a short distance, they finally came to a halt. This time, Yisu Mian dared not release the large orange cat, fearing that if those individuals followed them and spotted the cat, it would lead to complications. The large orange cat, confined within their space, felt quite dejected, as it had been a struggle to finally be let out for some fresh AI, or to Tio ensure they wouldn't return empty-handed this time. Yi Su Mian utilized her psychic abilities to locate wild boars. Her efforts bore fruit, as, just as dusk began to settle, she and Jiang Chen stumbled upon a group of them, approximately 10 or so. Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen were cautious not to use firearms or similar weapons, as they were concerned about attracting other individuals. The presence of others would complicate their ability to utilize their space to retrieve the wild boars. Moreover, the logistics of handling the situation posed a challenge, as their small vehicle could only accommodate one boar at most. Determined to act swiftly, they unleashed their abilities without hesitation in a short while. They managed to take down 10 wild boars, although a few managed to escape. Nonetheless, this was a satisfactory outcome. Once the battle concluded, Yi Su Mian promptly stored the boars in their space, and they agreed to split the spoils evenly. When Yi Su Mian glanced at her watch, it was already past 7 in the evening. "Let us find a place to rest," Jiang Chen suggested. "Did I have a tent? Should we set it up?" "No need," Yi Su Mian replied. "Did I check the map while driving? There should be a small town nearby, and I suspect it's largely deserted. Let us head there for the night. Sounds good." Thus, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen drove towards the town. To be cautious, Yi Su Mian employed her psychic powers to scan the area. "All clear," she confirmed. Aside from Jiang Chen, there were no living beings nearby, save for a few hidden mice, which were inconsequential. They approached the nearest house, a 2-story building, which appeared to be one of the better preserved structures in the town. Many houses were not only cracked, but had partially collapsed. This 2-story building was the closest and remained relatively intact. Upon entering, they found the first floor in disrepair, and just as they were about to ascend to the second floor, the sound of a car engine echoed nearby, coming to a stop. "Run," Jiang Chen exclaimed, grabbing Yi Su Mian's hand as they rushed inside. As they prepared to hide, Yi Su Mian recognized the voices. These were the same individuals they had encountered earlier in the day. Realizing there was little point in concealing themselves, especially since 2 of the 4 seemed rather foolish, she sensed 2 large creatures trailing behind them. "Roar, it's bears," she exclaimed, noting one large bear and one smaller one. Now, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen were equally wary of making any sudden movements. Jiang Chen quickly pulled Yi Su Mian close, hiding them in a corner and attempting to stifle their breathing. After a tense moment, Yi Su Mian noticed Jiang Chen's arm around her shoulders and understood the urgency of their situation. Pushing aside any other thoughts, internally, she cursed their predicament. In her previous life, she had never faced such a scenario. With bears on their tail, they had abandoned their vehicle, even with a thick layer of snow on the ground. A car could easily outrun a person. It was no wonder that there were no wild boars left in the vicinity. She wondered what had provoked these 4 individuals to incite such a furious chase from the bears. The large bear was easily the size of a truck, while the smaller one was comparable to a small car. Bears, being animals, possessed a keen sense of smell that far surpassed that of humans. As the 2 bears approached, they crushed the 4 individuals' vehicle beneath their weight. Jiang Chen felt relieved that he had parked in such a concealed spot. If the vehicle were damaged, it would break his heart. Though it had been provided by the base, the materials were hard to come by, and only 3 such vehicles could be modified at the entire base. Before long, the 2 bears found the hiding floor. The large bears smashed through the wall they were concealed behind with a single swipe. The 4 were sent sprawling. Chen Zhe, disregarding his safety, unleashed his ice abilities against the bears. Chen Xian, wielding wood abilities, found little to control in the wintry conditions, especially as she had only recently awakened her powers and was still unpracticed. Lu Jiangguang and Su Ro were of little help. Fortunately, Lu Jiangguang still had some physical strength to contribute. But Su Ro was utterly useless. As the 4 scrambled to their feet and fled for their lives, they instinctively split into pairs to their dismay. Lu Jiangguang and Su Ro inadvertently ran into the very house where Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen were hiding. Upon entering, they caught sight of Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen in the corner. "What are you doing here?" Lu Jiangguang asked. "That if you want to survive, keep quiet," Yi Su Mian replied coldly. Lu Jiangguang recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly found a place for himself and Su Ruo to hide. The massive mutated bear was relentless and soon discovered Yi Su Mian's house, easily toppling the wall they hid behind. Fortunately, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen had acted quickly. The smaller bear also zeroed in on Chen Zhe and Chen Xian. realizing the futility of hiding from animals with such an acute sense of smell, especially since bears possess a sense of smell over 6 times more sensitive than that of dogs. Yisu Mian decided to confront the situation head-on. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, animals had adapted far more swiftly than humans. The 2 bears lunged at the 6 individuals. Chapter 61. Major Tang. Jiangchen formed ice spikes to launch at the mutated bears. But their thick fur proved resilient. Even with his psychic abilities at level 7, he could only inflict minor wounds. Meanwhile, Qinzhe observed Jiangchen's impressive ice spikes in contrast to his own abilities, igniting a fire within him to become stronger and protect those in need. Yisu Mian unleashed her lightning orbs at the mutated bears, but their speed was astonishing. While she managed to inflict actual damage, it only served to enrage them further. Chun Xian, shielded by Qinzhe, remained safe for the moment, though the smaller bear showed no inclination to advance. Lu Jiangwang was primarily focused on avoiding danger with Su Ruoruo. The 2 ultimately sought refuge behind Qinzhe. Seeing his abilities prove ineffective, Jiang Chun retrieved a new weapon from his backpack. This gun possessed remarkable penetrating power, albeit with limited ammunition. He fired a shot that struck the large mutated bear squarely in the chest. Its agonized roar echoed through the valley. Although the bullet penetrated, it hardly fazed the massive bear. Instead, it only fueled its fury. Jiangchen quickly switched to a submachine gun, aiming at the large bear. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have resorted to artillery to deal with the 2 mutated bears. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a figure in a tent inquired about the commotion outside. This man exuded an air of intelligence, embodying the quintessential image of a handsome engineer. "Sounds like gunfire," he remarked. "I think I heard the faint sound of animal roars. Someone must be encountering mutated creatures. It seems they have firearms. Should we investigate?" "No," he replied, shaking his head. "I prefer to avoid trouble. But we should go. We are official personnel, and rescuing people is our duty," insisted a man in military attire, his demeanor exuding righteousness. "That I'm not going," the man declared. "Well, I'm leaving," the officer said, taking a sip of water before rising to exit. "Wait, Major Tang, please wait." Without Major Tang's protection, the man felt vulnerable, lacking any means of self-defense. It was safer to follow along. "Prepare yourselves and head towards the sound immediately," Major Tang commanded. "Understood." Meanwhile, in the small town where Yisu Mian and Jiangchen rested, the large mutated bear had descended into sheer madness. While Yisu Mian and Jiangchen managed to hold their ground, Qinzhe was clearly running out of stamina. The smaller mutated bear seized the opportunity to target the group, particularly fixating on Su Ruoruo. However, in such a dire moment, no one had the luxury to observe this. As Qinzhe's strength dwindled, he could hardly muster his abilities. The smaller mutated bear lunged at Su in a moment of desperation. Lu Jiangwang leaped in front of her, only to be sent flying by the bear's paw, spitting blood as he fell. That Suruo watched in horror as the smaller mutated bear charged towards her. In a panic, she grabbed her sister Qin Xian and pushed her forward as a shield. "Xian!" Qinzhe yelled, witnessing Suruo's desperate act of protection as he felt a surge of anger and fear for his sister. Rushing forward to push her out of harm's way, "Da-da!" she cried. Qin Xian let out a terrified scream. Lu Jingguang, who had been knocked away, witnessed everything and realized that the woman he had protected for so long was, in fact, so malevolent. Lu Jingguang's perception of Su Ruo as his white moonlight shattered into countless fragments. Just as the small mutated bear was about to pounce, Lu Jingguang, fueled by an unknown surge of power, instantaneously appeared beside Qin Xian and whisked her away. Despite her anticipation of pain, it never came. Instead, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Lu Jingguang, drenched in blood. "Lu Jingguang, Lu Jingguang. Brother, please come quickly," Qin Xian cried out, covering his wounds, her voice filled with desperation and sobs that left her breathless. Moments before, when Lu Jingguang had approached her, the small mutated bear had lunged at him, severing his AT that moment. Yisumin had deftly retrieved a Tang Dao from her backpack, channeling her abilities into the blade, enhancing it with a layer of lightning energy, and then swung it down upon the large mutated bear. Jiang Chun, witnessing Yisumin engage in close combat, holstered his weapon to avoid harming her. Meanwhile, the official convoy arrived, and the onlookers were greeted by the sight of Yi Sumin wielding a blade radiating with a purple glow. Striking towards the large mutated bear, the shimmering blade cut through the darkness, landing a significant blow that left a deep gash on the beast, inflicting severe damage. The man in the passenger seat was left astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief that he had never encountered anyone so strikingly handsome. From that moment, he deemed her a goddess. Major Tang, upon witnessing such a formidable mutated creature, charged forth with his own blade, as did Jiang Chun. The remaining soldiers engaged the small mutated bear. With the sudden influx of reinforcements, both the large and small mutated bears quickly found themselves outmatched. With a fierce roar, they turned and fled, the smaller bear in tow. Once the two mutated bears had retreated to a safe distance, the crowd finally dared to lower their guard. The soldiers had already carried Lu Jingguang away for medical attention. Chun Zhe and Chun Xian had no time to question Su Ruo. Their sole focus was on ensuring Lu Jingguang received urgent care. The Yi Sumin reflected on how difficult these mutated creatures were to deal with. She resolved to steer clear of them in the future, unwilling to risk her life. That moment, the man in the passenger seat leaped from the vehicle and approached Yi Sumin with an earnest smile. "Hello, my name is Hung." Yi Sumin chose to ignore him, her attention drawn instead to the man who had charged forth earlier, intrigued by his metallic abilities, which, if wielded effectively, could render him nearly invulnerable. Akin to a golden-armored warrior, Major Tang, noticing Yi Sumin's gaze, introduced himself, "Tang Yuan. You may simply call me Tang Yuan." Yi Sumin and Jiang Chun extended their hands to shake his. Thus, Yi Sumin acquired Tang Yuan's abilities. However, Hung was displeased, feeling he had yet to shake Yi Sumin's hand. Chapter 62. Deputy Base Leader. The night had grown exceptionally dark. Major Tang had ordered his subordinates to carry Lu Jingguang away for medical treatment. Returning to the base was no longer an option. Meanwhile, Hung was still eager to get to know Yi Sumin better. "Your name is Yi Sumin? Such a lovely name. May I call you Sumin? Or perhaps Mian Mian?" Hung chattered incessantly. "Are we acquainted?" Yi Sumin felt exasperated. He came across as quite foolish. "No worries, we may not be familiar now, but we will be soon. I'll call you Sumin then." Hung continued to beam, exuding the aura of a naive country bumpkin. Yi Sumin found his words oddly familiar, as if she had heard them before. Tang Yuan, observing Hung's behavior, felt compelled to intervene. "Hung, please do not startle Miss Yi." Turning to Yi Sumin and Jiang Chun, he suggested, "Shall we find a secure place in this town to rest?" Yes, Sumin. Let us not linger here. We must find a sheltered spot." He urged at that moment. Su Ruo approached. "You must be Jiang Chun and Yi Sumin, correct?" "Brother Jiang Chun, Sister Sumin, may I accompany you?" "I'm feeling rather frightened." Su Ruo bit her lip tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. Before Yi Sumin and Jiang Chun could respond, Hung interjected, "How old are you? Still afraid to be alone? Have you not weaned yet, calling others brother and sister without even knowing their ages? Do you even know them?" Su Ruo, fuming, shot back, "And what about you? Take a good look in the mirror. I would believe you were 40. Hung was intent on ingratiating himself with Yi Sumin, unwilling to let anyone else get ahead, and he perceived Su Ruo as a schemer. Listening to Hung's incessant chatter, Yi Sumin found him somewhat amusing. She had overheard others refer to Tang Yuan as Major Tang, and the way Hung interacted with him suggested he held a significant position as well. Tang Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed for Su Ruo, remarked, "This young lady should accompany our group. Your companions are still tending to their wounds. Perhaps you should check on them." "No need. Thank you, Major Tang," Su Ruo replied, unsure how to address Tang Yuan. "You may simply call me Major Tang." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo felt a surge of resentment. Why was there such a distinction? Yi Sumin could call him by his name, but she was merely Major Tang. It must be noted that Su Ruo was indeed quite sensitive. "Xiao Li, please escort this young lady to rest." "Yes, Major Tang." Xiao Li hurried over to lead Su Ruo away. Even though Su Ruo was reluctant, she had no choice but to follow Xiao Li, finding it preferable to avoid the awkwardness of the moment. Before long, a soldier approached, attired in military garb. "Major Tang, Deputy Base Leader, there are several well-preserved houses ahead. Shall we take shelter there for the night?" Deputy Base Leader. Is this truly the newly appointed Deputy Base Leader? Is he competent? Yi Sumin couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Very well. Let us proceed. Yes, it was already quite late, Yi Sumin and Jiang Chen had no choice but to stay here for the night. Following the soldier onward. Come, Yi Sumin remained silent, merely following Jiang Chen. The two entered a random house. Under the circumstances, it mattered little where they spent the night, that An Hung trailed behind Yi Sumin into the same house. Deputy Base Leader, your accommodations have been prepared here. A soldier informed that I shall remain here. Do not mind me. Yes, Deputy Base Leader to be by the way. Do not call me Deputy Base Leader. I have not yet formally assumed the position. And Hung corrected, secretly thinking that the title sounded far too pretentious. Yes, Doctor and the soldier began to kindle a fire in the room. Meanwhile, the others who had arrived in several vehicles were settling in as well. Yi Sumin found it curious. And Hung indeed possessed the demeanor of a naive, endearing scientist, quite unlike a cunning Deputy Base Leader. However, she was puzzled as to why the main base would appoint someone like him to fill the Deputy Base Leader role at the first base. Yi Sumin was naturally curious, but decided against prying too much into base affairs, knowing that such knowledge could be detrimental. Why Yi Sumin and Jiang Chen found a spot to start a fire, with An Hung naturally following them as if they were a team. What do you want here? Yi Sumin inquired. The fire over there isn't warm enough. Yours looks cozier. And Hung replied, still smiling. Sumin, are you from the first base? Yes, Jiang Chen answered for her. An Hung looked up to Jiang Chen with admiration, impressed by his formidable strength. Although An Hung had always excelled academically, boasting numerous trophies and accolades, he lacked physical prowess and had yet to awaken any abilities of his own. Sumin, I will soon be joining the first base as well. I'll be looking out for you, that no need. Thank you. Why Yi Sumin preferred to remain in the comfort of her home, that I say doctor. Why return to take on the Deputy Base Leader role? Jiang Chen, working at the base himself, saw no harm in gathering some information that I have heard that your base has Hantian fruits, a type of fruit that emerged post-apocalypse that I came to conduct research. Fortuitously, the first base needed a Deputy Base Leader, so I filled that position. Does your base not have Hantian fruits? No, and although the first base received a shipment of Hantian fruits, they cannot be cultivated at the main base. Even if planted in pots or cultivation solutions, they wither within hours. The same applies to the other bases, which is why I believe the first base holds significant research value. Yi Sumin found no surprise in this. During her previous life at the third base, such fruits had not appeared, and there were very few animals outside the base at that time. Was Major Tang escorting you to the first base? Accompanying me back is Tang Yuan. One might say he is escorting me, yet that description is not entirely accurate, for it was Tang Yuan who requested this himself, that I am uncertain of the circumstances. But in any case, the main base has consented to AT this moment. Tang Yuan approached and called An Hung away. It is quite late, An Hung. Please do not disturb Mr. Jiang and Miss Yi. Jiang Chen and Yi Sumin found the address somewhat awkward. You may simply call me Jiang Chen. And I prefer being called Yi Sumin. Miss Yi feels a bit strange. Tang Yuan chuckled and replied, very well, you may both call me Tang Yuan as well. An Hung, realizing the lateness of the hour, followed Tang Yuan to the nearby campfire. Chapter 63. Chicken stew with mushrooms and instant noodles. At this juncture, Lu Jingguang had also dressed his wounds, albeit he was now missing an arm. Chun Zhe and Qin Xian had been by Lu Jingguang's side. Tending to him, Suro brought over a cup of hot water to offer Lu Jingguang, but it was accidentally spilled, scalding her hand in the process. Ah! Suro cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at her burned hand. That I am so sorry, Brother Jingguang. I never meant for you to lose an arm because of me. I was truly frightened and did not intend to pull Sister Xian. Su Ruruo stepped forward, grasping Lu Jingguang's other arm, that if Lu Jingguang had lost an arm to save Su Ruruo, it might have been bearable. But her pushing Qin Xian out was something he could not tolerate. Humph. Even if I misjudged you before, you should leave the Dio, not return to cold-heartedly. Lu Jingguang saw through Suro completely and wished to sever all ties with her. Brother Jingguang, please go. We no longer wish to see you. After you return, do move out, Qin Xian stated, her tone significantly more composed than her usual sarcasm towards Suro. I can care for Brother Jingguang. Suro stubbornly shot a glance at Qin Zhe. Chun Zhe retorted coldly, you must understand that you caused Lu Jingguang to lose an arm and even push my sister out, that it would be merciful of me not to kill you. Do not appear before us again. That Suro realized she could no longer return to the group and, wiping her tears, turned to leave. After her departure, Qin Xian, her voice thick with emotion, said, I will not argue with you anymore. I shall treat you better from now on, do not cry. Xian. Just consider my misfortune. Besides, without this experience, how could I have discerned her true nature? I am just relieved that you are all right. Lu Jingguang comforted Chen Xian by gently patting her head. Xian, I now possess special abilities as well. We should find joy in that, he continued, noticing Chen Xian's lingering distress. Enough, Xian, do not be saddened. Do you not think Jingguang feels worse than you? He is still here comforting you. Chenze teased, attempting to lighten the mood. The surrounding individuals gleaned the essence of the situation from their simple exchanges. Concluding that Su Ruruo was indeed not a good person, that A.N. Heng's group kept their distance from Su Ruruo, who soon noticed this and approached Jiang Chun and Yi Su Mian. May I join you by this campfire? Su Ruruo asked, her voice pleading to no. Do you not have hands of your own? Jiang Chun succinctly rejected her. Stung by Jiang Chen's words, Su Ruo retreated in shame. A.N. Heng and Tang Yuan had gathered a circle of people, leaving Su Ruo unable to squeeze in. Earlier that morning, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun had just eaten when they were interrupted by the mutated bear's destruction. Now, Yi Su Mian's stomach was growling with hunger. However, with so many people around, they could not indulge in a lavish meal. Seated further inward, Yi Su Mian produced the most common bread and compressed biscuits to quell her hunger, planning to replenish her appetite properly upon returning to the base. Observing Yi Su Mian eating, and Heng eagerly offered his food, a box of self-heating rice. Naturally, Yi Su Mian could not accept it. Food was scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. After much insistence, it was Tang Yuan who finally pulled and Heng back. Jiang Chun, too, retrieved some compressed biscuits, alternating between bites of food and sips of water. After finishing the biscuits, Yi Su Mian rinsed her mouth and prepared to sleep. Tonight, there would be official personnel on watch, providing her with a sense of security. She had indeed exerted herself greatly today, utilizing her special abilities extensively, warranting a good rest. Fortunately, Yi Su Mian's backpack was spacious enough. Concealed within it, she retrieved a mat. Having a mat was certainly better than none. An Heng attempted to trot over with a sleeping bag, but Tang Yuan intercepted him once more. In the room, everyone else was resting, while Su Ruo trembled in a corner, cold and shivering. That night, Yi Su Mian slept lightly, awakening intermittently to use her mental abilities to scan for any abnormalities in the vicinity before drifting back to sleep. Jiang Chun, due to his pre-apocalyptic profession, also slept lightly, mulling over how and Heng had been hovering around Yi Su Mian that day, which irked him unexpectedly. At dawn, around 5, as the sky began to lighten, and Heng and Tang Yuan's team commenced preparations for breakfast. Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun also awoke early, as they were outdoors. Heng and Tang Yuan were preparing instant noodles, enhanced with ham, which smelled particularly appetizing, making Yi Su Mian's stomach growl. Perhaps I shall have instant noodles today as well, she decided. Yi Su Mian retrieved a box of spicy beef-flavored instant noodles from her backpack, a personal favorite. She added a sausage and a pre-cooked marinated egg for good measure. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, produced a box of chicken stew with mushrooms flavor. Yi Su Mian was taken aback. Do you not have any other flavors? Not at all. I find this flavor quite delightful. Jiang Chun replied with utmost seriousness. Very well. Yi Su Mian fell silent, realizing it was her first encounter with someone who enjoyed chicken stew with mushrooms during the initial chaos of the apocalypse. When supermarkets were stripped bare, only the chicken stew with mushrooms instant noodles remained unsold. Had it not been for the lack of options, it likely would not have been purchased at all. No matter if you enjoy it, that is what matters. Jiang Chun savored his meal with gusto, while Yi Su Mian found the aroma of his noodles somewhat off-putting. She had always relished the dish of chicken stew with mushrooms, but the instant noodle version seemed to lack the essence of the original. Once everyone finished tidying up, they prepared to continue their journey to the base. A.N. Heng scampered over to Yi Su Mian. Su Mian, will you return with us? You can ride in my vehicle. No, Jiang Chun, and I still have hunting to do here, she replied, a hint of disappointment evident in Heng's demeanor. Then when you return to the base, I shall come looking for you. Before Heng could finish, Tang Yuan pulled him away. Let us move quickly. We are nearing the first base. Although Heng felt somewhat crestfallen, Jiang Chun inexplicably felt a sense of joy. He drove the vehicle closer, and once Yi Su Mian was seated, she handed him a bottle of warm milk. Drink, it is not expired. Thank you. Thankfully, Yi Su-mian had an abundance of food stored in her space, alleviating the need to go in and feed Xiao Bai and Deju. Though the supplies were plentiful, only Yi Su-mian could access them. Chapter 64. 2 gas cylinders. Chunze and Chun Xian's vehicle had been wrecked by the mutated bear, rendering it inoperable. Fortunately, they encountered personnel from the base. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to the cold without ever reaching the bear's stomach. Now, Chunze, Chun Xian, and Lu Jingguang boarded the base vehicle. Tang Yuan could not abandon Su Ruo, thus allowing her to board another vehicle. Yi Su-mian and Jiang Chun intended to explore further, as this opportunity was rare. Once all the official personnel departed, Jiang Chun drove the vehicle to another location. Quickly, let out Deju and Xiao Bai. Upon their release, Deju lay motionless on the ground, unusually still. Upon closer inspection, Yi Su-mian was astounded to find that both Deju and Xiao Bai had bulging bellies. Infuriated, she felt like removing her shoe to swat. Deju. One was a white gas cylinder, the other a black and gold gas cylinder. How much did they consume? They are about to burst. Had I delayed their release any longer, they would have exploded into space. Am I lacking in food for you two? Have you been starving by my side? Have you ever missed a meal? Yi Su-mian bombarded them with questions, leaving the 2 gas cylinders with no choice but to endure her reprimand. Jiang Chun had never seen Yi Su-mian quite like this. She appeared vibrant and lively, far more animated than her usual stoic demeanor. That Deju averted Yi Su-mian's gaze, too timid to meet her eyes, while Xiao Bai appeared equally guilty. Jiang Chun sighed at their plight. These two were on the verge of bursting. Su-mian, do not be angry. Let them eat less for the next 2 days, he suggested from the sidelines. Yi Su-mian glanced at Jiang Chun, then at the 2 gas cylinders. You two shall have no meat for the next 2 days. Consider yourselves starved. Yi Su-mian suddenly regained her senses, feeling as though she were admonishing a child while the child's father stood by offering gentle suggestions. However, Yi Su-mian chose to disregard it. And upon entering the vehicle, she retrieved 2 bowls of pumpkin millet porridge, 2 eggs, and 4 meat buns, generously sharing half with Jiang Chun. They decided to fill their stomachs for the time being, planning to eat something more substantial once they returned to the base. After their meal, Jiang Chun drove to another location for a leisurely exploration. That as fortune would have it, they stumbled upon a group of wild boars, resulting in the capture of 7 more. In addition to the boars, Xiao Ju and Xiao Bai managed to catch 2 wild rabbits, and by following the trail, they discovered a rabbit nest containing a litter of 8 bunnies. Yi Su-mian was overjoyed, as rabbit legs were indeed a delectable treat. If it weren't for their keen eyes, they might have missed the rabbits, which blended seamlessly with the snowy landscape. Consequently, Yi Su-mian gathered the entire litter and placed them into the animal enclosure within her spatial realm. She couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of her space, as these creatures thrived without any effort on her part. The first base, Tang Yuan, and Hung arrived, greeted warmly by Tian Shuang at the entrance. And Hung observed the first base from the vehicle, noting its facilities were not as comprehensive as their main base. Following Tian Shuang's lead, they proceeded to the official office building, which had undergone some relocation. Previously, all offices were situated in the first building upon entering the base, but now the workspaces had been moved to the center of the base. The entrance now featured a section for exchanging contribution points and renting housing, while the upper floors housed various stalls and a cafeteria. The central office building accommodated the base leader's office and offices for research personnel. Upon arrival at the central office, Hung exited the vehicle first, followed by the group who ascended the stairs alongside Tian Shuang. The building was not particularly tall, thus lacking an elevator. Upon entering, they were greeted by Commander Tang, who felt a surge of joy at the sight of Hang's companions. Eager to conclude his introduction of the deputy base leader and engage in conversation with Tang Yuan. Commander Tang, I'm Hung. You may simply call me Hung, as I do not intend to manage base affairs. So I hope not to trouble you, he stated earnestly. Then what brings you to the first base? Commander Tang inquired, slightly puzzled. I am here to conduct research, and I have brought my own research team. And Hung replied seriously. Tian Shuang was taken aback, having anticipated another power struggle within the base. Once Hung finished speaking, Tang Yuan interjected, Grandfather, grandfather. Who are you referring to as grandfather? And Hung asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Come here, Commander Tang exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Commander Tang is your grandfather? And Hung asked in astonishment. Yes, indeed. That is one of the reasons you applied to the first base. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I have been pondering how to decline managing the base. And Hung admitted, genuinely uninterested in overseeing the base, as his focus was solely on research. Subsequently, Tang Yuan recounted in detail to Commander Tang the reasons for Hang's presence and the events that transpired during their journey. Commander Tang listened intently and noted that the younger generation indeed possessed diverse thoughts. When he learned that they had encountered Yi Su Mian along the way, his joy was palpable. Perhaps there would be a promising outcome in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Zhe and Chen Xian had returned and promptly disposed of Su Rurua's belongings. That be why the time they reached the base, it was already past 7 in the evening. Having been away for such an extended period, they felt the need to bring something back to avoid raising suspicions. Thus, Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chen unanimously decided to exchange for an additional wild boar in order to accumulate contribution points. They reasoned that purchasing some processed wild boar meat from the base supermarket when it became available would not be an unwise choice. Contribution points at the base primarily served to cover utility bills. Yi Su Mian struggled to conceive of any other uses for them. Upon returning home, Yi Su Mian immediately set about rearranging her living space, having stored everything in her spatial realm before departing. The stove had long gone cold, so she quickly rekindled it, restoring a semblance of warmth to the room. Once everything was arranged, she settled in front of the stove to warm her hands and feet. After regaining her body heat, Yi Su Mian entered her spatial realm for a soothing hot bath. Upon emerging, she brought out Deju and Xiao Bai. Eager to dive under the covers, Yi Su Mian hurriedly nestled into bed. With Xiao Bai following suit, Meow, the cat purred, having not eaten well during their 2-day absence. Today, she decided to indulge. Yi Su Mian set up 2 small tables on the bed, placing a single-serving hot pot atop one. Eating a small hot pot in winter was a delight, and today she opted for lamb hot pot, complemented by fragrant sesame sauce. Pure bliss. She laid out lamb leg meat, high-calcium lamb, fatty beef, tripe, oysters, pickled vegetables, and a platter of cold dishes, along with a bamboo steamer filled with lamb xiaomai. This meat was undeniably fresh, sourced from a recent slaughter, and carefully frozen, even boiled in plain water. The meat was delectable. After a few seconds of cooking, Yi Su Mian retrieved a piece of lamb leg, slathered it in sesame sauce, and savored the satisfaction it brought her. Deju and Xiao Bai. Enticed by the aroma, especially Xiao Bai with its striking heterochromatic eyes, made Yi Su Mian want to scoop them up and shower them with affection. Deju rested its large head on the bed, its big eyes gleaming with innocence. However, having indulged during their outing, Yi Su Mian only offered them a small morsel of meat in their bowls to tease their appetites. After enjoying some fruit and reading a few chapters of a novel, Yi Su Mian soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 65. Temperature rising the following morning, Yi Su Mian stretched and glanced at her watch, noting it was already past 7, that just as she was tidying up, she heard a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, she recognized and Hung and opened the door. Su Mian. Good morning. And Hung greeted cheerfully from the doorstep, exuding a vibe more akin to a university student than a deputy base leader. Is there something you need? I heard you returned last night, so I didn't want to disturb you, that I came to see you today. Well, if there's nothing urgent, I'll close the door. There is something. There is something. Su Mian, why not let me be your little brother? I can look out for you at the base. Finding Hang's absurd suggestion amusing, Yi Su Mian promptly closed the door with a thud. Unbeknownst to her, in the following days, Hung would show up nearly every day whenever he had no pressing matters. After Hang's departure, Tang Yuan also visited to express his gratitude for Yi Su Mian's assistance to Commander Tang. Yi Su Mian quickly consumed a light breakfast before preparing to stock up on cat and tiger food, as those two creatures had quite the appetite. This time, the provisions would suffice for these 2 characters for merely 3 days. Yi Su Mian changed her attire once more, intending to take Xiao Bai and Deju for a run in the space. Simultaneously, she planned to tend to her vegetables, gather some fruits, and check on the little rabbit she had retrieved the previous day. Upon entering the space, Yi Su Mian first ran 10 kilometers to enhance her stamina, while Deju and Xiao Bai were not idle either. They ventured to the orchard, where Yi Su Mian gazed upon the large, round watermelons with immense fondness. The blueberries she had planted were also thriving, with a single small tree producing an abundance of fruit. That'd be why the time she exited the space, it was already noon. Yi Su Mian retrieved a portion of shrimp rice rolls along with some common snacks from the street food stalls, such as dorayaki, crispy pancakes, grilled squid, and large gluten snacks, and began to feast. She also opened a cup of Snow King's iced lemonade. Today's accompanying show was a variety program. Previously, Yi Su Mian preferred watching television at double speed, but in this post-apocalyptic world, who would still be producing dramas? To avoid a future shortage of shows, she no longer dared to increase the playback speed. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming desire for tiramisu, prompting her to fetch a portion. 2 months slipped by, and during this period, Yi Su Mian had been largely confined to her home. She would occasionally see In Hung and Jiang Chun, and she also spent time playing chess with Commander Tang. Under Commander Tang's rigorous training, Yi Su Mian's chess skills had significantly improved. Since she was idle at home, she would ride in Jiang Chen's vehicle in the morning and return home the same way. There was an undeniable sense of familiarity between Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun, reminiscent of an old married couple. After dinner, Yi Su Mian would seek out Jiang Chun for exercise. Meanwhile, matters concerning the base were being handled by Tian Shuang and Tang Yuan. During this time, Yi Su Mian continued to cultivate winter fruits, knowing that after the extreme cold, this fruit would no longer be viable. She had amassed several thousand pounds of winter fruit in her space, which might prove useful in the future. Yi Su Mian's space was indeed wondrous, allowing for the cultivation of winter fruit, and she had designated a specific area within her space for this purpose. Thanks to In Heng's relentless efforts, a winter fruit plantation had been preserved, albeit in a simulated extreme cold environment, a concept Yi Su Mian did not fully comprehend. In the past month, temperatures had gradually risen, shifting from a frigid -60 or 70 degrees to around -30 degrees, making it far less cold than before. The day when temperatures finally returned to normal was marked by the evening. While enjoying her meal, Yi Su Mian felt an increasing warmth in her body, initially attributing it to the hot milk tea she had consumed. She promptly shed her fluffy pajamas. After a moment, she finally realized the temperature had indeed risen. Hastily, Yi Su Mian extinguished the stove and stored all heating appliances in her space. She removed her fleece pajamas, feeling a bit more comfortable afterward. Once everything was tidied up, she took a thermometer to measure the outdoor temperature. In just over an hour, it had risen from -30 degrees Celsius to +20 degrees Celsius, a remarkable 50-degree shift. Although the weather had warmed up, the abrupt change was overwhelming for many. Yi Su Mian changed her bedding, and both Xiao Bai and Daju, feeling the heat, retreated to the living room. The bedroom still retained some residual warmth from the stove. After donning lighter clothing, Yi Su Mian joined them in the living room, feeling considerably more at ease. The bedroom felt stifling, yet she was apprehensive about opening a window for fear that someone might glimpse the state of her room. Yi Su Mian calculated that this bout of extreme cold had lasted approximately 6 months. Peering out the window, she observed the ice and snow gradually melting away. The base had previously been diligent in snow removal, so the thin layer of snow quickly dissipated. The ground was damp, and people, realizing the temperature had risen, donned lighter clothing to venture outside. Yi Su Mian could hear the sounds of children at play. A full year had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. The end of the extreme cold signified the imminent arrival of the most terrifying plague. Even if the plague had not yet manifested, many were succumbing to illnesses due to the sudden temperature increase, with some more vulnerable individuals falling gravely ill. Yi Su Mian remained uncertain about when the plague would actually arrive. Recently, Xiao Bai and Daju had been shedding fur excessively, prompting Yi Su Mian to retrieve a special pet comb to groom them. However, for some, the warming weather was a cause for celebration. Yi Su Mian felt compelled to alert the base that a plague would soon arrive. If the plague truly came, she would consider her forewarning a success, but it might also mean being sent back for further research. Due to her experiences in her previous life, thoughts of dissection studies filled her mind. To prevent future calamities, she decided to disinfect her home daily. With the extreme cold now over, it was time for her to stock up on supplies at the supermarket, as she would likely prefer to remain indoors for a while. When Yi Su Mian visited the base supermarket, she discovered it had expanded significantly and now boasted 2 floors. Essential items were located on the first floor, while higher quality, more expensive goods occupied the second. With an abundance of contribution points at her disposal, there was no need for her to be frugal. The second floor operated on a self-service basis, whereas the first floor featured a small window akin to a bank. However, both floors were patrolled by numerous security personnel that Su Mian wandered about. She noticed processed wild boar meat that was priced at 20 contribution points per pound, which she calculated to be quite reasonable. Additionally, with the introduction of a new variety of rice, it was no longer as exorbitant as it had been when the base was first established, now costing only 8 contribution points per pound. Su Mian purchased 5 pounds of processed wild boar meat, adhering to the limit of 5 pounds per person, along with various snacks, some rice, and a few instant meals. All of it fit into a large bag and cost her nearly 1,000 contribution points. After stowing her purchases, she hurried back home. Chapter 66. The sudden plague. Upon returning home, Su Mian suddenly craved durian. She unearthed a large durian from her space, and the moment it was revealed, its strong aroma filled the air. Xiaobai and Deju were not fond of the scent, covering their noses with their paws and regarding Su Mian with expressions she could not decipher. Eventually, Deju wagged his tail and retreated to the living room. Su Mian relished the experience of opening a durian, akin to unboxing a mystery item. Enjoy the durian. She needed to retrieve a pink odor-neutralizing device, along with 2 packaging boxes. Indeed, every segment of durian flesh was abundant. Su Mian set aside 3 segments of durian meat, packing the remainder away in her space, while indulging in her snack. She felt compelled to find a television drama to watch. Today, she chose a historical romance series. Within 10 minutes, Su Mian had finished the durian. However, the drama was still ongoing, prompting her to fetch a pack of spicy strips, a large bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. The orange juice, with its tangy sweetness, was simply a delightful palate cleanser. As she enjoyed her show, noon arrived, given her earlier indulgence. She only prepared meals for Xiaobai and Deju, while Su Mian herself had a juicy peach for lunch. After dinner, Su Mian sought out Jiang Chun for a sparring session. With the recent warm weather, she donned her sports attire and headed to find him. Engaged in their practice, they both perspired profusely, and Jiang Chun's shirt clung to his body due to the sweat, subtly revealing his muscle definition. Jiang Chun was already handsome, and with such a well-toned physique, Su Mian found herself momentarily captivated. Who could resist the allure of defined abs, especially on someone so attractive? Noticing Su Mian's gaze, Jiang Chun's face flushed a deep crimson. Startled, Su Mian snapped back to reality and observed his blushing cheeks. He was quite the innocent young man, in a playful mood. Su Mian teased, "Are you embarrassed to have me look at you? Do you like me?" With a mischievous grin, she aimed to provoke Jiang Chun, not anticipating that this towering figure, standing at 188 centimeters, would be so naive. At first, Jiang Chun did not grasp her jest, and simply nodded. It took him a moment to realize, and he quickly shook his head. No, to her surprise, Yisume felt her cheeks flush at the sight of Yisume, who did not anticipate Jiang Chun's response to be so candid. In a flurry, Yisume seized her water cup and hastily retreated to her home. Observing her retreating figure, Jiang Chun was filled with an unusual sentiment. A thought suddenly blossomed in his mind. He longed to remain companions with Yisume, or perhaps to deepen their relationship further. Yisume hurriedly opened the door to her home and collapsed onto her large bed. Having lived nearly 30 years across 2 lifetimes, she found it rather embarrassing to be flustered by the words of an innocent young man, standing at 188 centimeters tall. However, she quickly regained her composure. Yisume repeatedly reassured herself that Jiang Chun must have simply been caught off guard when he spoke. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun was grappling with his own thoughts throughout the night, tossing and turning, glancing at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. His mind was consumed with images of Yisume and the memories they had shared. A week later, Yisume was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. The visitor was Hung. Sume, are you there?" As Yisume rushed to the door, and Hung halted her. "Wait a moment, Sume. Open the door after I leave. That a new virus has emerged at the base, causing many to experience inexplicable fevers, accompanied by skin necrosis and extreme contagiousness. That I've brought you some medications, protective gear, and food. Please refrain from going outside for now." Hung, clad in protective gear, spoke from behind the door. "Thank you." And Hung. Sume's gratitude was heartfelt. Despite her initial indifference towards Hung, Occasionally finding him a bit bothersome, she had come to appreciate his presence over the past 2 months, likening him to a source of joy, akin to a human pet, though she had never fed him. "Sume, there are matters in the lab that require my attention, so I'll be on my way. Once I've disinfected, you can come out," and Hung said before hastily leaving after completing his disinfection. After a brief wait, Sume donned a mask and gloves, then opened the door to retrieve the items Hung had left behind. Gazing at the box brimming with supplies, she fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps she had been overly wary of everyone from the start. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, there existed individuals who genuinely cared for her. Nevertheless, a degree of vigilance was still necessary, for human nature could be treacherous in such times that Sume opened the box to find an array of protective equipment, including suits, masks, and even gas masks. Alongside food and medicines, Hung had indeed been quite considerate. Not only did he provide protective supplies for Sume, but he also prepared a portion for Jiangchun. The outbreak of the plague had been rapid. Those infected would immediately develop fevers, suffer from necrosis, experience weakened bodily functions, face respiratory difficulties, and endure diarrhea. With a dense population at the base, particularly in Zone D, the virus spread with alarming speed, leading to numerous infections. Tian Shuang and Tang Yuan, along with uninfected soldiers and other base personnel, have been isolating both infected and uninfected individuals. Resources were scarce, with only a limited number of protective suits available. The streets of the base were filled with personnel in protective gear conducting disinfections. Meanwhile, Commander Tang found himself enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with communication ongoing between various bases. The plague was not localized. It had erupted globally. Sume was well aware of the severity of the plague, even if subsequent medications were developed. However, numerous smaller bases had succumbed entirely due to delays in receiving timely treatments and vaccines. Hung was diligently collaborating with the base's research team to develop an effective remedy. It was imperative to identify a solution to combat the plague swiftly. It was far more terrifying than any natural disaster. While natural calamities might afford people a moment to breathe, a plague left them with only the wait for death in the absence of medication. Hung tirelessly conducted experiments in the lab, treating this research with more seriousness and urgency than any prior endeavor. Unfortunately, Tian Shuang soon fell victim to the plague, suffering from a high fever, and was isolated within the base's quarantine room. In Commander Tang's office, he inquired, "What is happening? How could such a severe plague suddenly arise?" His eyes were bloodshot, having not rested since the outbreak was discovered. "Grandfather, I conducted a survey of the initial infected individuals, and those 5 individuals who first contracted the plague have already died. Among them, 3 had arrived at the base just a few days prior. I suspect this virus originated from outside the base, rather than from within." Tang Yuan hesitated, fearing that his conjecture might be incorrect. Commander Tang fell deep into thought upon hearing Tang Yuan's words. However, this was a global outbreak. If it had spread from the outside, he could not fathom how it reached such widespread proportions. After all, transportation was not particularly advanced, and the distances between bases were not insubstantial. Even traveling to a neighboring province required a day's journey. Chapter 67. Specially formulated herbal medicine. The quarantine area of the base was filled with the sounds of suffering and wails. Tang Yuan visited Hang's laboratory, but progress remained slowed, and Hung handed him a packet of capsules. "Tang Yuan, these have just been developed. They may alleviate some symptoms. Please administer this to the infected individuals." Although Hung had exerted every effort, creating an effective remedy would not be swift. Producing something to ease the conditions was already commendable. Other bases were also striving to develop medications, yet progress was minimal. Meanwhile, Sume diligently consumed spiritual water daily to bolster her immunity, and her pets, Deju and Xiaobai, did the same, though she was uncertain if the spiritual water would be effective against the plague. While Commander Tang and Tang Yuan fought on the front lines, Sume contemplated sending some spiritual water to them. She prepared several herbal packets suitable for steeping, using the spiritual water to infuse them. Having studied traditional medicine to some extent in university, albeit not extensively, she had fortunately collected numerous books during her resource gathering in a post-apocalyptic world who would scrutinize her academic background. After gathering the bottled water she had stockpiled, she diluted the herbal infusion and filled mineral water bottles with it. Sume felt it prudent to dilute the spiritual water, fearing its potent nature might attract unwanted attention for research. With everything prepared, she donned her protective suit, ensuring she was thoroughly covered, and filled her pockets with the mineral water bottles before knocking on Jiang Chen's door. Since the awkward blushing incident, Yi Sume took the initiative to visit Jiang Chen. She handed him 4 bottles of water, that I majored in traditional medicine at university, and prepared some herbal remedies to enhance immunity. The herbal ingredients are limited, hence the light color. Jiang Chen accepted the bottles with gratitude. Thank you, Sume, that I must be on my way to deliver some to Grandfather Tang and the others. Wait, let me drive you, Jiang Chen quickly replied, retreating inside to don his protective suit and mask before following Yi Sume to deliver the specially formulated herbal medicine. In the commander's office at the base, Commander Tang and the official staff had scarcely rested since the onset of the plague. Dark circles had formed under his eyes that Yi Sume knocked on the door. Come in, Grandfather Tang, she greeted. Why have you come, girl? With the plague spreading so rapidly, you should be at home. Commander Tang's face was etched with concern. Upon noticing Jiang Chen beside her, he exclaimed, Jiang Chen, why did you allow Yi Sume to come here? Grandfather, I'm wearing protective gear, Yi Sume interjected, offering 2 bottles of the specially formulated herbal medicine. Grandfather, this is my concoction to boost immunity. Commander Tang accepted the bottles and, without hesitation, uncapped one and gulped down a generous amount. Initially, nearby soldiers attempted to intervene, concerned for the commander's safety, as he was the military leader and base commander, and any mishap could be dire. Moreover, strictly speaking, Yi Sume's concoction could be deemed as an unregulated product. However, Commander Tang was unfazed, placing his trust in Yi Sume. Thank you, my girl. This is indeed effective. I feel less fatigued already. This statement was certainly not uttered intentionally by Commander Tang. It is genuinely the case that after consuming the drink, he felt significantly less fatigued. Commander Tang visibly regained his vigor, no longer appearing as weary as when he first arrived. It seems that the spirit spring water should indeed be further diluted. Tian Shuang was in the quarantine zone, and Yi Su Mian was unable to go there. Tang Yuan was also busy at the base, making it impossible to see anyone. Consequently, Yi Su Mian handed 4 bottles to Commander Tang, requesting him to pass them on. Yi Su Mian did not linger, understanding that Commander Tang had numerous matters to attend to. After exiting the command office of the base, Yi Su Mian proceeded to the Enhung laboratory. Peering through the glass at the laboratory entrance, Yi Su Mian observed Enhung adding some substances into a bottle. Though she did not fully comprehend what was happening, Yi Su Mian waited at the door for Enhung to become available, not wishing to interrupt his experiment. Observing Enhung in the laboratory, she noted he appeared quite different from his usual self. Typically, Enhung gave off an impression of immaturity, yet within the laboratory, he exhibited remarkable composure, attending to his work with meticulous care. Jiang Chun, noticing Yi Su Mian waiting for Enhung and having personally brought her here, felt an inexplicable discomfort that he harbored a desire to confront Enhung. However, Yi Su Mian had no ulterior motives. She merely wished to check on the progress of the research and the actual situation within the base in her previous life. Yi Su Mian was aware that the special medicine for this plague was indeed developed by the first base. With Enhung present, it was only a matter of time before a cure would be produced, provided no changes occurred. Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun stood outside, and it was only when Enhung found a moment of respite that he noticed the 2 outside. Su Mian, Jiang Chun, what brings you here? I brought you water, a special blend I made, Yi Su Mian replied. Thank you, Su Mian, that I will inform you of any results from my research when it is convenient. Currently, it is a bit inconvenient. All right, then we shall take our leave. Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun did not enter, but remained outside conversing with Enhung. Enhung turned back, resuming his experiment without pause. Let's go home, Yi Su Mian suggested to Jiang Chun. Upon hearing Yi Su Mian mention returning home, Jiang Chun felt his heart begin to race, were it not for the mask he wore. Yi Su Mian would have noticed the flush on his face. The 2 placed the water down on the ground and departed. Jiang Chun glanced back at the 2 bottles of water on the ground, feeling a slight sense of superiority. After all, Yi Su Mian had given him 4 bottles. Once back in the car, Jiang Chun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Yi Su Mian, "What do you think of Enhung?" Enhung, he resembles a big golden retriever. He's a good person and quite intelligent, Yi Su Mian mused, reflecting that Enhung, when not engaged in experiments, indeed exuded vitality akin to a golden retriever, yet displayed remarkable steadiness during his research. And what about me? Jiang Qin's question took Yi Su Mian by surprise. You? Yes. How do you perceive yourself? Yi Su Mian had never contemplated this question before. However, she instinctively felt that Jiang Chun was exceptionally suited for her, and the notion of remaining together indefinitely seemed quite agreeable. After a prolonged moment of thought, Yi Su Mian finally replied, "You're quite handsome. And a good person too." Jiang Chun, in the driver's seat, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was he being relegated to the status of merely a good-looking individual in Yi Su Mian's eyes? Chapter 68. The Special Medicine at this juncture. Yi Su Mian found herself unable to contribute much. Her most significant action was to find an excuse to deliver some diluted spirit spring water and then return home to wait patiently. The special medicine for this plague would undoubtedly be developed by the base. It was merely a matter of time. Later, Yi Su Mian heard that Tian Shuang, having consumed the specially formulated herbal medicine she provided, had seen his skin cease to decay, proving more effective than Hang's relief medication. Here, Yi Su Mian found herself once again in awe of the spirit's spring water in her possession. Even Hang persistently inquired about Yi Su Mian's medicinal formula, to which she casually provided a recipe that he continued to pursue her to become his mentor, that Yi Su Mian, of course, could not agree. Having long since returned her knowledge to the institution upon graduation, the formula was intended to enhance immunity and would not yield adverse effects. Should Hang inquire why it failed to produce results, Yi Su Mian would explain that it was likely due to the virus developing resistance, that Hang had also summoned the corpses of the initial infected individuals to a separate laboratory for examination. He simply extracted blood samples for experimentation. Although deceased, the corpses still harbored the original viral entities, that Yi Su Mian hoped earnestly that a special medicine would be developed swiftly, should the plague persist. Humanity's fate would ultimately lead to a dead end. Over the past few days, Hang had scarcely rested, his dark circles spreading across his entire face, his beard unkempt, and his hair a tangled mess. Were it not for the research attire he donned while conducting experiments, onlookers might mistake him for a homeless person at present. All news from the base reached Yi Su Mian through Jiang Chun. At this moment, at least 2/3 of the personnel at the base were infected with the plague, and the numbers continued to rise. Within the research laboratory, all researchers formed a circle, each feeling an intense sense of anxiety and tension. The individual lying on the bed was Tian Shuang. Researching the special medicine necessitated clinical trials, which inherently carried a degree of risk. At this juncture, Tian Shuang volunteered to participate. Hang slowly administered a transparent liquid into Tian Shuang's body. "How do you feel? Any abnormalities?" Tian Shuang, reclining on the bed, shook his head. No particular sensations. Recent developments in the medication had yielded little progress. Some merely delayed the progression of the illness. Hang conducted another examination of Tian Shuang's condition, noting no significant issues before hastily returning to the experiment. Periodically, the researchers beside him documented Tian Shuang's condition in their experimental logbooks. After receiving the experimental medication, Tian Shuang succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Since contracting the plague, he had not enjoyed a single restful night, routinely awakened by the torment of his afflictions, enduring both physical pain and mental anguish. Upon waking, Tian Shuang noticed a remarkable lightness in his body. No longer feeling as unwell. Sensing the change, he immediately sat up, discovering that the areas of his body that had been decaying were gradually healing. The surrounding researchers, noticing Tian Shuang's sudden movement, swiftly examined his condition. Realizing that he was indeed recovering and on the verge of full recovery, Doctor, come quickly. There's new information." Hang hastily dropped the test tube he was holding and rushed over, personally conducting a comprehensive examination on Tian Shuang. Astonishingly, Tian Shuang had truly recovered. There was not a trace of the plague virus left in his body. The severely decayed areas bore only slight scars, while the less affected regions had returned to their former state. Thanks to Hang's initial development of a relief medication, it was also possible that the diluted spirit spring water from Yi Su Mian had played a role. "Ha ha! We have finally succeeded in our research." Hang's jubilant laughter echoed throughout the entire floor. The faces of the other researchers also broke into smiles. The relentless days of research had finally yielded preliminary results. Even Tian Shuang was particularly elated, as those afflicted by the plague in the base had finally been rescued. The subsequent task was to mass-produce the medicine. Upon learning this, Commander Tang could hardly contain his joy and promptly arranged for the first batch of the miraculous drug to be administered to the patients. The results were as anticipated. The special medicine proved to be extraordinarily effective. Consequently, the medicine was officially put to use. Anung, along with the researchers, diligently crafted the miraculous drug, and the moment it was developed, Commander Tang reported to the central base. Upon receiving this news, both the central base and other outposts immediately dispatched helicopters. The smaller bases, upon hearing the announcement, also hurried to the first base, some nations. Upon learning of Huawei's development of the miraculous drug, exchanged supplies for the formula or the finished product. The successful development of the miraculous drug rekindled hope among the populace. The first base promptly utilized the medicine, resulting in a remarkably low death toll. Only the initial group of infected individuals and some with particularly low immunity succumbed during this plague. In contrast, other bases experienced significantly higher mortality rates. The third base from the previous timeline lost approximately one-third of its population. Some smaller bases, lacking timely access to the miraculous drug, were entirely overwhelmed. Anung and the entire research team, witnessing the official deployment of the miraculous drug and the gradual recovery of the base's inhabitants, took the opportunity to rest, indulging in a full day of sleep after several exhausting days. Once Tianshuang recovered, he and Tang Yuan, accompanied by staff, undertook a comprehensive disinfection of the base. Even those who had not been infected received preventive medication. As Anung and the other researchers had developed a prophylactic drug, distributing one pill to each member of the base. In truth, the majority of the research and experimentation had been carried out solely by Anung, while the other researchers primarily assisted and recorded experimental data. It remains uncertain whether the central base would regret sending Anung to the first base upon learning that he had devised the miraculous drug. Before returning home to rest, Anung informed Tang Yuan that the optimal method for handling the bodies of those who had succumbed to the plague was incineration. Tang Yuan, donning protective gear, proceeded to place the bodies into isolation bags, intending to transport them outside the base for cremation. This time, he also brought along numerous fire elemental abilities users from the base to expedite the process. That moment, Yi Samayan accompanied Jiang Chun in a vehicle, intending to visit the office building at the base's entrance. Initially, Tang Yuan's team's progress appeared smooth. However, as one individual was about to be placed into a protective isolation bag, they suddenly opened their eyes. The person moved, and their joints emitted a disconcerting cracking sound. The staff member assumed that the infected individual was clinging to the last vestiges of life and struggled to rise, puzzled by the nearly white eyes of the afflicted individual. The staff member wondered if they had cataracts. Despite repeated inquiries, the infected individual remained silent. The raspy voice of the infected person broke the silence. After much effort, the staff member could not decipher the utterance. Chapter 69. Did the zombies appear early? The staff member was at a loss for how to handle the situation and turned to seek assistance from Major Tang. Just as they spun around, the infected individual lunged at the staff member, sinking their teeth into the shoulder. The staff member screamed in agony, desperately trying to shake off the assailant. The more they struggled, the more fiercely the infected individual bit down. In mere moments, a chunk of flesh was torn from the shoulder. The commotion caught Tang Yuan's attention, and he hurried over, only to witness the infected individual mechanically chewing on the flesh in their mouth. Blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by unsettling cracking sounds. The sight was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Having never encountered such a scene before, Tang Yuan and his companions were certain that what stood before them was no longer human. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan and two others prepared to dispatch the creature. Meanwhile, the other staff members rushed to assist the injured individual with a medical kit. The wound on the shoulder continued to ooze black, purulent blood, and the pupil gradually turned white. Major Tang, save me. The staff member treating the wound was suddenly bitten on the face by the injured individual. Simultaneously, the bodies in isolation bags, along with those not contained within, began to emit similar cracking sounds, moving stiffly like puppets. All these individuals shared a common trait. Their eyes were white. Furthermore, they had all perished due to the plague, their bodies decomposing to varying degrees, evoking sheer terror. This prompted Tang Yuan to recall something. Zombies. Quickly regaining his composure, Tang Yuan understood that panic was not an option. Everyone, be cautious not to get bitten. They are zombies, he shouted. seizing the moment when the zombies were still sluggish. Tang Yuan raised his weapon and aimed for their heads. Before the zombies could react, several heads fell to the ground. Yet some of the slower staff members had already been bitten. The scene descended into chaos. Fortunately, this was a designated area for isolating plague-infected patients, which was both sealed off and devoid of the general public. However, the sight was unprecedented for the other staff members, and their composure faltered. The situation spiraled further into disarray. Only Tang Yuan and a few soldiers managed to maintain their calm, launching their abilities against the encroaching zombies. The number of corpses around them was overwhelming. Tang Yuan knew they could not afford to linger in this place. Otherwise, they too would be lost. Moreover, a bitten staff member in a state of fear instinctively rushed toward the isolation exit. Tang Yuan watched in horror as the bitten individual fled outside the isolation zone. It was a grave mistake. Just moments after escaping, they transformed into a zombie, their joints creaking ominously. Outside the isolation area, pedestrians began to appear. One passerby, concerned, approached to inquire about the individual's well-being. In an instant, the zombie lunged and bit the passerby. Thus, yet another unwell person became the next victim. By the time Tang Yuan emerged, it was already too late. The zombie clung to the passerby, gnawing mercilessly. The sound of flesh being torn apart sent chills down Tang Yuan's spine. The surrounding crowd panicked and fled. Tang Yuan stepped forward and swiftly dispatched the zombie, but the recently bitten individual was already undergoing rapid transformation. As soon as the metamorphosis was complete, Tang Yuan swiftly severed their head. Just a moment ago, they had been a living person. Now, they were a mindless husk. Tang Yuan led the remaining staff out, and they immediately began checking one another for injuries. Upon exiting, they secured the isolation zone's entrance. However, the number of zombies within the isolation area was significant, drawn by the scent of the living and perceiving them as a delectable feast. The horde of zombies congregated at the entrance, emitting spine-chilling growls that sent shivers down one's spine. Soon, numerous pedestrians witnessed the harrowing scene, fleeing in terror, unwilling to linger for even a moment. Among those who tragically perished during the plague were also abilities users. And the number of zombies in the isolation area was substantial. Before long, the zombies breached the isolation zone's entrance. Upon spotting the living, they lunged forward, eager for their next meal. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Tang Yuan could only do his utmost to slay the zombies, striving to prevent the horde from further infiltrating the base. That he instructed his subordinates to expedite their report to Commander Tang and seek assistance from Tianxuan, urgently notifying them of the crisis at hand. While dealing with these lower-tier zombies was relatively manageable, there were several mutated ability zombies among them, likely once abilities users themselves, presenting a formidable challenge. Additionally, the sheer number of zombies made it increasingly strenuous to fend them off while ensuring his own safety and thwarting their advance into other areas of the base. Meanwhile, Yi Samayan and Jiang Chun, en route to the administrative hall, heard the distant cries for help that a sense of foreboding washed over Yi Samayan. "Should we check it out?" Jiang Chun asked, noticing her troubled expression. "Yes, let us go," she replied. Jiang Chun pressed the accelerator, heading towards the source of the commotion. As Yi Samayan and Jiang Chun neared their destination, they encountered several individuals moving with great difficulty, as well as a zombie gruesomely chewing on a segment of intestine. A sight that made one's stomach turn. Yi Samayan's heart sank. The zombies had arrived earlier than expected, at least a year ahead of the previous timeline. Jiang Chun also recognized the peculiarities of the situation. "Those are zombies that if you intend to exit the vehicle, be sure not to get bitten," Yi Samayan cautioned. Jiang Chun quickly grasped the gravity of the situation in an apocalyptic world filled with abilities. Nothing was impossible, understood. As the two individuals alighted from the vehicle, Yi Samayan employed her extraordinary abilities to effortlessly dispatch the lesser zombies. Not long after Yi Samayan and Jiang Chun arrived, Tian Shuang hastened to join the fray with a multitude of soldiers. Other personnel from the base were also present, diligently searching for any individuals who might have been bitten. The group swiftly eliminated the scattered zombies outside, only to witness Tang Yuan, accompanied by a few others, struggling against the relentless onslaught of the undead at the perimeter of the quarantine zone. Despite Tang Yuan's valiant efforts, he was unable to hold back the sheer number of zombies, with several already having broken free. Fortunately, Jiang Chun and Yi Samayan arrived in the nick of time to prevent further spread of the infestation. However, The zombies within the quarantine area continued their relentless charge outward to Ye Samayan, Jiangchun, and their companions soon joined the battle. Among the attackers was a fire-type zombie that proved somewhat challenging. Yet in the presence of Yi Samayan, it was hardly a match, with just a flicker of her lightning abilities. The fire-type zombie lay motionless upon the ground. The Yi Samayan glanced down at the extinguished fire-type zombie and suddenly noticed an emblem on the back of its neck, an insignia she would never forget, the letter S. Chapter 70. Suspicion. This particular symbol was forever etched in her memory. The tattoo had been marred by the decay of the body, yet its form was still discernible as the letter S. Yi Samayan recalled that all experimental subjects of that organization bore this mark. However, one must also consider the possibility that this individual might have chosen to tattoo an S on their own. Now was not the time for such speculation. They needed to eliminate the zombies within the base swiftly. Despite the overwhelming numbers, it posed no significant challenge for Yi Samayan and her group. They partook in the cleansing of the base of its undead. Finally, Tang Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief that Yi Samayan, however, left 2 zombies behind, prompting curious glances from others around her. "Why have you left 2? Tang Yuan inquired. That if we capture them while they are still fresh, perhaps Hung can develop an antidote, came the realization from the group. Tang Yuan promptly ordered his men to securely bind the 2 zombies. Stuffing rags into their mouths, that Yi Samayan observed the 2 bound zombies, noting that even crabs were not tied up this way. The zombies emitted muffled sounds, their instincts driven wild by the presence of living humans nearby. These were mere low-level zombies, easily dispatched by even the psychologically resilient ordinary folk, rendering them trivial for those with abilities. The true fear lay in the possibility of an ability user transforming into a zombie, which would significantly enhance the combat prowess of the undead that in her previous life. Yi Samayan had never heard of an antidote for the zombie virus that a bite or scratch, or even contact with the blood of a zombie guaranteed one's transformation into one of the undead. The virulence of the zombie virus was indeed terrifying. Throughout this epidemic, Yi Samayan had witnessed Hang's remarkable research prowess. Perhaps, in the end, someone could truly develop a cure. Everything depended on experimentation. The group swiftly dealt with the sudden influx of zombies within the base. The 2 living zombies were confined to a cage, a grand gift Tang Yuan intended for Hung upon his awakening. Tian Shuang then returned to report to Commander Tang that Yi Samayan proceeded to find Tang Yuan, leading him to the zombie bearing the tattoo. "Do you recognize this individual?" Yi Samayan asked. Tang Yuan examined the decayed corpse on the ground, noting that the deterioration was not overly severe. "Yes, he was among the first infected by the epidemic. This aligns with my suspicions. Those 3 individuals arrived at our base just days before the outbreak began." A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Samayan's mind. "Can we still locate those 3? "Yes, though it may prove somewhat troublesome. The development of the antidote is progressing rapidly, but the number of fatalities due to the epidemic has likely reached the hundreds. As long as the 2 individuals are not overly decayed, we should be able to find them. Then I entrust this task to you." Tang Yuan immediately dispatched personnel to search for the bodies of the 2 individuals. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Yi Samayan suddenly realized that this epidemic might not be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. If it were indeed orchestrated by humans, the implications were even more terrifying. What kind of organization could unleash an epidemic across the nation and the world? Thus, Yi Samayan urgently sought the bodies of those 2 zombies for confirmation. Regardless, she was determined to exact her revenge and would not let the shadowy organization escape unscathed. Nor would she forget those responsible. A surge of hatred welled up within Yi Samayan, which Jiangchen perceptively noted that he approached her and placed a hand on her shoulder, grounding her back to reality. Looking up at Jiangchen, she found her heart a little less burdened by resentment, replaced instead with a hint of solace. The personnel searched diligently for some time before finally retrieving the zombies' bodies and placing them aside. "Samayan, we've found them. Follow me. Okay. Yi Samayan and Jiangchen trailed behind. Upon seeing the 2 zombie corpses, Yi Samayan donned gloves and meticulously examined them, lifting their clothing several times, yet she could not find the S symbol. The absence of the symbol could imply 2 possibilities. Either the individual had tattooed an S themselves, or the areas where the tattoos had been located had been lost to extensive decay. Meanwhile, other bases were also engulfed in a state of panic regarding the zombies. Some bases had just managed to evade the epidemic, only to be besieged by the undead. Even outside the bases, zombies began to appear. In the cities, a portion of survivors refused to submit to the governance of official or private bases. This refusal resulted in many potentially infected individuals not receiving the antidote in a timely manner. In this sudden onslaught of zombies, even those who had not been infected by the epidemic could transform into zombies upon death. It was as if a virus was being transmitted among the lifeless. Thus, humanity was afforded no respite. The struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world would become increasingly arduous. Samayan ceased to dwell on her inability to find the symbol. She was no longer in a rush for vengeance. Instead, her gaze wandered over the multitude of zombies strewn across the ground, all of which held glistening crystals within them. Her heart ached at the thought. It was not easy to simply crush the heads of so many zombies to retrieve the crystals. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to accompany Jiang Chun instead. Yet the image of the S symbol lingered in the recesses of her mind. The extreme cold had only passed less than 10 days prior, preserving the integrity of the corpses outside the base. With the temperature rising for 10 days, the bodies had not yet completely decayed, although these zombies were still quite repulsive. Numerous zombies now roamed outside the base. Without an official position within the base, Samayan found it inappropriate to manage the zombies, while Jiang Chun, merely a laborer, was likewise not burdened with such responsibilities. Thus, the two made their way to the administrative hall to conclude their business before returning home. The atmosphere within the base was fraught with anxiety due to the zombie crisis. Commander Tang was overwhelmed with worry. Just as he had dealt with the epidemic, now the zombies had emerged, and Tian Shuang, alongside Tang Yuan, were conducting thorough inspections throughout the base, apprehensive of any individual harboring a false sense of security due to a potential bite. Jiang Chun drove. He glanced at Samayan, noting her unusually low spirits since encountering the zombie. Though Samayan typically maintained a stoic demeanor, her current disposition seemed even more somber, her emotional pressure palpable. At the zombies that have you feeling this way? What's wrong? You appear somewhat downcast. I'm fine. It's just that seeing a zombie for the first time was a bit unsettling, Samayan replied, brushing off his concern. For an ordinary person, it was entirely normal to have a strong reaction upon encountering a zombie for the first time. Jiang Chun scrutinized Samayan's expression, recalling how effortlessly she had dispatched zombies earlier that day, which hardly suggested that she was frightened. Yet, respecting her desire for privacy, he refrained from pressing further. Chapter 71. Slice Research. Thanks to Tang Yuan and Tian Shuang's thorough search of the base, it was discovered that someone had indeed been bitten and harbored a false sense of security. That'd be why the time-based soldiers found this individual. They had already transformed into a zombie. Fortunately, the person had hidden within their home, preventing any severe damage to the base and averting further panic. Within mere hours, news of the zombie appearance spread throughout the base, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation, with many losing faith in the prospect of their future lives. When Hung awakened, he would be greeted by the grand gift Tang Yuan had prepared for him. Oh my goodness! And Hung gazed at the two zombies before him, falling into deep contemplation. When I awoke, someone informed me of the appearance of zombies, and I thought they were joking. I never imagined it to be true. These two were specifically preserved for you. The rest were exterminated and incinerated, Samayan added. Preserved for me? Indeed. They thought your intellect might allow you to devise a remedy for the zombie virus. Ung, upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, wore a beaming smile that he held great admiration for both Sumi In and Jiang Chun, whose combat prowess was truly remarkable. It was undoubtedly gratifying to receive compliments from those one idolizes. Suddenly, Ong pondered the notion that mutated animals possess crystal cores. If humans acquired abilities, would they not also generate such cores? Might zombies possess them as well? He speculated that there could be a crystal core within a zombie's head or perhaps in another part of its body. Have you examined this? Yes, during the process of dispatching the zombies, a swift strike to the head caused a crystal core to fall out. Did you retrieve it? I would like to study this further. Yes, we have it. It's in the box at the entrance. Shall I bring it in shortly? Or should we send it to the laboratory? Upon encountering a zombie for the first time, Ong charged forward. Eager to commence his research, clad in gloves and a lab coat, he wielded a small scalpel to excise a piece of flesh from the zombie. Tang Yuan, observing Ong's fervor, found him to be far more daunting than the zombie itself. This was genuine slice-and-dice research. The zombie, having lost a piece of itself, exhibited no sensation of pain, entirely oblivious to its predicament, driven solely by the scent of humanity, lunging to take a bite. Carrying this specimen, Awning instructed Tang Yuan to transport the box of crystal cores to the laboratory. Once Tang Yuan delivered it, he departed, choosing not to disturb Awning as he conducted his experiments at Yi Sumi In's residence. Upon returning home, she was immediately surrounded by Xiao Bai and Deju. Due to her recent endeavors in hunting zombies, Yi Sumi In resolved to take a shower before attending to other matters. By the time she emerged, twilight was upon her. Xiao Bai and Deju seemed to sense her troubled demeanor and approached her with concern. Sitting on her bed, Xiao Bai promptly nestled into Yi Sumi In's embrace. Meowing in a melodious tone, Deju mimicked Xiao Bai's sound. Playfully howling, Yi Sumi In chuckled at Deju's antics. Deju, you're not a cat, so don't force it, she laughed heartily. Deju, with drooping ears, appeared crestfallen, while Xiao Bai maintained an aloof demeanor. Rubbing against Yi Sumi In's hand, Xiao Bai purred contentedly. Deju, following suit, approached to nuzzle against her leg. Yi Sumi In felt genuinely warmed by the affection of her two companions. She bestowed a kiss upon Xiao Bai and another upon Deju's large head. Suddenly, clarity struck her. Even if this tattoo bore no connection to that organization, she would ultimately seek vengeance against Song Yu and Yi Xinran. Worrying about future events would yield no benefit, so she decided to focus on a more immediate concern, dinner, which was sure to bring joy. She first served food to Deju and Xiao Bai, replenishing their bowls with ample water. Their appetites remained robust. Thankfully, Yi Sumi In was able to provide for them. Today, she craved grilled fish. From her storage, she retrieved a flavorful Mekong fish, seasoned with an array of her favorite accompaniments: crisp lotus root slices, konjac knots, oilseed lettuce, potato slices, and enoki mushrooms. Of course, cilantro was indispensable. She paired it with a bowl of fragrant wuchang rice, along with a serving of refreshing iced jelly and a glass of lemonade. Upon catching the enticing aroma of the grilled fish, Xiao Bai and Deju turned their gazes toward Yi Sumi In, the meow woof with a sigh of resignation. She added more to their portions. Consequently, she produced 2 braised pork knuckles to share with them. Xiao Bai, unable to finish, left the remainder for Deju. Yi Sumi In had long since cast aside thoughts of this tattoo. She turned on her favorite show. An essential part of her dining experience. After the meal, she found herself in contemplation, observing Xiao Bai and Deju. Zombies were on the horizon, and Deju had yet to encounter one. It would be wise to acclimate them to an environment where zombies existed. However, Yi Sumi In was also aware that Deju was a close combat fighter. What if it were injured and transformed into a zombie tiger? The thought of having a zombie tiger was unsettling. This dilemma weighed heavily on Yi Sumi In, as she could not allow Deju to hide indefinitely. Moreover, Deju's lack of abilities was a cause for concern. Perhaps she should immerse Deju in the spirit spring tonight. With that thought, she led Xiao Bai and Deju in her space. As she jogged in circles, she placed Deju into the spirit spring's bathing basin. She had struggled to find a suitable tub for Deju, but fortunately, she had purchased some inflatable pools which should suffice. She also placed Xiao Bai in the pool. The latter, however, was rather lazy. When prompted to run alongside Yi Sumi In, Xiao Bai sprawled out on its back, refusing to budge. With no other option, she placed Xiao Bai in the pool with Deju. Drying Deju's fur would be somewhat troublesome. Xiao Bai could be tossed into the drying machine, but it was too small for Deju. Instead, she decided to let Deju run around in the space until it dried off before returning to the bedroom in the commander's office at the base. Commander Tang, after today's research, reported, "I have discovered that the crystal cores from zombies can be utilized by humans for upgrades, although their purity is inferior to that of mutated animals or humans. Moreover, zombies do not possess normal body temperatures. I recommend establishing temperature measurement stations at the entrance of the first base." Awning delivered a detailed presentation, akin to a scholarly thesis, leaving Commander Tang feeling overwhelmed. The next day, Tang Yuan organized soldiers and staff to install temperature measurement devices at all entrances and set up isolation observation points within the base. Anyone entering the base, or returning from hunting or missions, would undergo isolation and observation. Personnel were also stationed at the entrance to inspect wounds and assess health. Tang Yuan promptly directed a team to reinforce and heighten the base's walls in contrast to previous measures. There was now round-the-clock patrolling, with the number of patrol personnel more than doubling. Chapter 72. You're so handsome. Of course you're not scary. When Awning informed that the zombie crystal cores could also enhance abilities. Tang Yuan set aside a portion of the box of crystal cores and presented them to Yi Sumian and Jiang Chen. The duo had vanquished an extraordinary number of zombies, had it not been for their involvement. The losses at the base would have been substantially more grievous. Upon receiving the crystal cores, Yi Sumian was quite astonished, as she had initially thought this would be a farewell to the cores. Not far from the entrance of the base, a sizable task board had been erected in the service hall, which was updated daily. Any capable individual could undertake tasks to earn contribution points. The base had also announced a recruitment for ability users, indicating that Earth-type abilities could be utilized to fortify the base's walls, while Plant-type abilities could engage in cultivating crops. Various abilities could join the base's teams, with generous compensation provided. Furthermore, it was declared that zombie crystal cores could enhance abilities as well. Currently, the most common low-level zombie crystal cores were valued at 40 contribution points each. The purity of mutated animal crystal cores surpassed that of zombies, rendering them slightly more expensive. Upon the release of this announcement, numerous ability users began to form their own teams, while others opted to head to the base. They could venture out to hunt zombies, redeem the obtained zombie crystal cores for contribution points, and enhance their abilities. The challenge lay in the fact that zombies had only recently begun to appear, and many individuals had never encountered them nor engaged in direct confrontation. The zombies that had appeared in the base previously were only witnessed by those officially involved in the battle, along with a few nearby civilians. Most had only heard about them, as people lacked comprehensive experience in combating zombies. They could only accompany the base on missions. However, those who accompanied the base were required to surrender 30% of their personal earnings, akin to a tax. Yi Sumian contemplated venturing outside the base to assess the situation. Currently, she could only join the base's team to hunt zombies and mutated animals. This restriction felt limiting to her, as many things remained unattainable. She was also conflicted about whether to accompany the officials, as there was no telling how long it would take before she could venture out independently. Ultimately, Yi Sumian resolved to join the official team for an observation, deciding it best to refrain from acting alone until she grasped the external circumstances. Recently, Jiang Chen had been particularly busy, returning home late each day. Conventional weapons had become ineffective against zombies, failing to penetrate their skulls. He had been tirelessly modifying weapons in the base's armory, done on the day of departure with the base. Yi Sumian rose early, performed a brief morning routine, and fed Daju and Xiaobai. She prepared a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a steamer of beef dumplings, then retrieved her hiking backpack. Inside, she packed some lightweight essentials and a 1-liter water bottle filled with warm spring water. The backpack was sufficiently large, ensuring that she could discreetly produce items without arousing suspicion. This time, Yi Sumian intended to bring Xiaobai along. While Daju would have to be stored in her space that moment, Daju looked on enviously at Xiaobai, casting a pitiful glance at Yi Sumian. Recently, Daju had become increasingly adept at acting cute, bearing little resemblance to a king of the jungle. And no matter how Daju gazed at her, Yi Sumian resolutely refused to take him along. This was a collective official operation, and bringing Daju would be far too conspicuous. After all, he was a tiger, not a mere kitten or puppy. After storing Daju in her space, she proceeded downstairs with Xiao Bai. Yi Sumian opted not to take the base's vehicle, believing it preferable to drive herself. After ensuring she had sufficient gasoline, she started her CR. It had been quite some time since she had driven her own vehicle, and she relished the freedom from the myriad of traffic regulations. No longer would anyone deduct points from her. Xiaobai hopped onto the passenger seat. Upon arriving at the base's entrance, Yi Sumian signed in with the soldiers and awaited departure. Upon her return, she noticed a man standing beside her car. The man appeared unremarkable, seemingly in his 30s, with an unkempt beard. Yi Sumian had no intention of engaging with him, pulling open her car door to get in. The bearded man swiftly intercepted her. Hey, beautiful lady. Wait a moment. Yi Sumian turned her gaze towards him. What is it? Beautiful lady, my name is Pan. My girlfriend has a stomachache. May I ride with you? I see you're alone in your car. And the base's vehicle is quite cramped. I'm worried she won't be comfortable. Pan Hao gestured towards a woman in the distance. Yi Sumian squinted, realizing the woman resembled Su Ruo, a green tea type. She was quick to find someone else. Su Ruo was rather adept at that. Having a stomachache and still going on a mission. Your girlfriend must be lacking some sense. Perhaps you should take her to get her head checked. I can offer you contribution points. Name your price. Do I look like someone who lacks contribution points? Pan Hao examined Yi Sumian's attire and car, concluding that she was likely well supplied with gasoline. You're driving this car alone, leaving 3 seats vacant that we're not denying you contribution points. Pan Hao argued to AT that moment. Jiang Chen arrived in the base's vehicle at the assembly point that he spotted Yi Sumian from a distance, standing beside a bearded man. After disembarking, he approached Yi Sumian and overheard their conversation. Leave, Jiang Chen said coldly, positioning himself beside Yi Sumian, exuding an intimidating aura. Pan Hao, noticing Jiang Chen's towering stature, felt a twinge of apprehension. What's with the attitude? He shot a disdainful glance at both Jiang Chen and Yi Sumian before departing, muttering unflattering remarks as he walked away. Yi Sumian lifted her gaze to Jiang Chen, then turned to glance at her reflection in the car window. I appear approachable. Am I frightening to look at? Why did he run off? Jiang Chen's fierce demeanor softened, revealing a smile. You're so striking. Of course, you're not frightening. Yi Sumian took a moment to admire Jiang Chen, finding solace in his presence amidst the chaos of the world. Can I ride in your car? Jiang Chen asked cheerfully. Shifting the topic, sure, come aboard. I'll grab my things. Jiang Chen turned to retrieve 2 boxes from the base's vehicle, placing them in the back seat of Yi Sumian's car. I'll drive. All right. Yi Sumian handed the keys to Jiang Chen and settled into the passenger seat, with Xiao Bai leaping onto her lap. The two of them waited in the car for departure. Chapter 73. The eerie sound this time. Tang Yuan was leading the expedition. Yi Sumian and Jiang Chen had not been in the car long when Tang Yuan arrived. Jiang Chen stepped out to exchange a few words with Tang Yuan before returning to the vehicle. I'm accompanying this time to test the new weapons. Jiang Chen explained. Understood. Yi Sumian was acutely aware of the situation. Prior to their departure, Tang Yuan had instructed the soldiers to announce numerous rules regarding their outing through a loudspeaker. Compliance with the base's arrangements was mandatory. Any violators who encountered danger and lost their lives would not be the responsibility of the base. Yi Sumian briefly counted the number of individuals embarking on this journey, estimating it to be around 30. The base always imposed restrictions on the number of participants for outings. After a short wait, they set off. Yi Sumian's vehicle trailed at the back, while those in front moved at a relatively leisurely pace. Along the route, they encountered sporadic zombies. The first base's resort was situated in a suburban area, where human presence was sparse and mutated animals outnumbered the zombies. Occasionally, Yi Sumian exchanged a few words with Jiang Chen in the car. During the journey, Jiang Chen also tested the power of his new weapon, successfully dispatching 2 zombies with precise headshots. After several hours of travel, Yi Sumian had yet to achieve any noteworthy findings. At 18 noon, Tang Yuan ordered a 1-hour rest on-site, allowing time for a meal and a brief nap. This time, Jiang Chen did not bring along instant food. Instead, he produced 2 lunch boxes, one containing marinated meat and the other filled with steamed rice, accompanied by a packet of pickled vegetables. The aroma was genuinely enticing, revealing Jiang Chen's surprising culinary skills. Yi Sumian, feeling hungry as well, decided not to deprive herself while away from home. She brought out her homemade fried noodles, generously laced with meat. Jiang Chen even shared half of his marinated meat with her. After tasting it, Yi Sumian confirmed its deliciousness. Not only did Jiang Chen share with her, but he also offered a few pieces to Xiao Bai. He poured a bowl of cat food and added a chicken leg, which was unseasoned. Fortunately, Yi Sumian's vehicle concealed the interior from outside view. If anyone outside were to witness Xiao Bai feasting so well, they might very well be driven to rage. After all, even having a bowl of rice would require considerable contemplation for some. Low-level zombies were easy to kill, and their crystal cores held significant value. However, in a team, the spoils would be divided among the members, and a vehicle was necessary for excursions. The area surrounding the base had already seen a significant decline in zombie presence. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to rest, an unusual sound suddenly echoed. Yi Sumian felt a wave of dizziness, her vision blurred, and she seemed to find herself back in her previous life, bound to an experimental table, with Yi Shinran beside her, emitting an eerie laugh. The scene flickered through her mind like a fleeting shadow. Shaking her head, Yi Sumian realized it was merely an illusion. Possessing psychic abilities, she could quickly dispel such hallucinations. Observing Xiao Bai, who was incessantly meowing, She understood that a dangerous creature lurked nearby. Noticing Jiang Chun in the passenger seat, his gaze was fixed and vacant, seemingly entranced. She wondered what illusion had ensnared him, as it appeared a slight smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Regardless, it was best to extricate Jiang Chun from this state. The Yi Su Mian pinched Jiang Chun's arm, but found it unyielding, composed entirely of muscle. Resorting to her electrical abilities, she unleashed a small jolt of energy. Jiang Chun felt a sudden shock coursing through him, his mind blanking momentarily, accompanied by an accelerated heartbeat. Initially irritated, he thought of the interruption to his confession to Yi Su Mian, believing he was on the verge of success. As his senses returned, he noticed Yi Su Mian gazing intently at him. Was the rapid heartbeat a sign of affection? His face flushed with color. Observing his reddened cheeks, Yi Su Mian wondered if she had inadvertently overused her powers and quickly inquired if he felt unwell. "No, I'm fine," Jiang Chun replied after taking a sip of water, feeling somewhat better that moment. Both Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun heard sounds of a scuffle outside. Peering out, they were astonished to see members of the base engaged in a brawl. "Zombies, today I shall slay you," one shouted, while another declared, "Dewey, I considered you a brother, yet you dared to steal my girlfriend. I will kill you." Someone else professed their love to the air, kneeling dramatically. Others rolled around on the ground in chaos that Yi Su Mian and Jiang Chun could hardly bear to watch, as the scene was a cacophony of absurdity that it was best to check on Tang Yuan as soon as possible. Xiao Bai followed Yi Su Mian as she hopped out of the car. Upon reaching the front, she spotted Tang Yuan, who bore a wound on his left arm, a clear sign that he had inflicted it upon himself to regain consciousness. Tang Yuan regarded the two of them. "There is something amiss," he noted. "That sound resembles the cry of a bat." Jiang Chun added, "Such sounds, or rather sound waves, can induce hallucinations. This issue must be addressed at its source. Even if we awaken these individuals through pain, they may very well slip back into a trance shortly after." Tang Yuan spoke with gravity that Yi Su Mian pondered the possibility that the source of the hallucination might be a mutated creature with psychic abilities, which could serve as an opportunity to enhance her own powers. The trio continued their conversation. The volume of the sound intensified, signaling that the source was approaching. A swarm of mutated bats drew near. Both Jiang Chun and Tang Yuan felt the urge to succumb to the illusion again, but their strong willpower held firm. Xiao Bai remained alert, poised for action. Indeed, a horde of bats flew in. Each one blackened with a hint of red, sporting elongated fangs, and resembling the size of large geese. A rough estimate suggested that there were nearly 100 of them. The other members of the base showed no signs of recovery. Still embroiled in their conflicts, "Let us first deal with this group of mutated bats," Tang Yuan stated. "Once we dispel the hallucination, they should be manageable." He drew his firearm, displaying remarkable accuracy, hitting his targets with deadly precision. Jiang Chun summoned his powers to conjure ice spikes, launching them at the mutated bats. Yi Su Mian unleashed her electrical abilities, and several bats plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a foul, charred odor. As Xiao Bai released its powers, the surrounding mutated bats began to turn on one another. One mutated bat attempted to ambush Yi Su Mian from behind, mouth agape, fangs bared, sensing danger through her psychic abilities. She prepared to retaliate with a lightning sphere, only to find that Jiang Chun had already lunged at the creature, dispatching it swiftly. In no time, the trio had eradicated the swarm of mutated bats. Chapter 74. Cherish life. Stay away from Yi Su Mian. Yi Su Mian tentatively cleaved the head of a mutated bat, revealing a small crystal core. After rinsing it, she discovered it to be the most ordinary type of mutated animal core. Yi Su Mian felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a core from a creature with psychic powers. The mechanism by which the mutated bats induced hallucinations remained a mystery to the trio, possibly akin to a form of sonic attack. The post-apocalyptic world was rife with inexplicable phenomena. Deciding not to dwell on it further, they observed that the absence of the mutated bat's sound had awakened everyone from their stupor. Those who regained consciousness appeared increasingly embarrassed, gazing at the fallen bats, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Tang Yuan instructed the soldiers to retrieve the crystal cores from the mutated bats. Following the incident, the soldiers provided explanations. However, one particularly obstinate individual, Pan Hao, seized the opportunity to capitalize on the situation that he aimed to incite the others. believing that the authorities could not ignore the demands of the public and would be compelled to distribute the cores. With a fierce glare directed at Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun, he spat, "What are you so smug about? Relying on your male companion. In the end, you'll still have to hand over those cores to me. I suspect those two have colluded with you to deny the rest of us our share." The crowd murmured in agreement, their jealousy palpable, though we all fell victim to the hallucination. Yet somehow, you two emerged unscathed. "I demand we share the spoils as compensation for everyone." That a cacophony of voices erupted, and Tang Yuan felt a headache coming on. Bang! He fired a shot into the air, silencing the crowd instantly. "Anyone who utters another word will not return to the base." The Yisu Mian listened to the raucous individuals, utterly baffled by how they had managed to survive thus far, relying on sheer audacity. "What gives you the right? Now that the officials are siding with those two, does that mean the woman has a special relationship with you?" Pan Hao rebutted defiantly. "Indeed, you are clearly in cahoots." Pan Hao was acutely aware that this was the most effective method to tarnish a woman's reputation. As long as he made such assertions, Yisu Mian would undoubtedly be powerless against him. At that moment, Yisu Mian, Jiang Chun, and Tang Yuan simultaneously directed their cold glares towards Pan Hao. Pan Hao felt the intensity of their stares, sending a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, he secretly believed that even a woman with an official base could not pose any real threat to him. "If you can't articulate your words, it seems your tongue is of no use," Yisu Mian remarked icily as she approached Pan Hao. "What? Am I mistaken?" she continued, advancing towards him. "Come here, do you dare to strike me? Go ahead, try it." Pan Hao refused to back down, intent solely on seizing the advantage and obtaining the crystal core. That Yisu Mian, speechless, found herself facing someone who actually sought a confrontation. With a swift kick, she sent Pan Hao flying. He soared through the air, feeling dizzy, and suspected he had fractured a couple of ribs. The Yisu Mian looked down at the fallen Pan Hao, who shouted, "Murder! Murder! Is the official base not going to intervene?" As Yisu Mian stepped on his arm, applying just a bit of pressure, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Pan Hao screamed in agony, causing the others to shiver in fear. That we only manage affairs within the base. Everything outside is beyond our jurisdiction, Tang Yuan stated with a firm tone. "Treasure your life and watch your words that I ask you. Do you still want the crystal core?" Yisu Mian exerted more force with her foot. The pain was excruciating, and Pan Hao exclaimed, "No, I no longer desire it. Please spare me." He was on the verge of tears from the agony. That Yisu Mian surveyed the others around her. "Do any of you still want it?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, relieved they hadn't intervened earlier. That a day without gains was acceptable. But returning home injured was not an option. That Yisu Mian lifted her foot and returned to her vehicle. The apocalypse had arrived, and her mood often tended towards madness. She had genuinely wanted to crush him underfoot. Pan Hao should consider himself fortunate that so many people were present today, including officials. Su Roro hurried over to help Pan Hao up, her mind racing with thoughts of how to keep her distance from Yisu Mian in the future. She, Su Roro, was merely an observer. Not a fool. Cherish life and steer clear of Yisu Mian. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun gazed at Yisu Mian, thinking she was incredibly striking. Soon, they collected the crystal cores, dividing 2/3 between Yisu Mian and Jiang Chun. Tang Yuan even mentioned that there would be no need to pay the 30% fee. If it weren't for Jiang Chun and Yisu Mian, dealing with the mutated bats would have indeed posed significant challenges, potentially leading to considerable losses. Tang Yuan decided against pressing onward, noting that it was already afternoon. Arriving at the base would mean it would be dark, so it was best to return swiftly. As the group returned, twilight descended. Jiang Chun drove Yisu Mian home, distributing the crystal cores they had collected, resulting in roughly 40 for each person. Upon arriving home, Yisu Mian released the orange cat. The moment the orange cat spotted her, it rushed over, wagging its tail in delight. Appearing as though it were a dog clad in tiger stripes, the Yisu Mian retrieved the box of crystal cores sent by the base for exterminating zombies. Although none were of particularly high quality, they were certainly better than nothing. While they couldn't upgrade her lightning abilities, they could enhance her other minor powers. The crystal cores held little value for Xiaobai, and the orange cat, lacking any abilities, could not utilize them either. Yisu Mian extracted a small portion, upgrading all her recent abilities to level 3, while saving the remainder for the orange cat's future use. The concentration of these zombie crystal cores was too low, It required 7 or 8 to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and over 20 to reach level 3. In contrast, a crystal core from a strength-type zombie could potentially upgrade a base-level strength ability directly. After a long day of activity, Yisu Mion felt utterly exhausted. She hurried to shower in the space she had created. Emerging refreshed, she treated herself to an extravagant pizza, accompanied by fries, grilled chicken wings, and a cola, not forgetting the essential electronic pickled vegetables. With great enjoyment, Yisu Mion began her meal. Chapter 75. Tooth Extraction. Having finished her meal, Yisu Mion brought Xiao Bai and the orange cat into her space. As usual, she led them on a run. Xiao Bai was as lazy as ever, disappearing in an instant to play at the fish pond. After a couple of laps and a quick shower, Yisu Mion emerged with her 2 chubby companions. Lying on her bed, she reflected on the day. She had observed that the zombies were still at a relatively low level, with no high-ranking undead present. Now was the perfect time to set out for the third base. It would probably take about a day to reach it, and based on her knowledge from her previous life, it was approximately 600 kilometers from the first base. Located near Yang City, a bit further north, she decided to depart in a couple of days. As she pondered, sleep overtook her. Xiaobai had its own little nest but preferred to sleep in Yisu Mion's embrace or sometimes at her feet, occasionally waking her with its gentle snoring. The orange cat also wished to join her, but Yisu Mion could not consent. If the orange cat climbed onto the bed, she would have no space left. Thus, the orange cat lay discontentedly at the edge of the bed. The next morning, Yisu Mion promptly prepared breakfast for her 2 companions before hastily getting ready herself. Each day was a celebration of life for her. This morning, she indulged in a lavish breakfast of savory pancakes and a cup of red bean soy milk, which she adored without exception. After finishing her meal, a sudden thought struck her. She had purchased so many outfits for Xiaobai, yet it had hardly worn any. Yisu Mion retrieved a costume resembling a little tiger. Xiaobai, obedient as ever, offered no resistance. What a joke! This is my benefactor. Once dressed, Xiaobai appeared even cuter. Yisu Mion quickly grabbed her phone to capture the moment. She did not overlook the orange cat either, promptly dressing it in a male half-sleeve shirt, which fit perfectly. Yisu Mion snapped photos of the orange cat as well. After a flurry of activity, she resolved to visit Commander Tang. It was only proper to inform him of her departure, and she should also notify Hung and the others, as they were among the few friends she had in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, when she thought of Jiang Chun, she was uncertain how to convey her thoughts. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their relationship had been purely collaborative. Once ready, dressed, and equipped with her specially prepared diluted medicinal water, she made her way to the base's administrative hall, leaving Xiaobai and the orange cat at home to guard the place. This time, she opted to drive due to the distance. Upon arrival at the administrative hall, she headed directly to Commander Tang's office. Entry required identity verification. Only those working within the building were permitted. However, due to her frequent visits, the staff were familiar with her, and knowing that Commander Tang often invited her for chess, they willingly allowed her access. After knocking on the door, she discovered that Commander Tang was not present. That a soldier informed her he was in Hang's laboratory, observing his research. Thus, Yisu Mion proceeded to Hang's lab. Upon entering the lab, she found Hung fully equipped, using pliers to extract a zombie's teeth. Yisu Mion stared in bewilderment. "What on earth is this?" Commander Tang, noticing her arrival, exclaimed, "Yi girl, come quick! What is happening here?" Yisu Mion questioned, still puzzled by the sight of Hung extracting teeth from a zombie. "This was my idea. There are many individuals in the base who have never encountered a zombie. In this apocalyptic era, they should possess some degree of preparedness. How can they respond to something they've never seen? So, I plan to place these 2 zombies in the base square for a couple of days, allowing everyone to see them and mentally prepare." And Hung explained that Yisu Mion recognized the merit in this plan, that's indeed a good idea, that's why I had Hung extract the zombies' teeth and equip them with iron gloves, rendering them incapable of causing any harm. That will place these 2 zombies in reinforced cages, guarded by 4 soldiers to ensure they cannot escape and injure anyone. Commander Tang had indeed given this considerable thought. In this apocalyptic world, even ordinary people should have some means of defense against zombies. They couldn't go about having never seen one, after all. And Hung, noticing Yisu Mion, called out, Su Mion, you're here?" He hurriedly removed his protective gear and rushed over to her. Dawai Su-mian handed the diluted medicinal water to Commander Tang and hung. Su-mian, I have a thought. These zombies seem tireless. Do you think we could turn them into perpetual motion machines? And Hung suggested with a grin. Perhaps, Yi Su-mian mused. Although she wasn't involved in scientific research, if anyone could make it happen, it might just be in Hung. I think that proposal is quite promising. Commander Tang agreed with a smile. That I have something to share as well. Yi Su-mian began to go on. What is it, you girl? Commander Tang assumed she had encountered some sort of dilemma. I may need to leave. Why must one depart so suddenly when all seems well? Commander Tang, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. Su-mian, why do you have to leave? And Hung lamented with a sorrowful expression that I need to make a trip to the third base. There are still some matters I must attend to, were it not for these obligations. Yi Su-mian would prefer to remain at the first base indefinitely. The first base is far superior to any base in her previous life. Upon hearing this from Yi Su-mian, Commander Tang refrained from further inquiries. With her exceptional capabilities and remarkable composure, she certainly possessed responsibilities of great significance yet to be fulfilled. Very well, dear girl. Do join this old man for lunch. Certainly, Grandpa Tang, it was merely a meal, and Yi Su-mian readily acquiesced. I'll accompany as well. Although Hung felt reluctant as a friend, he should support Yi Su-mian. The three then proceeded to Commander Tang's residence. Commander Tang resided in a villa within Zone A, a modest two-story standalone house, not particularly large. What set it apart were the soldiers stationed nearby, as safety was paramount for a base commander. Commander Tang also summoned Tang Yuan back. Tian Shuang had led a team out today and could not return, knowing that Yi Su-mian and Hung would be dining with them. Tang Yuan returned home early, purchasing a pound of wild boar meat, a rabbit, and some vegetables from the supermarket. This was indeed a gesture of sincere intent. At around 10 in the morning, Tang Yuan arrived home. Grandpa, I'm back. You rascal. Hurry and prepare the meal. Yi Su-mian was surprised to discover Tang Yuan could cook. Commander Tang mysteriously ascended to the upper floor, retrieving something unknown, and stealthily handed it to Yi Su-mian while keeping an eye on Hung. Here you go, my dear girl. Keep it safe, Commander Tang whispered. Upon inspection, Yi Su-mian found a few pieces of glass-wrapped candy. How endearing! It seemed Commander Tang had treasured these candies for quite some time. And Hang's head leaned in. Commander Tang, you're biased. I want some too. And Hung extended his hand toward Commander Tang. That shouldn't you act your age, being no longer a child? Commander Tang shot a glance at Hung before leading Yi Su-mian to play chess. And Hung followed suit, occasionally offering guidance on her moves. Chapter 76. Expressing feelings. Dear girl, what do you think of that lad Tang Yuan? He is quite nice. Upon hearing this, Commander Tang realized his grandson had little hope. Internally, he cursed under his breath, lamenting the lack of ambition. Then he cast a glance at Tang Yuan, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. Around noon, Tang Yuan completed the meal. Dinner is ready, Grandpa, Su-mian, and Hung. Yi Su-mian beheld a table laden with dishes, braised pork, vegetable and meatball soup, and braised rabbit. Such a feast was quite luxurious even in the apocalypse. Commander Tang served Yi Su-mian a rabbit leg. My dear girl, eat up. Tang Yuan's culinary skills are superb. Thank you, Grandpa Tang. Hung took a large bite of the braised pork. It's delicious. Su-mian, you must try this. Yi Su-mian sampled a piece and had to admit. Tang Yuan's cooking was indeed commendable. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and harmonious. Upon learning that Yi Su-mian planned to leave, Tang Yuan merely mentioned he would give her something when the time came. After finishing the meal, Yi Su-mian returned home, needing to feed her two pets. Once at home, she prepared a bowl of meat for the big orange cat and served cat food and canned food for the little white one. After much contemplation, she couldn't figure out how to speak to Jiang Chun. Lost in thought, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Hung, on the other hand, pondered that for the happiness of his other idol, he should seek out Jiang Chun at the office building, in Jiang Chun's laboratory, and Hung knocked on the door before entering. Jiang Chun, Su-mian is leaving. Haven't you two made any progress? Yi Su-mian is leaving? Jiang Chun's expression was filled with confusion. Yes, didn't you know? Jiang Chun shook his head, having never heard of Yi Su-mian's impending departure. Brother, can you not see? I can tell you like Su-mian. Jiang Chun shot a glance at Hung, but continued with his work. Jiang Chun, you must pursue her. If you don't act soon, Yi Su-mian will be gone. Just think, we're in the midst of an apocalypse. And who knows what disaster may strike next? If you don't seize this opportunity now, when will you? Furthermore, I believe, and Hung paused and looked at Jiang Chen. What are you staring at? Jiang Chen, noticing in Hang's silence, quickly pressed for an answer that I sense that Su Mian might have some feelings for you too. You should at least explore that possibility, don't you agree? And Hung said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of joy in his heart. However, to mask his feelings, he shooed and Hung away. You should leave. I need to continue my work. Jiang Chen realized and Hung had a point. Just make sure to seize this opportunity. As Hung reached the door, he reminded Jiang Chen once more. Yet, Jiang Chen pondered why Yi Su Mian had disclosed her intentions to Hung and not to him. After reflecting on Hang's words, Jiang Chen came to a realization that we are indeed in an apocalypse, never knowing when the next calamity might strike. Moreover, Yi Su Mian was leaving the first base. With unease in his heart, he decided it would be best to speak up sooner rather than later. Tonight it shall be done. Jiang Chen hastily wrapped up his work, finishing 2 hours early that he then headed to the base supermarket to make extensive purchases. Upon returning home, he dove into the kitchen. With limited ingredients in the apocalypse, Jiang Chen recalled Yi Su Mian mentioning that his braised meat was delicious, so he prepared a large pot of it. Luckily, he had his modified deodorizer. Otherwise, the aroma would have been overwhelming. Previously, Jiang Chen discovered that stir-fried winter melon was also quite delectable, reminiscent of stir-fried shredded asparagus. Thus, he prepared a dish of stir-fried winter melon as well. Although Jiang Chen had spent most of his life abroad, he possessed a palate for Huagua cuisine. The essence of authentic Huagua dishes was absent in foreign adaptations, and over time, Jiang Chen had nearly become an accomplished chef himself.